In the Command Center conference room, the Supreme Commander, the heads of each branch, and the Super A-level participants gathered together. There is a three-dimensional star map with an intercepting circle floating above the tactical simulation platform. Simon stood beside him, constantly fiddling with the star map and drawing tactical signs with his fingers, constantly explaining the current situation. According to Black Star's intelligence, World Tree convened a super-large army of 200 billion this time, and is suspected to launch a general attack. This is the deployment map of our branch's troops and the distribution map of the wormhole support base stations. It can be seen that the area where our troops are currently mobilized is the range A-1075C to 0744J. If World Tree attacks this line of defense, all our main defense forces can be assembled and descended at the fastest speed. However, the aggregation speed of other defense lines is a little slower, and this time difference may become a breakthrough, causing World Tree to break through the first and second layers of defense zones with huge forces, enter the strategic depth zone and the distribution belt of wormhole support base stations at intervals, threatening the third layer and the future defense lines, creating a vicious cycle, which is passive for us. Many senior commanders looked solemn. The pressure of a fleet of 200 billion yuan has increased by more than the previous 3 strong attacks. Any factor may become the opponent's breakthrough. I think the other party has experienced the first 3 failures. This time, it will not repeat the same mistakes. It will mostly change the attack method and will not immediately go straight in. Our construction time is still too short. The World Tree not only wants to break through the blockade, but probably also wants to break down our fortifications at one time. Only by removing the interception circle we are constantly advancing can they stabilize the jumping point and build a bridgehead for invading our territory. We need more troops in the rear, and it is best to increase the interval range between the first 2 layers of defense lines and the rear defense lines to prevent the other party from breaking through the blockade. The commanders of the troops expressed their opinions, and the group discussed fiercely. In a group of Super A-level sitting next to the soy sauce, just listening and not talking, not participating. However, many senior officials argued for a while, and Simon turned around and took the initiative to ask Han Xiao, "Hey Xing, what do you think? You can just make an idea about this matter. I have no objection." Han Xiao shook his head and said that professionals can do professional things. However, he paused and added, "However, the World Tree has a high probability of being aware of the direction of the intelligence leak. The authenticity of the information I obtained is doubtful, and it may also be a suspicious plan that the World Tree deliberately released. This risk must be considered." Simon exhaled. "I understand this, but even if we cannot determine whether the information is true or false, we have to be prepared to deal with the 200 billion fleet. Even if the probability is only 1% or 1,000 is true, we must be prepared to be prepared. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Indeed." Han Xiao nodded. "If it is true and there is no precaution in advance, he will probably be directly attacked by the World Tree, pierce through the defense line, and kill it to the point of being thrown away." In the first 2 strong attacks, the Son of Destiny was also monitored. Han Xiao also retained his suspicion, but in the end they all proved that the information was correct, but this did not reassure him, but instead became more vigilant. If the World Tree deliberately revealed the information of the previous 2 strong attacks and try to reduce their vigilance, then it must be holding up a big move to deliver deadly false information at critical moments. But there is no way to know the plans of the World Tree. Fortunately, I got a new observation device from the first sanctuary, equipped with 3 major civilizations. The World Tree cannot operate secretly here like before. Any changes will be discovered. Han Xiao said in his heart. Since the 3 major civilizations applied the special over-visual range detection technology he provided to the battle situation, their dependence on the monitoring channels of the Son of Destiny has been reduced a lot. Even if the World Tree has any plans, it cannot be carried out quietly, and the risks have been greatly reduced. The meeting took place for a long time, and many commanders left with heavy thoughts. Han Xiao and his group also left the conference room and returned to their residence together. On the way, Sui squeezed away the crowd and came to Han Xiao, whispering, "The World Tree did not send high-level combat power in the first two strong attacks. This time, the general attack was launched. Do you think it was because of finding a way to limit Aurora?" Han Xiao glanced at him. Before he could speak, the Sun Hunter jumped from Han Xiao's shoulder to Sui's head and said in a muffled voice, "Hey, they may also intend to ignore our group of advanced combat powers and simply use their troops to attack the defense line." Ignore us? It's not impossible, as long as they are willing to bear the risks of local battles. After all, even if we are very powerful, we cannot have a fundamental impact in wars of this scale. At most, some opportunities are opened. Sui pondered. Seeing that the two started chatting, Han Xiao also gave up his intention to respond and turned to look at Emmys on the other side. "Huh, let's see what I do." Emmers raised her eyebrows. "Are you afraid of the enemy taking out a fleet of 200 billion? Han Xiao said casually. "There is nothing to be afraid of." Emmers shook her head. In the past few months, she has participated in the first two World Tree attacks, and now she has experience in war. This time it's different. World Tree may show advanced combat power. You have never participated in the first major battle and have not fought with the World Tree strongmen. They are very difficult to deal with. It just happened to be aware of it. Emmers looked calm. Don't underestimate others. The intensity of the Super A-level melee is not comparable to the previous two times when dealing with a conventional fleet. I suggest you follow Milazau's. Han Xiao pointed at the old dragon casually. "What do you do with him?" Emmers was curious. "He is so big, if you hide it on him, then he won't be able to hit you. When necessary, you can throw his body out with force to help you resist the attack." Han Xiao shrugged. "You know I can hear it, right?" Milazau's mana incarnation couldn't help but turn his head and look over with a helpless tone. "It's just to let you hear that the nickname is Dragon Zodiac. It's reasonable to sit on you?" Han Xiao curled his lips. "This is a bit familiar. Have you told me before?" Milazau's snorted through his nostrils, disagreed. Han Xiao spread his hands. "Don't you think this tactic is very reliable?" "I don't think it at all, and my size has been reduced a lot, and I will not be targeted by the enemy. This plan is definitely useless." Milazau's was very calm. "People who have successfully lost weight are so tough. Then you can restore your body's shape. Having such a huge body without sheltering your teammates from the wind and rain is a waste of resources. You are thinking about being a waste of money." Milazau's rolled his eyes and ignored Han Xiao. A group of people was not scared of the possible large-scale battle, and they returned to their residences with laughter. Han Xiao closed the door. His smile quickly calmed down, and his brows frowned slightly. He had a premonition that the World Tree would use advanced combat power this time, and the Tree Town King should not have been resurrected yet. This time, a new Tree King is probably coming. Among the 5 Tree Kings, only the Tree King has the simplest and roughest ability, while the other Tree Kings are all full of flowers. No matter who comes, they will only be more difficult than the Tree King. At the same time, the Shining World, the territory of the Black Star Legion, a desolate planet. Rumble. 2 vague figures are like meteors, passing through the barren land, colliding with each other, and each time it is about to break out, exploded with fierce shock waves, leaving huge rift pits on the ground. Suddenly, 2 figures suddenly stopped and showed a clear appearance. One was Rothel, and the other was Carlot, who was receiving the teachings. Rothel turned the dagger with his finger, put it into the knife bag around his waist, and pondered, "Your strength has increased again, and you can already withstand my current strength. Next time I train in actual combat, I will release more combat power and continue to squeeze your potential." "Okay, I will train hard." Carlot's fists touched each other, and sparks were wiped out, with a look of firmness on his face. He applied to go to the front line to fight against foreign enemies more than once, but all of them were rejected by Black Star. He knew that this was a manifestation of Han Xiao's importance to his potential and was under pressure ahead, giving him time to grow. Carlot understood that his first priority was to concentrate on training and grow as soon as possible to go to the front line to help Han Xiao. So after the war broke out, he took the initiative to train every day. Well, at this speed, you were just around the corner. Rodhell said this, but he muttered in his heart. During the days of training Carlot, he found that Carlot's progress was not very large, and his growth rate did not slow down due to his strength growth, but instead became faster and faster. There was no bottleneck. Every day's progress was visible to the naked eye. Luo Taier was originally curious about why Han Xiao valued Carlot, but now he had no doubts, only deep surprise left. Is there such a martial arts genius in the world? How did the Black Star be excavated? The World Tree Territory, the Tree King Palace. On top of the 5 thrones, 2 figures were sitting. One was the King of Heart Trees, and the other was the King of Determination, wrapped in heavy armor. Under the 2 Kings of Trees, there were multiple executives standing, and some of the people who died in battle had been resurrected. Disable the information. It has been displayed through the premonitioner's force. Tedrian responded with his head down. Well, I hope they're all focused on this. The King of Heart Tree rubbed the handrail and nodded slowly. Tedrian continued. The general structure of the interception circle has been calculated in the previous few strong attacks, as well as the strength and subsequent support limits of the opponent's garrison. This time, we can expand the strength advantage, and we should be able to break the interception circle at one time, at least to clear their space anchoring track. Hearing this, King of Heart Tree nodded casually, without saying anything more. He waved his hand and let many executives leave. Soon, only 2 Tree Kings were left in the palace. King Dingshu turned his head slightly, as if he was looking at King Xinshu with the light hidden behind the mecha mask, and slowly spoke. Have you decided to take action personally? Is this the intention to urge me to show my appearance? Well, only I can solve that recovery psychic, and that cosmic treasure can only be exerted in my hands. If I die there, you will be responsible for the affairs here for the time being. King Xinshu said calmly. How long will it take for King Zhenshu to recover? King Dingshu frowned. Although I water him every day, there is still some time left. The King of Heart Tree waved his hand. King Dingshu was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, In this way, you bring my master's clone, apostle weapons, and mechanical troops over. Are you planning to save my life? If you let you take charge of the affairs here alive, I can continue to stay comfortable in the mother tree to absorb nutrients. King Dingshu said coldly. The King of Heart Tree shook his head. This time the civilization is very strong, and you will have to join the war in person sooner or later. Then let's talk about it later. Leave a sentence. The King of Dingshu's body merged into the throne of the tree crown and disappeared. Seeing this, King of Heart Tree was a little helpless. No matter how hard he was before, after being selected as the Tree King, he would become lazy and would remain unmoved if he could, especially as the Tree King who was a mechanic. He still remembers that this guy was a R&D man before becoming the Tree King. Now, let alone R&D, he is too lazy to build machinery, and it depends entirely on the transformation of the mother tree. In contrast, the Heart Tree King still prefers the Tree King. He can make his efforts with just a few fools. He is simply a stream of clear water in the Tree King, the best tool man in the eyes of the other 4. From Han Xiao, he received news that the World Tree was suspected of launching a new offensive. The 3 major civilizations began to prepare for the war in full swing, and a group of standby troops stationed in the rear were mobilized, causing the interception circle to rise steadily. Because the Son of Destiny did not obtain information on the follow-up operation of the World Tree, the 3 major civilizations could only be on guard and maintain the highest alert level detection strength all day long. Generals and officers at all levels were also nervous and dared not relax, just like they knew that a knife would slash at themselves, but they didn't know when the enemy would slash. As the range of the interceptor circle has been expanding, the laid wormhole support network has to be continuously extended, and the 3 major civilizations are uncertain which area the World Tree will attack. Nearly a month later, World Tree has not launched an offensive. Just as the 3 civilizations suspected that this was a plan for doubters, the detection device finally reported that a large-scale World Tree fleet entered the over-visual observation area and was slowly advancing towards the interception circle. The number of warships was above 200 billion, which was obviously a new wave of invading troops displayed by intelligence. Because of the special observation device provided by Han Xiao, the current three civilizations' over-visual range detection range far exceeds the control range, which means that the over-visual range strike can be launched on this World Tree fleet at a longer distance, indirectly increasing the strategic depth of the enemy's arrival at the interception circle. After locking the target, the three major civilizations immediately launched firepower coverage beyond the visual range, and at the same time used a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter to launch the time-space, shearing self-destruction troops, trying to consume more enemy troops. The World Tree Army suffered a period of bombardment and had just passed a long strategic depth zone, reached the edge of the actual control areas of the three civilizations, and ahead was a space-anchored orbit network, sealing one by one jump point. But the World Tree Army did not quickly rush to Huanglong in order to avoid too much military force on the road, but instead stopped at the edge of the three major civilization control zones, unfolding pieces of railway space protection belts to isolate the endless fleet from long-range strikes. At the same time, they divided their troops, supporting each other, and sweep the space anchoring track on a large scale. This time, the World Tree does not seem to want to raid a strong attack, but intends to launch a large position battle based on a large army. The fleet that swept the orbit this time was not the small force before, but was larger in scale. The three major civilizations were in a dilemma. I knew that the World Tree clearly forced them to leave the intercepting circle fortifications and go out to fight field battles, which would cost more efficiently and labor more energy. In the first few times, the intercepting circle fortifications played a huge role. The most important thing is the rapid support network of the wormhole hidden in the middle of the defense line, which can quickly gather troops to descend to the main attack area of the intercepting circle. If it is replaced by field battles, the advantages in this aspect will be greatly weakened. Although the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter can also support it, it is a costly cosmic treasure after all. The number limitations lead to the efficiency of large-scale transport troops not as efficient as that of conventional wormhole support channels. But regardless of the World Tree fleet's sweeping operation, the spatial stability track laid these days will not be determined. After some trade-offs, the three major civilizations still sent some troops to try to stop them and continuously invade the large forces stationed on the edge of the World Tree's control area, which led to high-intensity local field battles erupting in the control area. In order to reduce casualties in local battles, super A-level individuals in the three major civilizations were dispatched one after another to play a role in local battlefields, helping their troops to fight against the enemy fleets and equipped with the Royal Mecha, which can withdraw the interception ring base at any time. But the World Tree powerhouse has never appeared, as if it is not intended to curb the advanced combat power of the three major civilizations. Although the three major civilizations have obtained victory in most local battlefields with relatively low combat losses, they cannot repair or maintain the stable space track under the enemy's army, and they have to continue to withstand attacks. Repelling the sweeping troops for a short time is just a drinking poison to quench thirst. After more than a month of confrontation, the loss of troops on both sides reached tens of billions. The three major civilizations finally determined that they could not stop the enemy from destroying all spatial stable tracks, so they had to throw away this drag, shrink their troops to preserve their strength, no longer invest in the troops to fight against the losses, and instead exchange for strategic depth, attacking the sweeping troops in the movement from a long distance, and eroding the world to build troops. The two sides fought for another period of time. The World Tree Army lasted for about 3 months, and finally wiped out all the space anchoring tracks set by the three civilizations, liberating the jump points of all the Vanguard Corps over the past 6 months, and paying the price of nearly 100 billion troops. On April 6, 784, the World Tree troops, which had been on the edge of the control area in name only for several months, finally set off again and attacked the interception circle. After a period of voyage, the World Tree Army, with only about half of its troops, finally crossed the strategic depth, arrived at the interception circle, and tried to break through the blockade, and immediately had a fierce battle with the three civilized armies. The three major civilizations are waiting for their labor and have the advantage of military strength. As soon as they fight, they quickly gain the upper hand. According to this trend, it is no problem to withstand this wave of offensives and wipe out the world's 100 billion fleet. But on the third day of the battle between the two sides, 3 World Tree reinforcements airborne from the near-open jump point. The total number of new forces reached 150 billion, was put into the battle group and attacked different areas. The pressure on the three major civilizations suddenly increased. While drawing existing forces to resist, they summoned the rear to support. After 5 days of fierce battle, 2 more World Tree reinforcements were airborne, with a total of over 100 billion yuan, and they were invested in the battle situation. On the 9th day, the 80 billion scale World Tree fleet reinforced. On the 14th day, 140 billion enemy troops were reinforced. On the 20th day, 206 billion enemy troops were reinforced. The support troops of the World Tree are endless. As much as the front line dies, the rear will reinforce. Try to fully utilize the advantages of the war of attrition, and even if they are polished, they will have to wear through the entire interception circle. The C-1008A war zone is an emergency. The L-0213B war zone is an emergency. The scene in the command room was busy. The spacecraft's intelligent synthetic voice was constantly broadcasting emergency alarms in the war zone. Simon and other senior executives stared at the real-time battle situation monitoring, their eyes full of exhaustion. The high-intensity battle lasted for nearly a month, and there was no stop in the middle of the journey. None of the surviving generals and officials are exhausted. The damage to the fleets of both sides has long risen to a level of 100 billion. On the side, many super A-level people were basically injured. These injuries were caused by the World Tree fleet, and no advanced combat power was involved. The endless reinforcements of the World Tree put the battle situation in jeopardy, and the super A-level team had to fight against the fleet. This month, he seemed to have become a firefighter, stabilizing the various local battlefields that were in danger again and again, and there was not much time to rest and recover. But even so, the many contributions of Super A-class are just dropping the bucket for the super-large interstellar battles with a total of over 1 trillion warships and cannot play a decisive role. Many Super A-level troops were worried. Although the World Tree's advanced combat power did not participate in the war, resulting in no new victims on their own Super A-level troops, everyone was worried as they saw the 3 major civilized troops becoming more and more disadvantageous. Looking at the surveillance of the battle, Soy approached Han Xiao and whispered, "The World Tree has launched a general attack, regardless of casualties. The first and second layers of defense belts have been penetrated, and the enemy's reinforcements are still continuous. Judging from this, the interception circle should not be able to be defended." It is probably true. Han Xiao breathed out, quite solemn and tired. The high-intensity war that lasted for a month has completely turned this place into a meat grinder. Even most players have used up their daily resurrection credit many times. In such a place, what he can do is limited. The World Tree did not use any special plan this time. It simply relies on its military advantage to fight head-on and reduce it by 10 times with one force. If you don't break the interception circle for a day, you won't stop reinforcements in 1 day. It's not enough to continue fighting for 1 month, so 2 months, 3 months, it's just one word: reckless. The interception circle cannot block the advance of the World Tree once and for all, and will be broken sooner or later, but this day seems to have come earlier than expected. From the beginning of its establishment, it has only bought about a year for the 3 major civilizations. "Black Star, we have to consider evacuating too," Saori said in a low voice. Han Xiao ignored him and stared at the battlefield outside. At this time, endless warships were fighting and exchanging fire. The shining light was like starry sand in the sky. The silence was filled with a breath of destruction. Every second, countless creatures were thrown into the arms of death. Even if the interception circle troops of the three major civilizations are defeated, their group still has enough time to withdraw from the territory, and there is no need to worry about the retreat. Even if the world tree passes through the interception circle, it will still take a long time to sail to reach the edge of the shining world. However, the three major civilizations are likely to be unable to copy a line of defense similar to the interception circle. This means that as long as the world tree breaks forward on the front, it means that the other party's invasion of the territory has officially entered the countdown. At this moment, another world tree fleet sailed into the battlefield, and the familiar tree King Aura followed, immediately increasing the combat power of a large number of world tree members, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is the ability of the Tree King. They have finally sent out their advanced combat power. It is difficult for the three major civilizations to persist at this time. If the Tree King uses his halo at this time, he may become the last straw that will overwhelm the camel. I don't know which Tree King is coming this time. A serious look flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Not only him, all the other super A-level eyes locked in the source of the aura and tightened their body. In the real-time surveillance screen, the front lines between the three civilization interception circles and the world tree invading fleet are extremely long and divided into multiple local theaters. Among them, the three main theaters are the most important, and they're all interception circle defense lines that the world tree has invested heavily in the attack, and their troops are all at the level of 100 billion. Under the gaze of everyone, a new fleet sailed into a main battlefield. The number was not large, only hundreds of millions, but it emitted extremely condensed energy fluctuations, showing one super-level energy source on the radar. As soon as this few fleet entered the field, it brought significant changes to the main war zone. A glowing green light spread out. Every world tree battleship swept into the air was stimulated, lit up a light green light, gaining the increase of the Tree King's halo, breaking the stalemate at once, and the pushing speed significantly accelerated. If this line of defense is broken, they will soon be able to reach the wormhole support network behind this war zone, and the situation will be even worse. This will become a breakthrough point, which will drive the whole body and cause a chain defeat on the whole line. Simon took a look, and his judgment was the same as the result of intelligent analysis. The secret master hugged his arms with his hands and said in a deep voice, "Do you want us to carry out the beheading operation and kill this Tree King? It's too difficult. Unless he leaves the fleet's protection, we will kill him to die." Another commander turned his head and looked at Han Xiao. "Hey Xing, what do you say? Look at it again. There is no chance now." Han Xiao rarely had the same idea. Although he really wanted to kill this unknown Tree King who suddenly entered the field, the other party's feasibility of, "I'm ashamed to take off his clothes," under the heavy protection of the main formation of the hundreds of billions of fleets, it is too feasible till I'll take off his clothes when the enemy is ashamed to take off his clothes. Besides, the experience of the King of Town Tree was killed last time was passed back to the World Tree. This time, the King of Trees will probably stay in the fleet honestly, let alone give you a chance. He has provided a lot of intelligence and technology to make the three civilizations in a situation that is many times better than in their previous lives. But their military strength has always been the strength of the World Tree. Once a large-scale attack is launched, as long as the three civilizations do not want to lose the area, they will have to fight head-on bloody battles, and there are not many shortcuts. Although the technology trees of both sides are different, they all have destructive strategic technologies standardized by higher civilizations, such as multiple space and dimension weapons, and know each other how to crack and counter them. Most of the fancy technologies that look at the bluff are useless to each other and can only be used to abuse food. Only a small number of their own unique technologies cannot be cracked. The advantage of Super A level is that its mobility and power are concentrated on individuals, and its strength is guerrilla and breakthroughs with points. However, in this super large interstellar battlefield with hard work, it is not suitable to fight guerrilla, and assault is very dangerous, and the role of a single unit is limited. Generally speaking, The number of enemy troops is of little significance to the A-class. Whether it is a fleet of tens of millions or hundreds of billions, as long as the encirclement is not completed, it is very simple to leave the A-class if it is not completed. However, due to strategic reasons, many Super A-class have to carry the line here. This is not the strength of individual power. The time to blew up tens of thousands of warships is enough for the fleet to carry out many rounds of volleys, and the large-scale killing efficiency is naturally incomparable. However, only when fighting against foreign enemies can cosmic civilizations come up with such a formation. If they are carried out in the Civil War, there will be a new desolate universe belt. Send temporary reinforcements. Simon also knew that the risk was too high and did not ask a team to perform this task at a higher level, but just dispatched more troops to fill the war zone. The World Tree civilization constantly sends reinforcements to increase the pounds, and the three major civilizations are exactly the same. This is also the reason why the interception circle can resist for a month. Otherwise, it will be broken when the World Tree reinforces for the second time. Since the space anchoring track was cleaned up, the jump point of the World Tree was approaching the periphery of the intercepting circle, and the support distance was shortened, so several reinforcements could be quickly put into the battlefield. But just as Simon gave the order, the change suddenly occurred. The reinforcement soldier did not stay in the main formation, but went forward to the fire exchange zone. One World Tree powerhouse flew out one after another, guarding a tall and thin figure. The halo of the Tree King on his body revealed his identity. Such a group of Super A-levels cruising back and forth on the front line, and from time to time retreating on local battlefields. In terms of team battles, it is the move that is extremely forward. Everyone's eyes changed slightly while commanding the interception circle. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This guy wants to lure our advanced combat power out. Lao Yang is plotting. Everyone nodded. They naturally understood that the Tree King and a group of advanced combat powers appeared, obviously not because of waves, but because they were not satisfied with consuming the three major civilized forces. If the three major civilizations try to surround and kill with their troops, the Tree King and his group will definitely retreat to the main formation. Only by sending high-level combat power will the Tree King and others stay to fight and implement the tried and tested DUIZ tactics in their eyes, with the goal of consuming the strong men of the three major civilizations. If he doesn't care about him, he will continue to provide a halo, so that the pressure in this war zone will increase sharply and open a breakthrough in the battle situation. It will be no loss at all. It's like seducing your butt and seducing it, taking the initiative to give a chance, and not going up and outputting it. It's simply useless. It seems they're very confident. Rui Fu clenched her fists and was eager to try. She had not fought with the World Tree Powerful One. Manison said lightly, "Be careful. They know that we have recovery abilities that can greatly reduce the damage to the battle, but they still use the Tree King as a seduction and try to do easy. Maybe they have already thought of a way to target our recovery abilities. It is not ruled out that they think that hundreds of people will make a profit if they replace us." The Sun Hunter was silent. "How is it? Can we get there?" Saurier turned to look at Han Xiao, and everyone also turned their eyes to him. Han Xiao did not answer immediately, staring at the Tree King who was guarded by many powerful people on the screen. After experiencing the war in his previous life, he naturally recognized the appearance of every Tree King, and information about this person flashed through his mind. Minotaur, the king of Heart Tree, is a master of mind and literature among the 5 kings of Tree. Although his strength is not much different from that of King of Tree, his difficulty is conservatively twice that of King of Tree. He had severely damaged Suri and the Swearing Man in his previous life, and he instigated and controlled no less than 4 Super A-level people. Except for being killed in the last battle, there is no other record of death. The most commonly used methods are teleportation of mind, thinking tampering, and secret spirit tides. The master of mind and literature has a strange and erratic mental means. Han Xiao secretly felt that it was difficult, and the most threatening one was his ability to instigate. It is extremely difficult to tamper with a super A-level thinking, and it cannot be solved in a short while. The other party is likely to not be able to complete it in a fierce battle, but a slight risk cannot be ignored. Han Xiao turned his head and put the expressions of many commanders into his eyes. He slowly exhaled and spoke in a deep voice. Since you have a chance, let's try it. If you can kill this tree king, the situation in this war zone will improve a lot, which is one of the few things we can do at present. Han Xiao had another thought. The threat of the tree king in the heart is particularly great. If he can be kept here, the subsequent battles will be much easier. Upon hearing this, the group nodded, without any objection, and the Super A level who chose to participate in the battle came out one after another. On the way to the Galway Apocalypse teleporter, Han Xiao was a few steps behind and came to Aurora to open the private communication. Be careful later. I suspect that the Tree King will use his mental ability to attack you from the air. Even if some people have leaked their life energy, this time you would rather sit there and watch some companions die than get close to the battlefield. Remember to let Sorokin protect him all the time. Although he is a stinky brother, he can at least block a few mental attacks for you. I understand. Aurora nodded obediently. On the other side, the main war zone covered by the halo of the Tree King. The King of Heart Tree calmly brought a group of resurrected world tree powerhouses to cruise on the battlefield. So many Super A-level groups were naturally very conspicuous. Wherever they passed, batches of 3 major civilized fleets gathered here. But the nearby World Tree fleet kept blocking the next round of shooting for the Heart Tree King with shields, so the Heart Tree King and his group were somewhat like strolling in the fierce battlefield. Don't the enemy send advanced combat power? King Shu frequently looked at the 3 major civilized defense lines, but he was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, he had mastered the initiative and was very patient. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of King Dingshu sounded in the spiritual network. Humph. I think you'd better come back. Most of them don't dare to do it. Don't waste my time there. I want to go back to the mother tree. Have tolerated it. King Shu was helpless. In order to dominate the arrival of the Lord, King Dingshu had to show his presence in his hometown. He couldn't stand it soon and was too lazy to the core. At this time, the King of Dingshu was still on standby and had no ability to mobilize. What they brought in their hands was the master's body without great power. This was the King of Heart Tree. He hid his hand and was ready to summon the King of Dingshu to come again when the right time. He wanted to say something, but at the next moment, a series of super-level A-level energy suddenly appeared in his perception. The King of Heart Tree and many World Tree powerhouses looked in the direction of the energy source. A group of super-level A-level flew out of the 3 civilized fleets and crossed the battlefield to attack them. The leader was the foreigner who impressed them. Sure enough, it's still here. The number of people seems to be more than last time. It seems that they're just like us, and their advanced combat power is still retained. The King of Heart Tree's eyes moved. Seeing the resurgents participating in the battle this time, he immediately thought they were the strong men hidden by the 3 major civilizations. As for Garros and others who died in battle last time, they did not join the battle because they were worried about their lives and did not show up, so naturally he could not see it either. Go. Try to cause damage and force out their recovery abilities. The thought flashed through, and the King of Heart Tree did not show any weakness. He rushed forward with a meteor-like World Tree powerhouse behind him. The Super A-level troops of both sides passed through the battlefield without any communication. They collided directly and instantly entered the other party's formation, causing each other to turn their backs, and the melee broke out in an instant. Last time, the 3 major civilizations had to use a siege to intercept some of the peak's Super A-level strongmen. This time, these World Tree strongmen were stopped alone by the resuscitators, who were also at the peak's Super A-level level. Refu, Hilbert, and others found the executive officer, the high-level Holy Tree Messenger, and the members of the 13 Ancestor Spirit to fight against the powerful enemies. The number of strong men sent by the World Tree this time is almost the same as last time, and the number is at a disadvantage. As soon as the fight occurs, it has a certain disadvantage and is suppressed by the super ill-level aspects of the three major civilizations. Han Xiao transformed into a mechanical god and found the King of Heart Tree. He saw the energy shock wave, and the aftermath of the mind power constantly exploded between the two, and the energy reaction generated was like blue and white soap bubbles, constantly generating and bursting. The fighting style of the Heart Tree King is completely different from that of the King of Jin Tree King. He, a mind master, does not like to fight head-on. He flexibly roams with strange means, releases a large range of AoE from time to time, and converts the spiritual mind power into physical mind power, forming layers of shields to resist the torrential attack of the mechanical gods. Brush. The secret energy shocked, and the huge mechanical war blade slashed across. The King of Heart Tree seemed to see through it, lightly flashed, used the mind power to pull away his body, avoiding the knife containing Gaeta's fluctuating fist. The blade light that erupted out was like a dark blue horse, flying across the battlefield. From near to far, hundreds of warships exploded into fireworks one after another. Foreigners, this is the first time we meet. Last time you came to our territory and made a big fuss, I haven't fought with you yet. King of Hearts was dodging the near-range attacks of the mechanical gods and the mechanical troops, while sending a spiritual message to Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not answer, and raised his hand to shoot out several dark red and slender cracked light. The figure of the King of Heart Tree swayed and flashed a distance like a teleportation. The cracked light only stirred the afterimage left by him on the spot into pieces. This guy is so slippery. Han Xiao secretly tickled. The King of Hearts is very delicate in his mind. He pulls and controls his body with a mind power, which is very flexible. At the same time, he constantly releases mental interference, misleading his attack direction and reducing his hit rate. Even in the face of the almost dead-end light rain attacks shot by the mechanical troops, the King of Hearts can dodge easily, as if he had an insight into all attack trajectories in advance. Compared to Suai's big opening and closing style that ignores blue volume, the fighting style of the Heart Tree King is just the opposite. It is very thin and always focuses on harassment and erosion. He flies around the enemy like a mosquito and occasionally attacks the opponent with his mental attack, and then retreats immediately. It is difficult for the enemy to hit him, and the fighting style is very dirty, which makes people feel annoying. It's better to be a martial artist. I like to fight head-on, so relaxed. Han Xiao couldn't help but miss the King of Jinshu. However, although the King of Heart Tree is very flexible, he has to concentrate on dealing with Han Xiao's offensive, and both of them have restrained each other. While the two were entangled in a local battlefield not far away, the direct lineman super A-level fight was very fierce and exchanged injuries with the Holy Tree Envoy for injuries, and was severely injured. At the next moment, several dazzling beams of life energy suddenly shot out from the three civilized fleets with a distance, heading straight for teammates. The Holy Tree Messenger, who had been prepared, endured the pain of killing magic to intercept life energy, half of which were dispersed by his spells. But the remaining life energy suddenly changed its route, drew a strange twisted trajectory, and hit the target of milk. The vitality of this direct line, which was super A-level, quickly recovered. Unbeaten, Aurora, who was staying in the fleet protection circle, was immediately delighted. She has not been in vain for most of the past 6 months. She has been exercising her control over the X-body life energy every day in order to avoid the enemy's interception and reach the target. On the other side, the King of Heart Tree couldn't help but give up a little attention and looked in Aurora's direction. His eyes flashed. Finished. Before his thoughts could be completed, several cracked rays hit him in front of him. After a little distracted, he slowed down his dodge, leaving several burning scratches on his body. The King of Heart Tree hurriedly retracted his attention, covered his wounds, and avoided the continuous pursuit of the mechanical troops, narrowing his eyes. I can't be distracted when dealing with this guy. Fortunately, someone can stop him and let me free up. The next second, the King of Heart Tree suddenly pulled back. Seeing this, Han Xiao immediately chased after him. The two chased and fled, and the battlefield moved a long distance. At this moment, a powerful superclass energy suddenly rose in a World Tree battleship next to it. The spacecraft suddenly exploded, and a new mechanical god dominated by dark green seemed to break out of his shell, and his body grew rapidly. He held a double-headed, wide-faced mechanical warblade covered with energy circuits, and suddenly slashed with amazing secret energy. At the same time, green armor mechanical warriors rushed out and bit Han Xiao's mechanical troops. This energy is another Tree King. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and immediately raised his battle blade to meet him. He saw two huge mechanical god weapons, one black and one green, slammed into each other. Clang! The heavy metal impact sounded like a sound in everyone's hearts, and a circle of dazzling arc wheels burst out instantly. The huge energy shock wave swept away all the objects around. Foreigner, I'll be your opponent. The voice of King Dingshu sounded in the wide area channel. Who are you? Han Xiao glanced at the battle information and raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Tree King is not actually one of the 5 Tree Kings he knew in his previous life. The Tree King of the mechanical system should not be the Emperor Tree King. Where did this Tree King come out? Just when he was surprised, King of Hearts took advantage of the King of Dingshu to stop his opponent and suddenly left the battle circle, locking Aurora's breath of life with his spirit. Immediately afterwards, his arms spread out, and a purple leaves of diamond texture emerged from his chest, whirling and emitting strange fluctuations. The next moment, the spiritual power of the Heart Tree King suddenly burst out. The phantom scene, the lock of heart. The surging mental power surged into the suspended purple crystal leaves and instantly shone brightly. A light purple light suddenly shot out, shooting towards Aurora in the protection circle of the 3 major civilized fleets. Seeing this, some of the nearest mechanical troops left behind the entanglement of Dingshu King and jointly supported the Hokage's shield to block the lilac beam. However, at the moment of contact, the lilac beam showed no sign of being obstructed, and its speed did not change at all. It lightly penetrated the psychic shield as if it did not exist. Mechanical warriors blocked by their bodies along the way were also penetrated through, but the body was not damaged at all, just as this beam of light did not exist in the material world and could ignore various defenses. Stop this attack. Han Xiao kept paying attention to the actions of King Xinshu. Although he didn't know what the King Xinshu used, it was best to stop him. He pulled out the body of King Dingshu and immediately called his teammates, who were fighting fiercely in the communication channel. Hearing Han Xiao's instructions, some of the more A-level players were barely distracted in the battle. They used their own methods, and their magic, superpowers, and mental power were thrown away in a burst, trying to dissipate the lilac beam, but they were all penetrated. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What ability is this? It can't be stopped. Why is it a bit like the Scepter of Gods? In front of everyone, this beam of light passed through the super A-class combat area and shot into the protection circle of the 3 major civilized fleets, passing through one warship after another that came to block it. Allowing the warship where Aurora is located to change its position, the beam always tracked it and soon penetrated into the spacecraft where Aurora is located. The lilac beam passed through the shield and outer armor, shot into the command room, and headed straight to Aurora in the room. The substitute messenger Sorogen appeared in a flash, and the condensed mental power hedged, but it could not affect it. Even his body was penetrated without any injuries. Just as he was about to hit Ojola, but when the distance was still the last few meters, the lilac beam seemed to have hit some invisible barrier, and suddenly slid open, drew an arc, and flew out of the battleship in a flash. Seeing this, Aurora, who was tensely nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that space-time amber is still useful. What stood in front of her was a space-time amber ball. Han Xiao equipped her with a batch of self-defense, and there is still anything known to pass through the space-time amber ball. However, the lilac beam did not dissipate. After flying out of the battleship, it circled again, adjusted its position, and shot towards Aurora, always locking its target. Seeing this scene from afar, the King of Heart Tree's eyes changed slightly, as if quite surprised. Is there a way to block it? Could it be the special substance that isolates the link between the mother tree and the individual? The King of Heart Tree did not hesitate and immediately reached out to grab the purple crystal leaves. The power of the green world tree was activated, and new power was activated in an instant. Click! I saw cracks bursting on the surface of the purple crystal leaves, and while it was damaged, it released more power and a halo was blooming. The lilac beam that was continuing to pursue Aurora seemed to be affected and exploded suddenly and disappeared. At first glance, Sorokin thought that this guy gave up the attack, but a plop came from beside him. When he turned his head, he saw Aurora suddenly falling to the ground straight. What's wrong with you? Sorokin was shocked and hurriedly approached Aurora. He saw Aurora's eyes were dull and looked straight ahead. His eyes were still moving, as if he had lost his perception of the outside world. He quickly used his mind power to explore Aurora's brain domain and found that Aurora's consciousness had been closed and was wrapped in a thick purple crystal. There was still green energy flowing in the crystal, and his mind power could not penetrate it. What's going on? The soul link between Aurora and I was disconnected. Hella's voice rang in the channel. She noticed the abnormality as soon as possible, and her tone was urgent. Aurora has lost consciousness, and some kind of energy has sealed her thinking. I don't know what kind of mental ability it is. It's not good. I can't untie it for a while. Sorajin told the truth, frowned, and attacked the purple crystal with his thought power. However, the purple crystal in Aurora's brain is extremely tough. His mind power can only leave light marks on it, and it was quickly repaired by the purple crystal itself. Saw! Just as he finished speaking, Han Xiao used the Emperor to leave the battlefield and appeared immediately next to Aurora. Without saying a word, he stabbed Aurora and exposes the battle information and immediately checks Aurora's condition. All Aurora's abilities turned into frozen gray, and there was a special state on the attribute bar. Illusion, a lock of heart. Close the individual's thinking and consciousness and enter the vegetative state. The recipient will fall into an infinite virtual illusion formed by factors such as their own ambition, longing, imagination, fear, dreams, pursuits, etc. If the recipient treats the illusion as reality, it will constantly provide energy for the seal, so that the strength of the seal will not weaken with time, but will gradually increase. At the same time, the weaker the strength of the recipient, the more difficult it is to see through the illusion. Duration. Unknown, the thought seal that Sorajin is also difficult to break. Must be the characteristics of the universe treasure at play. Han Xiao's mind flashed through the purple crystal leaves taken out by the King of Heart Tree. His face tightened slightly, and there was no relevant information about this item in his previous life. The explosion just now ignored the distance and attack path and became a direct blow within range, just like a mental shock that directly acted on an individual. As long as Aurora was not tightly wrapped in space-time amber, there would always be holes entering and being attacked. If this trick is used to other people, it is also a powerful threat, but the Heart Tree King only uses it to one person, and the purple crystal leaves are damaged after use, so there may be some restrictions. This is not good. Aurora's current energy level is still too low. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Aurora's superpowers are special, but her own level is limited. The seal effect imposed by the King of Heart Tree is naturally significant. The chance of relying on her to see through the illusion is too low. If her hard power can reach the peak and super A level, the seal will definitely not be as strong as it is now. The guys who master the mental ability come here to try to unblock them. Han Xiao immediately issued an order. No time to stay here, and quickly activate the repetitive horizontal jump function of the Emperor and return to his original position. However, after just a short while, the mechanical god who lost the core maintenance was removed by the Dingshu King. He had to use mechanical force to connect the broken bodies, reunited, and continued to chop against the Dingshu King, and shot the arc. We learned that the nurse had fallen. Many Super A-level players were in a hurry and wanted to leave their opponents and go back to observe Aurora's situation. However, the World Tree powerhouse also received the instructions from the King of Heart Tree. He was very excited and tangled up with all his strength to prevent the Super A-level players from leaving. Your recovery psychic abilities were knocked down by the Tree King. Let's see how you recover. Aren't you not afraid of death? Come on, keep fighting hard. Without confidence, do you dare to exchange injuries for injuries? In the spiritual network, many World Tree powerhouses were very excited and sneered. The situation of the last battle is vivid in my mind. These enemies rely on the nurse behind them to exchange injuries with them. Even if they are severely injured again and again, they can get alive with a single bite of milk, which makes them very uncomfortable. In the end, they have to use the self-destructive tactic, but they just drag a few people to bury with them. When they thought of the embarrassing battle last time, many World Tree powerhouses were very angry. At this moment, the King of Heart Tree used methods to sweep away the confidence of these enemies. The World Tree Super A-level people became energetic, and they felt that they could finally play their usual strengths when they could defend the clouds and see the moon brightly. In terms of exchanging life for life, they have never been afraid of anyone. King Dingshu turned his body and bounced off Han Xiao's attack. Hearing the commotion in the spiritual network, he couldn't help but send a spiritual message to King Xinshu and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure that this can seal the enemy's recovery abilities forever?" I didn't say forever. As long as the person with enough mental ability spends a lot of time to wipe out the seal, it will be unlocked sooner or later. But as long as the person with the recovery abilities cannot play a role in this battle, my goal will be achieved. King Xinshu put the cracked purple crystal leaves into his body, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly said, "Without the recovery abilities, the battle loss will return to normal. As long as we fight the enemy's sufficient advanced combat power in this battle, causing substantial losses, even if the abilities wake up later, it will be useless." In his opinion, even if the recovery abilities are sealed in one battle, he can successfully redeem the sun. As long as he kills enough enemy advanced combat power at one time, he can exert the advantage of snowballing the World Tree. At this moment, the plan had been mostly successful. King Shu was relieved and re-entered the battle. He cooperated with King Dingshu and Siege Han Xiao. For a moment, the three of them fought hard to solve. Not long after, some Super A-level players finally got rid of their opponents with the help of their teammates, returned to the fleet, and came to Aurora, but after checking, they all fell to slump. The situation is not good. This thinking seal is too strong and is protected by a special force. Even if we, the group of people, will not be able to untie it in a short time. Saori's voice sounded in the channel. "You can't do it either?" The Sun Hunter was surprised. Saori shook her head. "Although I have infinite strength, my mind's strength has an upper limit after all. Just like water flowing constantly eroding the reefs, it takes time." After hearing Saori's words, many members of the association felt a little sad and thought to themselves that something was wrong. The next moment, an association member immediately made a suggestion on the channel. "Blackstar, why don't we withdraw first and fight with them after the seal of Aurora is untied? You will watch us retreat when the World Tree will watch us retreat. And even if we withdraw, the halo of the Tree King will continue to take effect. The front line of defense is likely to be unable to withstand it. When the seal of Aurora is untied, it is hard to say whether they will give a chance. By then, the daylily will be cold." Before Han Xiao could speak, Ulu took the lead in speaking. A large number of direct descendants were still fighting with their opponents. Seeing this scene, many members of the association who had the intention to retreat could not escape at the last minute and could only continue fighting. However, without the protection of a nurse, a large number of members of the association, considering their own safety, dare not fight as hard as last time and be restrained. Their combat power burst out is far less than that of the first fight. Instead, they were faintly suppressed by the fierce and fearless World Tree powerhouses. Fortunately, the number was dominant this time, and a group of recovered people supported the situation, otherwise the damage to the war might overtake the other side. Many Super A-level players had their own thoughts and fought fiercely. This time the battle was much more bloody. Both sides frequently suffered deaths, and the damage to the war continued to expand. Haha, without the recovery abilities, your true colors will be revealed, and the casualties are getting bigger and bigger. How long can you bear it? Han Xiao responded to the siege of King Dingshu and King Xinshu, and the other party's teasing spiritual message sounded in his mind. Boom! The energy explosion, a faint blue compression convergence cannon bombarded the king of Dingshu. Han Xiao took the opportunity to glance at the loss of Super A level. He was in a state of unrest, and did not care at all, and did not respond to the other party's ridicule at all. Turning back, Han Xiao fought with the king of Dingshu, who rushed up again. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his brain area, and he was thrown away by the king of Heart Tree for several times. Shaking his head, Han Xiao felt a little tricky. One Tree King alone is already difficult enough. It is even harder to deal with the two guys. Being besieged by these two guys, although I can withstand the offensive, it is difficult to cause any effective damage to them. Someone must share the pressure for me to let me free up my hands to deal with the only one. The thought flashed, and Han Xiao gritted his teeth and kept glancing at the king of Heart Tree. His goal is not to be stalemate with the two of them. If he can catch a Tree King here, it would be best. No matter how bad he is, he has to kill one and let the other party enter the dormant period. If he let the other party escape unscathed, it would be a loss. I was dragged like this, and the two Tree Kings took care of each other. If they wanted to leave, I would probably not be able to stop them. Han Xiao's goal is King of Heart Tree. After all, King of Destiny in the field is just a dominant clone, and there is no need to deal with it. But someone must restrain him. Although Dingshu King is a stranger, his strength is worthy of the identity of the Tree King, and he is also the best among the peak Super A-level players. The World Tree War in the previous life was a very late version. Now that the war has been ahead of many years, Han Xiao can only think that the Dingshu King was the mechanical Tree King of this period, and he lost his position in the future so that the Emperor Tree King would later be over. As for the reason, there is no way to know at this time. Squeezing down the distracting thoughts in his heart, Han Xiao took a look at the battle situation and saw that most of his teammates were fighting bloody battles and his clones were unable to do anything. He couldn't help but have a flash of eyes, switch to the communication channel, and send a dispatch command to a foreign player. At this time, a sense of crisis came. Han Xiao hurriedly opened the Emperor's robe. He saw what skill was used by the King of Dingshu. The double-headed battle blade rolled up a vortex-like green energy and suddenly hit him, exploding a series of green flames, and the huge body was knocked away for a distance. Oomph! You dare to be distracted in front of me. I think you don't take me seriously at all. King Dingshu waved his sword, and his tone was cold. Why? Do you want the great, powerful Tianlong? Han Xiao TSK and replied casually to a meme that the other party couldn't understand. Oomph, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to restrain you, so don't try to free up your hands to help other companions. King Dingshu raised his sword and pointed at Han Xiao. Are you a pig? Humph. Han Xiao was not willing to be outdone. He found that when the world tree, strong men like chat streams when fighting. Foreigners, they think you have an almost immortal body. I'll try to kill you today. King Dingshu opened the full armored muzzle and shot out dense beams of light, then swung the battle blade and was about to rush up. However, at this moment, the light of the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter suddenly flashed behind Han Xiao, and a huge mechanical god suddenly descended, and the flesh and blood mixed with the machinery was Hai Bolong. The war in the intercepting circle has been fought for a month, and Hai Bolong was on standby early. As soon as he received the news from Han Xiao, he took a teleporter and came directly from the Shining World. And in the stalemate before the outbreak of this war, he had completed his own weapon loading, and now he is fully armed and in the peak of his state. World Tree, our war is not over yet. The wide area channel heard the angrily shout of Hai Boron, and countless thrusters were activated together. The huge majesty pushed Hyberon to accelerate continuously. The huge blade in his hand rolled up his secret energy and slashed towards the king of Ding Tree. Clang! Hebelong cut off the blocking posture of the king of deciding trees with one blow, and the shock wave swept out. Another new force entered the field, and many world tree powerhouses looked at each other and were stunned. You guy, Hebelong, are you still alive? King Dingshu was shocked. Every one of the world tree powerhouses present knew Hyberon and had fought against him when he destroyed the Kama Republic. He was very impressed by this enemy. The King of Heart Tree was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized it and felt that he understood the truth. So that's it. The initial information of this civilization on our world tree came from you. Many world tree powerhouses were revived and suddenly became enlightened. No wonder this civilization showed a certain level of understanding of the world tree when it first came into contact with it. The insider who was invaded in his hometown of Hebelong was the best source of information, which makes sense. The members of the world tree still remember every battle. Although the Kama Republic is not a powerful opponent, Hyberon made many world tree strong people remember it deeply, and some people even participated in the siege. This was a rare prey that slipped away from their hands. After the Kama Republic falls, it disappeared into the vast universe. After experiencing the initial surprise, King Dingshu quickly recovered from the surprise of seeing his acquaintance, activated the protective equipment of the body, resisted the angry attack of Heberon, and spoke coldly. A loser whose civilization has been destroyed will not hide and survive, and he dares to continue to fight against us. Last time you saved your life, this time you're not so lucky. The Mother Tree has always wanted to devour you. You might as well take the initiative to merge with us and reunite with your compatriots. As long as I'm still alive, the glory of the Kama Republic will never disappear. Heberon suddenly inserted into the King Dingshu's thick shield and embedded it in it. Suddenly, two new mechanical arms grew on his shoulder, vigorously clamped the King Dingshu's body and fixed it directly in front of him. Then the flesh and blood in his chest slid open, revealing a large energy radiating port, and a strong light flashed instantly. Boom! A dark red beam with an extremely thick diameter squirted out. Flashing in a flash, the chest of the Dingshu King's body had been penetrated, leaving a huge hole with a torn edge, and broken mechanical parts were flying all over the sky. The damage was not light at this moment. King Dingshu hurriedly operated the flow field and force structure of the high-load operation body. A huge force surged. He immediately cut off his mechanical arm with a backhand, kicked Hebelong away with a kick, leaving a deep, huge footprint on the opponent's abdomen armor, and opened a distance. Some of the mechanical warriors around him returned to their nests like tired birds, turning their heads and pouring into the body of the King of Dingshu. A large number of mechanical structures flowed in the body, quickly filling the wounds in their chests. Hebelong's huge body stopped the retreating momentum, raised his hand, and shook out an invisible special force field, covering the King of Dingshu. He saw that the King of Dingshu's body had a stiff movement, as if he had been hit by the fixed technique. Just as the cracking device that comes with Dingshu King's body is in the high-speed analysis of the operating principle of the force field, Hebelong held the weapon in both hands, and his muscles and machinery twisted, accumulating a steady stream of power. Dark red streaming light emerged on the body's surface, and the energy reaction soared. The next moment, Hebelong's huge body suddenly became empty, turned into a red thunder, and rushed forward, instantly intersecting with the King of Dingshu, as if teleporting behind the other party. The gods moved. Sao! A flash of lightning passed, and a huge gap was cut out from the waist of the Dingshu King, almost slashed in half with a knife. The energy continued to destroy the inside of the body along the wound, and the wound was still expanding. The space around Dingshu King shook, and suddenly broke the control of the force field, covered the wound on his waist, and at the same time, he turned around urgently to block the resurgence of Hebelong's sprint. The force was transmitted to his arms along the collision blade, causing a violent vibration. A large piece of components in both sides were shaken and malfunctioned. Difficult guy. King Dingshu held Haibelong's weapon and couldn't stop. He glanced at Han Xiao and found that the guy had left him behind and turned to face King Xinshu. He wanted to help, but couldn't get rid of it. Although he called Haiberon a loser, he had to admit that this guy had the ability to restrain him. On the other hand, Han Xiao finally got rid of the situation of 2-on-1, holding the mechanical core like a black tide, chasing the Heart Tree King and making a comeback. The mind power barrier fought against the light and rain all over the sky, as if fireworks were constantly exploded. The King of Heart Tree slid, avoiding Han Xiao's slash. The roots of the world tree brought by the transformation were like several tentacles surrounding him, resisting the gathering of fire from all directions for him, and said lightly, "I have to say that in the process of conquering the universe, you're almost the most difficult super energy body we have ever encountered. There are not many people who are qualified to compete with you. Because of your existence, our huge group of foreign powers has almost no place to use it. Otherwise, your advanced combat power will not be able to compete with us at all." Han Xiao turned a deaf ear, slapped his palm, and the anti-mind power device released waves of fluctuations. The thought power barrier seemed to be attacked by a weak point, bursting one after another, forcing the King of Heart Tree to increase his energy investment and stabilize the strength of the thought power. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't speak, King Xinshu was not discouraged and continued, "I can give you a promise. If you are willing to leave, the world tree will not pursue you and your companions, nor can you pursue them. You can stay away from this battle that will definitely be defeated. The universe is so big that you can live anywhere. Living is more important than anything else. You haven't won yet. Don't be too confident." Han Xiao responded calmly, ignoring the pain of his brain being tortured by repeated mental attacks. And then another knife was throwing out a chopping wave, colliding with King Xinshu's mind power. King Xinshu shook his head. It is difficult for advanced combat power to determine the direction of cosmic wars. Even if you can withstand the attacks at our advanced combat power level again and again, you cannot change the trend of frontal wars. You are doomed to be defeated. In fact, you have another choice. Just join us and become a member of the World Tree, and join forces with us to fight the universe. With your ability, you can replace the position of King Dingshu. Want to instigate me? Han Xiao sneered secretly. Not to mention whether I want to become a puppet who has lost my free will. Just as the identity of a strong foreign race, it is impossible to become a tree king. You should keep it and fool others in this set. King Xinshu didn't care. Even if you kill me and make our fleet in this war zone lose the blessing of the power of the world tree, we may not be able to break through your defense line in normal combat. For this small chance, we have paid the price of sacrifice of a large amount of advanced combat power. Is it worth it? Han Xiao was too lazy to respond, activated another Legion's combat skills, and instead provided agility and ranged attack rate bonuses, making the mechanical core more flexible. The continuous energy and weapon rays were like to pouring rain, hitting the roots of the world tree, with crackling, peeling off one piece of debris after another. Seeing this, King of Hearts was relentless and continued to use the chat stream tactics. You and I cannot tell the winner. I have seen the battle between you and King of Jinshu, and will not fall into the same trap. Wow, you can make a fuss. You are almost catching up with me. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. However, he thought about it again and felt that what King Xinshu said was quite reasonable. If the other party was prepared, it would not be easy to copy the tactics of King Jinshu. If you fight normally, you do have the upper hand, but at a critical moment, the King of Heart Tree has the choice of self-destruction and retreating to accept fleet protection, and the chance of killing is very small. After a change of thought, Han Xiao opened the private chat channel and contacted Hela. Hela, you withdraw from the battlefield first and go to Aurora to stand by. Hela's tone was filled with a sharp, murderous intent, but it was just aimed at the enemy. After Aurora lost consciousness, Hera suddenly entered a violent state, killing and killing in the battlefield, and no longer sending the dead into the underworld, but crushing them all in his sole power to enhance themselves. He has a strong sense of existence in the battlefield and has killed 2 holy tree messengers. The dead have only one soul. If it is sent to the underworld as a heroic spirit, it will not be able to trigger the rapid growth characteristics of the power of the dead. The interstellar battlefield is like a meat grinder. Most of the time, Hela follows Han Xiao's philosophy and sends soldiers sacrificed by the 3 major civilizations into the underworld. Only in a few cases will it be used to enhance itself. However, even so, due to the huge base, Hela's combat power is growing and its progress is amazing, which is completely different from before the war. Even if it does not have the characteristic of shortening life, there are not many people in the association who are confident of defeating her. I have a plan to try to deal with this tree king who knocked Aurora unconscious. Follow my instructions. Okay, the one Hela wanted to kill the most now was the king of Heart Tree. Hearing that Han Xiao had a plan, he quickly recovered a little calmer. He glanced at the scarred ancestor spirit in front of him, pressed his murderous intent in his heart, rolled up the death energy like a sea of blood, and retreated to the direction of the 3 civilized fleets. Away from the entanglement of world tree powerhouses, Hela struggled to return to the spaceship where Aurora was. In order to escape from the battle circle, she added a lot of new injuries to her body. Although the nurse fell temporarily, her power of the dead itself had a good self-resilience, and the wounds gradually healed. Suddenly, a light flashed in the cabin, and a mechanical warrior covered in the Emperor teleported over and handed the things in his hand to Hela. This is... Hela looked down at the things in the mechanical warrior's hands. A look of surprise appeared on his expressionless face. He glanced at the crew members around him coldly. Seeing that no one was moving, he took it into his hand. At this time, Han Xiao's voice sounded in the private channel. This thing is for you for now. I've been practicing before, so I know how to use it, right? Hyla said in a deep voice. What is your plan? I will try to create an opportunity later. If it succeeds, you will immediately use the Emperor on the mechanical warrior to teleport over, then connect your Dead Sea to sneak, teleport to the target to use it. Han Xiao quickly explained. I understand. Hyla nodded and glanced at the thing in her hand. It was a white or crystal the size of a palm. This item is the original amber of time and space. Han Xiao generally would not give this thing to others for use, but this time he probably needs someone else to do it. Over the past few months, he has trained Hela at the sprint of how to use this cosmic treasure in order to form a new tactic with the Tsanglong bond. After Philip's combat simulation, he found that in most cases, a simple lifespan of heaven and earth can only kill the Tree King or force him to explode. At present, it seems that this new tactic is the method with the relatively highest seal success rate. Keeping the private channel open, Han Xiao stared at the King of Heart Tree, who was easily dodging during the siege of the Mechanical Legion, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. I hope this trick works. The Super A-level combat area is distributed everywhere on the battlefield, and bloody battles are being fought. The individual powers on both sides have fallen and sacrificed one after another. The fleets of both sides are also in fierce battles. The World Tree Army, which continues to be blessed by the halo of the Tree King, is constantly advancing. Although the 3 major civilizations continue to reinforce, the defense line still retreats with a slow but firm trend. As the fleet battlefield situation continues to change, the combat areas of Super A-class are also shifting again and again with the actions of each other's fleets. Emmys was moving in the star space, controlling the force field, constantly harassing the enemy or helping his comrades around him, with blood stains on his skirt. There are more than a dozen Super A-level team battles in the combat area where she is located. The members of the association teamed up with the direct, powerful men to fight the enemy, gaining a slight advantage. The force field superpower has a versatile characteristic which can attack and defend. Emmers mainly plays a control role on the field. Occasionally, he will concentrate the force field or drag the warship to launch an attack, and his lethality is not low. He stretched out his palm and released the dragon's gaze at a holy tree messenger. Emers quickly glanced at the battlefield and found that the battlefield between Heilong and King Dingshu, Han Xiao, and King Xinshu had moved to a very far place. The layers of warships in the battlefield almost covered their figures, and he could only occasionally see the energy light flashing there, which was far more intense than this one. It seems that he doesn't kill the Tree King so quickly. Emmys frowned slightly, withdrew his gaze, shook his body and flashed a condensed photon beam, and raised his hand to sweep out a light green shock wave as a counterattack. After a blink of an eye, he looked at the battlefield where he was and saw that the enemy had a brief flaw. Emmys was about to call on his teammates to cooperate and create time for her to accumulate energy, but at this time the other party threw a wave of concentrated fire towards her. Several members of the association who were supposed to be blocking her in front dodged directly. She had to stop the idea of accumulating energy and had no choice but to dodge. This is not possible. It cannot kill the enemy. Emers glanced at several members of the association and shook his head gently. Although they have always had the upper hand, they have not caused much effective damage to the enemy. Every time they want to go further, the World Tree powerhouses become more and more fearless, while the comrades of the members of the association are shrunk because of this, and they do not want to be injured and bear it, causing them to lose the opportunity to expand their advantages again and again. The temporary loss of a nurse has had a huge impact on the super A-level battle situation. Most members of the association have lost the mentality of fighting last time and are unwilling to be injured. The combat style has suddenly become conservative, while the World Tree powerhouse is becoming more and more fierce. One is rising and the other is getting worse. Emmys heard from the channel that many members of the association were dissatisfied with Han Xiao's attack plan this time. The initial plan was to quickly kill the Tree King to reduce the disadvantages of the front battlefield. But now the two sides were in a stalemate. Black Star failed to achieve the goal, and Aurora was temporarily knocked down, resulting in many super A-level sacrifices. In their eyes, the plan failed and the loss was stable. And after fighting for so long, the frontal battlefield has become worse. Even if you kill the Tree King now, you may not be able to recover the defeat. Therefore, in the eyes of many members of the association, the sacrifice of this attack plan is meaningless, but instead makes many people lose a one-time chance of recovery of the sanctuary. So there are quite complaints. Members of the Super A-Level Association have made the worst plans and are still convinced that the sanctuary has only recovered once, and have not taken Han Xiao's claim to convince the resuscitators seriously. Many people have already developed the intention to retreat, but they cannot escape the battle for the time being, so they can only protect themselves and are unwilling to pay the price to kill their opponents. Such a conservative mentality has affected the performance of combat power, and Emmys has no choice but to cooperate with her teammates to advance and retreat. She has no intention of rushing into the enemy pile alone. At this moment, a holy tree messenger suddenly stopped. As if the damage had accumulated to its limit, his body stiffened, revealing a conspicuous flaw. Opportunity! Emmys and many teammates immediately changed the target, and all the members gathered to burn this person. All kinds of abilities smashed the defensive shields built by the opponent in a hurry, and all fell on him, exploded blood flowers, and instantly injured him. Everyone was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill an enemy. But several other World Tree powerhouses suddenly burst out with all their strength, bringing abundant energy to blast towards the seriously injured teammate, trying to force them to retreat like the previous few times. Faced with a powerful offensive, the members of various associations hesitated and retreated without responding head-on. It was not that they could not bear to take it over and kill it, but they were unwilling to give up this opportunity than to be injured. Seeing this, Emmys was a little helpless. This situation had happened several times. Due to the retreat of the comrades of the members of the association, they missed many opportunities. But at this moment, a determined voice suddenly sounded in the channel. "Cover me." A strong teammate of a direct line suddenly refused to retreat, but advanced, facing this wave of offensive. The picture was like a surfer charging towards a tsunami. The shield on his body was instantly torn apart by multiple attack waves of super A-level combined force, and wounds exploded from his body. Everyone was shocked and didn't care about anything else. They quickly stopped and used a ranged attack to cover the teammate. He ignored the damage of his body and forced himself to pass through the attack wave with huge power, launching a resolute and decisive charge towards the seriously injured World Tree powerhouse. All the martial arts aura condensed on it, regardless of the enemy teammates who were rushing to help. Bang! The two figures collided with each other, and the seriously injured World Tree Super A-level saw the enemy rushing towards him, and started to explode without hesitation. Emmys and his group had only time to see this figure who was super A-level and had no intention of retreating, and the next moment, his vision was covered by whiteness. Boom! A round of strong light burst out, and a huge energy ball rose. Before the light disappeared, the surrounding World Tree powerhouses were still releasing attacks toward the self-destruction area one after another. The crowd quickly retreated for a while, and after the self-destruction energy was released, they looked at this area again, and only incomplete corpses were left in the field. There are no one. Everyone's faces were complicated. The direct line who died in battle was not a resurgent. Knowing that the sanctuary had only one chance to recover, they still refused to trade their lives for the opportunity to seize the opportunity. This is something they could never do. These direct liners who serve civilization have a purer attitude towards this war than theirs and are ready to die. Emmy shook her head gently, and she asked herself that she was not so great and she didn't want it to be great. Time passes by rapidly in the fierce battle. In the battlefield with countless mechanical fragments floating, Han Xiao and King Xinshu have been fighting for a long time, and both sides have consumed a certain amount of money. In contrast, the King of Heart Tree consumes more, which is not only Han Xiao's energy level suppression, but also a professional target. After all, mental attacks are ineffective against mechanical warriors, and Han Xiao's original body is not afraid of his mental strikes. Only the physical attack power can play a role, which is destined to be at a disadvantage when facing Han Xiao. The green light on the body of the Heart Tree King dimmed a lot, and the roots of the World Tree brought about by the transformation have been blown up by most of the time. The state is far worse than the beginning of the fight, and there is also a vague delay in the action. He once again used mind power to block the firepower of a mechanical force from the air. King of Heart Tree sent another spiritual message to Han Xiao and said lightly, "Did you see it? Your defeat has been achieved. Even if you kill me, you cannot save the overall situation." Hearing this, Han Xiao looked at the battle situation and couldn't help but click. The World Tree army in this war zone continues to advance and has broken through the defense zone in part, crossed several fronts, forming an irreversible trend. At least 80% of the chance to break through the interception circle and turn this into a breakthrough for the overall battle situation. In a war of hundreds of billions of dollars, the victory or defeat of advanced combat power can no longer reverse the situation. When we arrive at your territory, the Mother Tree will enjoy your world inch by inch. You don't have any chance. Do you want to reconsider my previous suggestions? The King of Heart Tree continued to bewitch you. Han Xiao didn't say anything and turned his head and just responded with a knife. The King of Heart Tree hurriedly dodged, but was wiped by Yoning for a moment. The barrier of mind power was broken, and the root of the overwhelmed World Tree was broken again. It seems that your attitude is very firm. The King of Heart Tree smiled on the surface, but his heart was filled with awesomeness, and he had already felt a desire to retreat. After this battle, he had already found that he could not beat this foreigner. Just a bunch of amazingly powerful apostle weapons was enough for him to drink a pot, and the injuries in his body were so hot that it hurt. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid you will really fall here. Other Super A-level players are probably about to be freed up. It's time to withdraw, King of Hearts said intimately. The World Tree powerful man who went to the battle has already sacrificed a lot, because the opponent was present at a higher number of Super A levels. The King of Heart Tree knew that the casualties on his side would only increase like a snowball. It won't take long before other Super A levels would come to help this foreigner deal with him. It would be difficult to leave at that time. Although he was ready to die here when he set out, the do easy tactic has taken effect and has a significant effect. There is no need to continue fighting here. It is best to save a life. The thought was certain, and the King of Heart Tree no longer used chat streams to bombard him. He immediately changed his playing style, tried to break through and retreat, trying to get rid of Han Xiao's mechanical troops' siege and entanglement, and return to the fleet to receive protection. Seeing the changes in the trend of the King of Hearts, Han Xiao's eyes moved. He finally wanted to run away. It seems that he has almost consumed it. You can implement the plan. Han Xiao immediately issued direct instructions to the battle intelligence, and saw that the mechanical troops immediately surrounded and intercepted them, guiding the King of Hearts by adjusting the weak points of the encirclement. At the same time, he took the initiative to send a message to King Xinshu. You will die here today. This time, King Xinshu turned a deaf ear to him, and he buried his head in avoiding the gathering of fire from the mechanical troops and quickly found his weakness to break through. After Han Xiao shouted, he stared at the change of formation. Seeing that the King of Heart Tree was slowly forced to the right position, his body flashed with force. Buzz! A master clone wrapped in mechanical power suddenly shot out from the mechanical god and flew towards the King of Heart Tree, emitting top-notch Super A-level amazing energy. Aware of the sense of crisis coming, King Shu suddenly turned his head, gathered his mind's motivation, and swept towards the master's clone. If it hits, it will definitely be able to knock it away. But in this second, a golden energy suddenly burst out from the dominant branch's body. The whole person seemed to turn into an indomitable golden chariot, instantly crushing the mind power, without any effect, locking the Heart Tree King to charge, and its speed soared like endlessly. The King of Heart Tree was a little surprised and controlled the last world tree root and smashed it over, intending to stop it, but the master's clone was knocked away, and he couldn't even slow it down. Seeing this, Han Xiao, who was staying in the body of the mechanical god who had not fallen apart, couldn't help but pinch his fists and sweated. The original body is so close, but he used the master to come, naturally, in order to capture the King of Heart Tree alive. For this reason, he activated 2 character cards at once, Silver Shadows, Comet Sliding, and Aulu's Golden Treasure Ship, Crashing Corner. The former is endless acceleration, while the latter is the state of dominance that is not under any control during the charge. Success or failure is a move in this way. Han Xiao bets on the King of Hearts without self-destruction before he gets close to him. The alert signs of the Heart Tree King became more and more obvious, and he hurriedly retreated. However, the charge of the dominant clone became faster and faster, and there were mechanical troops around him to restrain him. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened, and in the blink of an eye, there was only the last small section left. Seeing the master's clone rapidly enlarge in his vision, one thought after another flashed through the mind of the King of Heart Tree, and a self-explosion immediately came to his mind. But he was thinking a lot, and he figured out Han Xiao's meaning, and in a hurry, he didn't immediately make up his mind like the simple-minded king of Shu. And just like this moment of hesitation, the master clone wrapped in golden energy bumped into him and threw himself into his arms, and his biochemical muscles swelled in an instant. The King of Heart Tree only felt a great force stalking his body. Not only could he not move, but the cells in his body were suppressed, and he was shocked. Is this move a forceful control technique of martial artists? I'm hit. Han Xiao was excited and his fists clenched excitedly. In order to cooperate with this move, he especially debugged a group of dominant bodies specializing in melee combat in the past few months, which can withstand his strength and endurance attributes to the maximum extent, allowing Songlong Bond to exert stronger power. The strength and endurance of the Heart Tree King is far inferior to that of the martial artists. After the force control time, he does not break free so quickly. Just as the Heart Tree King was attacked, the surrounding mechanical troops were ready to release a force field to cover them with more control methods. Hella! Han Xiao shouted violently. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed among the mechanical troops not far from the Heart Tree King. Hela suddenly appeared beside an apostle weapon that quietly carried the throne, and the bright red Dead Sea spread out instantly. The next moment, Hyla's body sank into the Dead Sea and appeared beside the King of Heart Tree in the blink of an eye. He held the amber of time and space in his hand and pressed decisively towards the King of Heart Tree. The amber light of time and space flashed, and the frozen time and space quickly amplified and generated, covering the unmovable Heart Tree King and the Master Clone at the same time. The King of Heart Tree widened his eyes, but he couldn't even speak. His experience was transmitted through the spiritual network, and the surrounding fleet immediately turned the gun and poured firepower towards this side. The World Tree powerhouse distributed everywhere was shocked and retreated at the same time, sprinting like crazy in the direction of the Heart Tree King. Oh no! King Dingshu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't bother to deal with the enemy and turned to support King Xinshu. However, he was slashed by Heibelong, a large piece of propeller on his back with a knife. Han Xiao had already consciously distanced the battlefield, putting the Heart Tree King in a lonely situation. There was no World Tree Super A level around him to arrive quickly. Just as the pair of shocked, angered, horrified, and disbelief were watched, a new space-time amber ball was formed, freezing the shocked expression of the King of Heart Tree. Hela stared at the shocked King of Heart Tree in the amber, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. If you hurt my sister, you should stay forever. Thanks to Chin_1's leader for rewarding. Recently, there was a network author with no holidays flash screen event, and the rewards are good. If you're interested, you can check it out, the end of this chapter. The King of Heart Tree was in a strange posture and was locked by the dominant clone, and was trapped in the amber of time and space. At this moment, time seemed to be still. This world-famous painting fell into the eyes of all the Super A-level people on both sides. A rich surprise gushed out from the Super A-level eyes of the three major civilizations, like a mountain torrent. Black Star succeeded. Beautiful. That Tree King didn't have time to explode. Support with all his strength. Don't let those enemies rush over and harass Black Star. A large number of Super A-level morale boosted, sweeping away the sluggishness of losing the nurse, and launching a fierce attack on the World Tree powerhouses who were anxious to escape from the battle. The emotions of all the World Tree powerhouses were the opposite, and their rapidly changing expressions were filled with shock and anger. They didn't bother with their opponents and rushed towards Han Xiao like crazy, trying to grab the King of Hearts. However, the moment Han Xiao succeeded, he controlled the mechanical god and started to move again. He grabbed the space-time amber ball, swallowed it into his body, and then recovered the space-time amber body in Hyla's hand. Then, without saying a word, he used the mechanical force as a shield to block the firepower of the World Tree fleet around him, and flew at full speed in the opposite direction, no longer in love with his battle, and his goal was to withdraw from the battlefield. In order to seduce the three major civilizations, the King of Heart Tree will naturally not go deep into the World Tree fleet. The combat area is located on the edge of the fleet's periphery. Even if the World Tree fleet is determined to intercept Han Xiao, it will be beyond the reach. Han Xiao paid a team of mechanical warriors and quickly broke into the melee zone in the middle of the battlefield. Many World Tree powerhouses didn't care about many and surrounded them in batches, trying to hinder Han Xiao's return. However, the three civilizations chasing Super A-level cover for Han Xiao, restraining one opponent after another. The energy light wheels that flashed during the battle kept lit up around Han Xiao, sweeping out a road. King Dingshu fought with Hai Bolong again, and the violent vibration was transmitted in the body. He also wanted to support King Xinshu, but he couldn't get rid of Hai Bolong's entanglement and could not raise the speed at all. He could only watch Han Xiao's figure getting farther and farther away, so angry that his energy core was about to be overloaded. Damn it! The King of Shu is better at brains than you. King Dingshu was very annoyed. Although Duizi's tactics had been greatly successful, It would be enough to withdraw now. If it doesn't work, it's better to kill yourself. Unexpectedly, he fell at the last moment. He was originally a big victory with no losses, and he was sure to make a profit, but now he could become a real dizzy. He had already greeted the ancestors of King Xinshu in his heart for the 18 generations. Just because he thought about it for a moment, King Xinshu did not self-destruct and was caught away directly. This was a fatal mistake that King Xinshu did not make even the Tree King. It was simply the shame of King Chu. The next thing can only be decided by the ancestral Tree King. Seeing that Han Xiao was trampling through many obstacles and was about to return to the 3 civilized fleets, King Dingshu was obsessed with the fact that he could not do anything. A lightning flashed in his eyes and spoke in a deep voice in the spiritual network. Everyone, don't chase me. Withdraw everything. No love fight. King Dingshu was currently captured alive, and the only one who presided over the overall situation was King Dingshu. He took over the leadership without hesitation and issued an order to retreat to all world tree super A-level world trees. There was no Tree King. He was worried that Han Xiao would continue to seal more powerful people, so he simply chose to stop and order all the people to escape from the battle. When many world tree powerhouses heard the order, their bodies were chasing slightly. They looked at Han Xiao's increasingly smaller back unwillingly, but chose to follow the wishes of the king of Ding trees and stop the pursuit. While dealing with the entanglement of the 3 civilizations, they quickly retreated to the World Tree Fleet. Far-distance warship groups also provided long-range support to help them get rid of their opponents. Many super A-level people did not pursue them in depth. They took advantage of the victory and chased for a while, killing several World Tree powerhouses who had lost their flaws due to temporary transfer of their targets. Then they retreated tacitly under the leadership of the association members and did not dare to follow the remaining World Tree powerhouses into the fleet. They were the ones who were in danger. Seeing this, Heibelong did not dare to continue to go deeper alone. He fought with King Dingshu for a few times, gradually shifted the battlefield to meet with many companions, and completed the battle. His eyes flashed with mechanical power and electric light were tightly gripped with King Dingshu, full of murderous intent, as if he was saying, "I'll want you to look good next time I meet." King Dingshu looked at the acquaintance deeply and said nothing. He took the World Tree powerful man who had left the battle and retreated and sank into the World Tree ship group. Starships moved over, layer by layer, blocking the sight of Hai Bolong and others, and no more could see the figures of many World Tree strongmen. With the evacuation of the remaining World Trees Super A-level battle, the battle between the advanced combat powers of both sides ended. The members of the association and the direct powerful men did not stay in the battlefield, and they all crossed the battlefield with artillery fire and returned to the 3 civilized fleets. Everyone put away their weapons and returned to the temporary command ship behind the battlefield. As soon as they walked into the bridge command room, they saw that Han Xiao, Hela, and others were already here, and Simon and many commanders' long-range projections were also gathered here, pointing around the king of heart trees, space-time amber, and talking. Black Star, our frontal defense line can no longer be supported, and there are also trends of defeat in several other war zones. It is a foregone conclusion that the World Tree breaks through the interception circle. We are mobilizing troops to retreat, but this is not your problem. You have done a good job, at least caught one of the Tree Kings and returned. Simon's tone was low. I'll just deal with the Tree King's halo earlier. Han Xiao breathed out. Although this will help, judging from the offensive of the World Tree, this can only slightly delay their time to break through the interception circle. At most, the first one to fall is not this war zone, but other defense lines. Simon shook his head. His tone was somewhat helpless, but he was not very angry. After a month of fierce battle, the entire command layer was actually mentally prepared to be broken by the interception circle and made plans, and he would not be incompetent and furious when it really happened. What are we going to do next? No need to continue fighting. Go back to the main base first. We start evacuating in batches. The goal of the World Tree is not only to break through the interception circle, but also to clean up our troops. Since the defense line has been broken and the trend is difficult to reverse, there is no need to fight them head-on. We will use the various fortifications established in the strategic depths of the rear over the past year to carry out firepower coverage and harassment wars and try to restrain their speed of progress. Just make the decision on military matters. Han Xiao waved his hand. Simon nodded, turned to look at the Super A-level group with almost everyone injured, and moved away from the topic, saying, "Everyone, please count the damage to the battle. We need an accurate data here." Hearing this, many Super A-level people looked at each other and started to name the names. The number of people has dropped a lot compared to when they were on the battlefield. Many people died in fierce battles, mainly the direct Super A-level, and some people have recovered, while the casualties of the members of the association are relatively the least. Because this time there were many more masters, and the number was superior, resulting in more losses to the World Tree powerhouses, and only 2 or 3 survivors were surviving, and the 3 major civilizations were far less tragic. However, the World Tree did not produce all the advanced combat power. In terms of the number of combat power differences, the number of people going to fight was probably only about 1/5 to 1/4 of the total. However, although the battle loss was the best, it was much worse than the amazing record of the last time. More familiar faces disappeared. The Super A-level present could not raise their emotions, and they were still addicted to the battle just now and could not extricate themselves. They were still scared and felt that the atmosphere at this time was like clouds. The loss this time is not small. The Sun Hunter muttered, "I think we should retreat when Aurora is knocked down." Hearing his low voice, many Super A-level nodded deeply and glanced at Han Xiao with complex emotions, including helplessness and understanding, as well as dissatisfaction and complaints. If you don't catch the King of Hearts this time, it will be a loss of blood, but now you have at least gained something and have not returned without success. Although many Super A-level people still feel a little bit of a loss, looking at the King of Hearts with a weird posture in the amber, I feel some psychological comfort. Although they were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. After all, Han Xiao captured a Tree King and made contributions. At most, they felt that it was not worth it to replace so many people with an opponent. Han Xiao glanced at them casually, as if he was aware of the fire and knew these emotions well, but he had no intention of explaining them. He originally wanted to see if he could operate it, and he sat on the verge of the reviver to die in battle, but now Aurora fell directly. Although the war loss increased sharply, it facilitated his actions and did not need to make Aurora mistakes as planned. These dead resurrectionists are the best evidence to prove the truth about the resurrection in the sanctuary. He was not sad at all, but he was relieved. If this wave did not lose several resurrectionists, it would be troublesome. After listening to the Super A-level battle loss statistics, Simon sighed and shook his head. The direct line suffered heavy casualties. No matter what, at least most of the victims have a chance to recover from the sanctuary. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone was in a bad mood and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Turning to look at Hela, they are most concerned about Aurora's condition now. How is your sister's situation now? The seal is a little thicker than before. It takes time to unseal. Everyone, you can start with a rest. Let her wake up as soon as possible, and we can rest assured. Hyla said in a deep voice, "You are right. Those with mental abilities should come out. Take advantage of the evacuation to wake up Aurora first." Suai stepped out of the crowd, raised his hand to release his mind power, explored Aurora's brain domain, and began to bombard the purple crystal sealed by the mind. Many mind masters, magicians, and spiritual psychics came out one after another, cooperated with each other, and accelerated the progress. So many people joined forces, and the thinking seal slowly became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this progress, it could be completely unsealed in a few hours. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned his head to look at the King of Heart tree in the amber. He remembered that King of Hearts activated the Lock of Heart with a cosmic treasure that resembles a leaf. It was probably one of the strange things that grew up in the King of Hearts, and it was hidden in the King of Hearts. However, Han Xiao had no intention of untying Amber in the short term, and temporarily suppressed his curiosity. The World Tree Territory, Tree King Palace. The executives who did not participate in the war also learned the situation from the spiritual network, and their faces were shocked and suspicious. They were ready to die in battle, but they did not expect that the enemy would be captured alive with such strange sealing methods, and they were in panic. King Dingshu sat upright on the throne, slowly opened his eyes, lifting the Lord's arrival state, and a look of anger appeared on his face. He patted the armrest of the seat heavily, making a dull sound. "Umph, the King of Hearttree, it's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, the two thrones beside him suddenly had their roots, and two figures with different appearances appeared. Ha! It seems that the enemy this time is really very difficult. The 5 Tree Kings, one by one, and only 3 are left with combat ability. You are right. The Heart Tree King and the Tree King are useless things. One of them turned around and looked at it with a contemptuous sneer on his face, but you are not much better. Your master clone is also present, but he didn't save the Heart Tree King. The Dingshu King glanced at him coldly and snorted. "King of Secret Tree, I'm too lazy to care about you, but you'd better pay attention to your words." Huh. The Secret Tree King didn't care about it and didn't take the salted fish of Dingshu King seriously. Among the 5 Tree Kings, he couldn't stand it except the Ancestral Tree King. "Humph. I'm too lazy to argue with you." King Dingshu turned his head and looked at the Ancestral Tree King in middle seat and asked, "What should I do next? What do you think?" The Ancestral Tree King's aura was contrary to the other 4 Tree Kings. He was like an ordinary person, lacking a sense of existence. No matter whether it was appearance or body shape, it looked special. If you didn't pay attention, you might subconsciously ignore him. Hearing the question, the Ancestral Tree King had no expression on his face and said slowly, "I have tried it. The Heart Tree King is completely isolated from the outside world. The Mother Tree cannot regain his tree crown position, which means that before he is unblocked, I cannot remove his position and replace it with a new Tree King. So I must try to rescue him. At least I must regain his tree crown position. Otherwise we will not be able to let the tree god come intact." Hearing this, the faces of the Ding Tree King and the Secret Tree King became serious and were in a serious mood. They originally thought that the Heart Tree King replaced a lot of advanced combat power of the enemy alone. Although he became a real easy, the enemy still suffered even more. However, if he could not recover the tree crown position, it would be troublesome. The identity of the Tree King comes from the tree crown position, which is a special ability granted by the Mother Tree. Like the Apostle Weapon, there are quota restrictions, only 5, and there must be 5 different superpower systems. Except for the Ancestor Tree King occupying one for many years, the other 4 tree crown positions have changed over the long years. Only by collecting 5 crown positions can the tree god, who fully displays the arrival of them. This is their way to do it. "What should I do?" asked King Dingshu. The Ancestral Tree King said casually, "Don't worry for the moment. The other party civilization has not yet shown the ability to use the tree god to descend. The Heart Tree King is just sealed, and there is no danger. We have 2 solutions now. One is to wait. The enemy may develop the interest in studying the Tree King. As long as the special seal is unlocked, I can reclaim the tree crown position from a distance. The second is to send someone to rescue. Although the link between the Mother Tree and him is isolated, the direction of the broken link can still point to his position. We can organize advanced combat forces to snatch him back. Then let's focus on waiting and see when these enemies can't help it." The Dingshu King snorted. "Well, that's what I mean." The Zushu King nodded and continued. "Although we broke through the enemy's interception circle, we still need to rush to the opponent's territory. The mission of rushing for the fleet is to carry out the task without high-level combat power, and there will be no chance to take action. And, although we know the direction, the distance is unknown, and we don't know how long it takes to reach the enemy's territory. It may be years or decades, but according to the enemy's reaction, the distance should not be particularly far." The other 2 nodded silently. Also, the King of Hearts is gone, and someone needs to continue to take charge of the daily affairs here. The King of Zushu turned to look at the King of Dingshu and slowly said, "Then come on." The King of Dingshu's face collapsed. He knew how many years it would take for the fleet to reach the other side's territory. He didn't want to show up all the time. He wanted to be lazy, but he didn't dare to go against the Ancestral Tree King. So he had to respond in a muffled manner. After a few random instructions, the figure of the Ancestral Tree King quickly faded and returned to the Mother Tree. The Secret Tree King gloated and glanced at the Dingshu King and also removed the appearance. Soon the only one Dingshu King was left on the throne. "I want me to work, but I don't even have a door." King Dingshu snorted, his eyes rolled, and his mind was in trouble. By the way, the seeds of King Zhen Shu should be almost mature. When he is resurrected, he will transfer this job to King Zhenshu Shu. Anyway, he is hardworking enough and willing to do these hard and tiring tasks, so I can continue to take advantage of the situation. As soon as he thought about this, King Dingshu felt itchy and wanted King Zhenshu to immediately cheat the zombie in front of him. He couldn't help but stand up, strode away from the palace, inheriting the glorious tradition of the King of Hearts, and going out to water the King of Towns. Han Xiao and his group withdrew from the battlefield and returned to the main base of the intercepting circle in the rear. The World Tree Army had not yet advanced here and had not been affected by the war. The rear troops of the three major civilizations and major forces have lined up in a long queue, and they have invested in different high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters to withdraw the explored universe. The group boarded an evacuation ship, waiting for the team's turn to watch the real-time monitoring of the battlefield. I saw that the three major civilizations on the screen had begun to shrink their forces and stop losses quickly. The front line, composed of starships, retreated like a flood. Kant looked at it for a while and shook his head. It seems that the three major civilizations have completely decided to give up the interception circle. It is useless to fight to the death, and it only increases casualties. So naturally, we have to retreat. Manison spoke lightly. But this retreat cannot stop the World Tree from approaching the territory. Sooner or later, it will start a war in the local area and fall into the rhythm of the other party's fight to support the war. Claudy shook his head. Since Refu and others recovered, he has said more and rarely shows the coldness of being absent from before. A group of people chatted casually about the battle situation to calm down the bloody battle just now. Han Xiao did not join their conversation and watched the ceremony of the unblocking of many spiritual abilities for Aurora. After watching for a while, he suddenly found that many Super A levels were sweating. He couldn't help but wonder and asked, "How is the progress now?" "It's weird." Xui pinched his forehead and said in a surprised tone, "We have weakened the seal by more than 95%, leaving only the last thin layer, but encountered unprecedented resistance. The last bit of the seal crystal wall suddenly became indestructible, as if there was infinite power to support its existence." "Is there such a thing?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and immediately thought of the characteristics of the Phantom Heartlock. "It seems that if you hit this trick, you will fall into a dream woven by desire. The more you take it seriously and miss it, the higher the seal strength will be." He looked at Aurora carefully. As the seal was broken layer by layer, her expression was no longer lit. At this time, she closed her eyes, frowned, revealing a slight pain, as if she was saying, "Don't disturb me," in daydreaming. Could it be that the subconscious mind sensed the threat of the dream being about to disappear? So it took the illusion more and more seriously, actively secured the seal, and fought against the unsealed ones? What did this dream come true? "I hope this woman will sleep for a long time and not wake up." Han Xiao twitched, and he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and patted Sui. "Then can you unseal it?" "Don't worry. Although the barriers of seals have been much stronger, so many of us work together, we will be able to wear it through sooner or later." Sui did not look back. Han Xiao had no choice but to believe him and wait patiently by his side. After a while, Sui and his group suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, showing joy, and were about to say that the task was completed. But before they could say it, Aurora suddenly opened her eyes, woke up from her coma, and let out a shrill cry. No, the sharp shouts scared everyone, and even the many Super A-level who were analyzing the situation not far away stopped chatting and looked over in surprise. It was a happy thing for the nurse to wake up, but everyone was so scared by the throat that they were so confused. Seeing a pair of surprised and suspicious eyes staring at him, Aurora suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly stopped her mouth, but her expression was still a little dazed, as if she had not adapted to the feeling of leaving the dream, and was deciding whether it was a reality or an illusion at this time. However, perception and memory were gradually calibrated, and Aurora gradually confirmed that she was really awake this time. At this time, Han Xiao came out, stood in front of Aurora, raised his hand and touched her head, and said with concern, "Your thought seal has been lifted. How do you feel?" Aurora looked up at Han Xiao, and his delicate face suddenly turned red like fire. He quickly twisted his head aside, his eyes dodged, and said stutteringly, "I'm fine. How are you? What can I have a problem?" Seeing her expression strange, Han Xiao couldn't help but feel curious. What had you dreamed of in the seal? I. Aurora was speechless, hesitant, as if he didn't want to say it. At this time, Hyla came over, raised her hand and patted her head, saying dissatisfaction. "What do you think? Why are you dreaming about? Why don't you even open your memory to me? Don't ask. It's not an important thing anyway." Aurora glanced at Hyla, then withdrew her gaze like she was frightened and remembered her experience in the dream. Her face became brighter and red, as if she was about to seep bleeding. Seeing her strange behavior, Han Xiao and Hela looked at each other and exchanged surprised glances. However, since Aurora doesn't want to say it, they are too lazy to force it. Anyway, people have woken up, so there is no need to go into the details. Perhaps it is a secret that is unspeakable in their hearts, so it is not convenient to say it. Han Xiao stitched Ura and checked his status. Seeing that Ura's attributes had returned to normal, he no longer had to worry about Ura's dream. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward to ask about their well-being and squeezed Han Xiao and Hela aside. Aurora's emotions gradually returned to normal, but she still didn't dare to look at Han Xiao in the face. Suddenly she remembered something, her face turned right, and she asked, "You are all here? Is the battle over? How about casualties?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's expressions froze slightly. She sighed, and the atmosphere quickly became deep. You said and said, "I'll tell her the battle after she was unconscious." After hearing this battle loss, Aurora was shocked, then felt a little guilty and said in dismay, "Hug, sorry, I didn't notice the enemy's tricks for a while, and it didn't come in handy, making more people sacrifice. It's not your fault, it's all the enemy's method. You are just a victim." Han Xiao rubbed her head, and his soft blonde hair slid through his palm. "But if that enemy uses this move next time, I will." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted her, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. The Tree King who attacked you has been locked in amber by me, and will never threaten you again. You are still so good to me." Cough, cough. Overlu spoke subconsciously, and said halfway, suddenly remembering that this was not a dream. So he quickly shut up, lowered his head and coughed dryly, covering up the abnormal emotions in his eyes. However, everyone didn't care about her expression and sighed to herself. Thanks to Black Star who caught the Tree King. Otherwise, if they seal Aurora again in the next fight, we will suffer heavy casualties as today. Milizaus shook his head. Guzer sighed softly. From this point, it is already good that Black Star has eliminated the troubles this time. It is a pity for those comrades who died. It cannot be said that since the enemy has this method, it will be used sooner or later, so our casualties are inevitable. When the enemy first appeared and used this move, Black Star seized the opportunity to catch him back. He tried to use the minimum cost to stop the loss in the future, and it made great contributions. Bigel spoke immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone thought about it and found it quite reasonable. This is the enemy's trump card. Black Star cannot stop others from using it in advance, and cannot blame Black Star. The best result is to remove this hidden danger when it is revealed for the first time. As everyone was sighing, Emmers walked up, touched Aurora's head, breathed a sigh of relief, and chuckled. "It's fine if you're okay. This is more important than anything else." "Teacher, I'm sorry." Aurora lowered her head timidly. Her face flushed, and she looked guilty, and she didn't dare to look up at each other. Emmys was wrong and comforted. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself. Although you don't have the ability to protect me, it's not your fault. Am I fine?" Upon hearing this, Aurora became more and more embarrassed, twisted her hands together, buried her head deeper, and almost wanted to learn from an ostrich, burying her head into the deep ravine on her chest. At this moment, the evacuated team finally lined up, and everyone stopped chatting. As the fleet entered the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter, two huge mechanical rings began to rotate, and the light connected together, flashing suddenly, sending everyone back to shine in the world. After Han Xiao and his group withdrew from the battlefield, the situation developed as Simon said, with defense lines in the war zone being broken, and the World Tree Army drove straight into each area and spread rapidly, and a vicious cycle of snowball occurred. The interceptor circle gradually became riddled with holes as if it was eroded. Because the interception circle is powerless to turn the world back, the three major civilizations have not continued to recruit super-level investments to fight, no longer force head-on confrontation, and have been shrinking and withdrawing troops and equipment to recover costs, so as not to be completely swept away by the World Tree fleet. This process lasted for about 10 days before the World Tree Army completely broke through the interception circle. The three civilizations also withdrew all the fleets and equipment that should be reclaimed, and the fortifications that could not be taken away were destroyed on the spot. The interception circle that had been built for a year was only left with countless metal garbage floating in the universe, like an artificial meteorite belt. As the universe has been explored, the three major civilizations and the command center held a follow-up combat meeting after the interception circle disappeared. Among all the Super A levels, Han Xiao was the only one who listened as the representative. In a huge conference room, the leaders of the three major civilizations listened to the military's report with a frown. Simon, the commander-in-chief of the Interceptor Circle, was reading a strategic analysis. "The Interceptor Circle has been laid off. We have lost the largest barrier to prevent the World Tree from moving forward, and the war has entered a new stage. In this year, we have sent engineering teams to move from the Interceptor Circle to the direction of the Shining World, and constantly laying traps and fortifications along the way for this day. When the World Tree moves towards our territory and enters the vast strategic depth, we can harass and block. Although we cannot stop them from moving forward, at least it can delay their navigation speed." At this time, Mar Bruce interrupted him, clicked on the table, and asked, "This way of treating the symptoms but not the root cause, can we find a way to establish another interceptor circle?" Hearing this, Simon shook his head and sighed. "I am frank, before we find the body of the World Tree, all tactics are just to treat the symptoms, and establishing another interception circle requires a lot of resources. I believe that with the experience of this time, the World Tree will use the same means to attack again next time, and our troops will be greatly lost, just to the other party's thoughts. And site selection is also a problem. Most areas in the strategic depth zone are also places that we have never set foot in and cannot go at will. The earliest engineering teams set out to establish a new interception circle 1 year away from the World Tree, and the time is too tight. And if a group of new engineering teams start from the Shining World frontier, there's enough time to build an interception circle. But it's just what?" Lewis asked. Simon frowned and told the truth. "The General Staff does not agree with this plan. Through the speed and drifting time of the Kundi survivors, we have calculated the approximate range of the World Tree from us. At their navigation speed, it will probably take about 11 years to reach our territory. With our blocking and delay, this value will be extended, but not too long." The head of the Zuling cult immediately questioned, 11th year. This is enough to build a stronger interception circle. What's wrong with it? It's okay, but the general staff feels that it's better to firm the walls and clear the fields in the border area. Use destructive means to develop the shining world frontier that has not been explored yet, squeeze out the planetary resources in these areas, and then at least 5-star clusters will actively turn into a barren universe belt, leaving no hair for the world tree, and establish a line of defense here. After all, this is our home field. This not only facilitates mobility support from the rear, but also greatly reduces the area of the defense line and saves unnecessary military consumption. Moreover, the battlefield is close to home, and it can also inspire the belief in resistance in the entire universe. If a new interception circle is set up in an unexplored area that is countless distances away, it will be too much to lose our military strength, and it will inevitably be dragged into the war of attrition that they are good at, which is even more unfavorable. Simon explained in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, many senior officials present whispered to discuss the pros and cons of this plan. The leaders of the 3 civilizations showed a deep thought. After a while, they turned to look at Han Xiao next to them and asked, "Black Star, what do you think?" Han Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't have much opinions, but the practice of strengthening the walls and clearing the wilderness is very necessary. Instead of leaving those planets to the world tree to swallow, it is better to fish in a lake and use the planet crusher to develop a planet that shines on the world border so that the enemy cannot be replenished. In that case, even if they fight, we will not lose too much. He has done what he can." Compared with the extremely explosive and bad start in his previous life, the situation of the 3 civilizations has been countless times better. In terms of war, he cannot come up with more suggestions. After all, the war direction between the 3 major civilizations and the world tree is completely different from the previous life, and he cannot determine the final direction of each plan. The best choice at present is to trust professional military personnel. In the shortest 11 years, the world tree can enter the 3 major civilizations. This period is the final preparation period and must be grasped well. Han Xiao exhaled, his mood fluctuating. On the way to the world tree, the blocking and harassing actions of the 3 major civilizations are likely to not require advanced combat power, which means that they do not have to be on standby all the time and can freely arrange their schedules. He plans to spend some time to vigorously cultivate those super A-level seeds, hoping to produce more super A-levels, and at the same time, make Carlot grow up as soon as possible. On the other hand, you can also take the opportunity to accumulate a wave of experience. The experience provided by players is definitely enough to break through level 360 in 1 year to complete the advancement. The moment when the mechanic is the best is not the moment when he first advances. Only after using the advanced power to completely update one's mechanical core and mechanical equipment can a mechanic's peak moment be. The last 11 years of preparation period is a rare opportunity for him to digest advanced power. After these 2 battles with the Tree King, Han Xiao has realized his current shortcomings. Although he has won the Heart Tree King or the Tree King alone, everyone is a strong man of the same level, with their own explosion cards, and it is almost impossible to quickly defeat the opponent. The battlefield environment is complex, and the mechanical troops are the biggest target, and there are too many interference factors that affect the performance of combat power. Although I'm very high in energy level, I am still at the peak of super A level in essence, and there is no qualitative change. Only with the power of sublimation can this problem be solved. When the next fight is over, I hope to give the world a surprise. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, but these thoughts flashed in just a flash and were pressed into his heart. He knew very well that the top priority of the moment was not these plans, but waiting for the swearing man to collect the keys to the new sanctuary and enter the sanctuary again, and use the truth of recovery to strengthen the entire super-level group's belief in participating in the war. Into this chapter, the 3 major civilizations will not deliberately promote the failure of the interception circle, but the fire cannot be kept in the paper. As the troops of major forces withdraw from the exploration of the universe, this bad news quickly spread throughout the interstellar society, which is always paying attention to the trends of the war, and immediately caused a large-scale panic. For more than a year, refugees who moved from all over the place to the Central Star Sea were used to the interception circle, successfully blocking the World Tree's good news again and again, and they were used to comfort them. This made many people feel that forced refuge is worth it, and they have regarded the interception circle as the frontier that blocks the enemy in their hearts. As long as the interceptor circle is in, they will feel safe, thinking that this barrier can always block the World Tree and prevent the war from spreading to the local area. However, now that this barrier has been broken by the enemy, the confidence in the people has been taken away. The chain reaction is amazing, which not only causes panic and fear, but also causes the trust of the three major civilizations to plummet rapidly. In the eyes of interstellar citizens, the three civilizations are almost omnipotent kings. However, such a powerful ruler joined forces and still gained a failure from the foreign enemies. Although there are many factors, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is like a mathematical equation of 3 less than 1, symbolizing that the three civilizations are not opponents of the foreign enemies. Many people are willing to accept forced migration and refuge because they believe that the three major civilizations can eventually repel foreign enemies. But the three major civilizations cannot defeat the invaders. So is it really safe for them to stay in the Central Star Sea to take refuge? Will they be waiting to die? This idea quickly spreads into the hearts of interstellar citizens like a virus, nourishing emotions such as anxiety, panic, and fear. Even if the public opinion control departments of the three major civilizations continue to work, the flooding emotions are like a flood tide that breaks the dam, and it is not so easy to reblock. Immediately, unrest broke out. A large number of refuge planets frequently occur in cases of people robbing ships and fleeing. Some people are unwilling to believe in the three major civilizations anymore. They think staying is waiting for death. They try to rescue themselves before foreign enemies attack and want to take a spaceship to escape from the explored universe and go into exile in the starry sky. The refugees who were originally docile in accepting the control of the three major civilizations had a sense of group resistance in the face of their lives, and the difficulty of management suddenly increased. The three major civilizations had to devote more energy to appease and suppress the refugee. For a moment, chaos arose. The foreign enemies came fiercely in the past life, and they took multiple measures. The people had no choice and had no way to retreat. Now the three major civilizations have time to prepare for war, which also gives the people room for choice. There are both pros and cons. At least it is impossible to easily achieve the state of being a soldier in the past life. Super A-level association headquarters, Fengsing. Due to the large-scale deployment of the three major civilized armies, many super-level forces have changed the location of the association's headquarters. This planet, located in the middle of the shining world, has been moved to the Black Star territory. Since a large number of Super A-level players rushed to the front line, the Super A-level players have entered a state of suspension. At this moment, Han Xiao and other participants have returned to the association and held another plenary meeting after about a year. In the roundtable conference room, many members of the association gathered together. Compared with the seats that were full before the battle, many seats have been vacant, and each empty seat represents a victim. It's exactly that. At least 11 years, the World Tree will attack the land and reach the shining world frontier. Han Xiao's tone was low, reposting the discussion results of the three major civilization combat meetings. Listening to this information, everyone present had a stern face, his heart was heavy, and the atmosphere was serious and solemn. 11th year too short. A Super A-level couldn't help speaking, and his tone was worried. This time is fleeting in the eyes of Super A-level. Even with the time scale of ordinary people, it is less than a generation. The amazing offensive of the World Tree breaking through the interception circle left a deep impression on the participants. When they thought that the endless green tide would invade the land in no time, like a disaster that devoured all things, covering the entire explored universe little by little. Everyone subconsciously became tense and extremely afraid. Sui knocked on the table and encouraged, "Thinking about the better, we have at least 11 years to prepare. In the past year, we have also discovered many of our own shortcomings, and we can take this opportunity to improve it." Because he knows the truth about the sanctuary and iteration, he has always been a firm pro-war faction and another backbone outside Han Xiao. But after he finished speaking, many of the participants did not respond as before, but just remained silent, and the members of the War Evasion Association, who had already had differences, naturally would not respond in favor. Dilrin supported his elbows on the table and captured everyone's expressions and sneered in a playful way. "I said a long time ago that after you have experienced the war, your attitude will change. Now you know that I am the right one. Look at how passionate you guys are when they set off. What about now? You guys are still beaten back by the enemy in a mess. After paying so many members of the association, they still failed to stop the enemy from moving forward. Tell me, what's the use of these people who sacrificed? It's just a waste of the only chance of recovery." Hearing this, most of the participants clenched their fists or claws and were obviously angry, but no one refuted. In fact, Dilrin's words came to their hearts. In the interstellar battlefield of hundreds of billions of dollars, many people felt their own insignificance. Seeing the tragic deaths of those super A-level figures who usually call for wind and rain in the interstellar society one after another, the belief in other people's participation in the war became increasingly shaken. Seeing this, Han Xiao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Okay, shut up. At least we cooperate with the three major civilizations to delay the time for the World Tree to enter the local area by 1 year. Just 1 year. Dilrin curled his lips, disagreed, but he did not dare to continue to say more under Han Xiao's gaze. Han Xiao stopped looking at him, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "No matter what, these 11 years are the final preparation period, and we cannot be wasted. I will unconditionally borrow a series of cosmic treasures, such as evolutionary blocks, to enhance your strength. The same should be true for other people with similar cosmic treasures. You have been in the position of interstellar big man. Some people have been unable to make progress for a long time and have abandoned their training. I suggest that everyone carry out special training. It is a little stronger. How does special training? Who will special training?" Kaylee was curious. Han Xiao pondered. As the peak of each system, the super A level, as a mentor, I teach experience and guide the route. As the chief instructor, I coordinate all special training plans. On the one hand, I need to improve my personal strength, and on the other hand, I need to practice the tactics of joining hands against the enemy. Moreover, everyone is training in actual combat, and there is no need to worry about injury. Aurora is responsible for healing. In peacetime, as representatives of individual power, we do not have the opportunity to frequently take action. Now is not a time to worry about face and prestige. We must try our best to improve our combat power. Practical combat is the best way. Winning or losing is not important, and improving our own abilities is the key. He does want to improve the average combat power of the Super A-level group. But on the other hand, he also thinks this is a good excuse for finding people to frequently compete. Maybe we can gain more abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment and did not object. At this time, the secret master spoke in a deep voice. What if the three civilizations are defeated in the end? Han Xiao's eyes drooped, and he slowly said, "I promise everyone that if things cannot be done, I will not ask for anything anymore. I will definitely take everyone away from the explored universe and go to the endless sea of stars. Therefore, these 11 years are also the time for us to transfer the resources of our super A-level forces and prepare for a retreat." Han Xiao did not believe that the three civilizations could definitely defeat the World Tree. Now the timeline is different. Whether the World Tree can be found is a complete mystery. The probability is unknown. If it cannot be found, the three civilizations have almost no winning rate. He also made the worst plan and prepared to arrange a retreat for the association in advance. If the three civilizations are really cold, he will leave it here mercilessly. The universe is so big that it is impossible to go anywhere. After the regular meeting was held for a while, everyone had their own thoughts to disperse. After everyone was exposed, Han Xiao took out his breath, took out the communicator, contacted the Oath person, and asked about the progress of collecting keys of the sanctuary. The most priority was naturally the first sanctuary, and the time flow rate was the most convergent. However, the oath-taking man's answer was that he had not collected all the materials for the time being, and he still needed to wait for some time. I hope the second round of recovery can be started as soon as possible. The fighting spirit of the association members has been shaken, Han Xiao said intimately. Many resuscitators feel that they have consumed the only chance of recovery and will no longer need him in the future, so they are disobedient. Now they urgently need to use the truth to correct the ideas of these people. Only by reflecting their own indispensable can they infinitely magnify their voice and make the super-level group more dependent on themselves and fight wherever they point. At the same time, the two sisters walked out of the venue one after another. Suddenly, Hyla paused, and Aurora, who was lowering her head, seemed to have not noticed it, hit her back, and then came to her senses and raised her head blankly. "What's wrong with you recently? Since you lifted the seal of your mind, your condition has been wrong. You often get distracted and dazed. This was the case when you were in the meeting just now." Hyla turned around and frowned and looked at Aurora with a dazed face. Aurora clenched her fist, buried her head deeply, and hesitated. "I was just thinking, if I were much better than now, would these things happen?" "Oh." Hyla raised her brows and did not answer. Aurora pursed her lips and said to herself, "Heixing said that my current level is far from being able to exert the true level of this supernatural power. If I become stronger, I can summon more heroes from the underworld at any time. If I become stronger, I can resist this thought seal. If I become stronger, I would not have such companions died in battle." As she said that, her voice became more and more lost, with deep self-blame. "All this is because I'm not strong enough." Hyla looked at her quietly, and when she finished venting her emotions, she spoke expressionlessly. "Yes, it's because you're not strong enough. They are all comforting you, saying it's not your fault, but in my eyes it's your problem. If you have a peak super A-level level, the losses in this battle can be avoided." Hearing this, Aurora twisted her fingers and became more ashamed. After becoming Super A-level a few years ago, she no longer had to be controlled by Heixing and Hyla. Her heart became wild, and she felt that she finally had a wide sea leap with the fish and a high sky, so that birds could fly. Her own superpowers can ensure survival, inherit the powerful heroic spirit of the underworld, and have won the sought after by a large number of members of the association. She even has life-saving equipment given by Black Star. She has various trump cards innately, so she relaxed and no longer conducted targeted training. It was not until this time that Aurora regretted not practicing hard in the past few years. Aurora looked up at Hellas' eyes, bit her lower lip, and made up her mind. "Sister, can you help me with special training?" Hellas' mouth curled a slightly relieved curve, then raised her face and said lightly, "Then be mentally prepared, I won't be ruthless." The world of secondary dimensions. This is a space filled with black liquid substances, like a deep sea where you can't see your fingers. A fleet is slowly advancing, like a sailing submarine group. This is one of the first subdimensional expeditionary teams sent out by the three major civilizations. After a year of trekking, it has already penetrated into the depths of the secondary dimension and moved away from the shallow levels of the control of the three major civilizations. At this moment, in the simple single room in the living compartment of one of the warships, Harrison was paced back and forth anxiously, muttering words. On the main universe, the world tree has penetrated the interception circle of the three major civilizations. If the progress is not accelerated here, the enemy will not be able to attack the local area for too long. How can we find the thing that Lord Blackstar said? Due to poor communication in the secondary dimension, The expedition team was unable to maintain a stable call with their hometown, so they could only report the situation occasionally. When the last time they exchanged information, the expedition team, where Harrison was located, learned that the interception circle was broken, which made him anxious. After more than a year of search, the expedition team has found nothing, and they have never even seen the World Tree troops. The secondary dimensions are endless, and new dimensions are born, and old dimensions are destroyed at every moment. The positional relationship between secondary dimensions is elusive and constantly changing. If there are no specified coordinates, it is much more difficult to find things than the main universe. The chances of trying your luck like this are too low. When will you find clues? Harrison clenched his fists, and he felt uneasy when he thought that his hometown was under threat from the invaders. Harrison, immersed in his emotions, did not notice that a huge shadow swam faintly in the dark, deep sea outside the porthole, which was almost impossible to distinguish in the darkness. What was strange was that even the fleet's multi-function radar alarm had not been noticed. The abolition of the intercepting circle means that the war has entered a new stage. The World Tree holds the coordinate records of the Kundi exiles. The army leaves temporary strongholds along the way, divided into multiple routes to head towards the shining world, like green tree roots growing endlessly in the universe, slowly exploring to the territory of the three major civilizations, spreading inch by inch under the scale of the universe. The three major civilizations use over-visual weapons and harassment tactics to fight guerrillas, delaying the opponent's pace. The player group did not respond much to the failure of the interception circle, and their morale was not affected. In their eyes, they were just a normal development of the mainline evolution. At most, some plotstream players posted on the forum to analyze the subsequent war trends, most of which were speculation and guessing. The biggest impact is the ongoing main task of the player. The requirements have been changed. The conditions for the guard interception circle have been crossed out and changed to trying to prevent the World Tree from marching as much as possible. However, most players are very happy. The time and space cutting tactics have a place to use, and they have been laid off and re-employed, and there are more job opportunities. During the war, players like mercenary players are the happiest. The reward level of the mission has been significantly improved by several levels, and the wallet has become more abundant at several times. During the harassment stage, the three major civilizations have a large number of suicide squad positions left for players, which is convenient for Honda Technician. He does not have to be distracted to fertilize players, and his energy is placed elsewhere. Shining the World, Black Star Territory. A huge metal fortress is suspended in star space, in a triangle shape, with each corner extending from a slender magnetic field-constrained orbit, which looks like a transparent pipe, but is actually a fast shuttle bridge that connects all the way to the crescent-shaped mechanical device at the end. These three devices are like suction cups, absorbing 3 stars from afar. They are all migrated stars. They are very stable after special treatments, such as gravity, binding, and energy constraints. The 3 crescent-shaped mechanical devices are called star-guiding devices, which are used to guide the energy of the star body. Here are models that act on individual practice and are trained in body quenching, charging, tolerance, and strengthening, which can adjust the output power of the star body energy. This metal fortress is a specially built training venue, equipped with various top training facilities, such as the Star Practice Room with a Star Force quenching body, an environmental simulation room that transforms various cosmic radiation, an ultra-high density extreme gravity room, etc. There are also 3 major civilizations and many super-level practice universe treasures that can stimulate the potential of different races and different systems. It can be said that it is the most advanced superpower training base for the entire exploration of the universe. It is not ordinary people who can receive training here. More than 95% of the super A-level seeds that have been explored in the entire universe have been sent here, regardless of the folk or the civilized lineage. At the same time, there are other potential natural disaster-level screening selected by major forces. At this moment, in the open-air square of the training venue, Small people lined up their formation and looked at the row of figures in front of them almost furiously, most of their eyes focused on Han Xiao in the C position. Everyone is a natural disaster level. I believe I don't need to say more. Starting today, all the facilities here will be free for you to use. We will set up training tables for you, and when we are free, we will answer your training problems. Han Xiao spoke loudly while scanning the crowd in front of him. Establishing this training venue is also the meaning of the three major civilizations. Originally, the direct descendants were trained in various military bases, but now they have been sent by the three major civilizations. The group of people in front of them are basically high-level natural disaster levels, including all the top superpowers who have explored the universe's super A level below. Provide the best facilities, the strongest faculty, and the best quality resources in order to generate as many super A level as possible in 11 years. Faced with the suffocating powerful power of the world tree, the three major civilizations do not care about the imbalance of superpowers. I understand. Hardaway shouted excitedly, and hundreds of super A-level seeds who had joined the Black Star Army immediately agreed. Under their leadership, people from other forces also responded. Han Xiao glanced at him and found that there were many acquaintances inside. He also added the training list of the Black Star Legion's super A-level seeds, including Riki, Hardaway, China, Nilo, Mia, and others. However, not all potential stocks are participating in the training camp, and some particularly optimistic golden leaks are giving small private services, such as Carlot, Evans, and others. But the ugly saying goes, in front of it, all the people who become super A-level in training must participate in the war unconditionally and use it as your tuition fee. Otherwise, we will regain your power. This is a transaction, and it is still too late to appear. Hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces remained unchanged, and they had known the price for a long time. But the value of this training camp is extraordinary. Most of the super A-level seeds present grow on their own. In the past, there were no conditions for using such natural treasures at will. They could also ask different super A-levels anytime and anywhere. Even if they joined the super A-level forces, they would not have such treatment in normal times. Compared with this benefit, participating in the battle is nothing. Just as everyone was excited, a dissatisfied murmur suddenly sounded in the crowd. Oh, I have to sacrifice in the war anyway. What's the use of practicing hard? Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The style is too distinct, and he knows who is talking without looking at it, and immediately aggravated his tone. State in advance that our training course is mandatory, and no form of laziness is allowed, and the rest time is strictly controlled. Some people should pay attention to it. Ah, totalitarianism. The same voice was still sighing. Han Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to this lackey and continued. Okay, I won't say anything extra. I have already prepared a corresponding course schedule for each of you. These instructors will be responsible for training you. Let's start right away. From now on, it's best not to waste every second. As he said that, more than a dozen super A-level people around him came forward to take away batches of natural disaster levels and train separately. Some ordinary super A-level people who don't have much room for improvement are more keen on being instructors. As long as they train more comrades, they can share the pressure for themselves, and their experience is equally valuable to the natural disaster level. I hope that in 11 years, more than 10 super A-level people will be born in this group. Han Xiao said in his heart, concentrate all the potential stocks in the universe to boost the growth. There's a chance to produce double-digit super A-levels in 11 years, which is equivalent to ripening a batch of leeks that have grown almost the same. With his targeted training, super A-level personal teaching, and a large amount of resources, the probability of completing a final kick at a high-level disaster level should be many times higher. Watching a group of potential stocks being taken away for training, Han Xiao turned to look at other super A-levels and nodded. We are the same. If you need it, I can give you training suggestions. There are two groups of training targets. One is natural disaster level, and the other is super A level. The two are naturally different, and he is directly responsible for the latter. Many super A-level people were watching, and they looked at each other in a while, feeling a little awkward. All the guys who can be promoted to the A-level are geniuses. They have found their own path and have always been exploring their own practice. They suddenly have to accept guidance from others. Many people are a little uncomfortable. However, Han Xiao was highly respected. Everyone present agreed to the training plan he proposed during the regular meeting, but he could not regret it at this time. He came up and got the injection one by one, which made Han Xiao feel good. Han Xiao took this opportunity to collect most of the super A-level data and analyze it based on each person's ability characteristics. Why do I feel like a Pokemon trainer? After a while of analysis, this idea suddenly popped up in Han Xiao's mind. On the other hand, many super A-level black stars accurately expressed their weaknesses and gave effective training plans, which were stunned. They knew that Black Star had a strong vision, but they were all heard of it and had no sense of reality. Now that they saw this in person, they couldn't help but be quite interested. You're growing so fast. Can you benefit from this ability? Ulu was surprised. To a certain extent, this is indeed the case. Han Xiao spread his hands. I'll give you the name of a super tutor. If you were in the Glorious Federation, I might be unemployed. Verena looked helpless. Don't worry, it's not too late to lose your job now. Han Xiao was too lazy to speak. After distributing the training plan, he urged everyone to practice quickly. Although he really wanted to find someone to discuss and try to draw abilities now, the training camp has just begun, so it is better to let others adapt first. Many super A-level training grounds have dispersed, and their training grounds are not this training base. Han Xiao has transformed some planets nearby as temporary training grounds for super A-level training grounds. In the next 11 years, most people will be active nearby, but only for general super A-level and some high-level super A-level. People like Thweel, Manison, Hela, etc. have their own special training routes and do not need to come to train. After doing all this, Han Xiao was about to return to the machinery workshop to continue his research, but the communicator suddenly rang, and the caller was the department leader responsible for contacting the Secondary Dimension Expedition Team. His Excellency Black Star, there is bad news to tell you that during the last contact, we found that the fleet carrying the messenger you sent was missing and cannot be contacted at present. Missing? Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he silently turned the observation mark. When Harrison set out, he used his void talent to set an observation mark for Harrison. Because he had no gains for a long time, he would not check it all the time. The last time he checked it was a day and a half ago. Everything was as usual. With the ability activated, his vision suddenly changed, leaving only a deep darkness, and Harrison could not be seen at all. Before he could observe carefully, his vision suddenly disappeared, proving that the observation mark was destroyed. What is this meeting in the secondary dimension world? Han Xiao frowned, able to clear his observation marks, and he is likely to have an energy level above a level. Without hesitation, he replaced a specific emperor and teleported directly to the throne taken away by Harrison. A flash of light, the surrounding environment was spinning, and Han Xiao had already arrived in a dark, deep-sea-like space, and there was no other thing around. The throne was originally stored in Harrison's room, but at this moment, the fleet was gone, and Harrison and the other crew members also lost traces, leaving only one throne floating alone. What is this? Han Xiao glanced left and right, surprised to find that his energy sensing seemed to have disappeared, and he could not sense the situation in this deep sea. The mecha radar also failed, and his eyes were suppressed to a great extent, and he also couldn't see his 5 fingers. He released a group of detectors and connected them with mechanical force. However, the detectors had just flew for a distance and suddenly disconnected, and could no longer sense them, as if they were swallowed by this black sea. Han Xiao tried to shoot out several energy beams in one direction, and it was like a mud bull entering the sea without any reaction. A pretty weird secondary dimension. What did Harrison encounter? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The world of the secondary dimension is full of possibilities. Everything can happen. The water is very deep, and this expedition has been in depth for more than a year, and he can't say what accident will happen. Just as Han Xiao was about to set out to search for this secondary dimension, suddenly, a huge pressure came from all directions and made a loud rumbling sound, as if the Black Sea suddenly roared and squeezed towards him. At the same time, a mental fluctuation with a cold breath suddenly invaded my mind, and a solemn and ancient voice sounded, "External high-level living organisms, leave immediately. Otherwise you will become the enemy of the King of Unbounded." The King of Unbounded? That's what it's like. It sounds like a fool. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, interested. If the problem here is simply a secondary dimension with strange rules, it would be a little troublesome, but it is actually a conscious life form that can communicate, which is much easier. At this time, it seemed like he was in the real deep sea, with huge water pressure coming without dead corners, covering the sky, but this pressure only made him tighten his body a little, causing almost no damage. Compared with the force field of the Dragon Throne, this force was not even a massage, and at most it felt like wearing a tight suit. The world of the secondary dimension is very dangerous, but if it reaches the peak level of Super A, most dangers will not be threatened. Especially, he is still the best among the peak level of Super A. As long as it is not an abnormal number like Zuxinglian, there is no big problem. Han Xiao was floating in place without scrutinizing the pressure around him. His body remained motionless, and asked curiously, "What is the King of Unboundary?" After the words came, another spiritual message came over, carrying a more majestic aura. The King of Unboundary was born in the black sky storm and rose from the vain heretics. He is the master of millions of dimensions, the hunter of thousands of worlds, and any living body that entered the territory is a slave under the royal power. Wow, the style of painting suddenly became magical. It's okay. With such a long title, I feel like I'm about to catch up with me. Han Xiao grinned quietly. It sounds like a powerful dimensional god entrenched in a deep-level dimension. If an ordinary Super A level encounters it, it may be in danger of life. Unfortunately, he is not an ordinary Super A level. As he pondered, the voice became stronger and stronger, as if a big bell was ringing in his mind, echoing with a powerful buzzing of aura. "External life form, leave here immediately. Otherwise I will expel it." "You try." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, mobilizing the cells in his body, as if he activated micro-reactors, and suddenly pumped out the energy. Laugh. A golden arc shot out of his body, leaving burning light marks, as if it had split the surrounding Black Sea. He flipped his palm, and a light blue slight energy emerged from his palm, bursting out spherical shock waves, as if endless ripples were stirred up on the sea surface. Although I don't know what the situation is in this secondary dimension, the previous tests have no effect, and it is probably because there is not enough energy. Because he was worried about hurting Harrison and the expeditionary fleet, Han Xiao did not burst out too much energy and exploded the entire secondary dimension at once, but controlled the energy output power, increasing step by step. There was no change at the beginning. The bursting energy was like a rock sinking into the sea, causing no reaction. But after a while, the black liquid substance that filled the entire space vibrated faintly, as if it had exceeded the upper limit of endurance, causing a large number of waves, like a squid whisker on an iron plate, which was stimulated and rolled up. Boom! During the vibration, Han Xiao noticed undercurrents with strong impact, and at the same time, a needle-like pain was generated in his brain, and he was attacked by the opponent on the mental level. But for him, it was like tickling, and the blood volume was full when the upper and lower eyelids blinked. This black liquid substance is strange, which makes his energy perception fail and the detection radar fail. He can't find the other party's place, so he can only force the other party to appear by violent means. If this is a dimensional consciousness body, then the dimension itself is the other person's body. Releasing energy in it is equivalent to constantly giving others an enema, and the other person will not be able to hold on sooner or later. Not long after, the shock of the entire space was extremely violent, as if it was about to explode and disintegrate at any time. The mental attacks that became weaker and weaker, and it was already filled with pain. Han Xiao glanced around and narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't you come out yet? Do you really want to be swelled by me?" As he finished speaking, the pressure around him suddenly became lighter, and all the black liquid substances contracted, as if they had turned into a vortex. The Black Sea poured into it like a bathtub filled with water pulled out a plug. As the Black Sea faded, Han Xiao's energy perception quickly recovered and his vision returned to normal. I saw that this secondary dimension is a white world with nothing, like the prototype of the secondary dimension that has not yet been completely generated, and like all matter is swept away by the Black Sea, where the tide is ebbing. In the distant sky, a smaller and smaller black vortex was suspended, sucking away all the black matter, and was about to open the crack in the space, and wanted to escape in panic. "Run? Break your legs!" Han Xiao showed his big hand, and mechanical warriors appeared with the arc of mechanical force and electric shooting, and the picture was like a sprinkling beans into soldiers. The mechanical force that appeared released the binding force field without saying a word, grabbed the black matter, and prevented it from moving. By the way, he used the special space device of the secondary dimension to fill the space cracks that the opponent had torn out. This black liquid substance has a strange characteristic and is not smooth, but under the control of Han Xiao's mechanical troops, is still fixed in place and turns into a high-density liquid ball, constantly changing shapes, rushing left and right, as if struggling. At the same time, the mental fluctuations kept shooting around with this ball of liquid as the center. Without the solemn atmosphere before, only shock and anger remained. External life body, you will definitely pay the price for your current actions. The King of Unboundary will ask you for it. Han Xiao turned a deaf ear and asked the mechanical troops to add a binding force field. He took out a cylindrical container, like a whale swallowing the ocean, put the massive material in it, compressing it into a fist-sized liquid, floating in the container, and slight arc stuck to it, causing the liquid to tremble continuously, which was very painful. This is his special equipment when he captured the original supernatural body, and he didn't expect it to be suitable for this strange mass. After being locked in the restraining container, the liquid finally calmed down. Han Xiao raised his finger and tapped the outer wall of the container, curiously. "What are you? Also, has a fleet passed by here recently? Where did you get them?" "It turns out that you want to find that group of people. It seems that you are a high-level living body in the main material universe. The spiritual fluctuations of this group of liquid were unstable, and it had been stained with a layer of fear, but then it turned into anger. I am just one of the guardians of 1,000,000 dimensions. They have been offered to the King of Unboundlessness by me. If you have the courage, go find him. Give me your confession." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Tell me all the information you know." "Forget it. See if you don't cooperate so much, I'd better interrogate." Han Xiao poured into the mechanical force, and lightning flashed and thunder suddenly appeared in the container, forming a miniature ion thunderstorm. This ball of liquid looked like a bug trapped on the electric mosquito swatter and was crackling with electricity. After torture for a while, Han Xiao finally pried out the information he wanted from the other party. This group of liquid life is essentially an energy field life, born in a subdimension of a nucleus-like life. These black liquid substances are the shells given to it by the so-called King of Boundlessness. It calls itself one of the guardians of millions of dimensions and the confidant of the King of Boundlessness, Doubt. The name is transliterated in a common language called Babu Inika, which translates it as erosion and swallowing. The King of Unbounded used this black matter to swallow up the matter and energy of each dimension, transformed it into his own territory, and occupied this area with a large number of guardians under his command, guarding the dimensions occupied by him. The fleet where Harrison was located was indeed taken away by him. Through the special connection between the black liquid substance and the King of Unboundary, he used dimensional teleportation and sent it to the Kingland, where the King of Unboundary is located. This is the main job of guardians like Babu Inika, intercepting passing living bodies and giving them to the King of Unboundary, which is called upgrading offering. TSK. It seems that if you want to get someone, you have to find this King of Boundlessness. With Harrison's luck, he actually encountered such a thing, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Han Xiao touched his chin. He pondered for a few seconds, shook his head, changed into a mecha dedicated to Dimension Shuttle, set the coordinates given by Babu Inika, and shuttled towards the location of the King of Unboundless. In the center of a certain secondary dimension, on a huge platform like black crystal, Harrison was floating in the air, his eyes closed, as if he had lost consciousness, but his face was filled with pain. A black fog-like energy was connected to one end of his eyebrows, and a huge black finger was connected to the other end, and light flowed on it. The owner of the finger is a black body as big as a mountain, with a human shape as a whole, with several heads and a large number of arms. He is sitting upright on a black throne, the King of Unboundless. After a while, the King of Unbounded retracted his energy and practiced. Harrison lost his power to the air and fell on the platform all at once, still in a coma. Interesting, with new prey in that tree, I can harvest sweet souls again. The King of Unbounded laughed low, but in others' ears, it would only be a crazy roar. As a powerful entity in the secondary dimension, the soul of the living body is a rare delicacy, but it cannot completely descend to the main material universe and can only project part of its power. Moreover, the main material universe is extremely vast. Without coordinates, it can only wander in the boundless starry sky, making it difficult to find the existence of life. At this moment, he absorbed the memories of these main material universe living bodies, learned the coordinates and a lot of information of the three major civilizations, and also knew that the famous World Tree civilization was fighting with it. In his eyes, this was a feast for harvesting souls. Under normal circumstances, even a powerful dimensional entity like him is still afraid of the power of cosmic civilization and is unwilling to provoke it. But if the cosmic civilization falls into war, the situation will be different. He still has the courage to take advantage of the situation and rob, and it is very good. I have provoked that tree. Your doomsday is coming soon. He, instead of becoming its slave, is better to become my food. But the world tree actually has the weakness of its original body. This is the first time I know it. The King of Non-Border moved and made a rustling sound, as if countless insects were crawling. Immediately, countless eyes on him looked at Harrison, who was unconscious on the platform, with greed and desire flowing out of his eyes, but he quickly held back. It's rare to meet a living body with strong luck. If I eat you, my causal power will be improved to a higher level. Unfortunately, the guy behind you is not easy to mess with, so it's better to make a deal with him. The King of Unboundless looked away. From Harrison's memory, he saw Han Xiao's figure and learned that the two sides had a close relationship. He was afraid of the top powerhouses in the main material universe. It was precisely because he saw a backer like Black Star that he did not dare to eat Harrison immediately. The King of Unbounded knows that this is one of the ways of expressing powerful causal power, but he does not intend to violate it, because the behavior of violating causal power is likely to cause a price. If he insists on eating Harrison alone, the price is 80%. The price is that this fierce man named Black Star comes to his door and never stops. At this moment, a ball of black matter suddenly fell from the black mist and floated to the front of the King of Unboundary. It contained an emergency message before Babu Inika was captured, showing the video of Han Xiao releasing his energy to spread the Black Sea. Oh, it's coming so quickly. It seems that Babu Inika, a useless thing, cannot escape his palm. He will give me my coordinates. It's good that he will come to me on his own initiative. Looking at this scene, the King of Realm moved, changed into a comfortable position, and waited for Han Xiao to come to the door. Black Star is very powerful and may have the ability to threaten his life, but the King of Unbounded is not panicked at all. In terms of secondary dimension exploration, the World Tree is far ahead of the three major civilizations. Although the King of the Boundless and the World Tree civilization have no intersection, he knows how to convey the message to the World Tree family. The information he obtained from the memory of this expedition team contained the secondary dimension coordinates of the 3 major civilizations and various information. This was the best handle. He believed that the World Tree would be happy to accept this gift. However, the King of Unbounded did not intend to inform him. After all, he did not want to have too much contact with the World Tree. In comparison, he was more interested in the visitor of the new cosmic civilization of Black Star. The flowing light particles form an endless shuttle channel in front of your eyes, extending infinitely. With only one light point at the end, time and space are pulled into an infinite line in the senses. Unknown how many distances have crossed and how much time has passed, but it seems like just a moment has passed. Countless bizarre scenes passed outside the passage, and the body floated like a burst of smoke. For a moment, the existence of the body was not sensed, and all the senses used to explore the world were stirred up, but in the next moment, all perceptions returned to normal, and the line of vision suddenly changed, and a new space had arrived. Endless black fog filled this place, and red light flashed by chance, like a storm cloud brewing with lightning, or like a lava cloud of volcanic eruption, a doomsday scene. A black mountain with a scarlet light, like lava floating between the black fog, like a rootless floating island. The mountain in the center is steep and towering. A dark golden chain with rust is wrapped around it, forming a spiral pattern, connecting a black crystal-like platform suspended in the air. On it was sitting a huge black figure like a mountain, and countless red eyes turned and looked down. Oh, this style of painting is probably not going to lose my essay in value. Han Xiao took a look and immediately smacked his lips. He enjoyed the scenery in the secondary dimension with interest and took a photo as a souvenir. Otherwise, if the fight started later, he might accidentally crush the place. Looking up at the mountain-like figure, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Are you the king of no realm?" I have to say that this guy's appearance is quite intimidating. At first glance, ordinary people may be shocked to lose their minds and trigger a giant biophobia that penetrates their bones. However, Han Xiao is used to strong winds and waves. For him, this kind of picture has no impact at all, and the shock is far less than a fleet volley in the intercepting circle battle. "Yes, I'm waiting for you, Black Star." The King of Unbounded answered slowly. "Do you know me?" Han Xiao was a little surprised and looked down at Babu Enika in his hand. He remembered that he didn't seem to have reported himself. Could it be that our name has been transmitted from the main universe to the depth of the secondary dimension? Is there such a sequel? I know your purpose. I want to take this fleet and this intelligent creature named Harrison, right? I'll learn from their memories about your civilization. The King of Non-Borders could not sit upright, but a black fog suddenly moved away in the sky, revealing a fleet, which was the 3 missing civilization expeditions. However, after only one display, the black fog covered it up again and could not be perceived. The coma Harrison flew up from the platform and hovered in front of it. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he was not in a hurry to take action. He said curiously, "So that's the case. What do you want to do when you are waiting for me here?" The King of Unboundary did not answer immediately, and slowly said, "I usually digest the prey I captured immediately, but I learned your name from their memories. To be honest, I am very afraid of you, the advanced living bodies that are the main material universe. Because of your existence, I did not eat them immediately." "You are quite calm." Han Xiao looked up and down at the King of Unboundary, a little surprised. "Your coward saved you, baby. Just knowing my backer from the memories of Harrison and others, I don't dare to attack the expedition team. It seems that we are still very deterrent and have a squad." Seeing that someone gave him face, Han Xiao's face relaxed a little. He stretched out his hand and smiled. "Since that's the case, I don't mind making friends with you. Let me go first." The King of Realm shook his head. "I didn't say I'll return the person to you." Hearing this, Han Xiao paused. "You don't want to provoke me and don't want to return others. So what are you doing?" "I want to trade with you." "Trade? Although you didn't eat these people, you caught them. You don't owe you any favors inside and outside. Want to use these people as bargaining chips for trading?" I think it's very unlucky. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms and responded casually. The king of non-border said slowly, "No, my bargaining chips are the three major civilization information in their memory. You are fighting against the world tree. I believe that the world tree must like this information very much and can follow the clues to your secondary dimension territory. And I happen to have a way to contact the family of the world tree." The news was unexpected. Han Xiao's eyes froze, and he immediately put down his hands, restrained his smile, and had no expression on his face. "Threat me? Are you tired of living?" "It's not a threat, it's just a self-protection. Even if you promise to trade with me, I'm afraid that after you return the person to you, you will retaliate against me. I don't have the confidence to beat you, and with this trump card, I believe that my safety will be guaranteed, which is the basis for reaching a deal." The king of Unboundary's tone was taken for granted. "You said you can contact the World Tree family. How can I believe you? You want to scare me with just one word? I dare not bet that you learn the noun from their memories. Show me the evidence." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The king of Unboundless did not care and explained, "I understand what you mean, but I did not lie to you. Although you and the World Tree have started a war in the main material universe, the world of the secondary dimension is actually their base camp. They have swallowed one secondary dimension after another for countless years. But the secondary dimensions are endless, and the world tree does not eat one after another. The main expansion method is to take root, put their mark on each secondary dimension, transform it into territory, and open up the power of fast shuttle. For some special secondary dimensions, they will not even interfere and focus on observation and research. While expanding, they sent countless families to explore and spread the name and contact channels of the world tree, which is similar to what they did in the main material universe. One of the family exploration teams once passed by my outer territory. One of my guardians learned a lot of news and reported it to me, as he said that the king of Unbounded shared a small number of related memories through spiritual communication. Han Xiao checked it and showed no signs of forgery. He did have contact information of the World Tree family, which immediately felt a little annoying. It's a bit tricky. It's not a 100% chance to stop the intelligence leak. If the World Tree opens the secondary dimension front, our situation will be even worse. A glimmer flashed in Han Xiao's eyes, and he quickly thought about it. The World Tree's body is rooted in the secondary dimension, and this is the territory it focuses on building. Although the body was found in the previous life, if it were not for the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter airborne and launched a decapitation raid, it would be almost impossible for the frontal attack to pass through the secondary dimension defense circle near the World Tree's body. The three major civilizations are in a good situation now. One of the main reasons is that the World Tree does not have time to understand the secondary dimension of the three major civilizations like in the previous life, and has not opened this front, so it has relieved a lot of pressure. Seeing Han Xiao's face changing and his murderous intent appeared and disappeared, the King of Realms spoke again and said, "You don't have to worry that I will use this as a handle to threaten you at will. With the ability of you advanced living bodies, even if civilization is destroyed, it is likely that you can escape. By then, this trump card will not be able to continue to protect me. So you can rest assured that I only want to make a deal with you once and will not force you to do excessive things. As long as you don't attack me, I don't need to inform you. Believe me, no one is willing to take the initiative to deal with the World Tree." The King of Realm had sincerity in his tone. Although he grabbed a handle, he really did not dare to make excessive demands. He did not think that this trump card could support him to act recklessly in front of the other side. In his opinion, he just obtained the qualification to trade with the other side. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and looked at the King of Unbounded. This King of Unbounded is a powerful dimensional divine entity, and his name is also very frightening, but he always poses in a low position in front of him. Although he holds a useful handle, he is not tough but a little cowardly. Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds, temporarily suppressed his hostility, and asked, "Tell me about your transaction. What do you want me to do for you?" "There are only two things. One is to wait for you to break out to allow me to project strength and harvest some souls of the dead and some damaged warship wreckage in the battlefield. The material of the main universe is quite valuable to us. Are you trying to compete with the underworld? And he also recycles warship wreckage part-time. Are you afraid that is not a Star Collection waste product? Han Xiao's face became strange. He glanced at the slowly flowing black fog around him. He felt that the impression of the king of no realm suddenly became the garbage station's webmaster, and his posture disappeared in an instant. What the second thing? I once had a special subdimensionality, but it was snatched away by another group of dimensional entities. They were difficult to deal with. I have never been able to solve them. I hope you can help me get it back. Han Xiao smacked his lips and said without comment, I can help you with these two things, but since you said that the means of remoring is just self-protection rather than threats, then I will not use it as a bargaining chip, and the price you offered is not suitable. I need more things. What do you want? The King of Unboundless did not refuse to bargain. I need more information about the world tree in the secondary dimension. Tell me everything you know, and in addition, I want some black substances for research, and finally, maybe we can cooperate to deal with the world. They have been expanding in the secondary dimension and will sooner or later arrive in your territory. It is best to start first. Han Xiao said slowly, I can promise you the first 2 points. As for dealing with the world tree, let's forget it. I can't afford to offend them, just hide. Without his expectations, the King of Unbounded refused. Han Xiao smiled. Don't be too afraid. The world tree has the weakness of the ontology. As long as the ontology is eliminated, your threat will be lifted once and for all. Isn't this good? And maybe it will liberate a large number of souls as your food. Although Harrison and others were arrested, causing the hidden danger of intelligence leakage. With Harrison's luck, it may not be impossible to turn bad into joy. From a good direction, this is also an opportunity to inquire about the power of the world tree in the secondary dimension from insiders. So he did not start a sudden attack, but was trying to attract a new foreign aid. After all, he was once the successor of socialism, and it has become a habit to unite all the forces that can be united. It sounds very tempting, but I'm not sure whether the original entity really exists. Let's talk about it when you find it. The King of Unbounded did not comment. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not force him. He had known that the other party would not agree easily and expose this topic. At this moment, the panel suddenly moved and a prompt popped up. You trigger the mission, Trade of the King of Unbounded. Task introduction. For some reason, the King of Unbounded has something to ask for, so he proposed a deal to you. Task requirement. Reclaim the target's secondary dimension. Reward. 2,500 experience. King of Unbounded has a favor plus 25. Character card X1. Note. This task may cause unknown effects. Please accept it with caution. Han Xiao was moved and a little curious. What kind of secondary dimension is it worth the King of Unbounded to risk offend himself and get it back? Could it be its wife? As if he saw Han Xiao's doubts, the King of Unboundary explained in a deep voice, This secondary dimension gives birth to one of my children. It is quite special. It was still an embryo when it was taken away. It has not yet formed. The dimensional entities that snatched it into pieces are intended to eat it after it matures. So I hope you can take it back while protecting the secondary dimension from being broken. It turns out that is not your old age. Cough. I'll try my best. Han Xiao coughed and asked, By the way, what are the origins of those dimensional entities? The King of Unboundary changed his seat, made a rustling sound, and said slowly, They are foreign dimensional entities. I was born in this area. This area is my territory. Originally, I was the only one of the overlord-level living organs entrenched here, without natural enemies or competitors. But since those dimensional entities arrived here from the space storm, my situation has changed. They set their sights on me and settled on the edge of my territory. I have tried to expel them many times, but they all failed, but they couldn't do anything to me. With the story of the King of Unboundless, Han Xiao quickly understood the situation. The world of secondary dimensions has an independent ecological model. Due to spatial uncertainty, the division of regions is generally based on certain special secondary dimensions or overlord life forms as landmarks. For example, the territory controlled by the King of Unbounded is a representative stable area. The areas outside these areas are like the desolate universe belt of the main universe, but they are not desolate, but full of unknowns. This is like a separatist rule of heroes, but the scope is too vast, and I don't know the boundaries. Most stable areas do not know each other's existence, nor do I want to be discovered by outsiders. After all, the environment here is more sinister and difficult to nurture civilization. The life forms born pay more attention to the jungle law of the strong prey on the weak. But order will also be born in chaos. There is communication between a small group of stable areas. For different reasons, the name is spread and some stable areas are connected. Just like the primitive tribes in the wilderness period discovered each other, forming a new compound force ecology. The King of Borderless is a member of a composite ecosystem. He knows the coordinates of several stable areas and has been in peace. The situation encountered by the King of No Realm is simply that the local snake encountered the Cross River Dragon. The secondary dimension is so large, but the other party refused to leave and wanted to make up his mind, so a neighborhood dispute arose. Han Xiao obtained information from the spiritual information shared by the other party, which are all summary of the experience of the King of Unbounded over the years of fighting with them, showing their various abilities. However, this information only has a little reference value for him. As long as he really fights, he can get more detailed information through the panel combat information. Han Xiao did not take the exaggerated description of the enemy out of his past impressions. Although the secondary dimension world is bizarre, as long as no one reaches a higher level, the peak of the main universe, Super A level, is still the absolute predator at the top of the food chain. No matter how famous the dimensional gods here are, they will not be awesome in front of themselves. I understand the situation. Send a projector to go with me. Han Xiao's tone was casual, and his body shook, and a master clone separated. A surging mechanical arc rushed out of his body and poured into the master clone. Activate the master's arrival state. He didn't plan to leave here, and he left his body to stare at the King of Unbounded, so as not to make any small moves, and sent the master clone to solve this mission. Okay, if you don't mind, I hope you will carry my power for the time being. It will only benefit him, but not harm him. I will treat it as a small apology. The King of Non-Border raised an arm and waved it. Harrison then spun it and landed in front of Han Xiao. His eyelids shook, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking confused as if he had just woken up from a coma. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, Harrison's eyes quickly focused, slowly recalling what had happened before his coma. His face suddenly shook, and he showed an incredible expression. Hello, Hei Xing. I am still alive. Han Xiao pressed Harrison's shoulder. An electric spark came out of his fingertips. He made him, ouch, lightly, then looked at the panel, then took his hand back, nodded lightly, and said, Your signs are normal, as long as it's okay. I still remember that the fleet was attacked. Did you come to save me specifically? Harrison was moved immediately. He still remembered the last memory before he was unconscious. The overwhelming black tide swallowed the entire fleet. The fleet did not resist at all. He didn't have time to do anything. At that moment, he thought he was finished. He subconsciously flashed through his mind that Jenny's always stern face and shiny forehead, and his heart was full of reluctance and despair. Now that he woke up and saw Han Xiao, Harrison's uneasy heart calmed down instantly, and his fear, panic, nervousness, and other emotions disappeared instantly. He knew that when Black Star came, it means he was fine. Before he could ask about the reason, Harrison noticed that his body turned around involuntarily and looked back. At the same time, a spiritual message sounded in his mind. Boy, I am the King of Non-Borders. Relax your body and mind, and accept my infusion. As soon as he turned around, Harrison saw the strange scene in this dimension and the terrifying huge body of the Lord of Non-Borders. A fear derived from instinct suddenly rose from the depths of his soul, like the cold spreading in his bone marrow, instantly frozen his body. But this feeling faded in the blink of an eye. If it were someone, Harrison felt that he might be in a state of fear, but when he thought of Black Star, a dad-level cosmic powerhouse, standing behind him, his unparalleled sense of security immediately dispelled all the panic in his heart. Without fear, the soul of the exploration house was immediately ignited. Harrison looked at the king of the boundary, and his tone was filled with vigorous curiosity. "Hello, Black Star? What is this?" "He is not a thing. He is called the king of the boundary, a life form in the secondary dimension, a waste collection." Han Xiao answered casually, then patted Harrison on the shoulder and said, "Listen to him. Relax. Let it enter your body without pain." As soon as the words fell, the king of the boundary blinked at the same time, and then the black fog around seemed to be pulled, roaring towards the at a loss Harrison and entering his body. Soon, thin lines of black and red appeared on his body, like storm blood vessels, but were messy and twisting irregularly. However, Harrison did not feel any pain, but felt hot all over. And where he couldn't see, every cell in his body was washed and baptized by black fog-like energy and was undergoing benign mutation in the direction of optimization. Although he was still a low-level superpower, his basic physical fitness was rapidly improving. After a long time, the black and red lines on Harrison's body gathered in his chest and turned into a mark. This represents the contract signed by the King of Unboundary. With it, the power of the King of Unboundary can be borrowed from the air in most environments. Such dimensional divine entities can project power to life bodies through contract, which is also their main means to enter the main material universe. Some religious sects in the interstellar are related to dimensional gods, and the underworld imprints on Han Xiao are also similar. The amount of power borrowed depends on the individual strength of the contractor on the one hand, and, on the other hand, it depends on the level of the contract. For Han Xiao's sake, the King of the Boundary has concluded a contract of the highest level. In a critical moment, the King of the Boundary can even temporarily take over and provide the old grandfather fight service. Harrison's treatment is completely due to his benefits. So, ma'am, the high-end Lucky Halo is really... Han Xiao gritted his teeth with secret envy. With his current level, he is already the source of luck for the owner of the Lucky Halo. Because of his own existence, Harrison can turn this danger into an adventure. If I could meet a backer like myself when I was weak, it would be so cool. Unfortunately, we have reached our current height, and few people are qualified to be trusted by me. Han Xiao sighed in his heart. At this time, Harrison's pupils had turned pure black. The King of Unbounded took over and nodded. "I can do it. Let's go now." Han Xiao nodded, controlled the Master's clone to take out the Dimension shuttle vehicle, took Harrison with him, and the light flashed and disappeared. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something, took out the container that imprisoned Babu Inika from his arms, and said, "By the way, I caught this guy and forgot to return it to you." The King of the Realm glanced at the container, and his eyes showed human dislike. "You keep it. Let it go after it is done." Han Xiao curled his lips and put it away. It seemed that the liquid said that he was the confidant of the King of the Realm, and he was indeed bragging. The Master's clone needs to rush for a while. Han Xiao raised his body and sat cross-legged in the air, floating at the level of the King of Unbounded's head. The two of them stared at each other here. The Master clone sets the dimension coordinates provided by the King of Unboundedness, and the vehicle shuttles all the way and arrives at the destination without long. This is still a subdimensional black, but unlike the doomsday scene on the King of Unbounded, the black here exudes a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Han Xiao could sense that the energy in the entire secondary dimension flowed to the same position, and in that direction, an incomplete life signal was numbing, and the entire dimension was nurturing something. "It's here. Those dimensional entities have always been entrenched here. Be careful." The King of Unbounded conveyed the message through Harrison. Han Xiao nodded, opened the dimension barracks, summoned endless mechanical legions, and at the same time activated some of the war soldiers to form a normal version of the mechanical gods, ready for battle. At this time, several powerful sources of energy approached from different directions, and three huge figures that covered the sky, and the sun quickly occupied the site from far to near, with different appearances. It was the external dimension gods occupying this place, which brought a strong sense of oppression as soon as they appeared. Who is it? How dare you disturb us? Damn, Black Star. I can't beat it. Hurry up. When the three-dimensional entity saw the mechanical god, it immediately turned around and ran away, faster than when it came. Seeing this, Han Xiao and the King of Unbounded were both stunned for a moment. He thought he wanted to solve the problem, but he didn't expect that when these dimensional entities saw him, they ran away like a frightened rabbit, as if they really knew him. Could it be that my name has really spread in the secondary dimension world? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and thoughts flew. These three-dimension entities are outsiders, and they may have come from a place close to the shallow one. Could it be that when I was traveling with Emmers decades ago, I accidentally beat some dimension gods who didn't consciously act as light bulbs, so I became famous? Han Xiao was thinking about the reason, but his hands were not slow, so the mechanical army immediately surrounded and blocked. Even the King of Unbounded Realms can't handle these three dimensions, and he only has one-sided abuse in his hands. Han Xiao originally wanted to kill, but since the other party knew him, he controlled his strength a little and left a living mouth. After a violent beating, three-dimensional entities with blue noses and swollen faces sat in front of him, leaving only obedience. The King of Unbounded face twitched, and the trend of things was different for what he imagined. The powerful outsider who he had worked hard to drive away, even though he had worked so hard that he could not drive away when he met He Xing, he was so timid that he could not even escape. He was caught and beaten up, which made him feel a little disillusioned. When he saw the Black Star taking action with his own eyes, the King of Unbounded was even more fortunate, and the top powerhouse in the main material universe really couldn't afford to offend him. While he was mentally active, Han Xiao was standing with his arms in his arms, curiously interrogating the three-dimension entities. Where have you three heard of my name? We have seen you kill the dimensional gods. The three-dimensional gods who are enough to dominate the world in the secondary dimension have become extremely docile at this time, and they all speak out the causes and consequences. After hearing this, Han Xiao realized that these three guys ran to the territory of the King of Unbounded, and there was really his reason in it. These three dimensions of gods were originally entrenched near the subdimensional shallow layer, controlled by the three major civilizations. Because there was a cosmic civilization expanding there, the three of them had long planned to migrate. And decades ago, when I was traveling with Emmys, I passed by the nearby area and beat up another dimension god. The three of them saw the tragic scene and felt afraid. So they made up their minds to migrate and enter the depth of the secondary dimension. Finally, they came to the territory of the King of the Boundary many years ago. They finally met a lonely person who planned to eat the King of the Boundary and continue moving forward. But the three of them didn't expect to be unable to beat them. They originally wanted to leave, but by chance they discovered this secondary dimension that gave birth to special embryos. They instinctively felt that eating this life would be of great benefit to themselves, so they stayed. This matter is a mess. It's a coincidence. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. If someone else does this task, the difficulty is quite consistent with the high rewards. Ordinary super A-level entities are basically free to give it to the three-dimensional entities, but if it were him, he would almost not even need to do it. It is so convenient to have a high reputation. We have told you everything we know. Can you let us go? A dimensional entity said carefully. Don't even think about it. Han Xiao refused without hesitation. At this time, the King of Unbounded could not help but speak. Black Star, this secondary dimension has been taken back. I will occupy this place again first. As he said that, streams of black liquid substance emerged from his body, wanting to fill this dimension again and turn it back to his territory. Han Xiao was about to agree, but suddenly paused and changed his mind and said, "Don't be so anxious. I want to see what the embryo looks like. My child has not yet taken shape. Is it necessary? I'm curious for the first time seeing this phenomenon." Han Xiao replied casually, turned his head, and flew towards the place of fertility. The king of no realm had to follow behind. After moving forward for a while, Han Xiao saw a gray-white sphere suspended in the center of the secondary dimension, like mist being condensed together, and then wrapped in a translucent membrane, and streams of energy poured in from all directions to nourish the embryo. In his perception, this embryo has extremely vigorous vitality, as dazzling as dozens of stars. Han Xiao leaned closer and took a look inside, and saw a long figure flashing away in the gray mist flowing in the membrane, like a dragon. The king of non-border followed and said helplessly, "I haven't been born yet. What's so good about this?" Han Xiao ignored him and raised his hand to touch the embryo. He found that although the membrane was very thin, it was very tough. At this moment, an item introduction popped up on the panel. Han Xiao glanced at it, paused suddenly, and then slowly turned his head to look at the king of Unbounded, smiling. "You said this is your child? What's wrong?" The king of Realmless faced Han Xiao's gaze and suddenly felt guilty. "Don't you fart. No wonder you took the risk to drive me to help you steal it back. It turned out to be such a strange thing. You are betting that I can't find the wonders of this thing, right?" Han Xiao bounced the embryo with his fingers, and his joking tone was filled with uncontrollable surprise, and he grinned. "You almost fooled me by playing 9 points. You misunderstood. This is my child. Just some mutations have occurred." The king of non-border pretends to be calm. "Pretend? You continue to pretend." Han Xiao snorted coldly in his heart, ignored him, turned his head to look at the items on the panel introduction. Spiral snake's egg. Spiral snake, also known as spiral snake, is a rare species that lives in space turbulence, which is extremely rare. He lives alone and feeds on secondary dimensions and specific information phenomena. Each spiral snake only radiates eggs 7 times in his life. After giving birth, it is abandoned in a space storm and lets the eggs drift. When encountering secondary dimensions, it will automatically parasitize, transform into embryonic state, and absorb multiple secondary dimensions until it is completely mature. At the same time, spiral snake's eggs have an extremely strong attraction to some secondary dimensions of life. It is of great benefit to the juvenile body's food. It has a certain probability of strengthening talent and improving the level of life. Note, the origin of this species is closely related to the world tree and can eat the world tree itself, which has a certain degree of grammatical effect. The item introduction was not long, but the information revealed surprised Han Xiao. The shoe snake was like the empty lice at the beginning, not in the database of the 3 major civilizations, and was never discovered in the previous life. It was also a strange species to him. What surprised Han Xiao the most was that this creature was actually related to the world tree. The item introduction also specifically indicated that it was the nemesis of the world tree to a certain extent, which made him very surprised. The world tree is a cosmic wonder of a unique nature, but there is a kind of creature that can restrain it. Could it be that one thing is the subduing one thing? Perhaps the shoe snake is a companion species of the world tree, in a sense, and was born specifically to restrain it? If you think deeper, what would the cause of the world tree? For a moment, various speculations flashed through Han Xiao's mind, but there was no clue. However, he can confirm that if there is no introduction to the item on the panel, he will definitely not be able to discover the uniqueness of this embryo. The king of the Unboundary claimed that this was its child, and it was not easy to study it in depth, and it was difficult to find out something strange. As a result, the king of the Unboundary would probably be deceived by the king of the Unboundary. The king of the Unboundary was probably the plan. Various thoughts flashed through him, and Han Xiao raised his hand and pressed the king of the Unboundary's shoulder and slowly said, "Do you really think I don't know anything? This is impossible for your child at all. Are you making up such a lie to deceive me? Are you worried that I will be attracted to this thing? Our transactions require integrity. My impression of you is okay at the moment, so I will give you a chance to confess. If you still lie to me, don't blame me for holding grudges. No matter what my civilization and the world tree look like in the future, I will guarantee that you will definitely die clearly." The king of the Unboundary twitched his face. Although he held the handle in his hand, this could not protect him forever. He was still very vulgar in the face of Han Xiao's threat. His original intention of lying was to not let the Black Star delve into it, so as to avoid any trouble. After all, as long as he came to this secondary dimension, he could feel that a certain life was nurturing, which could easily make people curious. Moreover, the embryo was particularly attractive to the dimensional gods. If he did not claim to have a special relationship with him, he was worried that the Black Star would be moved. He originally thought that the Black Star was a visitor to the main universe, and he might not be able to feel the attraction of the embryo. As long as he didn't study, he could not find out something strange. He could hide it from the world, but he didn't expect that the Black Star could see through it at a glance, which made his plan fail. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party was cheating him, but the other person made a threat, and the King of the Unboundary was in a deep sense. After hesitating for a while, the King of the Unboundary said helplessly, "If you know what this is, why bother ask me? I just want to hear you say it yourself." Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms. He was mainly curious about how much the King of the Realmless knows about the eggs of the pivot snake. If he was only tempted by the special attraction shown by the item introduction, then the King of the Realmless should also wait for the embryo to mature and eat it. But if he knew the origin of the pivot snake, then the King of the Realmless would be a bit subtle. However, in his opinion, the King of the Realmless is mostly unclear about the relationship between the pivot snake and the world tree, and may not even know the pivot snake. If it weren't for the notes of the item introduction, he wouldn't know this secret. In the secondary dimension world, where information is difficult to spread, the King of the Realmless is unlikely to know this hidden secret. As expected, the King of the Realmless was guessed by Han Xiao, indicating that he discovered the embryo while expanding his territory and felt the attraction, so he brought it back to wait for fertilization and maturity, but was stolen. After explaining it, the King of Unbounded asked Han Xiao if he knew the origin of the embryo. "Of course I know, but the information is not complete. I just saw it once when I was traveling to the secondary dimension, but unfortunately it disappeared later." Han Xiao waved his hand and found an excuse. Naturally, he would not disclose the information about the snake to the King of Unbounded. As for whether he pretended not to know him, he could only observe again. "Okay, then what are you going to deal with this embryo?" "Our transaction," the King of Non-Border asked tentatively. "TSK, you have concealed something from me. Logically speaking, the transaction should be canceled, but because your attitude is okay, the transaction can continue, and this embryo is still yours." Without waiting for the King of Unbounded to breathe a sigh of relief, Han Xiao paused and said, "However, the transaction content is just to help you regain the embryo. Although the embryo is in your hands, you cannot eat it. I will let a mechanical force station here. I am very interested in this embryo and want to see what it looks like when it matures." When he heard this, the King of Unbound was helpless and could only agree. Thinking about the good news, at least Black Star solved 3 evil neighbors, which was not a loss. After reaching a consensus, Han Xiao asked the mechanical troops to build a temporary base around the embryo, and the King of Unboundary could only let him do it. At the same time, Han Xiao's panel popped up a prompt for completing the task, and a large wave of experience was obtained, but the King of Unboundary's favor reward shrank, only 5 points, which was obviously affected by his behavior. Only by completely returning the embryo can he get the most favor, but this favor is not important to him. The rewarded character card is the ability of the King of Unboundary. The effect is to descend in the main universe, project the power of the King of Unboundary, and summon the black liquid substance that can block energy perception, which is temporarily taken away by Han Xiao. At the same time, the King of Unboundary Dimension, Han Xiao, who was monitoring the King of Unboundless, broke his silence and said, "The matter has been completed. I will take these 3-dimension entities away. I will not disturb you again in the future. Until you fulfill your promise, I want you to know all the world tree information." Good. The King of the Unboundary had to do as he did and shared this part of the memory through spiritual information. Han Xiao immediately transcoded these mental memories into virtual data and input them into the device. With these information, the 3 civilization expedition teams did not have to explore like headless flies. They could save a lot of energy and go directly to the sphere of influence of the World Tree in the secondary dimension. Although the closer to the territory of the World Tree clan, the more dangerous it is, the chance of finding the body of the World Tree will also increase. The King of the Unboundary also included the coordinates of several stable areas around them, as well as some maps. The 3 civilizations no longer know nothing in this deep area, and the intelligence is quite valuable. Han Xiao browsed the information. His eyes moved and suddenly said, "I want to reach a cooperation with you on behalf of the 3 civilizations. You control a large area of secondary dimensions. I hope you can lend a part of the territory as a temporary outpost for the 3 civilizations to explore the world of the secondary dimensions, so that our expedition teams can gather and rest here. This can provide us with great help. What do you think?" When hearing this, the King of No Realm was secretly annoyed, and he felt that the other party was arrogant and could not help but warn, "I don't want to get involved in your war. Don't forget that I still hold your handle. It's okay. We're temporarily stationed here, just to give you more information. And we are all here. Even if you don't welcome it, our large-scale follow-up troops will definitely pass by here. You might as well reach cooperation with us and get additional benefits." Han Xiao didn't care. If he got the support of the King of Unbound, he could get the coordinates on the edge of the King of Unbound, and he would shuttle over at once, saving time to slowly cross this area. Setting up a transit station in this deep area is equivalent to getting a new entrance. Just like a record point, the expedition team can set off directly from here as soon as they come in, eliminating a lot of distances, which is very helpful for the expedition. The King of Unbound was in a turbulent heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally nodded, quite helpless. Even though he held the handle, he did not dare to use it easily because he was concerned about the consequences and instead was occupied by the Black Star. Although the Black Star helped him drive away his evil neighbor, this move was undoubtedly a matter of being accused of the tiger. The King of Unbound was already a little regretful to lead the wolf into the house. "It's all because of Babu Inika, a cheater who has provoked me to trouble, but he dares to brag about it. He is still my confidant." The confidant is almost the same. Buzz, just when the King of Unboundary was angry, Harrison returned to his body on a vehicle. He had withdrawn from a state of "please ask for his superiors" and restored his physical control. Han Xiao released magnetism, sucked Harrison in front of him, handed the equipment recording the intelligence in his hand to him, and instructed, "The matter has been basically resolved. I have reached a deal with the King of Unboundary. He is willing to lend some secondary dimensions as our outposts. He will release the expedition team later. You can find the commander to report the situation, hand over this information to him, and let them stop moving forward, stand by here, and inform the 3 major civilizations." "I understand," and ensure that the task is completed. Harrison nodded frequently and kept it all in his heart. Seeing that he was so well behaved, Han Xiao was in a complicated mood. Although Harrison and others suffered this time, they also became a blessing in disguise, which brought substantial progress to the plan to search for the World Tree orthologies. They found a temporary ally deep in the secondary dimension. What surprised Han Xiao the most was that Harrison set out to find the World Tree orthologies. Now, the position of the orthologies is not yet clear, so he found a strange thing that restrains the orthologies. What else can he say? The halo of luck forever. Let Harrison join the expedition team is indeed a correct decision. Han Xiao was very relieved. If the King of Unboundary had not discovered his backer in Harrison's memory, this expedition team would have disappeared, and the previous life might be a timeline difference. The King of Unboundary had already eaten the snake embryo, which might be another reason. In short, Han Xiao had never heard of the 3 civilizations getting the snake eggs. If there was such a trump card in the previous life, the difficulty of raiding the snake should have been reduced a lot. However, although it is worth being happy to get an ace, you have to find a World Tree body to play a role. Han Xiao was still curious about the connection between the snake and the World Tree. In addition, he also wanted to know whether the World Tree civilization itself is clear about the characteristics of the snake. He always felt that there were many strange things hidden in it. Into this chapter. You have found a temporary ally for us in a deep-level dimension and obtained information about the sphere of influence of the World Tree. In the conference room of the three major civilizations, Bruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling cult couldn't help but widen their eyes after hearing Han Xiao's notice. If it weren't for Harrison's sake, I would definitely not have gone through it, so I would not have encountered such a good thing. Han Xiao spread his hands and left the throne in the dimension of the King of Unboundary. He returned to the main material universe, notified the three civilizations as soon as possible, and explained the causes and consequences. Considering the attitude of the King of Unbounded, Han Xiao concealed the information about the snake egg. Before this killer move matured, he did not inform the three major civilizations of the need to avoid any trouble. After hearing the reason, the three of them looked at each other, surprised and happy. Bruce cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your hard work. This is an important discovery of the expedition plan. Our next search action will be more targeted. We agreed to this alliance. We will dispatch some special envoys to contact the King of Unbounded to discuss the subsequent cooperation matters." Although Han Xiao did not report in advance and made a decision on behalf of the three major civilizations, it is a special period. As long as it is useful in the battle situation, this issue is a trivial matter. Han Xiao nodded, took out a list of secondary dimension coordinates, and said, "These are the secondary dimension coordinates that the King of Unboundary lends us to serve as transit outposts. You can establish a new portal here and turn this area into a shallow layer. You know how to do what happens next. Just use your rogue side, but don't force the King of Unboundary too tight." "What are you talking about?" Bruce pulled his face and took the list and transferred it to the other two leaders to watch. "Okay, this is all I want to say. There's no other problem. I will go back and take charge of the training camp first." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Wait a minute. There is one more thing to discuss with you." At this time, Lewis called Han Xiao with a rare smile on his face and slowly said, "The Super A-level group has paid heart and sweat for the war. After discussions between the three parties, we unanimously decided to establish a monument for all Super A-level who died in the war. It has nothing to do with identity. It only depends on achievements." Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he said comfortably, "It's not easy. You finally said something human." Lewis's smile froze. He laughed dryly, and he thought he hadn't heard this, and asked, "What do you think of this plan?" "It's very good. I have no objection." Han Xiao shook his head. When fighting in the intercepting circle, no one had the intention of this. Now that there is an 11-year buffer period, it is suitable for doing such things. Although the clouds of war are still shrouded in the sky, the monument of the constellation will at least not make people die in obscurity. Compared with the online war damage reports, the physical objects are more commemorative and can slightly enhance cohesion. However, under the premise of the recovery of the sanctuary, the effect of the soul Since you have no objection, please tell all the members of the association to let you know that aside the elements of the transaction, we are also humane and grateful for their help. No matter what rift we had before, we were always compatriots born in the same universe. Su Ling's sect nodded. "You three took the wrong medicine today? How can you just talk about human language?" Han Xiao glanced at the three of them in surprise. Bruce said angrily, "Okay, that's all, let's go." Han Xiao shrugged, removed the remote projection, and disappeared in front of the three of them. Seeing this, Lewis relaxed, shook his head, and sighed. "Oh, this guy Blackstar can always bring us surprises." If he hadn't been to save Harrison by chance, we would have missed this secondary dimension information. Black Star's luck is incredible. Fortunately, he is our teammate at present. Bruce breathed out. The three of them sighed for a while, lowered their heads again, and carefully studied the information brought back by Han Xiao. It took not much time to resolve Harrison's affairs. The subsequent alliance affairs were handed over to the three major civilizations, so Han Xiao didn't have to worry too much. After returning to the training base, Han Xiao sent a message to convey the plan to comfort the Spirit Monument, and naturally everyone had no objection. Although the original intention of the two parties to join forces was a transaction, they didn't want their achievements to be ignored by Super A. It is naturally excellent that the three major civilizations are willing to enhance their reputation for them. However, this move is suspected to maintain their sense of belonging to the interstellar society emotionally, so they did not have any touch on Super A. Han Xiao checked the training status of the natural disaster level and Super A level as usual, and then came to a mental strength training room and found Fording, who was honing his mind power. The singing that is directly singing in the soul echoes in the room with the power of thought. Unlike simple spiritual needles or soul shocks, such singing of the power of thought is not stimulating, making people immerse themselves in it, like the song of birds in spring, full of vitality and soothe the soul. But in the next moment, the calm sea suddenly became violent, and the gentle singing of thoughts suddenly became loud and sharp, as if it had suddenly turned from country music to death heavy metal, and was about to tear the soul of life into pieces, throw it into the furnace, and completely destroy it. The doll simulated in the training room also shot the headshot and fell to the ground to twitch. Han Xiao looked outside for a while before entering the room. The singing of the mind suddenly came like a craze. The demonic sound entered his mind, making him feel a little tinnitus, but they were all isolated by his own tenacious mental barrier and did not cause substantial damage. After realizing that outsiders came in, Fording retracted his mind power, slowly opened his eyes, showed a smile, and joked, "Hello, Haixing. Why are you here? Are you lacking luck again? I'll give you a small treat." Han Xiao smiled, looked at the information on the panel, and nodded. "You are a qualified person. I can feel from your mind power that you have touched the limit of Super A level. It's just that the final sublimation will take to be completed." Fording did not deny it, and shook his head gently. He has been a natural disaster level for a long time, accumulated a lot of experience, and has reached the threshold of exceeding the A-level level, but has not taken the last step for a long time. At first, he inherited Morning Star's mental skills, and now he has already walked out of his own path. He spent a lot of time summarizing his own skills and trying to create new genres. He could feel that when the self-created genre is completely formed, he can enter the final sublimation and enter the Super A level rank. In this regard, the Soul Transformation Array has helped him a lot. This cosmic treasure also has the effect of assisting exercise for him, which makes it easier for him to study the structure of different souls, thereby developing various self-created mental attack skills and improving his own school. Among the 5 major systems, in addition to the superpower system, the other 4 systems are in pairs and corresponding combinations. The magic system and the mechanical system are mainly knowledgeable and require learning various knowledge, while the martial arts and the mind power system are mainly pure. Martial arts have created countless martial arts schools by developing physical strength, while mind masters have also created many skill systems. Mind power attack has countless force skills like melee skills, mainly including many major branches such as mind system, mind movement system, sensing system, potential system, and other major branches. There are various schools under each branch, which are as prosperous as the martial arts school. For example, Sauer is best at the mind system, while Fordin is proficient in the mind system. It is rare to see Fordin use violent mind power, and most of them are mental methods. The mind power singing used by Fordin is exactly the school of this branch. Don't worry, you'll be able to complete the Super A-level transformation soon. Han Xiao patted Fording on the shoulder. He looked at the battle information and knew that Fording's energy level was not far from being Super A-level sublimated. I hope I can help you at that time. Fording sighed softly. In just 11 years, even if I become a super A level, I don't have enough time to accumulate. I'm afraid I'm just a cannon fodder in the battlefield. You have to have confidence in your luck, and you have a soul-turning meter. No one will use your basic combat power to measure your role. Han Xiao encouraged. Fording does not have the exaggerated talent of Carlot, warrior Wuji, but he is the only qualified person who perfectly matches the soul transformation array. The power exerted by this perverted universe treasure depends on Fording's own power. Once he enters Super A level, the effect of the soul transformation array can undergo a qualitative change. Although the souls of the world tree are sucked by the mother tree and cannot be transferred in full in a small battle, he specially asked Fording to experiment. The soul-turning meter can tear the souls of the members of the world tree and cause heavy damage. If all the souls are pulled out, the enemy will die suddenly on the spot. After a while of small cooking, Han Xiao left the room and replaced the Emperor and teleported to a secret place in the Black Star Palace. As my eyes turned, I had arrived outside a potential inspiring training room, filled with various cosmic radiation and huge pressure. Evans stood in the middle of the room, and soft light flowed on his body, using the harsh environment to temper himself. Han Xiao opened the door and walked in. The training room immediately stopped running. Evans noticed it and turned to look over. Legislative Commander, what are your instructions? Evans nodded with a calm expression. Han Xiao waved his hand. Don't be so reserved. I'm just here to see your training status. As he said that, he looked up and down at Evans and nodded with satisfaction. Han Xiao has been formulating a superpower absorption plan for Evans. At this time, the gene chain is very stable, and each superpower has been carefully selected. It is not about many, but about essence, which is enough to cope with various complex situations. Basically, no superpower slot is wasted, and the skill combination is countless times better than that of the alien god. At the same time, Evans also absorbed the genetic enhancement ability to speed up the cultivation of the superpower system. In combination with his own top superpower affinity physique, his growth rate is very gratifying. After years of hard work, Evans has now reached the level of a high natural disaster level and is not too far from being Super A level. Han Xiao gave Evans an injection, looked at the panel, and smiled and said, "You are in the process of transformation, and it will not take long to complete the sublimation. I am afraid I will congratulate you in advance on becoming a Super A level. What are your plans?" He did not doubt Evans' qualifications, possessing power replica and top affinity physical constitution, and almost 100% able to enter the Super A level. It is just a matter of time. Evans smiled and said steadily, "If it weren't for you, I might be an ordinary person. You have been sponsoring me to improve my strength over the past few decades. I owe you too much. If you don't dislike me, I hope to stay in the Legion and repay this debt." Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this answer. To be fair, he didn't want to let this talent go. With his correct guidance and the precipitation of the first half of his life, Evans did not fall into this kind of shortcut ability. Instead, his mind became more and more solid as a rock, which has always been worry-free. And Evans has always been grateful that he activated his suppressed talent and gave him a new life, and his loyalty is probably higher than Rodhell. Han Xiao pressed Evans' shoulder with relief and smiled. "Enter the Super A level as soon as possible. I'll give you a gift when the time comes." "What gift?" Evans was curious. "Keep confidential. You will know then." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. When Evans enters Super A level, he can absorb superpowers of the same level. Gouda, who has been imprisoned in amber in time and space for many years, has a place to use his skills. After years of investigation, he determined that Evans is qualified to accept this gift. Energy control of this perverted super risk ability, which must not be wasted. Evans took away this ability and used it for the best use, making the superpowers synthesized by the gods through endless hardships become someone else's wedding dress, and also allowing him, a guy who is full of evil, to taste the taste of the victim. The reactions of the three major civilizations will no longer be a big problem. Han Xiao plans to tell the whole story of the alien god. No matter whether the three major civilizations believe it or not, it is impossible to turn against each other when foreign enemies attack. As for the original body of the alien god, I believe that the underworld doesn't mind an extra man. Before the alien god was captured, he thought that the three major civilizations would release him one day and ask about the information about the world tree. But from the beginning to the end, Han Xiao did not intend to let this extremely harmful evildoer regain his freedom. The frontline troops were always blocking the advance of World Tree, and the three major civilizations also began to carry out destructive development of the Shining World periphery. The Interstellar Society was panicked, but the training base was in a rare tranquility. The changes in the outside world's wars have not yet interfered with everyone's training plan, and time has passed in a hurry during the training camp. Under the training plan of Han Xiao's teaching according to his aptitude, a large number of training members were delighted to feel their own progress. Except for one person, the other students became more and more diligent in training. After spending several months in training, the oath-taking man who was far away in the Covenant finally sent a message saying that he had collected another key to the first sanctuary. Han Xiao had been waiting for this moment without any delay. He informed everyone and resolutely entered the sanctuary. Under the gaze of many Covenant members, he disappeared into the main universe again. A few hours after Han Xiao entered the sanctuary, members of the evading war faction gathered in the secret conference room at the call of Derlin. Black Star has finally entered the sanctuary again. What do you think? Dilrin chewed a fluorescent grass leaf, gently stroked his fingertips, and swept over the super A level on the table with a scrutiny gaze. Everyone remained silent, glanced at their companions with the same eyes, and no one wanted to speak first. Seeing this, Dilrin took off the blade of grass in his mouth, tapped his fist twice on the table, and slowly said, "Since everyone is not talking, then I say that it took about 2 months for Black Star to go to the sanctuary last time, and this time it is probably the same. I think this is a good opportunity to leave." Everyone paused, turned to look at him, his eyes unknown. Dilrin dismissed and spread his hands. "Everyone knows me. I have always said anything. When Black Star entered the sanctuary last time, I wanted to make the suggestion. However, I didn't know how long the Black Star would disappear at that time, and everyone was observing whether the interception circle could really stop the foreign enemies, so I did not make a proposal. Now the situation of the war has changed, and the foreign enemies have broken through the interception circle and will sooner or later arrive at the land of the three major civilizations. At the same time, we also understand how long the vacuum period for Black Star to enter the sanctuary is. So this is an opportunity to leave the main universe and avoid war." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Some were dissatisfied, some were moved, and some were waiting and watched. Don't forget that Black Star has revived us. We all owe others favors. It's not good to leave without saying goodbye. Someone frowned and opposed it. The members of the War Escape Association present were all Covenant resurgents who came out of the mountain. Because they cherished the second life they had finally obtained, they did not participate in the war. Because Dilrin was good at talking, everyone temporarily let him be the representative, but they were not their leader, and there were also differences within them. Dilrin played with the glowing grass leaves and said lightly, "I don't deny that Black Star is kind to us, but he cannot allow us to leave freely. The purpose of reviving us is just to use our strength. Now he tolerates us to avoid war, but it is only temporary. As those participating in the war become more and more dissatisfied with us, Black Star will put pressure on us sooner or later, just like he forced the third group of resuscitators to join the war this time, and will do the same to us in the future. So we might as well leave the main universe before this happens. Otherwise, we will become more and more passive. Although some are sorry Black Star, we have to be responsible for our lives. Even if he revives us, it does not mean that we must accept their drive and sacrifice our lives for him." Everyone frowned and pondered. These words also touched the hearts of many people. Many people were not willing to disobey Black Star in person due to their affection, but they were not willing to take the risk of participating in the war. "Where is the Covenant?" someone asked again. Dilrin snorted coldly. The swearing man and Han Xiao wore a pair of pants. If we want to leave, we must act secretly and notify them. If we do this, it may lead to Black Star's pursuit. I don't think we can make a decision so hasty. Another person said cautiously. When Dylan heard this, he retorted, the Black Star is not in the main universe, so we have the opportunity to slip away quietly. Every minute and every second we waste now is the time for us to escape. If we wait for him to come back, can we still leave? No matter what you say, I will definitely leave. Many people suddenly look confused. The oppression power given to them by Black Star is too strong. Only when he's not here can these people dare to plot, thinking that this vacuum period is a rare opportunity to escape. If Black Star had not entered the sanctuary, they would not dare to act rashly, for fear that Han Xiao would come to educate him whenever he had any action. After a while of discussion, the evasive parties present had to barely reach a consensus. Those who were willing to leave were planning their own, and those who were unwilling to leave were not allowed to leak the secrets. They were prepared for both. Looking at the arguments, Dylan became a little distracted. He played with the blades of grass in his hand, and his beautiful memories flashed through his mind like a flash of flowers. He remembered the glorious elf holy country he had created again, and couldn't help but miss the scenes of himself playing with many princesses in the white royal court. Those beautiful, cold, or pure faces flashed in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, after I died at the peak, the elf holy kingdom lost its protection. These princesses could not dominate their own destiny. The identity of a super-level widow, just like the emperor's harem, was enough to arouse the interest of many powerful gray characters and become a strange thing. Now, although I've come alive, my old friends have long disappeared with time. I have the power, but nothing can be saved. Dilrin's face tightened and subconsciously used his fingers to crush the grass leaves into powder. The three major civilizations. It is the final bottom line if you don't take any damage to you at this time. How could I help you? On the other side, somewhere in the training base, a group of Super A-level gathered in the room and looked at each other. This group of people is some members of the Third Recovery. Except for most of the civilized direct lines, the remaining neutrals are Super A-level. Because of common interests, the third batch of revived Super A-level groups have privately joined forces, and the revived direct descendants become one faction, and the free Super A-level groups become one faction. Although the three major civilizations have put everyone under house arrest, everyone can still communicate in private. After all, they're an important group of combat forces and cannot really limit all freedoms like being in jail. After a while, a Super A-level spoke broke the silence. Black Star has gone to the sanctuary. What are the plans to summon us at this time? Everyone turned their heads and looked at the initiator of the rally, a high-level Super A-level named Stein. Stein is a male moss with transparent wings. He looks like a moth. In addition to his wings and antennae, other bodies are made of humanoid shapes. At this time, the two antennae trembled and looked quite nervous. He whispered, I heard some news that the unlimited number of times the sanctuary that Black Star mentioned may be a lie that was specifically deceiving us. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The three major civilizations have always controlled the channels and prevented the third batch of resuscitators from accessing relevant information. So they have never known that Han Xiao once said that the sanctuary recovery was limited to only once, and they have always been kept in the dark. What the hell is going on? Everyone asked quickly. Stein quickly explained, when it comes to the recovery of the sanctuary, Black Star has different opinions about us from other super-level ones. He used to claim that the recovery of the sanctuary was limited to only once, but he said that the number of times was not limited to us. I just came into contact with this information by chance, and there must be problems here. Is the news reliable? I can't guarantee it, but it's likely that it is true. Stein hurriedly said. Everyone's faces suddenly became gloomy and their thoughts flew. If Black Star had two statements, then the other Super A-levels would definitely know, but until now, no one has exposed it or reported it. Everyone was shuddered and subconsciously developed a conspiracy theory. Perhaps Black Star's statement to them was a deliberate lie to deceive them, and the other super A-level people are vested interests, so they acquiesced to this behavior. Not only did not expose it, but also tacitly cooperated to deceive their third batch of resuscitators. This is what everyone wants to use them as cannon fodder. In fact, the idea of this speculation is correct, and it is almost 10% correct. Based on their perspective, this possibility makes completely sense and is extremely convincing. But because of misunderstanding of the key information, the conclusion happens to be in the opposite direction of the facts. The more everyone thought about it, the more frightened they became, and their anger continued to rise. What should I do now? Someone took a deep breath to calm the anger in his chest and asked in a deep voice, "If the recovery is limited to one time, then we will be our last life, and we have to consider a retreat." Stein pondered. Do we want to take the opportunity to escape? Although Black Star is not here, we are under house arrest in this area. Those super A levels in later generations are not easy to deal with. After a fierce debate, someone suddenly made a suggestion. The situation is still unclear. Let's hold our troops first. When Black Star returns to revive the sanctuary, we will probably watch with you. Then we will see if he has recovered the second death. If not, no matter what reasons Black Star looks for, we will question in person and take the right way. In this way, we can shake the new revivers this time and the direct descendants of the same group of our recovery. Join forces to break the house arrest of the three major civilizations and resist the fate of cannon fodder. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. It is difficult to resist by relying on them alone, and the next recovery scene may be to seek an opportunity to make a temporary alliance. Then let's make up that. Let's attack together. Stein agreed. The old galaxy, the territory of the mechanic tribe. In a mechanical palace, Manison's master clone sat opposite Sauer's long-range projection, playing cards at will. I really envy you. You don't have to manage the affairs of the association and spend all your time on digesting the perception of war. I want to do this too. Sauer muttered and complained as he watched the game. Manison didn't care and said casually, "He Xing is not here, and people always need to supervise the association. I have already stepped down as president, not even the vice president. This job is yours." Oh, there is no way. When He Xing left, he told me that during the period when he left, some members of the association and the resuscitators might be uneasy. I asked me to be careful of variables, and I can only do what he wants. Sui shook his head, his tone helpless. Just like the exploration history, war has always been a catalyst for the strong. Many super-level, A-level garrisoned in intercepted circles for a year experienced large and small battles and had some new insights. Manison and Sowery have discovered a broader room for improvement. As long as they stay in seclusion for a period of time, their strength can still make new progress. Unfortunately, Black Star went to the sanctuary and told him to be careful. Suri could only suppress the urge to digest the experience of war and turn to manage the association. So he envied that Manison could concentrate on practicing behind closed doors. I've thought too much, and I've encountered some chores here. Manison said indifferently. Nifgadi has been restless recently. He is unwilling to let the mechanical god cult and the mechanical clan be controlled by Black Star and I. He feels that these benefits are his, so he tries to regain his former leadership position. Oh, what did he do? Sui was curious. As soon as Black Star left, he asked someone to go to the mechanical god cult to promote his return and wanted to use the founder to reap the main beliefs of the believers, and clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation. What's the result? Fuyui was interested. What else can he do? He was a founder who was eliminated by history and was resurrected after being exposed to the light of Black Star. He still wanted to shake Black Star's status? Just a dream. Manison sneered. This is true that Nifga's prestige has long been worn out by time. He has no capital to compete with the Black Star yet. Sully nodded, paused, and joked. And you can't even snatch the Black Star, let alone him. Ridiculous. Manison glanced at him and snorted lightly. This person doesn't have any pot to carry. If we hadn't known each other for many years, I would have ignored you. Sui shrugged and asked, How about the mechanical clan? It should be quite troublesome for you to return as an ancestor, right? Who do you think I am? I have been in the mechanical clan for many years. He wanted me to hand over the base camp just by his ancestor. Is it possible? Manison's tone calm. So what did you do to him? I had made him a prisoner before, but I had not done such a thing for a long time. After all, Nifga is the ancestor of the armed tribe. I want to be justified and I can't do anything to him. So I divided a group of armed tribe members to him. So he let him set up his own business and set up a new armed tribe. So the armed tribe has been divided. Suai raised his eyebrows. Manison didn't care and said lightly, "It's not that serious. The tribe members can give him some. Anyway, they can regenerate, but the family's assets I have accumulated over the years. He can't get a single screw. Haha, you're still the same. No one can get any advantage from you except Black Star." Suai shook his head and laughed. Even Black Star has never taken advantage of me. Manison was not right. Sowery just smiled and did not expose Manson's stubbornness. He moved the topic away and blinked. By the way, before leaving, Black Star left me a stranger's contact information and told me that if those resurrected people have any abnormal movements, they can find this person to solve it. Black Star will not be aimless. What is the name of that stranger? I don't know the name. Black Star just asked me to call him the Swearing Man. I haven't contacted him yet. I don't know what the origin is. Even Black Star attaches so much importance to it. Sowery was quite interested. It seems that Black Star still has many secrets. Manison snorted. The world, Tree Territory, Tree King Palace. Vibrant green lights surged and continued to pour into a huge cocoon made of leaves along the root veins. It looked like a cabbage, and below was a luxurious base, which looked like an altar. After a long time, the leaves that formed the giant cocoon suddenly opened layer by layer, and a figure radiating dazzling green light all over his body walked out, step by step down the steps, and the green light slowly converged, revealing the appearance of the King of Trees. "You are finally resurrected." Under the altar, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of the Dingshu king who had been waiting for a long time, and he took 2 steps forward to meet him. After watering for so long, the king of Shushu finally matured. "In this way, I can finally fish." I'm still the same unaccustomed. The king of Zhenshu exhaled and moved his body stiffly, awakening his sleeping perception. Although the world tree can bring him back to the seed state and rebirth, the process of seed germination and maturity is very uncomfortable. When the tree-storing king couldn't help but get angry when he thought of the Black Star that had caused him to endure a lot of pain. "I actually died once, and the outsider will definitely pay the price next time. You will have a chance." King Dingshu immediately made a fuss. The king of Jinshu turned his head and looked at him, revealing a look of surprise. "Why are you the King of Hearts?" He fell into trouble and was sealed by that foreigner. King of Dingshu said in a contemptuous tone. The king of Jinshu frowned and said in a deep voice, "What happened when I died?" Hearing this, the king of Dingshu didn't force himself and directly told the king of Jinshu through the spiritual network. After learning the whole story, King Jinshu's face calmed down and he nodded slowly. So that's what happened. King Xin Shu restrained the recovery abilities, resulting in the success of Duizi's tactics. The hostile civilization suffered a lot of advanced combat powers. Although King Xin Shu was later planted, the strategic achievements he created had laid a good foundation for us. The numerical advantage gradually slipped towards us. The advanced combat power of the hostile civilization will only fight less and less in the future, and it will do a good job. But King Zhu Tree was not satisfied. King Xin Shu was captured, and the crown position of the Tree King could not be taken back. King Ding Shu said lightly, "It's okay, it's just a seal. We'll find an opportunity to save King Shu in the future. We will undoubtedly make a profit by using temporary losses in exchange for the enemy's permanent losses." King Shu waved his hand and didn't care. "Okay, since you were resurrected, the affairs here will be left to you. I will go back to the mother body first." After saying that, the king of Dingshu did not wait for the king of Jinshu to react, and immediately removed the entity, returned to the world tree, and disappeared. "Umph, I still have to rely on me." King Jinshu snorted, without any idea of refusal. As a martial artist, he was already used to doing these tiring tasks. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. Everything in the training base was as usual, but Black Star's temporary departure caused a stir. After experiencing many storms, the Black Star in the eyes of the Super A group has already had the effect of a stabilizing scene needle. Under his operation, the common interests of the Super A class have been continuously extended. Today, it is because of the existence of the Black Star that everyone can be condensed under the banner of the Super A Class Association. Therefore, although Han Xiao went here for the sake of serious business and would not leave for long, everyone still felt that something was missing. During this period, Sui was in charge of the overall situation, followed Han Xiao's instructions, and paid attention to the movements of many revivers. He originally thought it was a routine, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden change. A few days after Han Xiao left, Dilrin and some of the resuscitators of the war avoidance factions disappeared. Saori had been paying attention to the movements of the association members, and soon discovered this abnormality. As comrades in arms who resolutely came out to stand on the side of the association to fight against the three major civilizations, the treatment of the first two batches of resuscitators is naturally different from that of the third batch of resuscitators. The association had to consider the ideas of all members and would not deprive the freedom of these war-avoiding factions just because some members were unwilling to participate in the war. Therefore, Dilrin and others were not under house arrest like the third group of recoverers. In amazement, Sui immediately investigated and asked the resurgence of the war-avoiding faction who had not left. Finally, he learned about the idea of Dilrin and others taking the opportunity to leave. However, no one revealed their route. He only said that Dilrin cast a spell and took some companions into the secondary dimension and left in this way. Sui tried to contact Dilrin and his group, but the group seemed to be determined to leave and could not contact him at all. In desperation, he thought of the contact information of the swearing person left to him by Han Xiao. With a curious attitude, he turned to find the stranger for help. In the office of the training base, Sui leaned against a chair, and the communicator on the table emitted an inverted cone light, sweeping out a virtual screen in front of him, showing the dialing screen. The ringtone rang for a few seconds before the communication was answered. The black communication interface suddenly changed, revealing a figure wearing a hooded black robe, which looked quite mysterious. Sauer looked at the man curiously and said, "I am Sauer. Are you the one who swears that Black Star calls?" "It's me." The swearer responded lightly, and raised his eyes to examine Sauer. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little weird for a moment. After a few seconds, Sui asked with great interest, "Before Black Star left, he left your contact information to me, saying that if the resuscitator has any movement, can he ask you for help?" "He also notified me." The swearing man nodded. "So what is your relationship with He Xing?" "I have never heard of you. You don't know that I am normal. I have a closer connection with He Xing," the swearing man said calmly. Hearing this, Sauer narrowed his eyes, and all kinds of guesses flashed through his heart. The existence of the Covenant has always been a secret, and many resurrected people who came out of the mountain have never revealed it, so he naturally doesn't know it either. As his thoughts turned, Sui tentatively asked, "Can't you? Are you a secret subordinate of Black Star?" The swearing man's eyes immediately became sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "You're thinking too much. I'm just an important collaborator and never a subordinate of his." "Really, I don't believe it." Sui secretly complained that many members of the association gilded themselves on their faces like this. They all said that they were not a subordinate of Black Star, but they still acted on orders. He had long been used to this situation. After complaining a few words in his heart, Sui calmed down and said curiously, "I don't quite understand what you have to do with those resuscitators. Why did Black Star ask me to ask you for help? This is a secret. Black Star didn't tell you, and I can't reveal it. As long as you know that I can help, don't ask more questions about the others." The swearing man said indifferently. He didn't know that Sui was also an insider of the truth about the resuscitation of the sanctuary. so he naturally hid it. Among all Han Xiao's collaborators, Covenant is a particularly important existence, and outsiders, like Sui, must not involve core secrets. Therefore, when the oath is expressed, it is easy for people to misunderstand that his attitude is superior. Seeing this, Sui curled his lips secretly. TSK, I also said that it was not Black Star's secret subordinate, otherwise you would keep the secret for Black Star, so why would you have such a faint sense of superiority? Seeing that the person who swore the oath had no plans to communicate more, Sui temporarily gave up the intention of collecting intelligence and told Dilrin and others about it. After hearing this, the swearing man flashed slightly and he slowly said, Dilrin, it's really not surprising. I will talk to him. He has blocked the external communications. Can you contact him? Sui was surprised. I have my own way. Don't ask too much. Just leave it to me. The swearing man waved his hand, and without saying much, he hung up the communication directly. Seeing that the communication screen went dark, Sui murmured in a low voice, with a strange expression. Mysterious. I haven't heard of the name. When did Black Star meet such a guy? Somewhere in the secondary dimension world, Dilrin and others were sailing all the way on the golem vehicle of the elves' crafts. There was silence in the room. No one spoke, and from time to time, he looked at the magic compass similar to the radar, for fear that someone would pursue him. Everything is going well at present, and you have entered the subdimensional world. As long as you avoid the control area of the 3 major civilizations, you don't have to worry about being discovered. The vehicle has magical consciousness and is reporting on the situation. So far, the action has been smooth and has not encountered much resistance. It will take at least more than a month for the Black Star to return. So much time is enough for us to completely hide. The war has no choice but to do with us. A companion laughed in a low voice. Hearing this, the resurgence of the war-avoiding faction who left with Derlin could not help but smiled happily, except Derlin, who was not very happy and sat in the seat without expression. Who? At this moment, a cluster of black flames suddenly formed out of thin air, forming the spiritual projection of the swearing man, appearing in front of Dilrin, and suddenly the laughter in the room stopped abruptly. You will come. Dilrin was not surprised at all. The swearing man stared at him without getting angry, and said calmly, It's not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye, right? No one knows whether the world will explode tomorrow. It could be the last one at any time, so there is nothing to pay attention to. Dilrin hugged his arms with both hands. His tone was cold. If you do this, Black Star will be very unhappy. The swearing man looked calm. I don't care if he is happy. Dilrin snorted. If you just come and chat with me, I welcome you. If you want to persuade me, then forget it. You know that I will never help the 3 civilizations. The swearing man shook his head. I understand your hatred with the 3 civilizations, and will not persuade you to let go, but leaving the main universe is just an act of escape. For the sake of owing you favors, I will not retaliate against the 3 civilizations. What else can I do if I don't leave? Or do you want to advise me not to escape and stay and make the 3 civilizations pay the price of bleeding? Dilrin's tone was sarcastic. The swearing man didn't care and said slowly, It's normal for you to complain, but you have to look forward to everything. Now we are fighting for the 3 civilizations just to protect the interstellar community's hometown. The current alliance is just a temporary measure. Even if we win in the end, the 3 civilizations still have many irreconcilable contradictions with us. Black Star is tolerant of you. In addition to sympathizing with your experience, it also foresees that there are many conflicts with the 3 civilizations in the future. He never asked you to let go of your hatred. Why not wait? I don't doubt Black Star's vision, but I am not a person who changes my mind easily. No matter what, I don't want to serve the 3 civilizations. I want me to go back and wait until the day you are hostile to the 3 civilizations again. Dilrin straightened his back and curled his lips. The swearing man said lightly, Now you escape at the battle and don't participate in the war with the association. Even if you return in the future, we won't welcome you. Then I won't come back. Dilrin pointed to the swearing man and said coldly, Also, pay attention to your words. I am not your soldier, and the association is not an army. Don't use the word escape. The swearing man nodded and said calmly, "You are determined to leave is your choice. Since that's the case, I won't advise you anymore. The association doesn't lack one. Just don't regret it." After saying that, the swearing man turned his head and looked at the other resuscitators and said casually, "As for you, when Black Star returns from the sanctuary, I will tell you of valuable information. Whether to leave completely with Dilrin or come back to fight us, you will decide for yourself." As soon as the words fell, the swearing person's psychological projection cracked, turning into clusters of black sparks, which then disappeared. In his identity, he can actually stand up and emphasize the truth about the revival of the sanctuary and prove Han Xiao's statement. But the swearing person does not intend to do this now. One is his personal wish, and the other is Han Xiao's instructions before entering the sanctuary. If some resurrected people want to take the opportunity to leave, then follow them. The resurrection of the sanctuary, such a benefit to eternal life, does not need to seek enjoyment from others. The swearing man knows that what he has to do is to rely on the communication function of Soul Flame, and soon show the scene of Black Star's revival of this sanctuary to this group of people who leave. Whenever he wants to go back, he will go back and get away. At that time, he may not be sure who asks anyone. Don't think that he and Black Star will keep it again and again. This world will be like this. Seeing the figure of the swearing man disappear, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes flashed, and they were thinking. Dilrin sneered. "Repent? My dictionary never has this word." Under Sowery's control, the departure of Dilrin and others did not cause much noise, but it is inevitable that other members of the association will feel strange. Most of the people participated in the war, fought to death on the front line, while some of the companions in the rear were far away from the war and went to the secondary dimension to be carefree, which made some members of the association feel unfair. However, as a Super A level, the choice made will not change easily. Although it is a little shaken and dissatisfied, no one followed Dilrin and took action. He just hid his emotions in his heart and silently buried his head in training. Soon, more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, a sanctuary passage appeared in the universe somewhere in the ancient starry desolate, spitting out a figure. I'm back." Han Xiao shook his head, feeling that the symptoms this time were lighter than the last time, and he returned to normal perception faster. The many technologies taken out from the first sanctuary quickly stabilized in the memory palace. He adjusted his condition for a while, took out the communicator, and took a look at the time, and his mouth immediately curled. It took only more than 40 days this time, and the authority was increased by 1 level and the time flow rate was reduced. If this continues, you may be able to come out in a few days. Han Xiao was in a happy mood and flipped through the information column again. After leaving for such a little while, there was nothing else to do, except Sue and the swearing ones reported to themselves the situation of Derlin's departure. "Did you escape while I'm not here? TSK, let's settle the score with him in the future." Han Xiao curled his lips, and he didn't feel too surprised when he thought of Dilrin's character. But for the moment, this guy's problem is not important, and the most urgent task is to digest the gains of this trip. Han Xiao looked down at the back of his hand. The new sanctuary revival was radiating with a glimmer of light, and he couldn't help but smile. This time, I finally have a firm determination to participate in the battle with the Super A-level group. I hope the 3 major gangsters can calm down. Black Star Territory, artificial planet in the training base area. On a metal wasteland, many Super A-levels were summoned here, standing together in groups of 3 or 3, whispering, waiting for Han Xiao to arrive. Over the past month, the situation has not changed much. Han Xiao informed Suai as soon as he returned from the sanctuary and asked Suai to summon everyone, but he himself has not arrived yet. Many Super A-level present had already learned from Saurier that this summoning was for a new sanctuary resuscitation. Many people were very interested, especially the 3rd batch of resuscitation workers who had not seen the process of being resuscitated and were all curious. At this moment, Stein and his group were scattered in the crowd, deliberately not standing together. When they turned their heads, They occasionally met their eyes and used their eyes to communicate with each other, and they tacitly understood their actions today. A month ago, I learned that Han Xiao might be lying on the revival of the sanctuary. None of these people made great publicity, but secretly planned to openly question and attack on this special occasion today, exposing Han Xiao's lies and aroused the third group of resurgents' shared hatred of the enemy. Therefore, the only people in the current insiders are still the only ones. On the other side, members of the association and the first two batches of resuscitation were spontaneously distributed on the edge of the crowd, forming a semi-encirclement, sandwiching most of the third batch of resuscitations in the middle. On the surface, Feng Qingyun Dan chatted with his companions, but in fact his nerves were secretly tense. They did not make private plans, nor did they know what Stein and others were planning, but everyone knew that Black Star deceived the third batch of resuscitators, and it is likely to be exposed today. If the third batch of resuscitators see that the second battle dead were not resurrected, no one knew how fierce the rebound would be. Therefore, although many Super A levels have no secret planning, they spontaneously stand and form a hidden siege. Although it is not known what excuses Black Star will use to fool the third batch of resuscitators, everyone is planning ahead to prevent changes today. It's a pity that he was plotted during the last battle of the Interception Circle, which led to Aurora being knocked down. If she had played her usual role, there might not have been the second battle dead. In this way, Black Star's lies could continue to stabilize these people. Everyone looked at the third batch of resuscitators in a vague way, and most of them thought it was a pity that they could not fool these people for longer. Many Super A-level people had their own ulterior motives and waited patiently. After a while, a stream of light suddenly broke through the atmosphere, fell from the sky, fell in front of everyone, and turned around and dissipated the sparks, revealing Han Xiao's figure. I haven't seen you for more than a month. Do you think about me day and night? Han Xiao glanced at everyone with a smile, as if he was in a good mood. Who is this person? He's so shameless. Milizhao's looked disgusted. Do you want to eat the far with your hands? The Sun Hunter curled his lips. Tisk, it's a pity that I already have a little anonymous in my heart. Otherwise I wouldn't mind welcoming you with my body. Ruifu licked her lips, not feeling ashamed at all. As soon as he came back, he seemed to be injected with vitality, and the crowd suddenly became lively, making fun of him, and his popularity was quite good. After teasing everyone, Han Xiao then curled his smile and showed the revival mark of the sanctuary, saying, "Okay, let's do the important matter first. The sacrifice comrades are still waiting for us to wake up." After saying that, he turned around and activated the mark, emitting light. Everyone also calmed down and watched him operate from behind. The historical Super A level that has been explored in the universe is limited. The last recovery has used all the media collected at present. The remaining historical Super A level media have not been found yet, so there are basically no new people who have recovered this time, and they are all dead in the intercepting circle. The figures of the dead of battle appeared and gradually became physical in the light of the imprint. Stein and his group immediately cheered up, stared at the resuscitation light group, their bodies tense, and they were ready to take action. As long as they did not see the victims of the second battle among these resuscitation people, they would immediately attack according to the plan. At the same time, many members of the association also quietly changed their orientations, and the meaning of surround became increasingly obvious. They were nervous and prepared to deal with the possible rebound of the third batch of recoverers. At this moment, in full view of the public, the lights slowly converged, and the group of resuscitators finally took shape, revealing their clear appearance, all of which were familiar faces. Stein's eyes swept quickly, suddenly focused on several figures. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and turned his head to look at his accomplices, and everyone showed surprise on their faces. These figures are the third group of recoverers who died in the interception battle, that is, the Super A level who died twice. The dead in the second battle really recovered? Black Star did not lie to us. Stein was quite surprised, and his tense body relaxed, secretly wondering if he had found out the wrong information. But no matter what, It is good news that Black Star did not lie. So according to the plan, there is no need to take risks today. Stein breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was not exposed, and all of them agreed that they would rot this matter together and treat it as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, Stein suddenly felt aroused and suddenly thought of something, and his mood became strange. Wait, Black Star didn't lie to us. That would mean... Stein subconsciously turned his head to look at the members of the association around him, and was shocked to find that the expressions of these people were all frozen on his face, staring straight at the dead in the second battle, which was even more unbelievable than him. The other third batch of resurgents who were unaware of the situation had their faces as usual, and they always thought that Han Xiao had not lied to him, so they had no reaction at all at this time. But many members of the association who believed in the revival of the sanctuary were completely stunned and confused at this moment. They originally wanted to help Black Star prevent the rebound after the lies were exposed, but they did not expect that they were the frightened person and saw a stun scene. Didn't it always say that the sanctuary only recovered once? Is this swelling? Many members of the association couldn't suppress their emotions and surrounded them, pushing Han Xiao into the middle, with shock and confusion on their faces. Black Star, what's the situation? A big question mark appeared in the pocket-sized head of the Sun Hunter, and everyone was anxiously asking. Although they were concerned about the reaction of the third batch of resuscitators and did not point it out, everyone understood the meaning and stared at Han Xiao. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and spread his hands and said, "Didn't I say that the revival of the sanctuary is unlimited? Why are you making a fuss?" You. Everyone stared at Han Xiao, unable to speak, and then suddenly realized. It turns out that Black Star was not fooling the third group of resurgents before, but told the truth. Is it us who you cheated on? Let us always think that the sanctuary is only limited to once, and we are trembling with fear. You have deceived us so hard. Many members of the association suddenly felt full of resentment and looked at Han Xiao with resentment. If the eyes could turn into blades, they would wish to rush Han Xiao. Kant pressed Han Xiao's shoulder, grinned his teeth, lowered his voice, and gritted his teeth and said, "You have been hiding it from us." With everyone's indignant eyes, Han Xiao looked calm, shook his shoulder, and arched Kant's hand off, and smiled. "So what's wrong? Don't say you don't feel surprised now." Without waiting for everyone to respond, he tilted his head and continued, "Don't forget our original situation. If this matter was exposed at that time, the three major civilizations would still take a wait-and-see attitude and leave us some time to accumulate. Maybe internal friction broke out early, and the current situation would only be worse. Now, our situation is different. With the pressure of foreign enemies, the three major civilizations can't do anything to us. Now the truth is just to boost morale. You can understand by thinking about it yourself. I will not only recover once. Sooner or later, you will know that this kind of thing that is beneficial to the Super A-level group. The previous concealment is just a strategic plan. Moreover, I'm not the only one who knows the information. I have told this secret that I am worthy of trust." As he said, Han Xiao looked at Soy and nodded. Seeing this, Xui stood up at the right time to express his opinion and nodded. "Yes, He Xing has told me about this matter a long time. I agree with the reason for hiding it. I didn't tell you before, just for the sake of dealing with the three major civilizations. But now it's the time to open up." Xui secretly complained that his understanding of the sanctuary came from the stars. However, after Han Xiao's eyes signaled, he had to say that it was Han Xiao who told him to cooperate with the acting. After listening to the explanation, many members of the association blinked their visual organs and slowly calmed down. They pondered and thought about this statement, and had to admit that there was indeed a reason to hide it. If the Black Star made a big move, it would probably be too threatening to the three major civilizations. If it were the Black Star who made this public, it would be too threatening to the three major civilizations. They would never give up. They would probably start a war at all costs, and a more intense civil war broke out. Things like the armed clan battle would inevitably happen ahead of schedule. Besides, although they were deceived, this incident not only did not suffer any loss, but was a surprise. I thought I could only recover once, but I didn't expect it to be infinite. As long as the Black Star can continue to provide the sanctuary to recover, wouldn't they achieve an alternative immortality? Thinking of this, the strong excitement immediately replaced the shock. Many members of the association's eyes were lit, and their confidence surged. They felt that Han Xiao in front of them exuded an extremely tempting aura, and they just wanted to hug the golden thigh tightly. Baijel, who was standing beside him, looked shocked and immediately realized that the oath must be an insider, and he was in a mess with Han Xiao cough and joined forces to hide it. No wonder he suggested that I participate in the war and continue to help Black Star. Those who think that the number of revivals has been used up, so they don't give Black Star face will regret it. Bai Gear immediately flashed this idea and was secretly grateful. On the other hand, the third group of resuscitators, who were uninformed, looked at the excited members of the association around Han Xiao and were secretly surprised, not knowing why these people were so excited. When everyone was excited, a puzzled expression appeared on the clone of Manison's master and asked in a deep voice, "Black Star, you have known that the World Tree will come over, so you concealed the truth about the recovery of the sanctuary. Are you protecting the Super A class and maintaining the living power of the three major civilizations?" Han Xiao chuckled softly, without refuting. Seeing this, many Super A-level faces changed slightly. Although everyone admired Han Xiao very much, they still unconsciously felt awe-inspiringly at this moment, and the awe-in-law deepened again. It turns out that Black Star has been running for the safety of the Interstellar Society and planning for today's war. He has done so many things in secret to achieve temporary peace. For the entire Interstellar Society, I'm afraid that only the word great man can deserve this contribution. With such a long-term plan, everyone took a breath just by thinking about it, and they admired it very much. Only such characters are qualified to become leaders of their entire Super A-level group, and their abilities are always trustworthy. The Secret Master shook his head and sighed. "Hey Xing, people like you probably don't need the help of luck at all. Don't talk nonsense, I need it very much, okay?" Han Xiao curled his lips. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head and patted Suri, saying, "There is no need to hide this matter. I will tell all the Super A-level players, including those war-avoiding factions and all natural disaster levels that are being trained later, informing everyone of the truth about the recovery of the sanctuary, and telling them that no matter what the outcome of the war is, only when fighting side by side with us now can I let them enjoy this benefit in the future. Otherwise, I will not expect to get a recovery place in the future." "I understand." Suri nodded. Hearing this, many members of the association felt much more comfortable. Only those who participated in the war received special treatment. That's right, otherwise it would be unfair. For a moment, everyone's mentality of participating in the battle was unprecedentedly firm, and the confusion and wavering that had already existed instantly disappeared. Black Star once said that if the three civilizations lose this war, they will take them away, which means that the recovery of the sanctuary will still be the guarantee of their future lives. In the hearts of many association members, the importance of Black Star's personal safety immediately raised the highest level. Even if you die in battle, you cannot let Black Star be in danger. The association's cohesion instantly exploded. Looking at everyone's motivation, Han Xiao smiled slightly and knew that the most basic goal had been achieved. Immediately afterwards, he restrained his smile, turned to look at the equally surprised Super A-level direct line, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. "It's time to talk to the three major civilizations. The summit room of the three major civilizations. Today is the day when Han Xiao revived the sanctuary, but because he saw it last time, and the people who recovered this time were the dead, Mar Bruce and the other two did not pay much attention, but discussed the situation of the frontline harassment war with the general staff. As for the resurgence of the sanctuary, there were special supervisors to pay attention to it. The three of them did not watch it with their own eyes and waited to listen to the report later. There was a meeting in the room, and remote projections from Simon and other military officials were reporting. This is the situation at present. The frontline harassing troops have tried their best, but the World Tree Army is taking steady steps, and it is difficult to stop. Bruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling cult are concentrating on listening to the battle report. Suddenly, the sound of emergency communication suddenly rang out, interrupting the sound of military members' reports. Lewis frowned, opened the emergency communication channel, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Your Excellencies. The resuscitation of a sanctuary has been completed. The urgent voice of the supervisors this time came from the channel. "Well, I understand. You can write a report to us later. I have an important combat meeting to be held." Lewis didn't react and was about to hang up the communication after saying that. But at this moment, the supervisor suddenly shouted loudly, his tone full of anxiety and panic. This time Black Star recovered his direct line, who died in battle for the second time, and the three of you. The sanctuary has been revived more than once, and what he said is unlimited is probably true. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were stunned for a moment, stood up suddenly, and their faces changed drastically. After Han Xiao was present and surpassed the A-level, he turned around and submitted an application for meeting to the three major civilizations, and it was quickly approved. As soon as he arrived at the summit room, he saw the three of Marbru's faces with a deep face. The atmosphere in the room was solemn, and he felt like three parties were being tried. Han Xiao disregarded this, ignored the sharp eyes of the three of them, spoke actively, and said with a smile, "Your faces don't look very good. Have you been too tired recently?" Bruce did not respond, and said quietly, "Hey Xing, you put on our side." Lewis and the leader of the Zuling sect also tightened their faces, looking serious. More than 10 minutes ago, they received a report on this recovery and were shocked. They quickly stopped the frontline combat meeting and instead discussed the matter urgently. When the Resurrectionist was born a few years ago, Black Star claimed that the sanctuary was revived at one time, and the three major civilizations had suspected it. But now only Black Star can enter the sanctuary. They cannot verify the authenticity at all, and can only learn about the relevant information from Black Star, and are always passive. To this day, although the three major civilizations are still skeptical, they have largely accepted the saying that the sanctuary has recovered once and made a major layout around this point. However, the changes at this moment have disrupted many of their plans. Although the staff department has made 2 preparations and set up plans to deal with this situation, under the current situation, there is no plan to perfectly deal with this kind of change, and there is no complete solution. The 3 of them were shocked and were about to urgently discuss a new countermeasure. As Han Xiao applied for a meeting, the 3 of them temporarily stopped discussing, suppressed their inner chaotic thoughts, and planned to talk again when they saw Han Xiao. "Is that so? Then I'm really honored." Han Xiao spread his hands and smiled, saying, "Don't forget that the 3 major civilizations planned to liquidate us, and we were in a state of opposition. I used a suspicious plan to shake your hands. I don't think there is any problem. It can only prove that I did a good job. You are very proud now." Su Ling's sect head snorted coldly. "No, I don't feel anything." Han Xiao shook his head and said playfully, "Besides, why do you look at a loss? A group of advanced combat powers that can be revived multiple times are just in front of the World Tree. Isn't this good news for the battle situation? Or are you still holding some bad thoughts?" Hearing the joke in Han Xiao's tone, the Su Ling sect's face was expressionless, and he was very angry. During the initial negotiations, they had a potential risk game with Black Star, using the independent political status of the Super-Level Association as a bargaining chip in exchange for the association's participation in the war. One of the reasons why the 3 major civilizations agreed was that they hoped that the Association for Foreign Wars loss of the Super A level will use external forces to liquidate advanced combat power to reduce the excessive hidden dangers of Super A level, so that they do not need to take action internally and waste their own strength. The starting point of this plan is the saying that the sanctuary has recovered at one time. However, this is a trap that Han Xiao dug early. When the 3 civilizations agreed to that transaction, they had already lost the game, which was equivalent to the association's political status for nothing, and did not suffer heavy losses as the three civilizations wished. The three of them are now coming back to the scene. Han Xiao clearly made a fortune from them and made a big profit. Now that they have just opened their trump card, they are immediately annoyed and have fallen into the trap. Although the foreign enemy is under great pressure at present, the three major civilizations have not regarded this game as the center of gravity for the time being, but instead do not mind expanding the scale of advanced combat power. This is still a potential important strategic direction. But now, this plan to alleviate the imbalance of superpower has failed. If they had known that the sanctuary had no limits to recover, they would not have chosen this game route. Unfortunately, now the situation is complete, and they can only swallow their losses and have no energy to fight in the internal struggle for the time being. Bruce breathed out and said slowly, "It is indeed good news that is beneficial to the battle situation, Black Star. We hope you can give you a correct statement. What is the situation of the revival of the sanctuary? Is it really unlimited?" As the words fell, the other two stared at Han Xiao tightly without blinking. Han Xiao refused to comment and said, "Theory is not limited to the number of times." Theory. The three of them were shocked, with an expression of, "What are you playing with?" Han Xiao stroked his chin and raised his eyebrows and said, "There is no limit on the number of resuscitations for every super-level individual, but there are limits on the people who open the sanctuary to resuscitation." What does it mean? Bruce frowned. Encouraging the revival of the sanctuary requires permission. Every time the sanctuary is opened, the authority of the sanctuary will be increased by 1 level, and the number of revivals of an individual will be recorded, and each time it will require the corresponding authority level. Let me explain it to you. If you die twice, then the third revival requires level 3 authority, which means that only those who open the sanctuary for the third time can do it. If a new person opens the sanctuary in the middle, the authority is insufficient. Han Xiao waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, the three of them were skeptical and exchanged glances. What you mean is that it is best to keep the messengers who open the sanctuary from beginning to end. Lewis glanced at Han Xiao up and down and said in a deep voice, "Why do I think you are lying to us again? Black Star has entered the sanctuary many times. If there is really authority, it will obviously be good for him. If the war is urgent, even if they crack the secret of the sanctuary in the future, the best candidate for the opener is still Black Star, and a newcomer will not be able to achieve the maximum utilization rate. When you enter the sanctuary one day in the future, don't you know whether the authority exists is true or false?" Han Xiao didn't care. Anyway, it was true, and there was no need to care about the doubts of the three of them. The original sanctuary mission was not completed yet, and he used this statement to lay a foundation for this, and he might be able to use it in the future. Seeing this, the three of them suddenly felt a little annoyed. Han Xiao is sure to eat. They can't confirm the mechanism of the sanctuary now. They're not afraid of being exposed, which is awesome. After asking questions, he would definitely not get an answer. Bruce had to reveal this topic and said solemnly, "No matter what, this is good news to boost morale. Are you planning to make it public to the entire interstellar community?" "No, the World Tree has not yet hit the local area, so there's no need to let the public know so early. It is enough for us senior officials and some of the selected people to know it." Han Xiao waved his hand and his tone casually. Bruce nodded, suddenly paused, and said, "Black Star, we know each other well, so we won't say those false words. I thought about it carefully. It's understandable that you had hidden us. If we had known the truth about the revival of the sanctuary, it would be impossible to sit still as we did before. It would have been inevitable that we would have started a large-scale liquidation. If you had known the information of the World Tree, you would have done a good job in order to maintain internal checks and balances, but what I was curious about is, if a large-scale civil war really broke out, what would you do?" "Well, I want to delay as much as possible and give us more time to prepare. But if you insist on doing it, I will also make plans to reveal to you in advance the existence of the World Tree to divert the conflicts." Han Xiao did not hide his original thoughts, said it, smiled, and continued, but you discovered the traces of the world tree by yourself, which is a bad thing for me personally. He said only halfway through his words. He did not collect the second key at the beginning and was worried that the three civilizations would be serious. This lie also has the elements of an empty city plan, but naturally there is no need to disclose it to the leaders of the three civilizations at present, and there is no need to let them know that they have missed the real opportunity of internal liquidation. When the three of them heard this, they couldn't help but shake their heads, feeling complicated. Indeed, if the scientific research department had not discovered the traces of the world tree at that time, but the Black Star took the initiative to inform them, they probably would have regarded it as Black Star's delaying strategy at that time, and might not have stopped. It would have been possible that it would have continued to promote internal liquidation, which would have been a bad idea. At least from the current situation, the three have to admit that Black Star's move has brought them good results, and there's been no large-scale civil strife to consume their vitality, just like Black Star conceals the existence of the world tree for many years. However, the three people do not like this passive position, and even if they are clear and benefit a lot, they cannot be happy. You are really great because of the winner of the Stewart Peace Prize. Lewis snorted, sarcastic and sincere in 3 points, and the remaining 4 points were depressed, and the old fan-shaped statistics chart was there. I'm sorry. I'll listen to it as a compliment. Han Xiao smiled. Since you have a clear mind, I won't disturb you much. The purpose of this meeting has been achieved. Han Xiao did not continue to greet the three of them, removed the remote projection, and thoughtfully left them alone, knowing that the three of them still need some time to accept reality. Seeing Han Xiao's figure disappear, the faces of the three of them immediately collapsed. I originally wanted to use foreign war to suck the association's combat power, but it seems that there is no chance. Mar Bruce sighed helplessly. In this way, it will be difficult for us to clear up individual powers again. The total amount of Super A level will continue to increase and will basically not decrease. The tone of the Su Ling sect was filled with fear. The three of them looked at each other for a while, couldn't help but sigh, and their hearts were filled with solemnity and helplessness. The world tree has too much threat, and they dare not drag their feet in the war. Even though they know that this will pose a huge hidden danger of super imbalance in the future, they now have no extra energy to target, and they can't help but feel depressed. Moreover, they have to rely on the advanced combat power of the Super A-level group to deal with the world tree. What can they do? They can only watch and even dare not make small moves. Otherwise, they will force the Black Star to leave, and the consequences will be unimaginable. I am worthy of being the leader of the Super A-level group. I really chose a good opportunity. Lewis was very pronounced, and his face turned ashen. Not to mention the pain of the three major civilization leaders. Many Super A-level people who have seen with their own eyes are still excited and accept this reality. Under the spread of Sauer and others, the news of the unlimited recovery of the sanctuary also spread throughout the training base. All the natural disaster-level superpowers who are being trained are in an instant, and their emotions are boiling. I thought I had just gotten my second life by entering the Super A level, but I didn't expect that this was the ticket to immortality. The attraction of the two is simply incomparable. Many natural disaster-level excitement were endless, and the temptation of eternal life turned into a source of motivation. Almost everyone turned into a cultivator in an instant. Even Lockie, who was extremely despairing, quietly increased the amount of training and was a perfect learner. On the other side, Baijel received Han Xiao's approval and secretly passed the news here back to the Covenant organization, which immediately caused a shock. Ancient Star Desert Covenant Base. Many Covenant revivers used their strong bodies to push the swearing man to the corner, with an incredible shock remaining on their faces, and the crowd was excited. Did you know the truth long ago and have been cooperating with Black Star to lie to us? Damn it, you have always been kept in the dark. You say something. These resurrected people were talking and condemning each other. The swearing man pushed away the crowd, looking calm. Yes, Black Star has analyzed the interests, and I also agreed with his plan at the beginning. If you have any opinions, go find him. After all, without his support, I cannot open the sanctuary. He is mainly responsible. He heard this. Everyone was suffocated. No matter how private they talk, they still don't dare to go to Black Star to express their dissatisfaction. Moreover, I felt that I had only revived once and had been used up, so my attitude towards Black Star was a bit casual. At this moment, everyone present suddenly felt guilty and quickly recalled whether they had disrespected Black Star in the past. After a while, one of the first people spoke and asked, since the number of resurgences is not limited, can we enjoy this treatment all the time? The swearing man glanced at him and said slowly, have you heard from Han Xiao? Only by fighting side by side with them can you get unlimited resurgence places in the future. Hearing this, the Covenant resurgence present was shocked. We have to do this too. What else? The swearing man had no expression on his face. The first resurrection is free, and you can't expect it to be free forever. Everyone treats everyone equally. There is no reason why you can enjoy this kind of benefit by living in seclusion. If you want this kind of treatment, you must make contributions. Black Star means me. Many Covenant resurrected people immediately twitched. They were all seclusionists and refused the invitation to come out. They saw the association fighting to death on the front line. They felt that they were out of the matter and were complacent, but now it seems that Black Star is forcing them to come out with the benefits they cannot refuse. A promised seclusion? I really thought he opened a good haul, so don't even think about it. Many people who resurrected the Covenant thought about this section, and their faces immediately changed. Some people's eyes flashed with evil light and evil thoughts. If we join forces to snatch the information of the sanctuary stored in the Covenant, we may not have to deal with the persecution of Black Star. But before their thoughts were completed, the swearing man spoke. His tone was not boring, and said, I suggest that everyone should not take risks. It is useless. The recovery of the sanctuary requires authority. At present, only Black Star has opened the sanctuary many times and has sufficient authority. Moreover, Black Star is not as gentle as me. It is best not to make big mistakes, otherwise the underworld can also make you immortal. As soon as the words fell, the crowd suddenly fell into silence. More than 10 seconds later, a resuscitator suddenly emerged, with a righteous look on his face. My hometown is in danger. Everyone should give their strength. I am ashamed to have been watching the show here. It doesn't matter if I resurrect or not. I just want to participate in the war. Everyone looked surprised, as if they didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. However, the next moment, everyone instantly followed suit. His face full of righteousness, his facial lines instantly became extremely strong, and even the style of painting changed. Yes. How can we tolerate the enemy trampling on our territory? I want to give my heart to the world I love. I am so sad that my home was invaded. My sword is the sword of the Black Star. I am willing to die for my home. Justice will never be absent. Everyone screamed and expressed their opinions, as if they had all become warriors who volunteered to defend their homeland, shining with the light of the right way, and they wished they could go to the battlefield in the next second. There are many people who have grudges with the 3 major civilizations, but who is more important? The people present can be clear in their hearts. In the face of the temptation of eternal life, the grudges of the past can be temporarily endured because the possibility of the future is infinite. Most Super A levels have arrogance, but they also know how to bend and stretch. Faced with nearly immortal interests, all minor contradictions can be let go. Few Super A levels with mature minds will be trapped by the past. The swearer was not surprised by the choice of the Covenant Reviver. No one knew the temptation of the Sanctuary Revival better than him, and had long expected this scene today. As long as you seize the path of the Sanctuary Recovery, you don't have to worry about what you think in your heart, because this is the lifeblood of countless Super A levels. Giving most people 100 choices, the result will be the same for 100 times. The swearing man raised his hand to summon a ball of soul flame, and Dilrin's figure reflected inside, with inexplicable eyes. I wonder if you can make me look at you with admiration. This is a secondary dimension, with aurora falling all over the sky, like floating ribbons, and a stream of light passing through high speed traveling through it, which is the golem vehicle of Dilrin and his group. After sailing for more than a month, Dilrin and others have gradually become relaxed from the control area of the three major civilizations. More than a month ago, the swearing man met them with his soul projection and then disappeared. They were all covenants and had enough knowledge of the effects of the soul flame. He knew that the swearing man could only talk to them and could not lock the position in the space, so the group was not worried about exposing the coordinates. It's been so long. Calculate the day. Black Star should return from the sanctuary. The swearing man said before that he would tell us of valuable information, so he should come soon. A Super A-level joked about the furry pet on the table and mentioned this casually. Another person poured nutrients for ornamental plants in the small ecological area in the cabin. Hearing this, he looked back and smiled. The swearing man seems to want to use this news to change our minds. I want to know what he will say. The resuscitators in the cabin were doing their own things, and the staff was intact. All the Super A-level people who followed Dilrin a month ago left the main universe with him, and no one left for the time being. Apart from special relationships, the Super A-level is basically unwilling to fall under others. Everyone did not regard Dilrin as the runaway leader. The reason why they don't part ways is mainly to join forces to deal with the risks of the secondary dimension. After all, this place is still quite threatening to the normal Super A-level, and there are many people in great power. Someone turned to look at Dilrin. I'm very curious. Where are you? I'm not curious. Dilrin closed his eyes and rested, his eyes too lazy to open, and he sneered. Since you have chosen to leave, then be firm. You are all Super A-level, and you have no backbone? No matter what he says, I won't go back. Everyone laughed twice, and just about to make a fight, clusters of black sparks suddenly appeared in the cabin, quickly forming the soul projection of the swearing man. Seeing this, Dilrin trembled his brows and slowly opened his eyes. The other resurrected people also changed their expressions slightly, curled their smiles, put down what they were doing, and stared at the swearing man in unison. You are here again. Dilrin narrowed his eyes. What? Do you want to persuade me to go back? Do you love to go back or not? I'm just here to convey information. The swearing man didn't want to bird him, turned his head and looked at the other curious resurrectionists, and a ball of black flames ignited in his palm, and blurry images flashed inside, containing the information about the truth about the revival of the sanctuary. He bounced lightly, and Mars scattered out one after another, blending into everyone's forehead, directly transmitting the information inside to the other party's mental brain domain. The ins and outs are clear at a glance, and the relevant spiritual memories are opened up, allowing them to check. The next moment, everyone received this information and was stunned. It turns out that the revival of the sanctuary is not a one-time job. You and He Xing have been hiding it from us. Many people's faces changed drastically, and they glared at the swearing man. Their expressions were indescribable, as if they were just a scent of the fragrance. The right to choose is up to you. The swearing man was too lazy to say more, leaving a sentence that directly relieved the projection of the mind and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. As he watched him leave, everyone's faces changed several times. A resurrected man looked around and finally landed on Dilrin, who was shocked and cut his way. Everyone, I'll go back and see you first. See you again if you're destined to be. After that, he ignored everyone's reactions and directly flashed out the vehicle, raised his hand to cast a spell, summoned a directional portal, stepped in, and disappeared with the people and the door. This became a signal. Resurrected people said goodbye one after another and used their means to leave. Patient people would say a word. Those who were impatient would leave without saying a word, and there was no need to explain anything to this group of temporary companions. They are all people who have recovered. The motivation for leaving the Lord Universe is to believe that the one-time sanctuary recovery is no longer effective for them. This is the last life. However, now I know that this is just a scam created by the Covenant and the Black Star, but the reason is not important to them. The infinite number of sanctuary recovery is almost immortal. There is nothing to hesitate in the face of this benefit. Many friends left one after another. Soon, the cabin, which was still quite lively, suddenly became empty, leaving Derlin alone. He didn't care about the departure of others at all, and was still immersed in shock, muttering to himself, no wonder, Black Star has always cared about us, the group of war avoiders. It turns out that he is holding this ace in his hand. The opportunity for immortality is right in front of him, but Dilrin's expression changed. He was extremely entangled, and he fought with heaven and man in his heart. A few days later, the top-floor conference room of the training base. Han Xiao sat in the first place, looking around at the many participating in the Super A-level battles. Seeing everyone staring at him, he casually said, "You have known the true situation of the revival of the sanctuary. Now you know the real situation of the revival of the sanctuary. I believe I don't need to repeat the extra explanation. You should have digested this information in the past few days. Today, we are summoning everyone to discuss the follow-up issues of the revival of the sanctuary. This will be an important trump card for our fight against the World Tree." The three civilizations were all very surprised by this, and decided to continue to support it strongly and keep it confidential to the public for the time being. Everyone present nodded silently, with subtle expressions. They believe there are surprises, but more of them are shock. Even if they think with their butts, they can imagine the heart attacks of the three major civilized leaders who suddenly learned about this surprise. They have been trying to find Han Xiao these days, but after Han Xiao finished reviving the sanctuary, he temporarily left and could not contact him at all. He only came back now and publicly summoned all the Super A-level staying at the training base. All the players participated in the Super A-level competition and rushed over immediately. No one was absent. Han Xiao took all the expressions of everyone, knocked his fingers on the table, and laughed. By the way, let's count your opinions today to see if you are willing to continue participating in the war. After all, from now on, participating in the war is linked to the resuscitation treatment of the sanctuary. I need to record the roster. Maybe someone doesn't like this treatment, and I can't force it. After all, I am still very democratic. Still democratic? Bah, shameless. Everyone secretly complained. Black Star seized this lifeline, and his voice had reached a new level, almost the same as a one-man show. How could anyone be willing to give up this treatment quota? No matter how much I complained, the many Super A-level bodies present were still very honest, one after another, and I couldn't wait to speak. I'm the one. There is no reason to give up halfway. Of course I will continue to fight. Everyone expressed their enthusiasm, and they all expressed their continued participation in the war. Originally, some of the third batch of recovered people did not go to fight and did not participate in the interception battle, but when they saw substantial evidence that the sanctuary was recovering for no limit, they all changed their words at this time. Han Xiao looked at this scene with a smile, opened a virtual screen, called up a memo, and recorded the names of the expressors one by one in front of everyone, and sighed in his heart. The temptation of the sanctuary, of the unlimited revival of the sanctuary, is indeed not many people who can resist it, and the effect is similar to expectations. A few days ago, Han Xiao received a report from the Oathmaker. The resurrectionists who learned of the covenant also asked to come out of the mountain to join the war. In the past few days, he has been dealing with this matter and comforted the group of resurrectionists, saying that they need to take action until the World Tree attacks the land. They don't have to be born now, and they are still hidden in the dark. Just accept his targeted training plan. The reason why those who revived the covenant lived in seclusion was that partly they were unwilling to continue to be involved in the struggle between forces, and the other part was that they had a grudge against the three major civilizations. But now they all left their original intentions and changed their minds. They said it nicely, but their actions were still realistic enough. Super A-levels who knew their own needs were basically made rational choices. Han Xiao naturally would not laugh at anything. It is just human nature. Few people can watch others enjoy this benefit, but they have no share. Just as everyone was actively expressing their opinions, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened with a slam, interrupting the meeting. Everyone turned their heads and couldn't help but look at them. They saw that many resuscitators who stayed on Fine Star had arrived here and entered one after another. The room suddenly became quiet, and the left-behind evasive troops who did not leave with Dilrin stood by the table. Han Xiao glanced at it, put on a calm expression, and said casually, "Why are you here? Is there anything wrong?" Hearing this, one of the people who avoided the war went out like a representative of everyone and spoke loudly. "His Excellency Black Star, after careful consideration, we have made a unanimous decision. Please let us join the training camp, and we apply to participate in the war." Many super A-level people exchanged their eyes, shook their heads, and laughed. Not all. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "I said before that if you change your mind one day, we also welcome you to fight side by side with us." After that, he snapped his fingers, and the force flashed. The conference table suddenly moved, the mechanical particles extended, the tabletop slowly expanded, and everyone's seats slid, leaving more space, and new seats rose from the ground. After doing this, Han Xiao casually led the empty seat and chuckled, "Everyone, please sit down." Seeing this, the group of resuscitators from the war, avoiding the resurgence, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and thanked them one after another, and then found an empty seat to sit down, with a number of them being just right. They originally wanted to watch a group of association members blocking the enemy on the front line, but they got the truth about the sanctuary revival from Bagel. Overnight, everyone changed their minds and decided to join the war. Originally, they were worried that Black Star would make things difficult for them, and even if they were not good, some people would say a few sarcastic words. But they found that the group of participants looked as if they were taken for granted, and no one teased their choice, which made them feel relaxed. But thinking about it, everyone has the same virtue, so the eldest brother won't laugh at the second brother. The Sun Hunter glanced at them, then exclaimed, "Why are you guys and some people, right? Where is the stinky elf king?" A former member of the war escape sect paused and smiled helplessly. They don't want to get involved in the war. They have left the main universe, and no one can contact them. Everyone was surprised. Not everyone knew about this, and Suai concealed the news. They really lost a lot and missed such a good thing. The Sun Hunter was amazed. Many people curled their lips and secretly laughed at each other. Anyway, they would have to walk the path they chose while kneeling, so they would not regret these guys who ran away. Unfortunately, they didn't know the illusion in Han Xiao's memory. Otherwise, they would have known that this behavior had an appropriate description, which was simply an entry into asterisk 1949. They don't know the truth about the revival of the sanctuary. "Do you want to get them back?" Milazao asked, turning his head. Han Xiao didn't care and said calmly, "Our association is not an organization that can enter and not leave. They have the freedom to leave, so don't worry about them." Halfway through his words, he suddenly paused, laughed, and continued, "And aren't they back by themselves?" After saying that, everyone noticed it, turned to look at the bright starry sky outside the window, and saw a portal spinning and opening, and streaming lights fell on the training base. Soon, dense footsteps came from a distance, getting closer and closer. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the open door. In full view of everyone, all the escaped resuscitators appeared at the door together and walked in one after another. Dilrin fell to the end. Xui calmly took a sip of the concentrated tea. After the group came back, they could not find the Black Star, so they contacted him one after another. He arranged for everyone to appear together today and separate from another group of left behind and evading war factions. However, only he and Han Xiao knew about this. "Oh, I talked about you just now. Didn't you say you stay away from the war? Why are you back?" The Sun Hunter winked and teased. The others also looked joking, and their eyes kept sweeping across Dilrin at the end of the team. They still remember Dilrin was the most determined avoidant faction. They used to slap the table and oppose the war in the meeting. However, they were silent, expressionless, and squinted, as if they treated everyone else as air, and they would not look at others after entering the room. Dilrin ignored the Sun Hunter, looked at Han Xiao, and said seriously, "Black Star, we hope to participate in the war. Don't you know whether you agree?" After the words fell, the others stopped talking, turned to look at Han Xiao, waiting for his decision. Han Xiao glanced at the group of people, knocked on the table, and a group of empty seats rose again on the ground, and said lightly, "Sit." Seeing this, the group of people's tense bodies relaxed and did not dare to look at Han Xiao's eyes. After bowing their heads to greet them, they quickly sat down. Seeing that Han Xiao had no intention of saying anything to him, Dilrin's uneasiness dissipated a little and found a seat to sit down obediently. Before he came back, he was worried about being liquidated. After all, he always sang against the tune before, so it was very likely that He Xing was unwilling to accept him. He felt that no matter how bad he was, he would be ridiculed. Unexpectedly, He Xing treated him equally, as if he didn't take him to heart at all. At this time, the sun hunter next to him curled his lips and looked at Dilrin with contempt. TSK, aren't you never regret it? Isn't you a deep grudge? Isn't you a stubborn person? I'll look down on you. Dilrin disobeyed, couldn't suppress his bad-mouthed nature, and counterattacked. I want you to look down on me? What is my freedom? Can I change my mind? In order to make you look down on me, I have to give up the opportunity to live forever. What do you think you are? He did his own thing, and if he cared about others' opinions, he wouldn't die so tragically in history. After a lot of inner struggle, he finally chose the opportunity to live forever. Although the hatred of the past was unforgettable, it did not deceive his reason. He is unwilling to fight for the three major civilizations. Hate is one factor, and the other is no benefit. Now the truth about the recovery of the sanctuary is right in front of him. He can naturally tell which one is more important. There are infinite possibilities when he is alive, and the contempt of others is not an obstacle to his correct decisions. I will kill you one day. The sun hunter snorted coldly, turned his head, too lazy to talk to this guy. The others also withdrew their eyes, saying that the words were rough but not rough. For important interests, few of them, such as super A-level people, will be disturbed by others' opinions. Just make a joke in their hearts. They can understand the choices of these people, and there is nothing to look down on. Han Xiao ignored it and waited until everyone calmed down before he continued to speak up. Not long after, the simple meeting ended, and everyone had their own thoughts to disperse. Dilrin was about to get up and leave when Han Xiao's voice suddenly came from behind. Stay a little bit. Everyone paused, looked back at the calm Han Xiao playfully, and quickly left, leaving space alone, and soon there was only two people left in the room. Dilrin's expression froze. He looked back at Han Xiao, and he didn't dare to look at Han Xiao indifferently. He asked with a tough forehead, "What's the matter?" Han Xiao tilted his head and pretended to be puzzled. You incite members to leave the association. Don't you think the matter was just revealed, right? What do you want to do? Dilrin's heart skipped a beat. Although he had a bad mouth, it was due to his personality, and he was not really afraid of anything. Han Xiao did not answer immediately, but said to himself, "Your experience is indeed very miserable, but this is not an excuse for you to incite repeatedly. You are the only one here who has a grudge against the three major civilizations. You're the only one who jumps like this. I don't care about your hatred. It's your private matter. It has nothing to do with me. I don't sympathize with you. You deserve to be beaten to death like this. I only care whether my plan can be implemented as usual and whether the situation can develop smoothly. You have hindered me many times, and it should be a price to pay. I have temporarily put aside my hatred and are willing to come back and work hard for the three major civilizations. What else do you want?" Dilrin felt even worse and said in a deep voice, "Why do you have to let go of your grudges or not? Do you think you have overcome your own difficulties and I will spoil you? If there was no chance of eternal life, would you come back? I just care if you can play a role." Han Xiaokai didn't take this trick and said slowly, "But you came back on your own initiative and did make the right choice. No road has gone to darkness, so I'll give you a chance. What are you going to do?" Dilrin clenched his fists secretly and stepped back carefully. "If you don't come back today, I will chase you and not give you the chance to encounter the world tree leaking intelligence. I believe that your companions are willing to expose your route. After you die, I will send you into the underworld and also serve the battle situation, and will never let you get rid of it. But you are back by yourself. I am very satisfied, so I will not kill you. I will still send you into the underworld with such unstable factors, but I promise that after the war, I will remove your heroic spirit and use the sanctuary to restore you to normal, and you will also gain eternal life in the future." As he said, Han Xiao slowly stood up, rubbed his fists, and narrowed his eyes. "I hope you will fight back. Don't speak human words every day. I have long wanted to beat you up and cure your mouth. You guys say, were you planning to leave that annoying bastard with Black Star?" The many super A-level people walking out of the conference room left the corridor, and the Sun Hunter's pocket-sized body floated in the air and followed the crowd, asking in a muffled voice. Kant shrugged and fiddled with the back propeller of the Manson Master's clone in front of him, saying disrespectfully, "It must be nothing good." The secret master looked down at the light of the enchanted tattoo and said lightly, "I just made a fortune." Dilrin's fortune was dark, and it seemed to be a bloody disaster. Well, it seems that Black Star is going to settle the score with him and teach him a lesson. This guy deserves to be beaten. The Sun Hunter smacked his lips and smiled. Just as the group was speculating, a loud bang suddenly exploded behind him. Bang! A strong explosion shock wave suddenly came from behind, causing everyone to stagger. Many super A-levels turned to look in surprise and saw that the corridor, when they came, had exploded into pieces. The center of the explosion was the conference room. At this moment, it had turned into a huge hole. The changes in internal and external pressure burst out with amazing suction, sucking a lot of debris out. Two streams of light entwined each other and soared into the sky, instantly rushing into the universe. The group looked up in surprise and found that the secret energy in the sky was bursting and the magic powers surged. Han Xiao had already fought with Dilong, dancing in the black robe, shooting out dark blue secret energy and attacking the spells that Dilong continuously released in midair, exploding a series of dazzling light. "Wow, fight! Hit hard, Black Star. I support you mentally. Count me. Help me punch him a few times." Whether the members of the association or the civilized direct descendants, they all gathered back at this moment. Through the hole in the open air, they looked up at the two people fighting fiercely in the air. With Dilrin's popularity, he naturally lost his power and had few supporters. No one went up to play. Everyone looked like watching the show. His face was full of gloating, and he sat down to watch this annoying guy get beaten. In the outer space, Dilrin kept trying to widen the distance, but was always stuck by Han Xiao. Because he was attacking from close range, Dilrin couldn't deal with it in a hurry and was in a hurry. He was hit by several heavy punches on his face. His fair face slightly swollen, and blue bruises appeared. Dilrin hurriedly sacrificed a magic weapon, and the magic power was running along the complex circuit. The secret technique of the elves was released. Slim blue-green light belts stretched out quickly, densely packed, and the light almost condensed into substance. Circles wrapped around Han Xiao's hands and feet, flashing with countless elves' inscriptions. Taking advantage of the short control time, Dilrin quickly activated the short-range flashing enchantment. The light flashed and opened a long distance. He hurriedly raised his hand to cast the spell and built a remote space portal. He was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and he did not decide the winner with Han Xiao, so he fled here. However, just a little spark appeared in the space gate, and Han Xiao tore up his control spell and shattered his magic weapon. A void jump instantly flashed to Dilrin's side. The next moment, the elbow that was condensing the impact of the phantom energy was slammed hard on Dilrin's magic shield. The powerful force instantly shattered it into a sky of light, and the remaining iron elbow hit Dilrin's chest heavily. Dong! The dull vibration instantly spread from the hit point, and Dilrin's eyes bulged, and he felt a huge force almost flattening his internal organs. His chest was sunken, and his back suddenly raised, and a large piece of bones broke. Cough! A stream of blood chi rushed into his throat, and Dilrin couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood mist. He endured the severe pain and quickly activated the phase virtualization spell. instantly saving Han Xiao's subsequent head hammer. But before he could take the opportunity to cast the spell, a mecha palm wrapped in a pale white light quickly attacked, and the force field emitted by the phase stabilization device instantly neutralized his spell. The big hand immediately grabbed the entity and grabbed his throat. Then the dense fist shadow like a rainstorm quickly magnified in Dilrin's sight. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Dilrin couldn't count how many fists he had taken on his face. He felt that his head was like a sandbag that was hit wildly, and it appeared in depressions and deflated as a whole. A stream of force passed through the skin, muscles, and bones and penetrated into his brain. His brain was almost shaken into foamy substances. Go away! Dilrin gritted his teeth, and his mana poured into his mind along a specific circuit, stimulating his spirit, and the dizzy negative state was cleared, and he returned to his concentration state of casting. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and instant casting it. As the colorful magic light flowed, 5 spells instantly formed a set of combos, and a shield specifically defended against melee was regenerated, barely blocking a few combos. Then a leap technique broke away from control, followed by a high-level immobilization technique that blocked Han Xiao for a moment, and then the shock wave of the mana burst pushed him out, and a starlight escape technique slipped out, and then a distance was widened again. After finally getting a little breathing opportunity, Dilrin quickly activated the secret healing technique that the elves are good at to repair their physical injuries, but suffered a series of heavy blows. His originally handsome face was swollen into a pig's head with a crooked face and a slant, and the swelling speed was very slow. Although Dilrin is annoying, he is still a little capable. Unfortunately, his opponent this time is a guy with an extra standard, so he will definitely be in trouble. The many super A-level people below whispered while watching the show. The peak super A-level magician is famous for its rich means. As a famous arcane master in history, Dilrin naturally knows countless spells. Unfortunately, these tricks can only make him survive for more time and have no other use. At the same peak super A-level, Han Xiao's energy level surpasses him too much. Seeing that Dilrin was beaten, everyone was very enthusiastic. If it weren't for the self-control, someone might have cheered. If it weren't for knowing Han Xiao's background and seeing the melee suppression just now, everyone would have thought Dilrin was being beaten by a martial artist. At this time, Han Xiao's strength shattered the runes of the advanced fix technique, raised his hand to summon the Dimension Barracks, and the Black Army rushed out in an instant, finally switching to the style of a mechanic. Dilrin's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to distract himself anymore. The spells were chanted quickly, and powerful forbidden techniques came out one by one, transformed into a magic turret, bombing the continuous mechanical army, bursting out colorful but deadly explosion lights in the dark mechanical ocean. However, Han Xiao's current mechanical combat soldiers have already been extremely amazing, and with the help of super high affinity, Dilrin cannot be unparalleled in mowing grass. The hardness of the soldier is as difficult as turning on a nightmare. Most of the attacks are blocked by the shields and armor of the mechanical troops. After switching to the mechanics group fight mode, the battle entered Han Xiao's familiar rhythm. Dilrin was trapped in a heavy siege and could not get rid of it even when he rushed left and right. The mechanical troops strangled back and forth, like a rag was erasing a stubborn stain. After enduring the impact again and again, Dilrin's breath slowly slid from the peak and gradually weakened. He tried to open the stable portal again and again, and the fluctuations of the space device were all dispersed. He had become the last of his strength, struggling to submerge in the dark ocean of machinery, and relied on the endless magic he only persisted for most of the day. Finally, the flashing magic shield could no longer withstand the attack of the apostle's weapons and shattered. Scream! The next moment, beams of laser light penetrated his body, leaving behind a charred penetration injury, and his body almost became a honeycomb. However, although the magician is crisp and his peak super A-level vitality is not so easy to eliminate, and he still has a breath and is dying. Han Xiao waved and asked several apostle weapons to escort Dilrin, who was covered in bruised bodies, and landed in the broken conference room with him, and came to many Super A-level who had been watching the game and never left. Everyone looked at Dilrin's miserable appearance and grinned. Dilrin's personality was really no friends. The Sun Hunter floated to Dilrin's head, hugged a bunch of hair, pulled it away, and said, "Aren't you very arrogant? Let's see if you have another bad mouth. He was beaten by you. I hope he can learn to keep a low profile in the future." Bigel shook his head. Aurora couldn't bear it, so she raised her hand to grab a ball of life, energy, and asked, "Do you need me to treat him?" Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, "No need, I'm just about to kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere changed slightly. Everyone's smiles suddenly stopped, and their faces were surprised. They always thought that Han Xiao was just teaching Dilrin a lesson, so they were happy to watch the show, but now they realized that Han Xiao was killing him, and his nature was different. Everyone's expressions immediately became serious. "You want to kill him? Although this guy is quite annoying, he won't take his life yet, right?" The Sun Hunter said in a puzzled tone. Olu echoed and said in surprise, "This guy has a good combat power. Since he is willing to participate in the war, why do you kill him? Besides, you have to let him revive sooner or later. Isn't this an unnecessary move? Do you mean you're not going to let him revive?" For a moment, many people spoke out, expressing their opposition. No matter how annoying it is, most Super A-level people don't want to kill Dilrin. It's not that they have any friendship, but mainly involve their own interests. Although the resurrection of the sanctuary is their lifeblood, no one wants to see Black Star relying on this point to seize the Super A-level people and kill people at will. Han Xiao glanced at everyone. Not surprising at all. The truth about the revival of the sanctuary is a double-edged sword. The Super A-level group tolerate their own control. That is because they're strong enough, and it does not mean that they have become good babies. From beginning to end, these Super A-level animals were a group of untamed beasts, eyeing them covetously. The opportunity for immortality is very tempting. Some Super A-levels can give up their arrogance, but they will not completely give up their dignity and bottom line. It is best for everyone to be at peace, and everyone is willing to obey his instructions within the bottom line. But if they are too far, the Super A-level groups will not accept it or remain indifferent. The starting point of participating in the war to get a quota for recovery is unanimous to the outside world and a reasonable requirement. So everyone can accept it, but it does not mean that the Super A-level group will obey all instructions unconditionally. Although everyone cherishes the opportunity for eternal life, they do not really become subordinates and are completely controlled by others. Once the truth about the revival of the sanctuary is revealed, it is no longer a private thing, but a public interest in the eyes of the super-level group. It can be controlled by one person, but complete privatization cannot be tolerated. If you want to use this channel to seek absolute control over the Super A-level group, then the result is likely to be that the Super A-level group will join forces to seize control of the sanctuary recovery, and it will be a death-death battle. Either fight against the heroes alone, or win over a group of super-level counter-rebels and no longer recover the thorns. In this way, it will be the rout of the Star Alliance. Han Xiao knew this well and did not intend to control everyone. He slowly said, "Dilrin repeatedly undermined internal unity, which is an unstable factor. This time he took people out of the association with him, which has proved his instability. What if the intelligence is leaked? For the sake of his voluntary return, I relieved his guilt, but for the sake of the situation, I plan to temporarily send him to the underworld and enjoy normal resuscitation treatment after the war is over. Everyone can testify to prevent me from breaking my promise in the future." Hearing this, everyone calmed down, exchanged eyes with each other, and pondered. What they objected to killing people for no reason, rather than being unable to kill people. It feels that Black Star's statement makes some sense. Looking back on Dilrin's performance, letting this bad-mouthed guy enter the underworld for a while may be a good choice, and the world will be half as pure as possible. Thinking of this, everyone retreated one after another and did not continue to obstruct. Seeing this, Dilrin was completely desperate and coughed out a mouthful of charred blood, and his breath became wilted. Since everyone has no objection, I'll do it. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned to signal the troops. Puff! The next moment, Yozu poked into the back of Dilrin's head with a spear, penetrated through the skull, destroying his last chance. Hela immediately raised his hand to capture Dilrin's soul, and then disappeared from the spot with Aurora, entering the underworld and transforming Dilrin's spirit body. Han Xiao glanced at Xui, pointed to the hole in the ceiling, and said, "Don't forget to find someone to repair the conference room." After that, he changed into the Emperor and teleported away in a stern manner. Watching the mechanical troops dragging Durlin's body away, the many super A-level present were secretly awe-inspiring. After a little reminiscing, everyone felt that Black Star deliberately killed Dilrin in front of them, as if he was to establish his authority. Black Star's subtext is that although he does not want to use the recovery quota to control the A-level group, he does not want everyone to feel that he can do whatever he wants with the sanctuary to recover, and that he will not pay for the wrong behavior of others. Everyone was very excited by the unlimited recovery quota promised by Black Star through his participation in the war. But now he finally calmed down, and some dangerous thoughts that were secretly germinated were put on the reins again. The group calmed down, and their thoughts dispersed. On the other side, the underworld dimension, Dilrin's soul was suspended in midair. Hela and Aurora were mobilizing the power of the underworld to continuously inject into Dilrin's body, transforming his spiritual body form, while the 9 heroic spirit kings in the underworld were watching. A flash of light, Han Xiao teleported over, and as soon as he appeared, it attracted Dilrin's angrily gaze. "Black Star, I came back to join the war on my own initiative, but you killed me. I am irreconcilable." Dilrin cursed and gritted his teeth. Han Xiao didn't care and said, "You were half dead just now, but you were very energetic after you die. You are shameless. You are shameless. I believe you are really blind." Before he finished speaking, Hela stopped him without expression, and even if Dilrin opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. Han Xiao shrugged, turned to look at Sorjin and others, and said, "This guy will be the 10th heroic spirit king in the future. Please train him more, and let him reflect more on what it means to come from a mouth." The seniority has increased again. Sorjin was in a good mood and said curiously, "How is this guy's strength?" The peak super A-level magician, the former Elves' Holy King, has a very good combat power. You may not be his opponent. You are only a little worse than me," Han Xiao said casually. "The newcomer is of good quality this time." Sorjin responded with old aggression. Han Xiao ignored him and turned to look at Dilrin, who was roaring silently, his eyes flashing. In this way, the king of heroes of the underworld has become the top 10 Vajras. With such a lively guy, it is estimated that Sorjin and his life will be more colorful. No longer watching the Hela sisters' heroic spirit transformation ceremony, Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at the task list. Dilrin's super A-level challenge mission was shining brightly. The magician, I don't know what ability he will draw. On the other hand, many direct descendants left the venue in groups, and they still recalled the death of Dilrin just now. Black Star is really domineering. He is a peak super A-level. He will kill him in front of us. Ruefu TSK and curled his lips. He wants to set a model, and Dilrin is unlucky and is chosen as the target of establishing his authority. But he deserves it. Claudia looked straight, and his tone was not rude. "I just saw those resuscitators who ran away were trembling." Black Star was not afraid of scaring these people away. "If you run again, you will follow in Dilrin's footsteps. And are they willing to leave?" Claudia shook his head. At this time, Ulu rubbed his jaw with a little worried expression and whispered, "The Black Star controls this channel and uses interest to bind nearly all Super A levels. The power of the association is already too big. The problem of superpower imbalance may not be solved." Hearing this, many direct descendants were startled and secretly worried about the future of the 3 major civilizations. Now is the war period, so Black Star provides recovery services to advanced civilizations. But in the long run, if it gets rid of the pressure from foreign enemies, I don't know if Black Star is willing to sell recovery quotas. At that time, Their direct descendants may lose the benefits of the sanctuary of recovery and the increase and decrease of one, and the proportion of individual power between the two sides will become increasingly disparate. The association has an independent political status, with amazing power and the merit and reputation of participating in the war. It is difficult for the three major civilizations to do anything. The pits they dug themselves will jump with tears in their eyes. No one knows how the top leaders should clamp down such a huge monster. The only way to break the deadlock is probably to study the sanctuary to recover, but unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take. Alu sighed. The recovery of the sanctuary today is more fatal attraction, and some direct descendants in the crowd are also a little moved. After all, the treatment of the two is very different. While everyone was worried, Hilbert didn't speak. His eyes kept flashing. As a retirement person who has finished his service and believes that he has fulfilled his duties in the three major civilizations, he is very interested in the treatment of the association. Compared with the recovery of the sanctuary, the retirement benefits he earned for his life has become insignificant. Although he was patiently waiting for the three major civilization research sanctuaries to recover, based on his understanding of the three major civilizations, he knew that this would not be a waste of lunch. In his opinion, the three major civilizations would probably formulate some clauses as restrictions, such as continuing to serve civilizations, etc. But this is a situation where there are no competitors. Now, there is a comparison between the association's loose recovery. Hilbert feels that even if the three major civilizations really make a sanctuary to recover, 80% of them will have to reduce prices and dare not set too harsh conditions. The existence of the association forces the three major civilizations to increase their treatment. Thinking of this, Hilbert glanced at everyone and showed a disapproval. It's really funny. This group of people are still here, worrying about the country and the people, but they don't know that the existence of the association is also their blessing. Struggle for the interests of the entire Super A class. I have been implementing the purpose of the association. Hilbert's eyes flashed, and he admired them quite much. Anyway, I have retired, so it is still an option to turn to join the association. 2 days later, the Legion commander's office. Han Xiao sat on a large chair, sliding the virtual screen casually, checking the reactions of each Super A level in the past 2 days, quite satisfied. After he revealed the truth about the revival of the sanctuary, the morale of the Super A level group was high. It was a bit loose, but now it is tighter. The fighting spirit is unprecedentedly condensed, and even the training is a bit harder. Although only consistent and reasonable external requirements can stimulate such cohesion, it is enough. Han Xiao knocked on the armrest of the chair and pondered in his heart. He does not pursue so-called absolute control, as long as he achieves his goal. So he does not have the idea of taming some of the Super A-level ones. His statements so far are enough, and there is a temptation, but there is a lesson from Dilron's past. There is no need to continue to use methods. Too much is as bad as too much. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and laughed in a low voice. This should be the most united time for the Super A-level group in history. It would be great if he could always unite. As he said that, he shook his head and laughed. It was an unrealistic fantasy, after all, with different internalization and different concepts. Only interests are eternal, and only interests are destined to bind everyone. Oh, it cannot be said that it is everyone. Almost all the living Super A levels are attracted, but there are exceptions. The Avengers of Pangong have never contacted the Covenant, and have not expressed their return to participate in the war. The civilization of this group of people was destroyed, and their hatred was much deeper than Durlin. They had already decided to sacrifice their lives for the cause of revenge. Although the revival of the sanctuary was tempting, they failed to give up their revenge. The main reason is that they have self-knowledge and know that as long as they don't give up revenge for a day, Black Star will not be able to recover them and continue to cause trouble. Panagon doesn't want to come back and implicate the association, so he simply ignores it. The front line does not lack these combat powers, and Han Xiao really doesn't want to revive these troubled guys, so he just let it go and doesn't specifically ask them back, not wanting to give them this step. Fisk, I'm quite firm. I hope you keep it. Han Xiao curled his lips. These Avengers have firm goals and are not tempted by the Sanctuary's recovery. However, with Han Xiao's status, they will no longer have any admiration for this. Everyone has their own ambitions. In his eyes, the choices of Panergon and others in Durlin are no different from those of him. What he was satisfied with was that this group of people was very sensible and had not caused trouble for himself at the moment. Sitting in this position, he has to bear too many things. He has no time to spoil others by fighting against foreign wars, class interests, and dealing with the three major civilizations. Everything is aim-oriented. He will not hesitate to do anything if he causes trouble for him. All difficulties and reasons are false. He is required to understand others' difficulties, and others will not understand him first. So Dilrin cursed in the underworld these 2 days, and Han Xiao was too lazy to talk to him. Previously, Han Xiao deliberately promised in front of everyone that he would let him go and be supervised by everyone before he was executed, which gave this guy a thought. So no matter how hard Dilrin jumped, as long as he grasped this core, this guy would still work obediently without having to worry about it. But this guy provides me with an interesting ability. Han Xiao calmed down, opened the panel, and took a look at the skill list with a strange expression. As early as 2 days ago, he had settled the mission reward. I wonder if Harrison spent all the accumulated talents he had accumulated during this period. This time, Ding Panlong did not draw out any good things. They're all ordinary skills, but one of them is an exception. Think habits. After turning on the skills, your language is more likely to misunderstand the other party. The more effective it is increased, the more effective it is to reduce the favorability of the enemy plus 100%. When you communicate with the enemy in battle, the more likely it is to be the target of attack. The judgment probability depends on charm, luck, and favorability. The lower, the easier it is to become the object of hatred. There is no consumption. After turning on it, it can be turned off for at least 3 minutes before it can be turned off. If it is turned on, there is no cooling. No wonder this guy deserves such a beating. I'm afraid he has never cut this skill. Every time he sees this ability introduction and thinks of Dilrin's daily performance, Han Xiao can't help but fall in a deep thought. Is it Dilrin's habitual mouth odor that formed this ability, or is it that this ability developed Dilrin's habit of mouth odor? This is a question of whether there is a chicken or an egg first. Putting aside these factors, Han Xiao is actually quite satisfied with the skill effect alone. The ridicule skill is not a big deal, but is quite rare in the Sea of Stars. The biggest difficulty for players to fight a boss is that smart creatures do not have a rigid hatred mechanism. If you want to pull monsters and ridicule, you can basically only use tactical cooperation, and there's basically no rough and simple mandatory ridicule. The ability to attract hatred is most commonly the spiritual guidance of a magician or a psychic master, which implies who the enemy mainly hits, but is often exempted from mental toughness. The vast universe is really amazing. Even the chat streaming tactics have serious skills bonuses. I have to use it more in the future. Han Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. Our style is becoming more and more like a qualified MT. I always feel that if this continues, my name as the chief mechanic of Shanghai will sooner or later become the #1 flesh shield in the universe. Get more money. On the other side, Superstar Group Joint Conference Room. The revival of the Sanctuary. What a terrible power. I guess the three civilizations are in a state of turmoil now. Compared with the heavy atmosphere of the leaders of the three civilizations, many leaders of the Superstar Group were quite happy. As the rulers of the universe that have been explored, the three major civilizations are hostile to everything that may shake their rule. As the pursuer, the Superstar League hopes that some factors that impact the existing pattern will appear. Originally, Black Star brought the association to this point with a one-time sanctuary revival. Now, it has revealed the true effectiveness of the sanctuary revival. The Super A-level association has become countless times more difficult. The more unhappy the three civilizations, the happier the Superstar Group alliance. Black Star has gained an independent political status from the hands of the three major civilizations and is treated quite high-level civilizations. With the skills of the Black Star and the power of the association, the interstellar society may form a stable three-polar pattern in the future. We, the three major civilizations and associations, check and balance each other, which is good news for us. The leader of the Star Arc civilization pondered. It should be the pseudo-three poles. We are still a little bit behind the three civilizations, but the association holds the sanctuary to recover, and we have huge resources. If we cooperate more closely, we will not be afraid of the suppression of the three civilizations. The interstellar society is no longer their one-man show. Someone corrected with a smile. One of the three kings of Moto said in a muffled voice, "It is too early to say these, as long as the three major civilizations win this war. Otherwise, these are all empty talk." Yes, the enemy is in front of you, so you can't be too happy too early. Someone nodded in agreement. At this time, the leader of the Star Arc civilization knocked on the table and said, "It will take about 11 years before the World Tree will invade the local area. Then we will see if the situation should be evacuated from the explored universe. This period of time is enough for us to prepare in advance. Pay attention to confidentiality and do not let others know our plans in advance." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The Supercluster Alliance has been considering the possibility of migration with the help of war. This is a plan that has been decided long ago. During the Intercepting Circle War, they secretly launched an action to build a secret stargate in their respective civilizations to connect to the Supercluster civilization located on the border. Once the migration begins, they can directly reach the migration starting point from their own territory. At the same time, using shelter as an excuse to concentrate most of the population and manage it in a unified manner. As long as the plan is opened, it can be migrated efficiently. In addition, a large amount of materials have been secretly hoarded. Some direct shipyards have been secretly mass-producing long-distance starships during the Interception War to prepare for long-distance migration. Everything is being prepared in full swing. The launch time of the plan reserved by the Superstar Group Alliance is after the World Tree invades the local area. At that time, we will wait and see the situation and decide whether to run away depending on the situation. If the three major civilizations are defeated, the Black Star will never be destroyed with them. They will definitely evacuate. At that time, we may have the opportunity to take over the Super A-level association. Someone whispered. The leader of the Xingu civilization stroked his fingertips and shook his head. "Well, you can't say that. If we move to another area, we will become a new ruler. The existence of the association will also become a threat to us. So if the three major civilizations explode, it's better not to contact the association. It's good to live their own lives." This said, we have divided our luggage and go our separate ways to go our future. You go back to your Lusha River, and I go back to my Galea's way. Everyone present couldn't help laughing. Although everyone was jealous of the association's Super A-level personnel and the Sanctuary Recovery Channel, which is a powerful force to resist foreign enemies, they were even more convinced and knew that there was no chance to get these benefits. The Superstar Group Alliance does not have the confidence of the three major civilizations, and is even more afraid that the Super A-level association will occupy the nest. After all, their strength is weaker than the three major civilizations. If they enter a period of migration without legal order constraints, the Super A-level group that can continuously recover has the power to subvert their regime, so if one day everyone will evacuate, then going their separate ways will make them more at ease. Speaking of this, He Xing is really a talent. He has successfully played three major civilizations. The current situation is a step by step. In just a few decades, the Super A-level group has possessed such power in breaking the rigid pattern. It is not easy. The leader of the Xing Arc civilization sighed in a low voice, with an admiration and fear. Although the relationship between Black Star and them often changes, from a private perspective, the leader of the Star Arc civilization and most of the supercluster leaders present appreciate Black Star. Everyone has carefully read the archives of Black Star. If they had not witnessed everything happening with their own eyes, they would have been unable to imagine a country bumpkin from the surface civilization. He rose from the last minute in just about 100 years and reached the top stage. Unfortunately, such characters were not born in their civilization. If the sea blue star was not covered by the black star, they would almost have wanted to dissect the planet and see why they were so outstanding and had 3 super A-level players. They were not ordinary strongmen. What is the probability? The leader of the Star Arc civilization changed into a comfortable position and sighed. Now, I have no other hope for the association. I hope they can sell us more places to recover. Speaking of which, the number of times the sanctuary has recovered is unlimited. Will the Black Star reduce our price? Everyone tilted their heads and began to ponder. Training base, special practical training ground for natural disaster level. Energy surged and light flashed, and 5 figures were besieging Hardaway. Various attacks hit him, exploding into light dust in the sky, leaving only faint marks on his tough body, making it difficult to break the defense. The continuous explosions were mixed with Hardaway's crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha, it's useless, useless, useless. Your attacks are not painful or itchy, much worse than the apostle weapon of His Excellency Black Star. It's impossible to break my defense. Just listening to his full tone, he seemed to be extremely brave against 5. However, after a closer look, the 5 natural disaster levels beat Hardaway like a passerby, and they were very embarrassed. The observation platform in the sky, many natural disasters overlooking the constantly vibrant training ground, with strange expressions. It seems that he has learned the essence of the Legion commander when he is beaten. Don't say, this guy deserves to be a guard officer who has been with Lord Hastings for decades. His flesh is definitely in line with him. Everyone chatted with each other. The Black Star Legion once harvested hundreds of super A-level seeds. At this time, most of the people watching the game were members of the Legion, but not only were they watching the show here, but they were still waiting in line to beat Hardaway. After decades of training by Han Xiao, Hardaway's hardening ability has now reached an amazing level. He has been used to the beat of apostle weapons with super A-level level. Generally, natural disaster level attacks are tickling for him, and even a slightly weaker natural disaster level cannot break his defense. So Hardaway became a human-shaped sandbag at the training base. Many natural disaster level students are willing to use him to test how much gap there is between themselves and super A level. As long as they can beat Hardaway, it proves that half of their feet has stepped out of the natural disaster level and have made progress. The beating lasted for a while, and the 5 besiegers stopped panting. Hardaway immediately got up from the ground, pretended to pat the dust that did not exist on his body, raised his fingers to the 5 people, shook them with a look of beating, and snorted. This is not possible? I don't feel anything yet. Practice again, and strive to make me die of ecstasy next time. Why do you always say such ambiguity? A natural disaster level wiped his sweat and couldn't help but complain. Is this the organizational culture of your Black Star Army? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Another person deeply agreed. If you make a fuss, don't joke about my dear commander. Sivia, who participated in the siege next to him, suddenly became unhappy and said to her companions. Upon hearing this, Hardaway looked at her, patted her chest muscles, pretending to be disdainful. You quit your job as Chief Affairs Officer and have been practicing hard for so long. Why haven't you made much progress? I think you shouldn't have to work hard to train here. You will definitely not be able to become a super A level. Hearing this, Sawia turned her head and looked contemptuous. You have the courage to say to me, your single ability is also a super A-level life. If you are at the bottom, you are at the bottom. At least I have an eternal ticket to entry. Hardaway looked like a dead pig, was not afraid of boiling water. Since the truth about the resurrection in the sanctuary was revealed, such words could no longer hurt his heart. In order to enjoy the revival of the sanctuary, he no longer played his favorite Veen card now. Lockie called him several times, but he refused. Speaking of which, the number of players playing cards has decreased by 99% recently, and only Riki is still trying to win games, but the frequency has also decreased a lot. People often see Riki practicing in the magic training ground, and his training time has increased 10 times more than before. Because the base is low, this is a rare sight in 10 years. The many Legion cadres who knew him were amazed and inspired, and were all full of motivation. Even Loki has worked hard. What qualifications do you have to be lazy? At this time, several natural disaster levels jumped from the sky and fell into the field. He said, "Okay, stop talking. We are still in line. It's our turn. Hardaway, do you want to take a break?" Hardaway slapped his chest, made a dull drum sound, and said carelessly, "What are you resting? This group of people are useless. I'm hungry. Come on me. Don't be ambiguous when you say anything." The group roared angrily. Just as a group of natural disaster level competitions, in the mindfulness training room inside the training base on the other side, Fording, who was immersed in the exercise, suddenly opened his eyes and a stream of light flashed in his eyes. In a moment, it seemed that some invisible boundary was broken in the dark. A tremor from the deep layer of the cell slowly spread throughout the body from the brain domain as the starting point, as if every cell was making a cry of joy and desire. Immediately afterwards, the cells in the body slowly became restless, like the water being heated, constantly heating up, gradually moving towards boiling. This feeling, "I'm going to rise," Fording was surprised. He would not admit his mistake in the leap of life level. Unlike the previous advancement, the feeling this time was dozens of times stronger, which made his body tremble uncontrollably, and his mind power burst out unconsciously, sweeping back and forth in the room like a storm. At this moment, the soul-turning instrument that was carried by him suddenly felt something, and it vibrated at high frequency. Circles of light black ripples bloomed like ripples, contaminated with spiritual thought power, and actually produced a subtle fusion. The originally invisible and colorless mind power, as if it was stroked by a brush, was dyed black on the edges, showing a flowing trajectory. Before Fording was surprised, he realized that his mind was as if he had penetrated into an unknown area, and countless voices from the soul roared in. "Ah!" Fording suddenly screamed in pain, feeling his mind swelling. And in the pain, a piece of position information appeared in his mind out of thin air. He found that he sensed an unknown existence in his darkness, and a strong intuition was guiding him, and the path to sublimation was here. Unfortunately, Han Xiao didn't see it at this time. Otherwise, he would have been moved that Meng Qin's strange treasure has returned to its sharpness. He is familiar with this path. He is worthy of being the child favored by God, and even the advancement mission is unique. If he is here, he will interview Fordin. What is the experience of being one of the 3,000 faces of the goddess of luck? You said that you not only sensed the opportunity for sublimation, but also had an accident in the soul-turning instrument, which made your mind mutate. In a private mechanical workshop, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Fording in front of him with a strange look, his expression indescribable. Yes, I was also surprised that the level of soul links has increased by a certain level. Some characteristics of the soul-turning meter were attached to my spiritual power. In addition, I also vaguely sensed the existence of a secondary dimension, and intuition guided me over. Fred shook his head helplessly. "What's going on with your helpless expression? It's still troublesome to have an adventure. Is this the pride of heaven? I love you." Han Xiao complained in his heart and began to ponder. Speaking of which, he had seen the origin of the Soul Transformation Array with Bold Explorer before, but it was not very strange. It was an artificial product, but perhaps it was connected to a secondary dimension when it mutated into a wonder of the universe. He speculates that once the qualified person reaches the Super A-level sublimation, this hidden benefit can be activated, which is quite possible. No wonder the little wave hoof of the soul-changing arts is eager to be favored by Fording, because he sees the opportunity to unlock his new posture in Fording. Han Xiao's thoughts changed, and he gave Fording an injection. The main purpose of Fording came over to report was to receive his physical examination. With one stitch, the battle information popped up on the panel. Han Xiao took a look and found that forwarding had a new power attribute involving the soul, and at the same time he had two new specialties. One was a new bonus brought by the soul transformation array mutation, which increased the intensity of mind power, and the amplitude was very considerable. The other specialty was a question mark, which was still in an unactivated gray freeze state. People sit at home and specialize in coming from the sky. TSK, what kind of world is it? Han Xiao felt sour, and he coughed dryly, saying, since it is intuition that guide you to that secondary dimension, then you could go over and take a look. Is the guidance you get directional sensing or specific coordinates? Coordinates. Forwarding nodded and responded. Oh, that's convenient. You don't have to spend too much time on the road. However, most people have direction sensing. Your coordinates should be the information record hidden by the soul transformation meter. When I clean up, let's go. As he said that, Han Xiao was about to put away the technology being researched and summon the vehicle. But at this time, Forwarding shook his head and refused. Hey Xing, I have a premonition. This time it is my own training. If you follow me, I will not feel any sense of crisis. Let me go alone. Han Xiao paused and said in a deep thought, since you have requested that, it's okay. I'll give you a set of emperors, and you will bring another set of thrones. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, just ask me for help. Seeing that Forwarding wanted to say something, Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. You're my good friend. I can't let you take risks without any way out. This is the bottom line. Okay. Forwarding smiled helplessly. Han Xiao took out the corresponding equipment and pulled out a small vehicle dedicated to the secondary dimension, so that the mechanical assistant could take it to the starting point. After Forwarding thanked him, he followed him together. Seeing Forwarding's back disappear in front of him, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and shook his head gently. For the natural disaster level, the secondary dimension is still quite dangerous. Han Xiao was worried about Forwarding's safety and planned to accompany him, but he wanted to brush the dungeon alone, which involved the opportunity of super A-level sublimation. He respected Forwarding's premonition. However, Efton's fortune will most likely turn bad luck into good fortune and bring good fortune when encountering disasters. If you add this lucky black hole, there may be twists and turns, and it will be a good thing if you don't go. But Han Xiao would not sit idly by and watch this treasure take risks. He quietly put an observation mark on Forwarding, preparing to monitor the risks all the time. After all, Forwarding has coordinates. Unlike Harrison, it won't take him long. Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at the research instrument that was analyzing the new technology, temporarily freezing the progress, and stopped it. Each Super A level has its own training plan. Han Xiao brought more drawings from the sanctuary this time. During this period, he was mainly studying these technologies, washing points, and improving attributes. According to mechanics, this is called optimizing the allocation of resources. Pile attribute points into places with higher cost performance. Accumulating a small amount into a larger amount can also improve some combat power. This time I entered the first sanctuary, my authority was increased to level 9, my memory capacity increased again compared to last time, and the vacancy marks on the message board of the sanctuary were also reduced, but the last few paragraphs of the recent content are still largely vacant. Last time, the valuable information of Information State Divide Plan appeared in the fourth last paragraph, but this time it was the last paragraph that brought his attention to it. Han Xiao couldn't help but recall. The route of the previous iteration of the plan should be correct, but failed due to some loopholes. We decided to add a control valve to the device to reduce the cost of Rampage. But we didn't know what form of existence the control valve would become after alienation. After leaving the sanctuary, he's been thinking about this information. It seems that the last iteration recently agreed with the plan of the previous iteration and improved it on a basis. Generally speaking, in the face of a major restart of civilization, we will not completely rely on the routes of our predecessors. After all, the failure of our predecessors has shown that their plans are not working and can only provide some experience and lessons. But in the previous iteration, he was willing to believe in the plan of the previous iteration. If this plan was not quite good, the subsequent civilization would not have made up this decision. In this way, this plan that improved the two iterations would be of great reference value, and Han Xiao also secretly thought about it. We have to go to the first sanctuary a few more times in the future. I don't know how high the authority can unlock these two latest messages. Han Xiao calmed down and left the machinery workshop and returned to the top office. He first looked down at other natural disaster level practical training and then entered the field of observation marks. At the private airport terminal, mechanical assistants enter and exit in small vehicles and complete debugging quickly. Fording sat in the driver's seat, recalled, input the revealed secondary dimension coordinates into the navigator, and then activated the shuttle engine, and immediately felt the spacecraft vibrate slightly. The secondary dimension coordinates are being locked. The shuttle engine is being preheated. The internal space stabilization device is being activated. The spacecraft intelligence keeps broadcasting, and a large number of navigation parameters are flashed out like flowing water on the operating screen. Fording set up automatic driving, took out the soul-turning instrument and pressed it in front of his chest, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed down his mood. Not long after, the spacecraft completed its pre-voyage self-test, and the vibration suddenly disappeared. Fording only felt his body suddenly become heavy, as if he was pressed on his seat by a strong sense of pushing back. The scene of the pier outside the window also broke in an instant, turning into endless streams of light, and the spacecraft officially entered a shuttle state. In terms of senses, the spacecraft shook again and withdrew from the shuttle state, and the scene outside changed. This is a dark space with no boundaries. A gray nebula vortex that is too large to calculate slowly rotates outside the window, located above the spacecraft. He looked up and couldn't see the full picture of the vortex at all, and couldn't help but feel shocked. A huge white light beam shot out from the center of the vortex, extending beyond the line of sight, not knowing where the end was. At the same time, wisps of gray air flow kept floating from all directions, pulled by the nebula vortex, like a sea of rivers, all of which were integrated into it. This is the main substance that constitutes this vortex. Before Fording could be amazed, he discovered something strange. In this space, his mental power seemed to become more active, and the soul-turning meter was also shaking slightly, not knowing what it meant. "Where is this?" Fording looked around. There seemed to be no sign of life around him. He released a little uncontrollable mental power because he was too active and captured a gray airflow passing by to see what it was. After careful investigation, Fording's face suddenly changed, and he showed a look of astonishment. "Is this soul?" He suddenly turned his head and looked at the endless gray airflow, his eyes full of disbelief. This nebula vortex is actually made of souls. At this time, Fording suddenly remembered a piece of information and murmured to himself. In the conception of some spiritual abilities, when the creature dies, the soul seems to completely dissipate, but in fact there are still unobservable fine residues remaining, part of which turns into a subflow of the mind, and the other part floats in the universe. And there should be such places in this world, where wandering soul residues are accepted from the entire universe. Filter, crush the residue, extract the remaining thoughts inside, condense them into the universal consciousness of the universe, continue to sink and flow into the dimension of the bottom level of consciousness. Some spiritual abilities call this place the residual soul end place, spiritual world holy temple, and remembering. But so far, no one has found any similar secondary dimension. Could it be that the legend is real? Fording looked surprised, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this place might be one of the legendary residual soul end place. During the development of Shining World, a group of cadres traveled everywhere in the Black Star Belt. Fording had the honor to see a demon who absorbed the mind from the lower level of pan-consciousness dimension, which turned it into its own nutrients and strengthened its own mental power. So he paid special attention to the theories in this area. The three major civilizations know the coordinates of the underlying dimension of the pan-conscious mind, but endless inner-absorbing demons are entrenched there, with a strong xenophobic consciousness. With current technology, it is difficult to establish a stable outpost there. The inner-sucking demon feeds on the universal consciousness of the universe. So in other words, the residual soul ends up being equivalent to someone else's kitchen, and the soul residues here are all unprocessed food ingredients. The soul-turning meter actually guides me here. Could it be that I have any connection with this dimension? Fording thought secretly. The effect of the soul-turning instrument has long exceeded the original idea of manufacturing. Perhaps the reason why the soul-turning instrument mutates into a cosmic treasure is the end of the world, so the soul-turning instrument has the current strange effect. After guessing for a while, Fording carefully sensed the gray airflow around him and smiled bitterly. These gray airflows are the soul residue, and the residue is constantly melting in the center of this nebula vortex, constantly drinking it. The inner absorbing demon is a great tonic for the soul, but the side effects need to be resolved a lot of time. These soul residues are even more complicated. Although the soul energy can be absorbed to temper mental power, most of the energy must be used to solve side effects such as schizophrenia and personality disorder. Moreover, the little energy contained in the soul residue is almost indecisible to improve mental power. The conversion efficiency is extremely low, and the investment far exceeds the output. As for the smelted universal consciousness, the soul energy has been eliminated, and the side effects are even more violent. It has no benefit to him at all. Speaking of this place is suitable for Hela. Her power of the dead can quickly purify soul energy. This may be her holy place for cultivation. Fording said to himself, suddenly stunned. I almost forgot that I had a soul-turning meter. If the target was just the soul residue, the soul-turning meter should be able to separate the residual thoughts and soul energy and refine and purify it, right? Wouldn't that mean that I can absorb these countless soul residues at will without side effects? Fording suddenly realized and became surprised in an instant. Is this the reason why the soul transformation array guided me here? After practicing here for a while, 80% of you can advance. Intuition and enlightenment are sincere and not deceived me. It is indeed an opportunity for sublimation. Neopai. On the other side, Han Xiao, who was peeping, had a twitching mouth, feeling complicated. I thought I was already very good at cheating, but I didn't expect that you, one with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be even more excessive. The opportunities decades ago and the adventures now are actually linked, and the power of the high-level lucky halo is so terrifying. Compared with the lucky halo of Harrison and Nello, who mainly regard him as a backer, Han Xiao feels that the lucky halo of self-reliance, Fording, is the most suitable. And not only did I get an adventure, but my teammates also benefited. It's not in vain that I touched you first, and I always treat you as the chief mascot. When Han Xiao was Lemon, Fording, who was in the end of the soul, had already started the operation. Fording used the soul-turning meter to activate the ability, and suddenly there was an invisible attraction. The soul residue in the surrounding area suddenly stagnated towards the nebula vortex, gradually slowing down, and finally turned around and flew towards the starship where he was. The nebula vortex has natural gravity on the soul residue. Fording's behavior at this time is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, but this secondary dimension seems to have no dimensional consciousness, so no one comes to care about it. The soul residue was absorbed by the mirror's surface like the black crystal of the soul-turning instrument, and the remaining thoughts were stripped away, extracting clean and pure soul energy, which was crystal clear. Fording extracted the results of the soul-transforming instrument through the soul link, entangled it with his mind power, and incorporated it into the brain domain to decompose and digest it. He felt refreshed and did not have the side effects of memory, emotional impacts, and other aspects that he suffered when using his mind power to explore other people's thoughts. He clearly felt that his own mental power was being refined, and the cells in his body were cheering. He could clearly feel that he was gradually transforming, just like an extremely hungry person drinking the clear and sweet spring water continuously, with a full sense of satisfaction from head to toe, giving him a feeling more comfortable than God's hand, making him involuntarily addicted to it. When the body and mind were closely combined with the soul-turning meter, the mind-reverberating power of Fording's body was stained with more deep black, and he received a new stage of blessing from the soul-turning meter, and his characteristics were enhanced, and he became more refined, which brought him the stimulation and pleasure of the soul, trembling for it. Ooh, Fording couldn't help but sigh comfortably, as if he had entered a state of unconscious cultivation, and his body cells gradually jumped towards the super A-level life level. With him as the center, a gray vortex of countless times smaller size was formed, reflecting the huge nebula vortex, one big and one small slowly rotating at the same rate and in the opposite direction. After confirming that Fording was in danger, Han Xiao did not disturb him and turned to continue the previous unfinished research work. Soon, a month passed in a flash. On this day, Han Xiao came to the training base square early. Not long ago, Fording finally finished his 1-month subcultivation and had already broken through to the super A-level level. Then he remembered to send a message saying that he was coming back, so Han Xiao waited here. His figure was seen by the natural disaster level student who happened to pass by, and he couldn't help but stop and look at him, curious about who Black Star was waiting for. Not long after, a light flashed, and the shuttle vehicle came out of thin air, jumped back to the main universe from the secondary dimension world, and landed in the square where the coordinates were set. The hatch door opened, and Fording walked out. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, he showed a pleasant smile and strode towards him. Compared to a month ago, his aura has changed dramatically. Just walking alone has made the small group of natural disaster level students present suddenly feel tighter, and a sense of oppression originating from instinct, which is the pressure from high-level life. At this moment, the natural disaster level present suddenly understood something and was shocked. He didn't care about Han Xiao being by his side and surrounded him. Fuden, have you become a super A level? I haven't seen you in the base for this period of time. I'm still curious where you went. I didn't expect you to be sublimated silently. Okay, hurry up. Let's share your experience. What does that feel? Fuden was surrounded by a large circle of people, so he had to stop and look at Han Xiao across the crowd, showing a helpless smile. He has extremely high charm attributes, and his personality will not offend others, so he has a very good popularity. Even if he becomes super A level, he does not have the mentality of being superior and has not pushed away the crowd. These natural disasters were still calling friends, and they saw figures wrapped in streamer light jumping on the base, quickly from far to near. At the same time, several portals were added next to them. A large number of natural disasters who received the news arrived and all surrounded them. There were more and more people, and the scene was as noisy as a vegetable market. Han Xiao outside the crowd coughed, suppressed everyone's voices, and said with a smile, Fuden has indeed advanced to the level A. He is the first student to successfully break through during the training camp. It has only been 2 or 3 months since the start of the training camp. This is a very good start. After obtaining the exact information, everyone couldn't help but show an envious expression and congratulate Fuden one after another. There was a sound of congratulations in the venue. Some were sincere and some were sour. Fording sighed and explained with a warm voice, Everyone, I can advance smoothly because of some opportunities. My experience may not apply to everyone, and it has no reference value. That's right. Normal people advance to the level A, and no one is like constipation. The guy Enying has been in seclusion for nearly 100 years at the transformation step, and it's just your slut as easy as eating and drinking water. Han Xiao secretly complained. At this time, Fording saw everyone showing a pity, thought for a while, and smiled. But I can let you experience my power after advancement, and copy my senses when sublimated to you. As he said that, he closed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth gently, and the melodious singing of thought immediately swept out, covering everyone present. Many natural disaster level students were excited and instantly gained the advanced experience of Fording. At the same time, They also found that the beautiful singing of the soul echoed and inspired their emotions and were unconsciously immersed in it. The next moment, a positive enthusiasm quickly surged from the bottom of my heart, and everyone's hearts were instantly filled with the desire for exercise. They wanted to go to retreat and practice hard now. They became quite energetic, as if they had used stimulants. Han Xiao specially let go of his mental barriers and tried Fording's mental power after he advanced. When he saw the battle information on the panel, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Fording is good at the mental-based mental power route. This advanced adventure caused a considerable transformation of his ability. The singing of mind power incorporated into the special nature of the soul-turning instrument, and the spiritual penetration increased dramatically. Now, it can activate the emotions of living bodies more efficiently, achieve a powerful hypnosis effect, and whenever different emotions are triggered, the target will enter a relevant state. At this time, everyone's enthusiasm is a sign of it. Fording used his thought power to sing and stimulated everyone's enthusiasm and encouraged him. The presentation in the status bar has the effect of increasing the efficiency of gaining experience. If you put it on others, it can improve the efficiency of practicing. Han Xiao instantly thought of the role that Fording could play. Although Fording's current rank is not high and is not good at head-on combat, it can bring huge gains or debuffs to his teammates or enemies, which is more useful than his own combat power. A powerful auxiliary is much more valuable than an ordinary Super A level. With this ability alone, he is popular enough and will not be at the bottom. The most important thing is that he can improve the training efficiency of others without side effects. With his help, more Super A levels may be born. Han Xiao flashed all kinds of thoughts and was delighted. At this moment, he suddenly paused and found that among the people full of positive spirit, there was an extremely eye-catching figure, still shaking his face, forming a sharp contrast with the people around him. This figure is like a firefly in the dark, so distinctive and outstanding. If it weren't for the slinger man, Loki, Han Xiao became curious and said, "Hey, Ferdine, your move doesn't seem to work for him." Upon hearing this, Ferdine turned to look at Loki and was stunned and confused. "No, my move should not be invalid when facing the disaster level." As he said that, Ferdine once again made a song of thought, specifically to motivate Loki. Loki's spirits suddenly became high, no longer hunched back. His figure was as tall as a javelin. His whole temperament changed drastically, his majestic posture, and his eyes were bright and bright. "Isn't this effective?" Fording was halfway through his words, and before he could be happy, he saw that Loki's state lasted only a few seconds, and his high aura suddenly leaked like a balloon leaking. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original decadence and cut back to the weak dead fish mode, just like the difference between inhaling and relaxing. "You are." Fording opened his mouth, a little confused. This kind of incentive state can usually last for several days, but why does it ejaculate in Loki in a few seconds? He didn't give up and wanted to try again, but Riki stopped him, his face full of reluctance. "Don't bother me. It's all in vain. Alas, even if you become Super A level, it's impossible for me to be free. Let me rot quietly in the corner." TSK. Such a familiar garbage man. Such a beautiful Loki speech. Han Xiao's heart twitched when he heard it, looked at Loki up and down, and boldly guessed, "Well, I seem to understand. After all, your motivation is just a hypnotic ability, not brainwashing, and cannot change other people's personality. So it is also different to stimulate the emotions of different goals. Maybe Loki just avoids this kind of spiritual motivation." As he said that, Han Xiao felt more and more that he guessed the truth. It must be that Loki's values are too damn strong. The short-term motivation will only be decomposed instantly, just like taking a sip of chicken soup and making up their minds to work hard tomorrow. By the next day, it is not time to play cards or sleep. Fording also felt it made sense and asked tentatively, "Why should I try to arouse his decadent mood and see if you guessed it right?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It's better to be good. He's already depressed enough. If you make it worse, I'm afraid he will commit suicide on the spot. Reasonable. Fording was speechless. The natural disaster level students present got the experience they wanted. Seeing that Han Xiao and Fording had something to say, they all left with tactful intentions and went to exercise their abilities with great enthusiasm. There were only 2 people left in the square soon. Without others, Han Xiao came to Fording, patted his shoulder, and said with relief, "Congratulations, you have already left your name in the sanctuary. As long as I'm still alive for one day, death will stay away from you." Fording smiled softly and said, "This time my adventure comes from the Soul Transformation Array, and if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this cosmic treasure. Thank you. What are you polite to me?" Han Xiao waved his hand and said, "You don't have a nickname yet. I'll think of one for you, or call it a Singer, which is so appropriate." Singer was the nickname in Fording's previous life. Although his life experience this time was completely different, in Han Xiao's opinion, this nickname is still suitable for Fording. "Okay, then you'll be called a Singer." Fording smiled implicitly, saying that he accepted the name, and then he curled his smile and explained the experiences of this time in its entirety, without any omissions. Although he guessed that Blackstar might have known it, he still said it. After listening to Fording's explanation, Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Understand, this is your own opportunity. Even if you become Super A level, you can continue to use it to quickly improve your strength. You must grasp it well. This is natural. By the way, the remnant soul is finally beneficial to Hela. I can only digest soul residues with the help of external objects, but Hela is a natural ability. Her growth rate may be faster than me. Ask her what she means. Anyway, the soul residues, they're inexhaustible, and the part one can digest is not worth mentioning. It's hard for you to think of him. I think she is very happy." Han Xiao admired Fording the more he looked at him, and he felt a little itchy when he admired it. Resisting the impulse, Han Xiao coughed and said, "I'll inform Hela now. She is still in the special training in the underworld. You will need to take her there. After all, it's the place you found. Without your consent, I won't give the coordinates to others." After that, Han Xiao changed into the Emperor and teleported away. Fredong watched Han Xiao leave, gently pinched his fists, and an inexplicable emotion echoed in his heart. He let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, "You have provided me with nearly 100 years of protection, and now it's finally my turn to help you." A flash of light. Han Xiao had already arrived at the underworld dimension, and as soon as he came in, he saw Hela fighting Aurora. In the dark sky, 2 huge energy balls, one red and one gold, are closely connected, like 2 connected suns. The Scarlet Dead Force is pressing step by step, constantly squeezing the space of life energy, like a bully bullying the shrunk girl. A graceful figure floated in the center of the power of the dead energy group, and Hela's red hair danced with the surge of energy. His expression was calm and effortless. In the golden light ball on the other side, Aurora danced wildly with her blonde hair, clenched her fists with both hands, and raised her face in front of her, puffing out her face with her face red, and was pumping out her life energy with all her strength, struggling to resist Hela's suppression. I can't pretend that my sister is bullying her sister. I can't pretend that I didn't see it. Do you need help? I can help you bully her back." Han Xiao glanced, raised his eyebrows slightly, and shouted at Aurora. Hela turned his head and glanced at him, paused, and suddenly put away the power of the dead. The scarlet sun in the sky quickly shrank in a vortex shape until it disappeared, and all returned to her body. Aurora, on the other side, suddenly lost pressure, just like when 2 people pushed each other. One of them suddenly let go, losing the life energy of confrontation, and involuntarily erupted, and a golden tsunami suddenly broke out in the air. She hurriedly restrained her energy and slowly guided her back to her body. The golden sun quickly disappeared, leaving only Aurora's figure panting in the air, looking like she was about to lose her vigor. Hela frowned, staring at Aurora with a pair of sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Your control is still too poor. Take a break and continue practicing." As he said that, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao and explained lightly, "We are not playing. The course of extreme pressure can speed up the growth rate of her life energy, broaden her upper limit, and help improve her strength. This is one of the special trainings I have set for her." Han Xiao shrugged. He knew that this was training, just a joke. At this time, Aurora also changed back to her petite figure and flew to the two of them. The blush that was too hard on her face had not yet faded. She looked a little cute and embarrassed. She explained, "The last battle was defeated because of my lack of strength. I felt that I could no longer wait for the life energy to automatically increase. The speed was too slow, so I specifically asked my sister to give me a little more training." "No, very hard-working." Han Xiao smiled, praised her, and raised his hand to rub Aurora's little head. Her long, soft hair slid across her fingers, which felt very silky. Aurora was quite helpful, and even raised her head slightly and took the initiative to approach Han Xiao's palm. At this time, Hyla's face floated over without expression, slapped Han Xiao's hand off, and said, "What are you here to do for me? Let's go first if you have nothing else. The special training is not over yet. Don't disturb us." Han Xiao rubbed the back of his hand that was red from the thrust, and the traces quickly dissipated, and he smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you good news. Fording has become a super A level." Hyla's eyes moved, but she was not surprised and nodded calmly. "It's indeed a good thing. Congratulations to him on my behalf, but for him, it's only a matter of time before entering this level. In addition, there's another surprise for you. Fording found the legendary soul return and the remnant's soul ending. He knew that your ability can devour the soul and enhance himself. So let me ask, are you interested in going over and taking a look?" Hearing this, Hela's face changed, his eyes widened slightly, and finally had a little emotional reaction. She also knows the legend of the Dead Soul Land. The power of the dead is nourished by the soul. She also yearns for this legendary land, but this is just a guess. There is no witness report of the dead soul end in history. If what Blackstar said is true, then Fording should be the first discoverer. Of course I'm interested. When will it go? Hela blurted out without hesitation and instantly threw Aurora's special training out of the sky. "Let's go now. Fording is waiting for you at the training base." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Hela took out a set of emperors without saying a word and quickly put them on, signaling Han Xiao to use his mechanical force to start. Han Xiao laughed and changed into a set of emperors to stimulate the power of weapons. A flash of lightning flashed, and the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. More than 10 minutes later, Fording took Han Xiao and Hela directly to the end of the soul. Looking at the inexhaustible soul residue here, Hela rarely showed a shock and surprised look. He forgot to speak for a while, staring at the huge soul nebula vortex in a daze. "How is this place? Will it help you?" asked Fording, who was standing beside him. Hyla came back to her senses and nodded decisively. Her tone exuded an uncontrollable excitement. "These soul residues are of great benefit to me. My intuition tells me that this is the best place for me to do subconscious cultivation. It's good that it's useful. Anyway, there's no one here. You can stay as long as you want." Fording smiled. "Thank you." Hela patted Ford's shoulder hard, and by the way, he rubbed it habitually twice like Han Xiao, and his eyes were always staring at the inestimable number of soul residues, and his beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of heat. At this moment, she made a decision without saying a word. Before the World Tree entered the local area, I lived here. No one could pull me away. Hela rarely became excited, but while being happy, she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded in my brain. "Sister, what should I do with my special training?" I said I forgot something. Hela's expression stopped. He coughed, and his heart sent a voice back. "Well, things have changed. I won't go back for a while. You can practice it yourself first." This tone is somewhat like the way parents have to coax their children when they are busy with work, exuding a feeling of "you play by yourself." I will practice by myself." Aurora angrily closed the voice transmission of her soul. "Am I abandoned now? I promised to help me practice, but you escape by yourself. Sister, ignore you. The spiritual messenger was cut off by the opposite side, and Hela didn't care. He couldn't wait to flash out of the spacecraft, and his body floated in the external space. Hurry! The power of the dead gushed out, forming a scarlet tornado, rolling up the soul residue around it, crushing and decomposing it in one go, turning into pure soul energy and being swallowed into the power of the dead, strengthening one's own supernatural powers. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. With such an encounter, Hela has also embarked on the fast lane of upgrading. It is estimated that in 10 years, no, it should not take 10 years, a new peak Super A level will be out. When she reaches this level, her combat power will be greatly enhanced. With her ability, as long as she grows up with hard power, it is probably no problem to resist the peak Super A level of 2 or 3 world trees. He rubbed his chin and watched the scene, nodded secretly, and had high hopes for Hela. Hela and Fording both stayed at the end of the Remnant Soul to practice on their own, while Han Xiao returned to the training base and continued to train everyone according to the original plan and studied the sanctuary on their own, and were addicted to learning and could not extricate themselves. Fording comes back every few days to motivate students at the training base. Everyone was immersed in exercise every day, and their sense of time became dull. In a blink of an eye, they spent more than half a year in a passionate training camp. The frontline war is still in full swing, and the World Tree Army is moving forward unswervingly under the harassment of the 3 civilized suicide squads. The forum has been flooded with relevant information for the past 6 months, and countless players are enthusiastically exchanging various combat intelligence. Han Xiao and others trained in the rear and withdrew from the front line. They seized time to improve their strength in the calm before the storm. Because they were not in the player's vision, there was no topic of discussion on Super A level in the past 6 months, so they temporarily kept a low profile. Fierce wars mean frequent combat missions. Many players who act as suicide squads on the front line have made a fortune. A group of people have reached the upper limit of the version 180. Some of the extra experience is used to upgrade skills, and some of them flow to Han Xiao through consumption in the Black Star Legion. Thanks to the high returns of the Suicide Squad mission, players' speed of earning experience has also indirectly shortened Han Xiao's time to raise experience. In less than a year, Han Xiao had roughly enough experience in getting to level 360, and his efficiency was higher than expected. After many years, there was finally a chance to advance again. Han Xiao did not hesitate and chose a good day to come to an unmanned star in the territory, preparing to invest all his experience to upgrade and reach the threshold of a new advancement. A meteor cut through the dark universe and fell to a black and brown planet, landing on a bare and steep mountain. The spark like a stream of flames drifted away, revealing Han Xiao's figure. He looked down at the boundless black and brown earth, then looked up at the sky with gorgeous and mysterious aurora, and nodded. Just get the level here. Han Xiao concentrated his mind, opened the panel, and devoted all the experience he had finally collected into the upgrade. The level that had not been moved for a long time finally rose like a rocket again. The panel prompts were flashed out like flowing water. Divine Mechanic was upgraded to LV41, Strength plus 500, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 18, Intelligence plus 25. You gain 20 free attribute points, Awakening point plus 1. Divine Mechanic was upgraded to LV60 Max, Strength plus 2000, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 18, Intelligence plus 25. You gain 20 free attribute points, Awakening point plus 1. You have reached the upper limit of the main profession level, and you trigger the transfer task. Divine Worker. Divine Worker. The number of drawing skills exceeds. In 100 different cosmic treasure level mechanical equipment has been accumulated to create 100 different cosmic treasure level mechanical equipment. You reach level 360. You trigger the advanced mission. God Killer Refining. God Killer Refining. Completely kill 5 super A-level characters with divine transformation, requiring one person in each of the 5 major systems of martial arts, superpowers, machinery, magic, and mindfulness. Wow, is that so cruel? Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he secretly tickled. The difficulty of this mission is countless times more difficult than the previous advancement and transfer of positions. The degree of harshness is not the same level. The requirement of Divine Worker alone to create 100 different kinds of cosmic treasures can make normal mechanics confused. Even Han Xiao himself is still a bit far from this number. Although the sanctuary provides enough drawings, it has not been created yet. In addition, there is also refining God of Killing to kill 5 peaks and Super A levels, which is even more dangerous, and it contains the word complete. Han Xiao estimated that the way of taking tricks in the world tree and the powerful people in the underworld is probably not counted. 80% of them are not considered dead if they don't go to the sanctuary, and the object must be chosen from normal people. Unfortunately, no matter how harsh the task is, we have a settlement card. Han Xiao has stocked up some task settlement cards over the years in order to avoid such advanced tasks. Even if these 2 tasks are difficult, he will be surprised at most and will not feel embarrassed at all. These 2 tasks are too tricky, but fortunately I can skip them. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly used the task settlement card. The 2 tasks' names immediately turned into completed golden subbody. He thought this would be like before. Once he completed the advanced task, it would be like success in advance, but this time the situation seemed to be different from the past. News popped up on the panel that surprised him. Level 360 advanced task has been completed. You can choose to advance at any time. Note, this advancement has extremely high risks, and there is a 90% to 96% chance of advancement failure. Once you fail, you need to complete a new advancement task before you can advance again. At the same time, there is a chance of unknown mutations and life risks when advancing. It is recommended to choose advancement after the following conditions are met. 1. In this advancement, your life form will be extremely unstable and extremely prone to mutations. What may occur include unlimited proliferation, gene collapse, cell independence, cosmic assimilation, etc., so you need to use certain special items to stabilize your own life form. This condition is triggered when advancing, with an advanced success rate of plus 33.3% and a malignant mutation rate -33.3% too. For this advancement, you need some external help. The power of being alone is always limited and one-sided. You need 4 non-same order superpowers as assistants, and you must enable the divine transformation that is tended to be in the superpower system. The higher the level of divine transformation, the better the auxiliary effect. This condition is triggered when upgrading. The success rate of advancement is plus 33.3%, and malignant mutation rate is -33.3%. 3. For this advancement, you need a super god legacy as a catalyst. When the superpowered person who has completed the divine transformation tries to reach a higher level, he may die due to malignant mutation. The essence of life, soul consciousness, and core energy that scatters during the advancement will be condensed in a super god legacy and cannot be observed by normal life bodies. Only superpowered persons in this state will obtain relevant perceptions. This condition is triggered when upgrading. The advancement success rate is plus 33.3%, and the malignant mutation rate is -33.3%. Note, if all conditions are not met, even if the advancement is successful, the level will not change. If the 3 conditions are completely triggered when upgrading, the deification will be activated. Is it actually this mode? After reading the panel message, Han Xiao was excited, his eyes changed, and his eyes flashed. Before today, he was not sure whether the 360 level advancement could reach a new level. Everything was just a guess. Now he finally confirmed that this advancement could indeed break through to the new level. Otherwise, there would not be so many changes. This made him a little excited. Han Xiao's mind sank into his body, clearly feeling that every cell was in a critical state, and he could start to advance at any time as long as he wanted. However, After looking at the warning prompted by the panel, Han Xiao was also afraid that there would be a situation in advance. He looked down at the contents of the 3 conditions and was in a gray, untriggered state at this time. He tried to use a task settlement card for these 3 conditions, but did not complete it like an advanced task, and the prompt was that the settlement card was invalid for the target. It's true that's not possible. It seems that this wave is impossible to take advantage of. Han Xiao frowned and then let go, without much surprise. When he saw the 3 conditions, he vaguely guessed that the task settlement card might be useless to them. Task settlement cards are special items used for panels. There is no entity. The purpose is to skip the task content to obtain the most basic panel rewards. They will not actually change the external environment, nor will they generate physical objects out of thin air. These 3 preconditions require physical objects as auxiliary to the advanced stage, and the task settlement card cannot be changed, and these 3 conditions do not exist in the form of tasks. However, the task settlement card skipped the previous advanced task, which saved them a lot of time. Moreover, if the advancement fails and the new advanced task is triggered again, it can still be passed with the settlement card without spending energy. Of course, it is best to succeed in advance at one time. Han Xiao naturally does not want to fail, since he cannot take a shortcut after breaking through the new level. In order to improve the safety of advancement, he had to calm down and carefully study the 3 conditions and soon gain some clues. The first condition requires a special stabilizer. Perhaps this advancement will lead to a reorganization of life forms, which is more intense than the previous advancement, so it will be extremely unstable, just like melting a piece of steel to cast it into another shape, requiring a mold. Han Xiao had several ideas about this. Special items in information state can serve as such molds, but it is highly likely that the universe treasures are needed and general information state devices may be invalid. Another option is to get blessings from certain cosmic treasures with stable characteristics. Han Xiao knew that a ready-made Void Spirit national weapon with unbreakable characteristics should be able to achieve similar effects. But this thing is also a treasure of the Zuling sect in Ernos. I wonder if they are willing to borrow it temporarily. Han Xiao shook his head. The second condition is that the peak Super A level support of the other 4 series is required to help you advance. If there is a civilization with insufficient individual power, even people cannot get together, and the 3 major civilizations should be prosperous in the universe. There are enough strong people to choose from. With your connections and the cohesion of the sanctuary, it is not difficult to find for assistance. This should be the easiest of the 3 conditions. However, the cooperation intention revealed by this condition made Han Xiao feel a little moved. It seems that the boundary is the limit when growing up alone. Advancement seems to be no longer a person's business. To become a higher-level strong man, more external help is needed. The degree of development of civilization also affects whether individuals can go further. In the vast universe, a person's power is ultimately limited. Without external help, it will be difficult to continue to move up to a certain extent. Are there any limits for a single living body after all? Han Xiao shook his head. In addition, the requirement of gathering the other 4 systems also reminded Han Xiao again of a saying that the 5 superpower systems represent 5 aspects of the true God. The martial arts system represents the divine body. The mind power system represents the divine soul. The magic system represents the divine power. The superpower system represents the divine power. And the mechanical system represents the divine weapon. This statement is widely circulated, but there is no actual evidence. After reading this condition, Han Xiao felt that this statement may not be completely false. At least it has a certain correlation. Is it true that the new level is a 5-system integration? Han Xiao subconsciously flashed this idea, but he quickly shook his head and denied it, feeling that he had turned aside. The difference in the power attributes of the 5 major systems is unlikely to be broken. Even if he breaks through to the level of true God, he probably specializes in one thing and should not be omnipotent. Compared with the other 4 series, he felt that the mechanical system representing the divine artifact seemed to be a special one. Basically, The history of the development of each civilization is the history of the progress of the evolution of tools, which represents the fire of wisdom and the germination of civilization. Knowing how to use tools is to some extent the biggest difference between intelligent life and wild beasts, and for the so-called gods, it may have similar meanings. If the god only uses the power of the other four systems to fight and take off the fancy outerwear, it is actually not much different from fighting with empty hands. At most, it is because of different moves and routines, and there are some special effects of magic and superpowers, and using the so-called god artifact is equivalent to an ordinary person picking up swords and guns, which are completely different in danger. It's like two full-level heroes. One is a whiteboard and the other is a six divine equipment. Even if the skills are different, the strength is not at the same level at all. Among the many immortal mythological stories that Han Xiao had seen in his previous life, the status of magic weapons is extremely important, and it even represents strength, especially in the context of the prehistoric times he had read. In his opinion, the artifact represented by the mechanical department is mostly like this concept. Otherwise, the advantages of mechanics in the later stage in the other four departments will not be so obvious. Han Xiao calmed down, closed these guesses, and his expression slightly condensed. He had some clues about the first two conditions, but the last condition made him feel a little sad. The super god's legacy comes from the peak super, a level who fails to break through the new level and dies. In the explored universe where the three major civilizations are located, as far as he knows, the super, a level who has similar experiences, seems to be the only two sisters, life and death. But Han Xiao said that the two sisters of the previous generation were pursuing the true meaning of death, so they took the initiative to extinguish. Han Xiao didn't know if that was an act of trying to break through the new level. Even if it is true, the body remains of the two sisters of the previous generation have been burned by Han Xiao as firewood, and the two superpowers that intercepted the information state of the two were also inherited by Hela and Aurora. He didn't know if this is considered the so-called super god legacy. Even if it is, how should it be used? Could it be possible to extract their superpowers? Wait, if Hela and Aurora grow to this level in the future, wouldn't it be the third condition that will be triggered innately? Tisk, people compare themselves with others. They're so angry. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. He once tried to use the underworld imprint as a medium to revive the two sisters of the previous generation, but in the end he failed. It may be that they still survived, or it may be that they intercepted the information state and incorporated it into their superpowers, so they lost the sanctuary to recover. Now Han Xiao has another guess. That is, if he fails to break through the new level of the peak level, he dies. Will he not be able to accept the sanctuary revive? Perhaps the information state records in the sanctuary have changed, or perhaps the breakout loser survives in another unknown way, such as this so-called super god legacy. No one stepped on the higher level. Everything was full of mystery, and Han Xiao could only guess at this time. But the introduction said above that only at my peak, super level A, can I sense the super god's legacy. I will go to the underworld to verify it later. If not, I may have to search the universe. If it is the worst case, Han Xiao's eyes sank. The worst case is that there is no so-called super god legacy in the current iteration, and no one fails to break through the new level and dies. In that case, another way is needed. Anyway, he has decided to trigger all conditions as much as possible and to overcome any difficulties. After all, the notes indicate that as long as one condition is missing, it will be just a regular advancement and cannot break through the level. According to his understanding, this means not getting a new level bonus, and it is impossible to break the essential gap in a row like Super A and Natural Disaster levels. All kinds of thoughts changed. Han Xiao calmed down and breathed out. No matter what, let's try my perception of the Super God's legacy first. After saying that, he calmed down and searched for the Super God's legacy, sensing prompted in the introduction through the throbbing of the critical state. Soon, Han Xiao felt that his consciousness was trapped in an indescribable mystery. There seemed to be a lot of fog in front of him, and a vague shadow faintly passed by the fog, which was not real. It took him a lot of time before Han Xiao suddenly captured a flash of inspiration, suddenly widened his eyes, and finally found this perception. The fog dissipated and suddenly became enlightened. I originally thought that my perception would be desolate, and I could not sense a few super gods' legacy. However, when I entered this perceptual vision, Han Xiao was shocked and knew that he was outrageously wrong. Buzz! In an instant, dozens of sensing sources appeared in perception, distributed in each direction, but they only knew the direction and not the distance, which was all super gods' legacy. Han Xiao's eyes widened slightly, and a look of surprise flashed through his heart. A lot of thoughts flashed through his heart. Does this mean that within the entire universe, at least dozens of peak super level A from unknown areas have reached their level and died due to the impact of a new level? Han Xiao suddenly felt complicated. The story center of what I knew in my previous life was the three major civilizations, but it does not mean that this is the center of the universe. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Where there are no sight, how many powerful civilizations are still thriving in the universe, and how many things are happening. No one has broken through the new level of the explored universe. Is the wider, unexplored universe really the same? Is this iteration really just the early stage? It took him a long time to sigh. The universe is so big. Han Xiao sighed for a moment, then calmed down, shook his head, and shook his extra thoughts. No matter how vast the universe is and how many powerful unknown civilizations exist, at least it has nothing to do with me for the time being. The most important thing is to deal with the current problems, and the focus is still on the war between the three major civilizations and the world tree. As for the iteration issue, it is useless to think too much now, and I can't deal with it for the time being. Although I sense the existence of super gods' legacy, I only have the direction and the distance is unknown. In this case, it is probably a needle in a haystack. Han Xiao pondered secretly. However, the perceived vision is dead, people are alive, and the distance is not impossible to calculate. After all, the perceived direction can be barely regarded as a straight line. As long as you constantly change your own position and position it, by perceiving the offset of the straight line, you can still fuzzily calculate which one is closer. However, at the cosmic scale, I don't know how long it will move to shift the perceptual direction, which is probably based on galaxies and clusters. Although this method takes some time, it is considered an effective method at present. The only thing to worry about is that if the recent super god's legacy is not around the world that has been explored, it will be a pity, and the journey will take unknown time. No matter what, at least three conditions have preliminary solutions. Let's follow this plan first. Han Xiao relaxed. There are three conditions that are difficult and easy. The second item is the easiest. Just think your energy in advance and activate the fruits. The third item is not sure how much time will take. He decided to start with the first item and contact Ernos. Han Xiao immediately flipped out the communicator, found Erno's private number, and dialed it. In the last battle, the two of them were both unfair and met each other. After the truce, they also exchanged private numbers. The ringtone rang twice, and a projection of Erno's appeared on the screen, wearing a solemn robe, as if everyday prayers were interrupted. Black Star, it's rare that you contact me. What's the matter with me? Ernos asked, his tone of emotion. Han Xiao smiled, but did not immediately get to the point and greeted him. I haven't seen you for a while, and I suddenly miss you a little. Is that right? Erno's expression was calm and unmoved, but just looked at Han Xiao indifferently, without saying anything, exuding a subtext of, is our relationship so good? Han Xiao rubbed his chin, and his tone was quite interested. Speaking of it, I've been curious recently. As the strongest person in the direct line, why didn't Su Ling let you participate in the interception battle? This is an internal secret, and there is no way to tell me. If you came to persuade me to join the war, then it would be spared. Ernos' tone was Gu Jing Bubo. Do you have anything else? Tisk, it's mysterious. I'm afraid Su Ling was worried that you would die in battle and lose their national weapon. Han Xiao secretly complained. Seeing that Ernos was lukewarm, he did not continue to go around in circles and proposed the main goal of this time. This time I have something to discuss with you. I want to borrow the Void Spirit National Artifact. Upon hearing this, Ernos's eyes flashed, and he did not refuse immediately, and asked, "What do you want to do with it?" "I want to try to break through the new level, and I feel that the Zuling National Tool can come in handy." Han Xiao did not hide this goal. "Oh, are you going to try to take this step? You are worthy of being the most talented Superman in history." Ernos's eyes were slightly bright, and he was not surprised but happy. He looked Han Xiao up and down, showing an inexplicable smile. He has always been optimistic about Black Star, believing that Black Star is the person who is most likely to open a higher level at present, breaking the upward obstacle in his eyes. As long as there are pioneers who go out a path, future generations will have traces to follow, and whether they succeed or fail, it will become an important reference for future generations. So at this time, Ernos was very happy to learn that Han Xiao was going to hit a higher level. From my personal perspective, I am very happy to help you. Maybe you can become a pioneer in the exploration of individual power, and I can also benefit. There is no reason to reject you. Ernos smiled, but before Han Xiao answered, he changed his mind and shook his head and said, "But the Zuling National Tool is not my private property. If you want to borrow it, you must seek the consent of the Zuling sect. If they do not agree, I cannot lend it to you privately." Hearing this, Han Xiao was not surprised and nodded. "Of course I understand this. Please tell me the senior management of Zuling. The conditions can be discussed. By the way, you need to give me a few good words and try to convince the senior management of Zuling." "Okay, I will talk to you." Ernos nodded, not refusing. Except for the senior management of Zuling, no one could instruct a person like him to do things. But for the sake of the Black Star's impact on the new level, he didn't mind helping this. The two chatted a few more times, and Han Xiao hung up the communication and breathed a sigh of relief. The initial contact result was okay. Ernos himself had no objection, so he just needed to settle the senior management of Zuling sect. Of course, the senior management of Zuling will definitely not let go easily, and he also had to take out some bargaining chips they care about. Next, Zuling sect, the Temple of Gods. After receiving Han Xiao's communication, Ernos contacted the head of Zuling sect with a reckless and focused on this matter. With his identity, he could directly talk to the head of Zuling sect, and soon the projection of the head of Zuling sect appeared on the screen. "High Priest, what's wrong?" The leader of the Zuling sect was a little surprised. Ernos almost never took the initiative to look for him. Usually he would call him and issue an order. He suddenly received a communication and was a little surprised. Ernos had no intention of chatting and said straight to the point, "Hey Xing just came to me and wanted to borrow the Zuling national weapon. I'll discuss it with you." The head of the Zuling sect was slightly stunned, looking at Ernos in surprise, almost unable to believe his ears. "Lend national weapons to outsiders. Do you know what you're talking about? The Black Star says the conditions can be negotiated." Ernos' tone was calm. The head of the Zuling sect suppressed his inner emotions and frowned and asked, why did he borrow national weapons? The Black Star said that he wanted to borrow the power of national weapons and try to impact the new level of individual power. New rank? Are you talking about being above A? When hearing this, the head of the Zuling sect was shocked. This is a big news. As a leader of the current Super A-level group, if Black Star successfully opens up a new level of personal power, it will have an unknown and far-reaching impact on the internal structure and the World Tree War. In fact, because of the record-breaking growth rate of Black Star, the three major civilizations are mentally prepared to impact the higher level, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. After all, Black Star becomes strong, but it only takes decades to enter the Super A level. It seems too young under the lifespan of Super A level, but it is just the stage of infants and young children. Do you want to help him? The head of the Zuling sect's tone sank. Ernos' opinion was also required to borrow national weapons. Since he came to help Black Star pass the message, 80% had already agreed, which made the head of the Zuling sect a little displeased. Ernos looked at him without squinting and his tone was calm. Why not? Isn't it beneficial to the battle situation if we have an extra strong man with special standards? That's true, but you know the significance of the national weapon and the threat of the Black Star. The head of the Su Ling cult paused. Although he had not finished speaking, his meaning was clear enough. Because the truth about the revival of the sacred place was exposed, the fear of Han Xiao by the three major civilizations further increased. Although the war is the main focus, they will not interfere internally, but they don't want to see the Black Star continue to become stronger, especially in the unprecedented new level. No one knows what level of great power is. Moreover, he has more concerns. During the exploration period, it was the first initial person who successfully broke the level, and other Super A levels emerged one after another like mushrooms after rain. No one knows whether the Black Star will step into a higher level and drive other Super A level powers to further expand. Ernos didn't care and said slowly, "In my experience, the new level is not so good. Black Star is still in the experiment stage. He has not failed a few times and is basically impossible to succeed. It is still unknown whether the national weapon can come in handy. The probability of his advancement is very high." The head of the Zuling sect narrowed his eyes and did not speak. Seeing this, Ernos paused and continued. "So I think that lending the national weapon may not necessarily bring benefits to Black Star, but we will definitely get benefits from him. Then what conditions do you think we should put forward?" The head of the Zuling sect asked Yu. "I mean to ask for the unseal of the scepter of the gods. It has been sealed for too long." "Well, it's not impossible to consider it." When hearing this, the Zuling sect narrowed its eyes and pondered. The wand of the gods was frozen by Han Xiao using space-time amber for a long time. It was originally taken away by the Glorious Federation and was returned in a joint operation, but the scientific research department of the Zuling sect could not be unblocked. It could only be seen but not used. Currently, only the Black Star can be unblocked. Liberating this universe treasure is still a bit tempting. This is a powerful weapon to kill individual powers, and it is useful both internally and externally. At this time, Ernos struck while the iron was hot and said slowly, "I know you're worried about an accident, but the national weapon has merged with me. Even if the Black Star has other thoughts, it cannot do anything. The risk is very low. Moreover, under the current situation, the probability of the Black Star against us is very small." As a card figure of Su Ling, he has a high voice, but he rarely makes suggestions and usually doesn't care about things. At this time, he takes the initiative to speak for Han Xiao and wants to promote cooperation between the two parties and then observe the method of Black Star's impact on the new level as a reference. Ernos is quite curious. He has no idea for so many years. Why does Black Star think that the Su Ling national weapon helps to impact the new level? He has had the national weapon for so many years and has not found this function. Does Su Ling national weapon have any other functions that he doesn't understand? In the dimension of the underworld, a light flashed and Han Xiao teleported here. At this time, the two sisters were not here. He was in a sub-district. At first, Orla was still stubborn and practiced hard. Later, he couldn't help but go to the Remnant Soul to practice together, asking Hyla to supervise her special training while urging her to train. So at present, 3 of the 4 super ill-level cadres in the Legion are in the end of the Remnant Souls. Only Luo Taier is staying outside to train Carlot. Han Xiao opened his vision of the Super God's legacy and quickly glanced at the underworld. There is no Super God's legacy here. It seems that he is thinking too much, so he will check it out with Hyla and the others later. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed, without any hope. After chatting with Ernos, he immediately came here to look for clues, intending to find it from his side first. If the handsome guys around him really don't have Super God's legacy, then do positioning and calculations. Ding beep 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 beep. At this time, the communicator sounded again, and it was Erno's call. "So call back soon? How many minutes have this been?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and answered the communication. Ernos appeared on the screen and said directly, "Black Star, the Void Spirit sect hopes to make a deal with you. The national weapon can be borrowed once, but you have to untie the seal of the scepter of the gods, and the 3 subsequent sanctuary revivals are free. Wow, 3 times are too free. I just borrowed the national weapon to use it once. The price is too high. I think it is enough to unseal the scepter of the gods. Han Xiao actually didn't mind the revival of the sanctuary for a few times, but since it was a negotiation, he naturally had to fight for it. Su Ling's request for the scepter of the gods was one of the possibilities he had imagined. Because of war and other factors, he had originally planned to unblock, but now it was just right to use it as a bargaining chip. The two negotiated for a while and did not argue too much, and soon reached a consensus. The price was set to be 30% off when the Sanctuary of the Gods and the subsequent 3 revivals of the Sanctuary. That's it. I'll notify me when you need to borrow the national weapon. Okay, in addition to that, maybe you need some assistance. Let's talk about it then. Okay. Ernos finished speaking and hung up the communication and acted vigorously. Han Xiao put down the communicator and thoughtful. This guy is so efficient. He is also very enthusiastic about higher levels. But he is so enthusiastic about helping me reach the new level. Could it be that I want me to be a guinea pig? Hey, no matter what he thinks, as long as he confirms that the Void Spirit National Tool can act as a stabilizer, the first requirement will be solved, which is a good sign. Han Xiao showed a relaxed smile. Fortunately, he had the bargaining chip of the gods' scepter in his hand and had never been used, otherwise he would not have been so easy. After finalizing the conditions for lending the Zuling national artifact, Han Xiao spent a lot of days to concentrate on calculating the distance between the various super gods' legacy sources, but he was surprised. I thought that all the super gods' legacy might be in the unexplored area of the universe. Because it was too far, I could only calculate the fuzzy distance. But unexpectedly, when the sensing sources was successfully located, the distance was very close, and it was in the ancient star desert. This surprised him a lot. What I fear most is that all the super gods' legacy are too far away. I don't know how much time it will take, and I am ready for a long voyage, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. In this way, it would be much easier to achieve this advanced condition. However, while being happy, Han Xiao was also very curious about the legacy left by a man in the history of the interstellar society. After obtaining the location data, Han Xiao did not delay and immediately set off for the Ancient Star Desert to find his target. Ancient Star Desert, a desolate universe belt. This is a space area without celestial bodies. A dazzling starlight suddenly lit up in the distance. A stream of light jumped from the distance and stopped in this area, revealing Han Xiao's figure wearing a mecha. The calculation positioning is nearby. It seems that there is nothing special here. Is the sensing really okay? Han Xiao muttered to himself, observing the surroundings, only to feel that this area is ordinary and there is nothing worth noting about. No abnormalities were found in the normal super-level perception. He calmed down and activated the super god's legacy sensing vision. All the normal environment around him suddenly changed. I saw a ball of white, veil-like fog appear out of thin air, slowly changing its shape, floating and moving slowly, looking very inconspicuous. Is this the super god's legacy? Han Xiao was stunned, a little surprised. If it weren't for his own induction pointing to this fog of light, he would have thought he had admitted his mistake. The appearance of super god's legacy was very different from his imagination, and he would have thought it would have been a little more gorgeous. He looked closely, and suddenly his eyes moved and found that the mist formed was a very strange particle in microscopic form. He mastered so many techniques, but had never seen such a particle. He felt a strange sense of harmony from it, which made him inexplicably think of the word perfect. It is said that the super god's legacy condenses the essence of life, soul consciousness, and core energy that the dead escapes when they advance. It is equivalent to the transformation of everything that this superpower is into this particle and retained in this form. Then this particle form may be the key to a higher level. Han Xiao murmured to himself. As a researcher, he did not immediately touch on this super god legacy, but first recorded the particle form and stored it in an encrypted database. If an accident occurs in this trip, he can still study it by himself in the future. After doing this, Han Xiao calmed down and let out a long sigh. Do it. Let me see what the secret of the super god's legacy is. As he said that, Han Xiao stretched out his hand and touched the target tentatively, but he walked through it, as if this ball of light mist was just a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water, but just a phantom. He raised his eyebrows and tried to pull with his strength, but it still had no effect. This super god's legacy was still unaffected, and he was still floating on his own. Adhering to the attitude of experimentation, Han Xiao changed his various methods, and the results were exactly the same, and even the bold explorer did not work. Only then did he finally confirm that the normal way could not capture the super god's legacy. It seems that even if the external environment changes, the super god's legacy will not be disturbed. Only living things like me should be able to contact. Han Xiao retrieved the experience of activating the sensing vision at that time, and felt the rhythm of cells in the critical state, which was quite similar to the feeling of meditation, and his mind continued to sink into the deep sea of consciousness. After a while, Han Xiao suddenly noticed a change. It seemed that a wave of ripples bloomed in his body, echoing throughout his body, bringing a slight stimulation like an overelectric at the cellular level, forming a certain resonance. A dark intuition arose. Han Xiao opened his eyes and raised his hand to touch the super god's legacy again. This time he finally touched the real object and felt like his palm was inserted into the star core, which was extremely hot. This super god's legacy finally reacted. The light fog wrapped around Han Xiao's arm and clung to it bit by bit. A suction came from inside, as if he wanted to swallow him slowly. If he had ignored him just now, he was now entangled with enthusiasm and did not want Han Xiao to leave its body. Just as Han Xiao was experiencing this feeling, this super god's legacy seemed to be stimulated and suddenly shrank, then exploded with a bang. The dazzling light gushed out in an instant, directly covering Han Xiao's entire person. The world in front of me instantly turned into a vast white world, and I couldn't see anything else. What is this? Han Xiao suddenly lost his sense of position and immediately tried to retreat, but found that no matter how he moved, he could not get out of this white world. The white light around him extended infinitely, as if there was no end. I'm being brought to a different space. Han Xiao was secretly surprised, and his mechanical force hooked the Emperor's mecha stored in his body, ready to teleport. But at this moment, a spiritual body with blue light all over her body suddenly appeared from nothingness, floating not far in front of Han Xiao, with only the outline, and the details of the appearance were covered by the dazzling blue light, and there was no way to see the appearance. Following this is a sigh of vicissitudes. Finally come. Is there a living person? Han Xiao was shocked. His eyes were slightly condensed, and he stared at the dark blue spiritual body and was surprised. He was about to ask about the identity of this person, but suddenly a terrifying mental shock suddenly broke through the mental barrier and rushed into his brain. At this moment, the severe pain broke out from the brain and shook the depths of the soul. Han Xiao pressed his head suddenly, clenched his teeth, and felt that his brain was thrown into the mixer. I hurriedly opened the panel and took a look and saw that my health was leaking at an incredible speed, and it was still accelerating. The damage prompt was brushed out like flowing water, and when he entered Han Xiao's eyes, he immediately understood the situation. The super god's legacy is not so good. If you want to incorporate it into your body, you have to bear extremely high loads. While getting other people's inheritance, you also have to accept other people's debts. According to the different causes of death of the super god elderly master, the types of loads are different, which is equivalent to the successor being tested and experiencing a weakened version of the vicious mutation, which is the same type of crisis as the super god elderly master when it advances. The master of this super god's legacy died of cosmic assimilation when he advanced. These remaining soul consciousnesses have semi-fusion of cosmic consciousness, thus bringing a strong mental load, containing the spiritual impact of cosmic consciousness. The power is more fierce than any super A-level mental attack that Han Xiao has experienced, and his blood volume has dropped sharply. At this moment, the spiritual body finally spoke again and said slowly, "Since the impact has begun, there's no way to stop. Either succeed or die." Han Xiao used all his strength to activate his recovery ability, endured the severe pain, barely gathered his thinking, and gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm just a product of the remaining soul consciousness being pieced together. I am no longer me. Only the incomplete memory and personality, and the obsession that supports my existence." The spiritual body's tone was faint. "Are you the predecessor of this super god's legacy?" Han Xiao's eyes twitched. He thought the original owner had completely disappeared, but he didn't expect that there would be a remaining consciousness. Could it be that other super gods' legacy are the same? At this time, the spiritual body shook his head and said, "I died when I was hitting a higher level, but for some reason, it did not completely disappear. It actually continued to exist in this form. Is this called super god legacy?" He didn't have a panel like Han Xiao, and he didn't know the reason, and he couldn't explain what happened to him, nor did he understand the secret of super god legacy. "What's your name?" Han Xiao couldn't help asking. He was still curious about which person was in history who was super A-level. "Tertius," the spiritual body replied. Han Xiao quickly recalled and found that there seemed to be no such person in history. "What era are you super A-level? Exploration calendar or star-hailing calendar?" "Super A-level." Tilsius was puzzled. "What is that?" Han Xiao was stunned and then realized something. "Have you heard of the three major civilizations? The Red Empire, the Glorious Federation, the Void Spirit Sect?" Tilsius shook his head. "I am from Chrysing, a cosmic wanderer, and I have never heard of the three major civilizations." Han Xiao's heart moved. If this part of the memory is not incomplete, then this guy is not a super A-level who has explored the universe, but a visitor who has not explored the universe. The reason why he appears here is probably because the super god's legacy slowly floats over after death. I don't know how many years it took, but at this moment, Tilsius suddenly paused and thoughtfully said, "Wait, I seem to have a little impression of the West Sandran civilization you mentioned. It seems that I have passed by such a galaxy civilization." Han Xiao was shocked when he heard this. West Sandran is the real name of the Glorious Federation. If this guy said it was true, then he might have guessed it wrong. This guy did not float over after his death, but an extremely ancient existence that had been here before the Glorious Federation rose. Han Xiao's heart sank slightly. After receiving the super god's legacy, he vaguely guessed that it might not be the early stage of iteration, and the origin of Tertius seemed to prove this conjecture. At this moment, the mental impact passed through the peak and finally subsided slowly. Han Xiao immediately felt much better. Although it was very dangerous, he could still withstand it with his flesh. Han Xiao was much more relaxed and was about to ask Tilsius for more details. But suddenly he found that Tilsius' figure became blurred. Tertius seemed to have expected it, and took the initiative to explain, with a calm tone, "I died of the assimilation of the universe. If you can withstand the load, everything I left behind is yours. When you succeed, it is the day when my remaining consciousness disappears. I have died long ago, and this is also a relief for me. The ladder to a higher level often requires the corpse of my predecessors, so don't care." Tertius is open-minded. Hearing this, Han Xiao's expression was a little subtle. To him, Tilsius was just a stranger who suddenly popped up. Without friendship, he naturally would not feel any emotion. He just felt that this encounter was a bit surprising. He still had a lot of things to ask the guy in front of him, and he was a little doubtful that if he had collected the super god's legacy, would this remaining consciousness body really disappear? After all, he is necessary to guard against others, and Han Xiao did not fully believe the other party's statement at this time. Just as he was about to say something, Han Xiao suddenly found that there was a coordinate in his mind, which was a spiritual message sent by Tilsius. Han Xiao looked at Tilsius in confusion. "What coordinates are you giving me?" Tilsius shook his head, sighed softly, and spoke slowly. Hometown is my remaining obsession. Although I was born in Cree, I left very early. When I was young, I surpassed all my predecessors, broke all records, and became the strongest person in the entire civilization. But my civilization could no longer help me. In order to pursue higher levels of individual strength, I walked away from the sea of stars alone, and I walked for countless years. In my hometown, no one is my opponent. I try to find strong people of average level with me throughout the universe and want to communicate experiences from other things. In my life wandering around the universe, most of the time I have been with me was lonely and deserted starry sky. I rarely met people, but I also saw a strong or weak civilization. Only when I met a powerful superpower can I show up. I will not interfere with the normal development of these civilizations at other times. At that time, there was only a way out in my eyes, and I wanted to become stronger and stronger. Until the day I died, I did not return to my hometown even once. I have been dead for many years and have been trapped here. I have no perception of the outside world. I have long accepted reality. But the only thing I can't let go is my hometown. I have nothing to do here. The only thing I can talk about is the incomplete memories of the past. However, my firm pursuit of higher levels and the wonderful experiences of wandering the universe have faded, and my life in my hometown, when I was a child, has become deeper and deeper. At the beginning, I could choose to stay and help build my hometown, but I was unwilling to accept it. I wandered for a higher pursuit, but now I miss my hometown more and more. So many years have passed, and I don't know what the situation in my hometown is now. You have inherited my super god's legacy. If you're convenient, I ask you to go and help me see. The coordinates I give you are the location of Chryson. I hope you could take care of them for my sake. After hearing his explanation, Han Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his expression was strange. Don't you know that it's best not to contact strange civilizations? You don't know my background. Just give me the coordinates of your hometown. Aren't you afraid that I will bring people to invade? Tertius smiled faintly. You're the only person who came in for so many years. I am about to die. Who else can I give you if I don't give it to you? Take risks. There is no sure thing in the world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to fight against a premonition of crisis to hit a higher level, which eventually leads to death. Moreover, I don't think you are like an invader. I made a conclusion just by seeing me. It's too hasty. Han Xiao shook his head and said without any worries, I can help you see, but I don't promise anything. In addition, I don't think a powerful cosmic civilization needs my care. You misunderstood. My civilization is not particularly developed. Tilsius sighed. If you can withstand the impact of cosmic assimilation, I can feel your strength. On the other hand, I think I'm very powerful, but in fact I was far from that powerful when I left my hometown. At that time, it was still very difficult for me to destroy a planet. This strength was constantly breaking through on the way. The experience I accumulated should have brought back to my hometown and gave birth to more powerful people. But unfortunately I died, and all these plans died. Hearing this, Han Xiao quickly thought about it. It sounds like when Tilsius first wandered, his strength should be between the high-level disaster level and the ordinary super A level. The latter is more likely. He gradually rose to the peak of super A level during a long and lonely journey, feeling a higher level of existence. He walked to this point without any experience and was equivalent to the pioneer of the road. From this point of view, Tilsius is also a stunning person, probably no less than me, no less than all the genius and superpowers in the history of the three major civilizations. If what the other party says is not false, then the other party's civilization should be similar to a remote countryside, not as strong as one's own imagination, but it only produces a genius, just like the original Hylon star that produced itself. If Tilsius had returned to his hometown with his experience and insights, perhaps there would be another civilization with great individual power in the universe. Thinking of this, it is fortunate that the superpowers were born in the three major civilizations. There are many strong people here, and there are many opponents to communicate. A small civilization like Tilsius, who has poor individual power, can only go far away to pursue their opponents, and be a lonely seeker. Just as he was thinking, the panel suddenly sounded. You trigger the mission Shadow of the Past. Mission Introduction. In order to explore the way forward, Tilsius wandered alone in the universe and never returned to his hometown. He hoped you to see it. Mission requirements. Arrival at Kraystar. Reward. 20 experience, character card X1. The mission is out. Han Xiao's heart moved. I don't know whether Tertius is so open-minded and sincere. Is it because of his nature, or as he feels liberation, explains his funeral, or has a special relationship with himself, his heir? At this time, Tilsius' figure became increasingly faded and almost disappeared. He didn't care, but just smiled and sighed. It seems that my time is almost done. After so many years of loneliness, I am satisfied that someone can talk at the end of the journey. Han Xiao looked at him silently and muttered to himself. Although it was an unexpected encounter, the first and last side were the first and last side. Originally, Tilsius' wandering experiences were a precious channel to learn more about unknown civilizations, but it was too late to go up. But at this moment, Tilsius seemed to remember something and said softly, "By the way, I'll give you a piece of advice. If one day you encounter a civilization called the World Tree, it's better to run as far as you want." Han Xiao was stunned. His face changed slightly. But before he could ask for details, Tilsius' figure completely dissipated, leaving only a faint sigh. I have left nothing for civilization in my life. It's really a failure. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue figure in front of Han Xiao turned into light particles and dispersed, disappearing. At the same time, the mental load that was getting weaker and weaker finally stopped. The white space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and Han Xiao was in a trance and found that his vision had returned to the main material universe, and he was still in place and had never moved at all. And this super divine legacy has been fully integrated into his body and occupied himself, but it has no further reaction with him. The super god's legacy was obtained, but Han Xiao was not very excited and secretly felt ache. I'm so fucking talking. I've been talking about the World Tree civilization, so I've said it long ago. Han Xiao was helpless, but he was gone, so he could only complain. After all, Tertius didn't know that they were fighting with the World Tree civilization. If the other party hadn't mentioned it on his own initiative, he wouldn't have known that Tertius had met the World Tree civilization. It sounds like this guy has seen the aggressiveness of the World Tree. Maybe there have been intersections. Maybe the World Tree still remembers this guy. Han Xiao felt thoughtful. Soon, he shook his head, put it aside for the time being, and turned to study the super god power in his body. This was the main goal. After absorbing the super god's legacy, his own strength has not changed at all, but he can sense its existence at any time, as if he was simply stored by his body as a container. It should be that this super god legacy will be activated and become an advanced catalyst only when the advancement is advanced. He roughly guessed that regardless of whether the advancement is successful or not, this super god legacy will be consumed. This is a one-time thing. The ladder to the higher level needs to be forged by the corpses of the predecessors. TSK, turn into a firewood, burn yourself, and benefit future generations. No matter what, I owe you a favor. Han Xiao exhaled. Although he was dead, he remembered this favor. The next time the sanctuary revives, he plans to try whether he can resurrect this guy, but the chance is very low. He transformed into the super god's legacy. I don't know if he intercepted information like the two sisters of the previous generation. Even if he is completely dead now, he may not be able to recover the sanctuary. Han Xiao only plans to do his best to leave his destiny. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and smiled. Speaking of it, there's only this super god's legacy that is easiest to buy in the universe. If Ernos has reached this point one day, he can only sail far away to find other super god's legacy. Han Xiao felt funny. Ernos is so willing to help him advance, perhaps with the idea of letting him explore the way, but he didn't know that the only advanced material nearby missed him. Perhaps Ernos had no panel prompt, so he failed to discover the super god's legacy sensing, or he did not enter the critical state and got stuck in the mission. Anyway, he was guarding the treasure mountain without knowing it, and he was finally allowed to get on the first place. Feeling the super divine legacy of being quietly in his body, Han Xiao smiled. Although he was a little surprised, he finally got a super divine legacy, which was smoother than expected. It was worth the mercenary. He had gathered so many mascots in the Legion. In this way, the 3 advanced requirements are the easiest way to find 4 handsome guys to help. Han Xiao's nerves finally relaxed, and then he muttered the coordinates of Kree star sent by Tilsius and began to ponder. There is definitely a risk when it comes to a strange civilization. Although Tilsius said that his civilization is not powerful, it is all the old Huangsheng. Now that so many years have passed, it may become a powerful cosmic civilization, and it is not ruled out that Tilsius will make a fraud. After a while of thinking, Han Xiao still felt that he wanted to take a look. With the Emperor, he could come and go freely, and he planned to send the master clone to see it like a mechanic, not going in person. On the one hand, he completed the task and saw what subsequent events would happen. On the other hand, he felt that Tilsius's civilization might be a potential ally and might be able to bring it over to fight the World Tree together. After all, the style and mechanism of the World Tree can be regarded as the public enemy of most intelligent civilizations. 2 days later, in the ancient Star Desert, a military base station abroad in a glorious federal government. A high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter was slowly preheating, and a dominant body was waiting in the teleportation area. Han Xiao looked at the base outside from a distance, following the respectful base chief. Han Xiao's face fruit has now been greatly improved. There's basically no possibility of being rejected by borrowing the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter from the Guanghui Federation. Seeing the 2 giant mechanical rings of the teleporter spinning rapidly and turning into a halo, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Your high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter is really a convenient invention. As long as you have coordinates, you could go to all parts of the universe. That's true. This is the highest scientific and technological achievement of our glorious Federation. The base chief has always been a little proud. Awesome. Can you let me take it back for research? You'd better not make things difficult for me. The base chief was stunned and smiled bitterly. Han Xiao smiled faintly, no longer teased the little officer, and activated the dominant clone. At this time, the transmitter power reached its peak, and suddenly the light flashed, and the dominant body disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao changed his vision and came to the outer space of a planet, with a dark green giant planet in front of him. There are satellites floating in the outer orbit of the planet, and there seems to be no problem with the appearance. However, Han Xiao glanced at the eyes and saw that these satellites had not been repaired for many years and had been scrapped and had all become scrap iron garbage. The vegetation covered the entire planet's surface. After a rough scan, there was no trace of a civilized city, and there was no signal of life, exuding a sense of desolation and decay that was unmanned. Only a brown metal tower is eye-catching. Looking down from the outer space, it looks like this planet wearing a small pointed hat. After counting the ratio, you can tell that the metal tower is extremely huge and soars into the sky. The appearance is very rough, like countless metal objects of different shapes piled up together, and the building structure is loose, like a giant garbage mountain. Is this Chrising? It seems that something has happened. Han Xiaozheng thought, and suddenly his pupils shrank, quickly adjusted to the far-sighted mode, and his vision quickly expanded, locking a slowly moving small black dot on the hillside of the metal tower. It was a robot with mottled rust all over his body, carrying a piece of metal fragment that was several times larger than his, and slowly crawling along the steep path towards the top of the metal tower. Within Han Xiao's field of vision, there was only this moving thing. Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and he controlled the master's clone and descended, landed in front of the robot, showing his body. But the robot seemed to have not seen him and went straight over. When he passed by, Han Xiao also heard the other party repeating a word and kept muttering. Buried it, buried it. It looks like a low-level intelligence. No, it may also be a body without intelligence, only with underlying logic commands. In addition, the technical level is low, and it does not exceed the upper limit of galaxy-level civilization. Han Xiao watched the robot pass by. With his knowledge, he could see the technological level of the robot with just a glance, and couldn't help but think. He raised his hand slightly, aimed at the back of the transport robot, and released a magnetic force in the palm of his palm. Buzz! The robot suddenly flew backwards without being controlled, and sucked on the hands of the dominant clone, unable to move. Only the hands and feet of the air could still wave, like a turtle being caught and lifted up by someone. Several subtle blue arcs were like little snakes, swam quickly to the robot's body along the arms of the dominating clone, drilled into the body along the gaps of the armor, and immediately read the current state of the robot. Only the basic functions are still running hard, and most parts are seriously worn and almost scrapped. At the same time, an item introduction popped up on the panel, and Han Xiao took a look. Type 7 to 5 Machinery Transportation. Arthur Civilization's common bionic robot, low-intelligent transportation model, has strong biochemical tendons and engineering mechanical components, has magnetic adsorption devices and simple self-defense weapons, and is often used for ground transportation. Note: the machine is produced from the 5th workshop of Mage Group in Crixing, with product number TOV 2144G87M. Good machine, beauty pageant. A ordinary transportation robot. Han Xiao was curious, and the mechanical force invaded the other party's motherboard chip without any protection, and quickly copied the logic code and memory log. The basic encoding used by the other party is not related to the explored universe, but Han Xiao is not a problem. He can analyze it one by one, and it doesn't take long to figure it out. The deciphered code line by line is unfolded in Han Xiao's quantum network vision. He quickly browsed it and found that the underlying logic is a transport robot code format with no abnormalities. It should have low intelligence, but due to long-term work and no one maintains it, the data has some faults and disorders, resulting in a decrease in intelligence level, but can barely maintain the core logic and always execute a long-term command. This command is to bury a special machine, but in a database of low-intelligent transport robots, it is naturally not explained in detail what the machine does and why it is buried. Han Xiao obtained from the data of this transportation robot that only the appearance and position of this machine look like two four-spike vertices connected to the apexes, like a horizontal hourglass, located under the metal tower. The memory log was intermittent. Due to the failure, there were a lot of missing, and even the timestamp record was gone. He could only distinguish the time by transporting the different metal tower heights in the memory of the robot. The earliest memory file was about 1/4 of the height of the metal tower. At that time, the robot was already alone. Most of the memories of the transport robot are built this metal tower, while other memories are about replacing parts in the warehouse of an abandoned factory, replacing severely worn parts of their bodies, and charging them. Why is this scene a little familiar? Han Xiao touched his chin and always felt a sense of déjà, as if he had seen a similar scene in an old movie in his previous life. Apart from these things, there was nothing valuable on the robot. Han Xiao turned off the magnetic device, and the robot fell back to the ground. The metal fragments on his back also fell to the side and fell along the metal tower. The transport robot stayed there for 2 seconds without caring about Han Xiao. He left on his own and turned to walk down the mountain, as if he was looking for a new piece of building material, as if what had not happened just now. Han Xiao watched it disappear, then turned his head and looked at the panel. At this time, the shadow of the past, mission has been completed, and Han Xiao settled it immediately. A small wave of experience and a character card of Tilsius. The ability is called Spiritual Purification. The effect is to drive away your negative state and can be used up to 3 times. It is quite practical. At the same time, a new task jumped out. You trigger the mission Secret of Extinction. Task Introduction. You agreed to Tilsius' request and came to his hometown Kristar, but some changes seem to have occurred here. Task Requirements. Find out the reason for the extinction of the Arthur civilization. Reward: 50 experience awakening point X1. Is this civilization extinct? Han Xiao was stunned. At the first moment, He felt that the demise of civilization was mostly related to the unknown mechanical device suppressed under the metal tower. However, Han Xiao thought about it and didn't care about it for now. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light to escape. He soon stopped at the entrance of an abandoned factory, which was the base camp in the memory of the transportation robot. It looks like a large machinery factory, but it is covered with vegetation at this time, and the surroundings are dilapidated buildings, all covered by dense forests. Han Xiao glanced at it, waved his palm, and a hurricane blew away the vegetation and dust on the factory door, revealing a sign written in strange words. This place is probably the factory of Mage Group, the origin of that robot. Han Xiao couldn't understand the words of this civilization and secretly guessed. He strode in and saw scrapped assembly lines neatly arranged, with some unfinished, semi-finished transport robots hanging on them, as if they were suddenly powered off. Han Xiao checked and found that all the energy equipment in the factory were destroyed. The traces of damage seemed to have suffered high magnetic pulse impacts. The only one that was still operating was only a charging pile, but the wire buried underground was dashed out and connected to a shoddy small generator, which was sometimes effective. He originally wanted to see if the factory host has a more detailed database, and it would be best to find a star map of this civilization territory, but the chip components of the factory host were also destroyed and scrapped, unable to boot, and all the data was reimbursed and nothing could be found. It seems that all the equipment in this factory seems to have encountered an impact that can destroy electronics and energy devices at the same time, and it was scrapped in an instant. Han Xiao's heart moved, summoned the mechanical troops, searched the entire planet, and soon discovered the wreckage of cities covered by vegetation, and all energy and electrical appliances were in the same condition. Moreover, this planet not only does not have intelligent life, but also can't see one wild beast or insect. All creatures except plants are extinct. In addition, in some urban residences, there are dishes for eating on the table, and balls of rotten clothes are scattered on the ground. All signs indicate that the living bodies of the entire planet seem to have disappeared at the same time. What happened? Everyone was gone overnight. It seemed that the transport robot was the only survivor. Han Xiao became more and more curious. He turned his head and returned to the metal tower, wrapped around his body with a repulsive field, and immediately drilled into the bottom of the tower, stride forward, and the metal waste accumulated in front of him was squeezed smoothly to one side, leaving a path. Not long after, he walked to the central area and saw that there was a building wreckage here, which had been crushed by a garbage mountain, and various experimental instruments were scattered as if they were once a research base. The master's clone's eyes shot out scanning light, and he suddenly saw a large area of space underground. It seemed to be an underground base before, but the structure was also crushed by the huge weight above and filled with metal waste. After scanning the light for a while, the target was finally locked, and the hourglass-like unknown device was pressed into the garbage dump, which was difficult to tell. Han Xiao released the mechanical force, and the unknown device was pulled and slowly floated up, sucked into his hand, and then he left the inside of the metal tower along the way and returned to the outside world. The mechanical force penetrated into the unknown device. Han Xiao felt the internal structure and found that he could not understand this technology, and many parts were damaged during long-term burial. Han Xiao took a look at the item introduction. Psycho-energy wave, transmitter prototype, broken. Function unknown, psycho-energy wave. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and immediately thought about it. He had an intuition that the concept of pseudo-energy wave is probably not the same as the pseudo-energy wave and pseudo-energy impact mentioned by the universe that has been explored. It is not clear what is going on at the moment, but he probably guessed how the Arthur civilization became extinct. Research on pseudo-energy has always been extremely dangerous, so there are many cool civilizations. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Xiao used Bold Explorer to this thing. The last time he used the Super God's Legacy, the prompt was that the target was invalid and he did not cast successfully, so he did not enter the 7-day cooling period this time. Buzz. Han Xiao's vision suddenly changed, and he came to a research institute. I saw the phantom wave transmitter floating in the air, surrounded by a transparent container, with pipelines connected to it, and below was a large number of instruments, and countless scientific researchers wearing uniforms were busy debugging parameters. A chief who looked like the person in charge waved his hand and turned to say something. Other researchers pushed the pull rod and activated the switch. A stream of energy poured into the phantom wave transmitter along the pipeline. Not long after, the spaces on both sides of the horizontal hourglass-shaped device began to vibrate faintly, and the air twisted like a circle of invisible ripples, but were bounded within a small range. When many scientific researchers present saw this scene, they all showed joy. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The ripples on both sides of the device suddenly broke through the constraints, and a light blue ring shock wave suddenly spread out, passing through the inner wall of the container, quickly swept across the entire venue. All the instruments exploded with electric sparks, and the energy device was instantly paralyzed, and the whole room immediately became dark. The researchers who swept the shock wave were all destroyed in the blink of an eye, turning into ashes without saying a word, leaving only empty clothes falling to the ground. At this moment, Han Xiao's perspective suddenly drifted away and came to the outer space overlooking the entire planet, which turned into a macro perspective. He suddenly saw a blue shock wave explode on the surface of Carrie Star, sweeping across the entire planet quickly. The brightly lit cities became dark in an instant, and countless people turned into ashes without knowing it. No one survived the entire planet. However, this is not the end. Han Xiao clearly saw that the light blue shock wave that destroyed all electronics, energy equipment, and living organisms remained unchanged. It spread far into the universe with Carrie as the center, and soon disappeared from sight, not knowing how far it was to fly to the end. After watching this scene, Han Xiao's perspective suddenly returned to normal, and the skill effect ended. It's true that it's because of this thing. I thought Tilsius lied to me, but I didn't expect that his civilization was really not very developed. Even if I study ghost energy, I can lose myself, but it seems that it's not right to say that their technology is not good. The ghost energy wave transmitter they made is probably a black technology. Han Xiao fiddled with the device in his hand in surprise. He had just watched this image and had a vague guess at the principle of this device. The original secret energy itself can assimilate, swallow, absorb, and transform various forms of energy. Once it explodes, it will expand endlessly, swallowing whatever it has. However, the phantom wave emitter created by the Arthur civilization can destroy specific forms of energy without devouring matter and absorb some of it to maintain its own diffusion. The normal primitive phantom explosion is a solid energy ball, and this phantom wave is just a ripple. However, Han Xiao also had some things that he had not figured out. He didn't quite understand why other substances were not damaged, but the living organisms would be destroyed. In short, there are still many unknowns in this technology. It seems to be of great research value, and it may become my important combat technology. Han Xiao was in a happy mood. He had no idea about this trip, and he didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. He had a unique intuition for mechanics, and secretly felt that this phantom wave technology might be more powerful than he expected. The secret of extinction on the panel is also displayed. The normal way should be to look for clues everywhere, but he has bold explorer and directly handle the task. That little experience reward doesn't matter. A awakening point is better than nothing, but it's very easy and hard, and the biggest gain is this unique phantom wave technology. Just when Han Xiao was happy, a familiar voice suddenly came to his side. I found that a stranger was approaching the mission target and allowed to use an electric stun gun to subdue it. Han Xiao turned his head and saw that the broken transport robot returned to the foot of the mountain at some point, raised his robot arm towards him, and two guns popped up on his wrist and pulled the trigger towards Han Xiao without saying a word. Gah! Han Xiao had known that these two rusty guns had been scrapped and could not shoot anything. But the transport robot seemed to have not noticed it, and was still pulling the trigger in vain, constantly making empty sounds again and again. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and took a step left. The muzzle of the transport robot immediately followed. He took another step to the right and turned the muzzle again, always facing him. Seeing the robot pulling the trigger, Han Xiao actually felt a little cute. "Forget it, I won't tear you down." Seeing that it was not threatening, Han Xiao ignored him, raised his hand to summon more exploration-type mechanical warriors, waved his hand to let them leave, searching for other planets everywhere in this universe to see if there are any survivors in the Arthur civilization. He wanted to find the history of this civilization and the records of Tertius's deeds. After all, there are still many unsolvable things, but it is enough for mechanics to do this kind of thing. He is a mechanic at least, so he doesn't have to do such troubles by himself. After doing all this, Han Xiao turned his attention back to the transport robot and saw that it was still pulling the trigger. He couldn't help but smile. By the way, this little thing has gone through, but it has not been destroyed by the ghost wave. Maybe it is the only survivor of the entire Arthur civilization. Since I promised Tilsius to take care of his hometown, I can't ignore you. Han Xiao thought for a while, and suddenly released a mechanical force and landed on the transport robot. He saw the other party suddenly froze in place, and the appearance structure changed rapidly, gradually turning into a human form, and the rust fell off one after another. At the same time, streams of mechanical particles surged out of Han Xiao's hands and fell on the other party, and the material of the body was quickly strengthened. Not long after, this change stopped. The image of the transport robot had changed drastically. It was covered in silver armor, and the overall shape was streamlined with slender body. Energy circuits emitting a faint fluorescent light appeared on the surface of the body, as if it had suddenly crossed from the Q-print style to the hardcore realistic style. "It's almost done." Han Xiao nodded and retracted his mechanical force. He has given this transport robot life, turning it into a mechanical life, and at the same time greatly improved the other party's body, added a lot of new functions, and stored some complete sets of galaxy-level civilization technology tree knowledge into the other party's database. But he did not rewrite the other party's core logic, but only improved the other party's intelligence on the original basis and deliberately did not brand the other party his own mark. With his current ability level, the first generation of mechanical life, transformed by himself, has extremely high performance bonuses, far exceeding the past. Han Xiao did not intend to take the robot away. Because he owed Tilsius a favor, he did this. As for whether the robot could plant a new flower of civilization on the ruins of Kristar after receiving his gift, it was not something he cared about. Looking up at the towering metal tower, Han Xiao was in a complicated mood. After knowing the situation, the metal tower seemed to have a special meaning. In his eyes, this metal tower, which was like a wonder building, seemed to have become a tombstone of civilization. The advancement of technology is also an advancement in the form of disaster. Han Xiao sighed a little, then glanced at the transport robot, and then changed into the Emperor and disappeared with the phantom wave transmitter. The transport robot seemed to have not realized it. He stood there for a long time before he finally came to his senses. He looked down at his body that had changed drastically, as if he was very confused. The current on the motherboard seemed to spark a spark of thinking, and it murmured in a low voice, "What am I?" A few days later, the Black Star Legion territory. 5 figures were floating over a desolate planet, and 4 of them stared at one of them in black robes. "Hey Xing, you're not kidding, are you? Do you want us to help you reach a higher level?" Fu Yui's eyes were surprised. "Do you think I'm joking?" Han Xiao asked back. After returning from Arthur civilization, he immediately contacted 4 peak Super A levels and invited these people to help him practice. Ernos agreed early, representing the superpower system. The other 3 systems are Suri, Laolong, and Sierran, which has not had a deep intersection. The martial arts franchise is relatively weak at the high end, and there are no powerful figures. Putting aside the resurgent group, Sierra is already one of the rare cards. Although Han Xiao prefers Carlot at his peak, he hasn't grown up yet, so there's no need to wait for him on purpose. Just find Sierra and to work hard. In the past, He had some rifts with Sierra during the Hella Rescue War, but afterwards he experienced various storms with the association, and the relationship between the two basically resumed normal colleagues. This guy is not a direct lineman and has always been on the side of the association. Now, he's another vice president, so he can still trust. You can always do unexpected things. The three of them shook their heads, helplessly. When they just received Han Xiao's invitation a few days ago, they were all shocked. Unexpectedly, the Black Star would quietly reach a higher level and open up a way for individual power. At first I thought Black Star was joking with them, but after confirming it over and over again, I realized that Black Star was playing the real thing. Because they had a good relationship with each other, although the three of them were surprised, they agreed to the invitation and prepared to come and help. What surprised them was the advanced method that Black Star adopted. What can we help you? Isn't this kind of thing done alone? Milizaus was curious and confused. In his impression, hitting higher levels and sublimating life levels are barriers that can only be overcome by oneself. When will others need help? Of course I have a reason to do this. Han Xiao did not explain the principle, and it was difficult to explain it. Erno's thoughtful. The five of us have different superpower systems. Could it be that your idea is that the five systems are united? Han Xiao interrupted him and waved his hand. Why are you asking so much now? Anyway, you are here. You will follow the plan later, and you will know the final result. Upon hearing this, Erno stopped talking, but he kept thinking in his heart, secretly surprised by Han Xiao's performance. He was very confused. The method of impacting higher levels should be a mystery to anyone, and Black Star doesn't seem to have tried it many times. But why does this guy look confident? For what reason? He has this idea, borrowed the Su Ling national weapon, and asked a few people for help. And the advancement should be risky. Why is Black Star so bold to use? And he is not afraid. Is it because he has not noticed the danger of advancement? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Erno's mind, and finally shook his head gently, not intending to remind Han Xiao. Anyway, this is the advancement of Black Star. People look very confident, so there's no need to kindly remind me. Just watch it out. Even if they fail, they can gain insight and be sure to do so. Thinking of this, Erno's pressed his palm into his chest, and he actually penetrated it, took out a soft white light, and threw it to Han Xiao. This is what you want, I'll lend you. Han Xiao reached out to take it, looked down at the Void Spirit National Artifact, which was different from what he expected, as if it was just a ball of light. The main owner was next to him, and it was not convenient to study it carefully. Han Xiao pressed the Zuling National Artifact on his chest. The white light quickly merged into his body. A special force suddenly surged out and enveloped his whole body. He felt that the cells in his critical state immediately calmed down much. Han Xiao glanced at the panel and said that the first advancement condition had turned golden and changed to the triggered state. Then I'll start. Han Xiao nodded to everyone, then floated a little further and landed on the surface of the planet. Looking at his figure shrinking into a black, Sierran turned his head and looked at the people around him and asked, "Do you think he can succeed? If it were so easy, I would have reached a higher level long ago." Ernos shook his head gently, his tone calm, disapproving. Buzz. At this moment, in the perception of everyone, the space suddenly shook, and an astonishing energy fluctuation burst out with the planet as the center. In just a moment, a huge gap broke out in the entire planet, and soft streams from the core gushed out, sprinkling into the interstellar world. Then the light shrank and swelled like a breath, and the next moment the planet exploded. Bang! Amid the fluttering fragments and light, Han Xiao's voice remained motionless, releasing astonishing energy fluctuations, and his momentum was rising wildly. It started. The four of them stared at each other, and immediately released their own strength according to the plan through the splashing planetary fragments, and poured into Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao was bathed in the sky with the light, and the cells in his body began to roar and undergo drastic changes, making him feel that his body seemed to be separated and reorganized at any time. However, the Void Spirit National Artifact suspended in the chest released fluctuations again and again at a fixed frequency, sweeping across the body, allowing the body to start jumping and sublimation on the cells while maintaining the overall original structure. On the other hand, the four helpers entered the body with different systems of power and should have been ejected, but they were not rejected at this moment. Instead, they quickly merged into cells as if they were absorbed. At the same time, the super god's legacy that had been silent for many days suddenly shone brightly, burning violently, releasing all the energy, which immediately pushed the speed of advancement and soared rapidly. The pain and excitement hit Han Xiao's spirit again and again. He struggled to control his sight, turned his head and glanced at the panel, and saw the prompts were sweeping the screen wildly. Level 360 Advanced has been enabled. You have reached the precondition for advancement. 3/3. You have enabled the deification and advancement. New level can be unlocked. Due to the advancement of deification, the basic endurance bonus has been increased from plus 160 to plus 480. Currently 1 endurance equals 1,170 health equals 1,180 physical strength. Your divine transformation mechanic has reached its full level, and you have obtained an additional level of life sublimation. Your race was detected as Black Star Clan, exclusive race, cannot be changed. Your evolution route, Void, has reached its peak and cannot continue to improve. You can continue to optimize your genes. Your gene is detected as a deification upgrade, and the conventional optimization is cancelled. Will your exclusive race evolve? Evolution confirmed. Black Star Clan evolved into Black Star Clan. With a life level sublimation and the genetic structure strengthened, you have obtained additional attributes to make up Strength plus 2140, Agility plus 1705, Endurance plus 2600, Intelligence plus 3440, Mystery plus 3052, Charm plus 1024, Power Realm Edition Attribute Changes. Your Black Star God's exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius. Effect is improved. Mechanical Genius. The total affinity bonus of 1.55x has become 1.65x. The mechanical creation performance bonus has increased by 70% to 80%, and all mechanical skills levels have increased by +3 to +4. Your divine transformation, Void, has reached full level, and you have obtained an additional level of life sublimation. Your race was detected as Black Star Gods. Exclusive race cannot be changed. Your evolution route, Void, has reached its peak and cannot continue to improve. You can continue to optimize your genes. Your genes are detected as a deification upgrade, and the conventional optimization is cancelled. Will your exclusive race evolve? Evolution confirmed. Black Star God Clan evolved into Black Star God Clan bloodline, sublimated the life level, and strengthened the genetic structure. You have obtained additional attributes to make up Strength plus 2780, Agility plus 2410, Endurance plus 3250, Intelligence plus 4216, Mystery plus 3710, Charm plus 1987, Power Realm Edition Attribute Changes. Your Black Star God's exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius. Effect is improved. Mechanical Genius. The total affinity bonus of 1.65x has become 1.75x. The mechanical creation performance bonus has increased by 80% to 90%, and all mechanical skills levels have increased by +4 to +5 originally. There was no chance of species sublimation at level 360, but the two divine transformations have reached the maximum level, bringing 2 additional opportunities for life level transition. Boom! The surging energy is so rich that it almost condenses into substance. With Han Xiao as the center, it squirts around and spreads out from afar, and has been elevated to the level of cosmic energy surge. Almost all the outposts in this area sounded alarms. The hot energy flows in the body, and the cells in the body are rapidly sublimating toward a higher level of life, as if they have independent consciousness, but they gather and stay away under the maintenance of the Void Spirit National Tool, maintaining their body shape without undergoing huge changes. And a steady stream of energy surged from all directions. Han Xiao almost turned into the core of a nebula. His body was filled with fiery fluctuations, and he felt like he had become a balloon. His body seemed to be about to rise from the inside out. He tried his best to maintain his mind, staring at the prompts on the panel, and his mind was shocked. This wave of increase is very powerful. Without the exclusive racial evolution brought by the divination advancement, simple gene optimization with conventional advancement would not have brought such a high amount of attributes to make up. However, the prompts for these two race evolutions have not ended. Your exclusive race is upgraded to Black Star God, and you'll get a new talent, Mechanical God Body, Mechanical Divine Body, Mechanical Affinity plus 1,500%. Your mechanical attributes are strengthened. Your Emperor's Gift is advanced to God of God. Your Apostle Creation is advanced to God Envoy Creation. Your Fire Awakening is advanced to Source of Fire. Your Dimensional Factory is advanced to Divine Body Fortress. Your exclusive race is upgraded to Black Star God System Royal Bloodline, and you have obtained a new talent, Void Divine Body. Void Divine Body. Basic attributes other than luck plus 1,500. You get 30 awakening points, and all the Void race talents you have are fully enhanced. You can open up the second Void dimension in your body and incorporate all elements such as space, life bodies, matter, etc. into the original Void dimension. Han Xiao struggled to control his eyes and looked at the introduction of these two talents. The four mechanical skills have obtained special evolution, among which Tao of Gods and Creation of Gods are the amplifications in the basic values. The specific functions have not changed, and only the name of the apostle weapon has become the Mechanical Gods. And Source of Fire and Divine Body Fortress have functional changes. Fire Awakening is used to create mechanical life ability and needs to be actively cast, but after evolution, it has more passive effects. As long as the machinery is connected by mechanical force, it can temporarily become mechanical life and obtain various amplifications of mechanical life. If the mechanical force is disconnected, the effect will disappear. However, if it is used for a long time, the effect can be solidified and permanently transformed into mechanical life. In this way, the efficiency and scale of manufacturing mechanical life will be improved to a new level. The consumption will be low, and the convenience will be skyrocketed. In addition, the function of Divine Body Fortress is to open a secondary dimension in the body as a dimension factory, and there is no need to summon the secondary dimension gate. For example, the advanced version of the mechanical martial body has no side effects. Even if the external environment is locked by the spatial stability anchor, it can still be used to spread the battlefield. Void Body also has the same effect, which can open up new void dimensions in the body, and even swallow the original void dimensions to perfect your own body dimensions. The mechanism revealed by these two talents seems to be a universe in the body. Is this the difference between the new level? Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Until this time, the evolution was still not over, and the prompts were still being emitted, and the intense pain hit my mind. The power released by the super god's legacy burning is washing the cells over and over again, causing the cells to change again and again, gradually approaching the special perfect particle form, and the changes in body shape are becoming more and more intense, sometimes big and sometimes small, sometimes expanding and sometimes shrinking. At the same time, the four handsome guys who were continuing to supply their strength finally found that something was wrong. From Han Xiao, a scent that made them tremble from the depths of their souls was suddenly emitted, as if they had seen the existence of the food chain higher. I read it right. Is this the pressure of life level? Suai suddenly widened his eyes and was shocked. It's not wrong. This is the feeling. Mila Zhao's dragon beard fluttered, and an unbelievable look flashed in his huge dragon's eyes, and he quietly swallowed the dragon's breath. Ernos, who was originally quite calm, can no longer calm now. He looked surprised and stared at Han Xiao's figure, who was spraying endless light with a slight surprise. I'm so kind. This guy won't meet a dead mouse. Is it going to succeed at one time? No matter how shocked and unsure the four of them were at this time, Han Xiao's evolution was still firmly moving forward. The endless golden mechanical force formed a huge energy vortex, rotating and expanding, dazzling and white. Han Xiao's figure was in the center and had been flooded with endless light. As for this unlucky planet, it had been completely destroyed, and there was no matter how much material was left, and it was annihilated. The hot force flowed through the body, like a violent burning from the cell to the soul. It felt like I had turned into a piece of steel, undergoing smelting again and again. Han Xiao endured the pain of transformation. His golden eyes stared at the flowing water prompts on the panel without any moment and saw the advanced, detailed changes. You meet the precondition. Turn on the deification and advancement. Species deification is activated. Your life level has reached its peak, and you have opened up a new world above the peak, and the realm of the real gods slowly unfolds in front of you. Your exclusive race Black Star God System, Royal Bloodline, has obtained 2 new exclusive race talent slots. Please select exclusive race talent tendency. There are many options pop-ups on the panel, including attack, resistance, machinery, attribute enhancement, etc., all of which are 2 new exclusive race talents that can be selected. For effect directions, you could decide at your own discretion. When Han Xiao advanced to the A level, he scored an exclusive racial talent, which was mechanical genius. At this time, the deification of species brought 2 opportunities to score an exclusive talent, which was also a hereditary talent that could awaken in descendants. He thought about it and chose the ability strength and attribute increase, which were more comprehensive. Because the newly acquired exclusive talent this time did not withstand many enhancements like the mechanical genius, the effect would not be too strong, and he had expected this. After several random draws, Han Xiao finally determined the effects of the 2 new exclusive racial talents. Divine Power Gene, ability strength plus 10%, each upgrade plus 2%. Currently cumulative bonus, 46%. Natural Elite. All attributes plus 10%. When LV1, LV100, you'll get 4 additional free attribute points for each upgrade. When LV100, LV200, you'll get 8 additional free attribute points for each upgrade. When LV200, LV300, you'll get 12 additional free attribute points for each upgrade. If LV300 or above, you'll get 16 additional free attribute points for each upgrade. Currently cumulative. Bonus, 3,360 free attribute points for each upgrade. These 2 new talents are okay. They are both growth abilities. Han Xiao was excited. When you grow up to the late stage of your life, you can get accumulated bonuses at one time and make up for them together. So you will definitely get a good increase immediately by using these 2 new talents. Although its own attributes are almost tens of thousands at present, the 3,000 or 4,000 free attribute points are still not small. The most important thing is that they can be controlled at will, and the strength of ability is an important bonus required by any system, and the increase is quite considerable. Mechanical Genius, Divine Power Gene, and Natural Elite are the inheritance talents of their own race. Individuals with these 3 species talents undoubtedly have higher growth potential. They are all extremely high-quality superpower seedlings and can almost stabilize the superpowers of the same level. I could practice a bunch of small trumpets. Han Xiao thoughts flashed through his mind. Now that we have not inherited the race, we feel that the idea of reproduction can be put on the agenda. While he was thinking, the panel still popped up in an orderly manner. 2 new exclusive racial talents have been determined. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure strengthening, metabolism change. Based on the talent tendency of Black Star God System, Royal Bloodline, you get additional attributes to make up strength plus 795, agility plus 680, endurance plus 1030, intelligence plus 6, mystery plus 1050, charm plus 742, power plus, power realm bonus attribute changes, species. Deification has been completed. Your level is upgraded to X, unknown level. S level bonus disappears. You get X level bonus, X level bonus. Extra 240 for the endurance bonus. all resistance plus 75%, maximum attribute plus 50%, remaining attribute plus 30%. Additional 1,500 free attribute points and 60 awakening points. You can choose 2 of the following 7 tendencies to form level feats. 1. Physical resistance. 2. Mind resistance. 3. Power bonus. 4. Health value. 5. Explosion power. 6. Power value. 7. Status increase. Surely there is a new level feat. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. This thing is an important factor in expanding the combat power of the 2 levels. You can choose 2 options when you advance to the A level, and it is the same now, but the effect is definitely stronger and it can be superimposed with previous level expertise. Power bonus is a must-have. As for the other item, Han Xiao still prefers health points. Now it seems that he's only able to improve to this level, so the meat level seems to be sufficient. In fact, most of the increase is the basic bonus brought by this advancement. You can get such endurance bonus if you complete the deified advancement normally. Your current health is probably only at the new level He couldn't guarantee whether anyone would be promoted in the future, and maybe there were already people in the universe with the X level, and he would continue to carry forward the advantages of both fighting and bearing. At least he wouldn't make any mistakes. You have obtained the level expertise, magic power. You have obtained the level expertise, cosmic divine body, great divine power. If you master the power of the gods, any of your abilities will be greatly enhanced. The bonus effect depends on the total level of the character. Below LV 300 plus 8% for every 10 level. Above LV 300 plus 12% for every 10 level. Current ability intensity increase, 312%. This increase can be added to extraordinary power and supreme power, cosmic divine body. Your body is extremely strong and contains incredible vitality. Your lifespan will continue to the end of the universe. For every level of the total level, the endurance bonus will be +1. Current effect, an additional plus 360 for the end of the day. This increase can be added to eternal body. What a powerful bonus! Before Han Xiao could be excited, a more violent energy burst out in his body, and all the cells began a new round of transformation. Han Xiao felt that the restlessness of each cell became more and more intense, as if they were about to leave their bodies and escape on their own. But as the Zuling national tool vibrated, the struggle of the cells was suppressed, but it also brought him greater pain. However, although the deification of the species has been completed, this advancement has not ended, and there is still the last wave of transformation left. Your transfer task has been completed. You have obtained a new profession, Super God Mechanic. Super God Mechanic, LV1, Strength plus 700, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8, Endurance plus 22, Intelligence plus 30. You get 25 free attribute points, 1 awakening point. You get the Expertise Surprise Artifact. You have gained the Expertise, Basic Power of Strength, God of all machines. You gain Expertise, Information Only Concept Immortal Life. You comprehend the skill, Mechanical God, Supreme Heavenly Lord. You understand the skills, Virtual Creation, Pseudo. You understand the skills, Life Transformation, Virtual. You understand the skills, Life Transformation, Wanji. All your virtual technology skills or expertise have an effect increased by 80%. Han Xiao's breathing suddenly stopped. The new profession stage is also unfamiliar to him, and Super God Mechanic has no upper limit on the profession level, which proves that this is the last stage of the mechanical department and can continue to upgrade, but there is no transfer in the future. He looked at the new abilities he obtained this time, and his pupils shrank. His skill effect was as fancy as his name, but his bonus was amazing. Han Xiao wanted to analyze his new abilities in detail, but the severe pain of evolution came one after another, which made his mind almost stagnant. It is not a good time to study it carefully. The message board prompt finally stopped, and Han Xiao knew that the bonus of this advancement had been obtained. He quickly calmed down and silently felt his own evolution, and the sense of time quickly blurred. After 2 days, the huge energy vortex, which had expanded many times, seemed to have expanded to the limit, slowly retracted to the center, and a stream of streams poured into Han Xiao's body. In the marginal area, Ernos and the other four were always here, watching Han Xiao's progress from beginning to end, and they didn't dare to blink for fear of missing a minute or second. Because this is the territory of the Black Star Legion, Han Xiao had long said hello and did not allow others to come and interfere. Therefore, even though this place has become a source of cosmic energy surge and has stimulated radar alarms from many forces, no one has come to watch in the past 2 days. After a long time, all the energy vortexes were withdrawn from Han Xiao's body, and the dazzling light faded, revealing Han Xiao's current appearance. I saw him floating in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was in a meditation state and not waking up. A special breath rippled around him. His skin was emitting bright light, and several ribbon-shaped light golden particles slowly flowed around his body. Seeing this, Ernos and the other two were a little hesitant and could not tell what Han Xiao was currently in and did not lean on him immediately. At this time, Han Xiao finally opened his eyes, the light on his body stopped, and then he floated towards the three of them, showing a smile. "My progress is very smooth, everyone. Thank you." Hearing this, the four of them were shocked. Although I had already guessed it in my mind in the past 2 days, at this time, Han Xiao personally admitted it. The four of them still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disbelief. "You are really successful? Have you opened up a higher level of individual power?" Milazau's lost his voice. "It should be like this." Han Xiao nodded and released a little pressure. The four people present were suffocated and suddenly felt a burst of pressure and couldn't help feeling palpitations. However, for only a moment, Han Xiao took back the high pressure of his life level, which made the few people feel relieved and felt very complicated. After an incredible shock, the few people were filled with intense excitement and awe. They are all peak-level, super A-level, among which Ernos and Sui think that half of their feet are on the threshold of a higher level. Now they can watch Han Xiao's progress throughout and see successful cases that hit higher level. So can this method take effect on them? Is this a benefit that Black Star specifically gives them? I didn't expect you to succeed at once. Congratulations. Ernos was envious. I tried so many times, and finally I was worried about the risks and stopped moving forward. But Black Star went straight up and hit my soul. Sure enough, people and human physiques could not be generalized. However, although Ernos was just a lemon in his heart, he was still more excited and ecstatic. He only felt that his vision was really good. He did not read it wrong. He even made a fiercer move than he expected, and he really rushed to a higher level and pointed out the direction for him. With Black Star Exploration, you can replicate his successful experience today in the future. The Zuling national artifact is own, and the Zuling sect is not short of 5 series direct lineages. In order to compete with the Black Star, the other 2 civilizations will also provide some help. So among the Super A-level groups, only one can easily copy the method used by Black Star today, which is undoubtedly the most profitable. Although Black Star did not fail, which was beyond his expectations, and the little abacus behind it was lost, as if he had made wedding clothes for someone else. In his eyes, this time, it was not in vain. Thinking of this, Ernos felt extremely relieved and decided to go back and prepare for his own advancement. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the Zuling national artifact was still in Han Xiao's hands. Now Black Star's strength has not been advanced to a certain extent. If he has malicious intentions, Ernos' heart tightened. He secretly tensed, his body tightened, and slowly said, "Heixing, can the thing be returned to me?" "Oh, take it." Han Xiao glanced at him, saw him nervously, shook his head and smiled, took out the Zuling national artifact from his chest, and threw it back to Ernos, without any intention of occupying it. Since he has not caused trouble and comes to help him, he will not easily break the bridge. There is still basic ethics, so there is no need to hand over the evil people because of this. At worst, he can borrow it again next time. Moreover, the stabilizer is not just a void spirit national artifact. After the advancement is completed, Han Xiao has already had some new ideas. Ernos took the Void Spirit National Artifact and stuffed it back into his body. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was very happy. Xui looked at the Zuling National Artifact with a feverish look, and looked at Han Xiao again with difficulty. Curiously, your advancement is a good thing for the entire Super A-level group. I wonder if you plan to disclose this method. Keep it confidential first. Just know this matter yourself. Don't tell it for the time being, so as not to cause trouble. To be honest, this advancement is still relatively dangerous. If it fails, the sanctuary may not be able to recover. Han Xiao waved his hand. He actually didn't care much about this matter. All these 4 people saw were appearances. Even if they imitated his method, it would not be possible to trigger the advancement of deification, because an important factor was missing: the super god's legacy. Now that he has successfully advanced and is no longer in a critical state, he has lost his sense of the super god's legacy and has no place to look for it. As long as he does not specifically remind others, it may not be able to activate this induction by exploring by themselves, and there is no detailed panel prompt. Others may not be sure what this induction represents. The most important thing is that the only super god legacy left in the explored universe has been consumed by itself. Even if someone learns the role of super god legacy, he still has to go to the unexplored area to look for it, not knowing that it will be the year of the monkey and horse month. Hearing this, except Ernos, Su's eyes were shocked and suppressed his inner impulse. Milizhao's suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, the new rank has not been defined in the Interstellar Society. Why don't you give a name?" Ciaran also echoed. Indeed, the name of Super A is to commemorate the exploration history. Now a new level has appeared, and a new name is also needed. It must be recorded in history. You are the pioneer, and only you are qualified to name it. Han Xiao touched his chin, but did not refuse. He immediately remembered the name of his profession and raised his eyebrows. Or, it is called Super God? It sounds good. The few people naturally would not have any objections to a name and nodded one after another. Then it's decided it's above a level. It's called Super God level. Han Xiaohan nodded with a smile. At this time, Xui couldn't help but be curious, looked at Han Xiao up and down, and asked tentatively, "Black Star, what power is there in the new level? How powerful is it?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he shook his head and smiled. "It's very strong anyway." As he said that, he glanced at the attribute panel, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Total level, 360, main occupation, mechanical system, race, Black Star God system, royal bloodline, attributes, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystery, charm, lucky 1, free attribute point, 5,105, awakening point, 101 happiness, 122,694,490, physical strength value, 98,274,600, physical strength value, LV29 total strength bonus, strength plus, agility plus, endurance plus, intelligence plus, mystery plus, physical strength upper limit plus, mechanical affinity plus %, inner level, honor step level, X level bonus, endurance bonus extra plus 240, all resistance plus 75%, maximum attribute plus 50%, other attributes plus 30%, additional 1,500 free attribute points, 60 awakening points. You have cleared the fog ahead, and a new road extends under your feet. From now on, heaven and earth will be born with you, and all things will be one with you. You are the universe. Retracting his gaze from the attribute panel, Han Xiao turned his head and saw that Sui was ready to move as if he wanted to try the super god-level power himself, and waved his hand with a smile. "I'll be spared if I just stepped into the super god level. I'm not familiar with power and can't control it well. I'm afraid I can't hold back and beat you to death. That way I have to revive you and cause more trouble for me." "Are you talking about human beings?" Sour tilted his head. Seeing that Han Xiao had no idea of showing it at this time, Sui did not force it, so he had to temporarily extinguish this thought. "Anyway, The future is long, and I will see it sooner or later. After a glance at the four people, Han Xiao smiled and said, Everyone, I still need to consolidate my strength and go first. By the way, Ernos, just inform me about the unseal of the scepter of the gods. After that, he nodded and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes with a flash. The remaining four people looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Black Star showed their way to step into the super god level. This secret is the most valuable only if you master it alone. None of the four people is willing to leak it out now. If it were put in the past, there might be the idea of killing people to silence them. But now the times have changed, the Black Star is pressing on his head. The association has integrated the super A-level group, and there are enemies outside, so the few people can only endure others sharing the secret together. Don't forget Black Star's instructions. We know his advanced method. Without his approval, don't disclose it to others. Sierra Ong said in a deep voice. Do I seem to be a person who can talk nonsense? Milizou snorted. He Xing is the president, and we are also a member of the association. Of course, we won't speak randomly, but it may not be the civilized direct line. Sweer stared at Ernos with his eyes narrowed. Upon hearing this, Milizou and Sirian also turned their heads to look at Ernos with subtle eyes. None of the three of them had the motive to leak the secret, but as the direct lineage of Zuling, would Ernos keep it secret if the top civilized leaders asked him for this method? As part of the association, the three of them stood from the camp. If the method of advanced super god level is only mastered by the association, it would be a new bargaining chip to attract superpowers, and they could also defeat the three major civilizations in terms of individual power. Ernos looked calm and did not compromise verbally. He said casually, I will try to advance, and even if I don't say it, they will know it then. Fisk, Sierran snorted without refuting. Seeing that the three of them had nothing else to say, Ernos stopped staying and turned around and left in a hurry. Now he just wants to return to the Zuling sect as soon as possible and can't wait to study the advanced methods of Black Star. Sui and the other two watched him leave without any action. The Zuling national artifact is in the hands of this guy. There's a successful case of Black Star. Zuling will probably not lend it to outsiders to advance. Milizou smacked his lips. Well, in this case, I'm afraid only Ernos and Zuling's direct line can copy the method used by Black Star. We don't think about it. Sierra nodded. He Xing is a mechanic and has reached a higher level. Maybe he can develop alternatives. You will know when you ask. Saurier's expression was calm. Considering that the Void Spirit National Artifact is an indispensable prop for the Black Star's advanced method, the few people had the idea of snatching it, but after thinking about it, it would be fine. Ernos was difficult to deal with, and the three of them represented the association, which was not suitable for the storm, which caused trouble to the Black Star. Black Star has now opened up a new level, and the position of the association's head is more stable. Originally, everyone is from the same level, and even if they are temporarily obeying orders, they will not regard themselves as a subordinate of Black Star. But as the Black Star enters a new level, the relationship changes subtly, but the three of them have not yet felt the subtle transformation of their subconscious mind. At this time, Milizou remembered something and asked, by the way, to advance is to be kept secret, but the matter of Black Star entering the super god level should not be hidden from the association. Sweer shook his head and said, Black Star did not give any instructions. That is, it is not necessary. Moreover, there's no need to hide such great things, but it is limited to the high-level circulation of the association, so it should not be spread. As for the three major civilizations, they will probably know the situation through Erno's remarks, but they will not spread it casually. On the other side, the Zuling sect. What did you say? Black Star actually succeeded. The head of Su Ling's sect glared at his eyes and looked stunned. Ernos, who came to report, nodded calmly and said slowly, Yes, Black Star has successfully entered the higher level of individual power. He named it the super god level. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Didn't you say that it is very difficult to enter the new level? And it is harmless to lend the Su Ling national weapon, because how many times will Black Star fail? The head of the Su Ling sect stared at Ernos and was shocked and angry. Oh, I miscalculated. Ernos looked expressionless and unapologized. Is this over? Do you think it can be revealed in just one sentence? The Zuling sect's head stared at him, becoming more and more annoyed. If you hadn't emphasized again and again that this transaction is profitable and not lost, how could we lend the Void Spirit national weapon to help Black Star advance? You are afraid that you're hooking up with He Xing, so you deliberately talk to him and fool me. I really believe in your evil. What do you want? Ernos glanced at him. The head of the Su Ling sect closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, calmed down his agitation, and then spoke again. No matter what, things have happened. Think about what else can be remedied. Because of a wrong decision, which helped Black Star reach a higher level of individual power, his intestines were regretful. If he had known it, he would have rejected Black Star's request. However, now is not the time to turn the blame. The orders are made by oneself, and the responsibility cannot be shirked. The leader of the Zuling sect quickly got rid of the interference of emotions, such as anger and regret, and thought about gains and losses. Looking at the best, at least we have taken back the scepter of the gods. The premise is that the Black Star does not go back on his word. The head of the Zuling sect shook his head. He doesn't need to break his promise. Ernos said lightly, this cosmic treasure no longer poses any threat to him. That's right. Hearing this, the head of the Zuling sect felt more and more uncomfortable, and he felt that the scepter of the gods was no longer fragrant at once. This transaction was a huge loss, but at this moment, Ernos said slowly, however, this time there are no other gains. I watched the progress of Black Star throughout the whole process and mastered his method. I no longer had any clues as before. I can copy this successful case and hit a higher level. The head of the Su Ling sect was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Although Black Star's promotion to the super god level is conducive to foreign wars, it is definitely not a good thing for the three major civilizations in the long run. But my own direct descendants have learned the advanced method of Black Star. As long as they succeed, they can have an extra super god level individual power to compete with Black Star, forming a new check and balance. There's no need to worry that Black Star will lose its control. More importantly, the people who currently master this method are the ones who are Su Ling. Even if the three civilizations are in the same way, there are still differences in their own way. Su Ling can still defeat the other two in terms of individual power. The head of the Zuling sect suddenly felt better and asked solemnly, how sure are you successful? Ernos thought for a while, nodded, about 70% chance I can reach the super god level like a Black Star. Okay. The head of the Zuling sect was excited. The probability of 70% is quite high. When chatting before, Ernos said that he was unsure of it, and the chance had increased countless times at this time. In this case, then this time, helping Black Star will not only not be a loss, but also a little profit. Think deeper. Fortunately, Black Star needs to borrow the Zuling national weapon this time. Otherwise, he would have secretly advanced behind closed doors, and the civilized direct lineage would have no way to know. So this advanced method would be exclusive to the association. In that case, will the future be even more unfavorable to the three major civilizations? Thinking of this, the head of Zuling's sect felt relieved and finally smiled, saying, Zuling will do its best to provide you with resources to help you step into the super god level. If you have any needs, don't be polite. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Ernos nodded, and the head of Zuling's sect thought for a while and said, also, you know the advanced method for the time being, don't disclose it to anyone. As for the success of the Black Star's advancement, I will inform the leaders of the Guanghui Federation and the Red Empire. We have common interests in this regard, and we can't hide it. We want to talk to Black Star. It's up to you as long as it helps me. Ernos didn't care about these errands, and he only wanted to copy Han Xiao's advanced method. He seemed to see the higher level he had dreamed of already waving to him. A day later, the Black Star Legion territory was exclusive machinery factory. Han Xiao stared at a thundercloud-like mechanical force ball floating in his palm, and his pupils contracted, as if he was observing the microscopic world. After a while, he suddenly pinched his 5 fingers, pinched it into pieces, and burst out a circle of light golden shock waves with flashing light. The last profession stage of the mechanical department, the power is really strange. Han Xiao murmured to himself in a low voice. At this day, he was mainly trying out the new abilities brought by the transfer of his job. At this time, he had almost figured out everything and was secretly shocked. Across the artifact is the core expertise. Just like the advanced version of Article of Gods, the success rate of developing and manufacturing golden drawings has increased greatly, and there's also a slight chance to create a cosmic wonder-level product. The most important thing is that this specialty unlocks a higher level of special quality, which is the red artifact level. But this thing is not created, but especially strengthened on the basis of the original machinery, with a significant enhancement effect, and there are quantity restrictions, and at most 3 magic tools can be strengthened. However, the goal of enjoying bonus can be replaced, and the mechanism is similar to that of the apostle weapon. If you want to strengthen the 4th machine into a magic weapon, just reclaim one of the previous magic weapons to strengthen it. Basic of Power, God of all machines, is also a core feature, which is similar to Solican's original Basics of Soul Power. The effect of this skill is that the basic unit of its own production power is no longer limited to cells, and mechanical and virtual data can also generate power. If Han Xiao turned himself into a mechanical body, a virtual life, or carried out a colonization transformation, it would be no different from before, and his strength would not be affected, meaning that he could already exist without his body at will. From this perspective, the fusion of the body and machinery of Hyberon is only an incomplete version of this ability. Basic Power of the Power, God of all machines, is the final form. In addition, this expertise also brings high mechanical affinity bonus, which is amazing. However, information-only concept immortality is not the ability brought by changing jobs, but the expertise to reach the X-level position. As Han Xiao guessed, when entering a new level, his own information state existence also undergoes a drastic change, and he has the power of automatic resurrection. Whether it is life forms or network data, as long as there is an information carrier in the entire universe recording his own deeds, as long as he has not been forgotten by everyone, and as long as someone recites his name, he will not die completely. If you die, you do not need to recover the sanctuary, which will spontaneously cause information disturbances, rebirth in a certain area in the universe, and be close to eternal immortality. The most important point is that the rebirth brought by this expertise does not harm the integrity of its own information, meaning that unlike the sanctuary revival, each resurrection becomes weaker. The only question that puzzles Han Xiao is that the sanctuary is also an information carrier. If information-only concept immortal life is suitable for all situations, can be used to pass the iteration, I don't know if there were any super god-level existences in the past iterations. If this conjecture is true, wouldn't those super god-level existences have been preserved all the time, and then they should have a greater impact on the current universe? It would be great if I could try it. Han Xiao shook his head. He felt that the sanctuary that jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements may not be the information carrier that allows information-only concept immortality to take effect. The scope of this expertise should be limited to this universe and the world of secondary dimensions. But even so, it is powerful enough. Just as the attribute panel notes say, the world and all things are one with me, and the information state is the root of existence. As long as nothing unexpected happens, you can really live to the end of the universe. All 3 specialties are of great use, and several skills are also extraordinary. Among them, Mechanical God, Supreme, Heavenly Venerable, is an advanced version of the Mechanical God. No, it is better to say that the original Mechanical God is just the pre-based form of this skill. Mechanical gods can change their structures by themselves, and they also have the concept of drawing templates. Some mechanical gods of specific forms have additional bonuses for basic performance. Mechanical God, Supreme, Heavenly Venerable, is one of the final forms of mechanical gods. Its power is much higher than the advanced version of mechanical gods created by Han Xiao, and it is not the same level at all. The skill introduction shows that the skills obtained by the three mechanical branches at this step are different. Mechanical God, Supreme Heavenly Venerable, belongs to the virtual branch, while the armed branches and energy branches are Mechanical God, Cosmic Emperor, and Mechanical God, Original God, which correspond to different final forms, which sounds very fierce. And more than that, through his core expertise, basic power of power, God of all machines, he found that when he transformed into a mechanical god, he no longer needed the physical body as the core of providing mechanical power, and he could directly turn the body into his own body. It means that if you truly become a mechanical god, you will not even consume it. Even if you do not have the means to quickly return to the blue, you can almost maintain the state of a mechanical god and live in this form. In addition, life transformation, virtual, and life transformation, Wanji, also have similar effects. Both abilities can change their own life form and are blessed by basic of power god of 10,000 G, and the body is no longer a cage. At the same time, these two skills not only act on themselves, but also on outsiders. As long as the judgment is successful, the target can be transformed into virtual data or mechanical body in an instant, changing the other party's form of existence, which can turn all people on the entire planet into mechanical bodies or virtual lives, almost close to the power of God. Virtual creation, pseudo, is even more incredible. According to the skill introduction, this ability is somewhat similar to the virtual and real transformation ability of the world tree. It can transform things created in the virtual world into real objects, just like the real creation god. But the reason why this ability has a pseudo suffix is that there are many restrictions. First of all, a series of items that do not exist in reality, do not know about themselves, and violate the rules cannot be converted. Secondly, conversion requires equal amount of resources. For example, copy and paste the data of a mechanical army in the virtual world. You need to prepare the corresponding materials. Then use this skill to convert, and the manufacturing process can be directly omitted, which is very suitable for violent soldiers. It is also very useful in manufacturing. Even the universe treasures you know can be mass-produced using this method, with a yield rate of basically 100%. But the third limitation is the biggest problem. That is, the conversion is temporary, and when the time comes, it will disintegrate on its own and cannot last forever. This ability is considered a cosmic wonder in the eyes of ordinary people. It is called virtual technology, but it should be an ability in information state. It needs to be studied more. Han Xiao breathed out. Although virtual creation, pseudo, is very magical, because of these restrictions, it seems that it is useful, but it seems to be almost interesting. It is useless, but it is also useful. It can also temporarily explode soldiers through the divine body fortress, but it is still much worse than the real cosmic wonder of the world tree. However, this ability is quite similar to the world tree. Will there be any connection? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he thought about it, and had a bold idea. Maybe the world tree can make up for its own shortcomings by eating it. But on the other hand, if you pull out the world tree yourself, you might be able to make up for this ability and remove the skill suffix. Han Xiao shook his head and temporarily threw this guess out of his head. Now, even the position of the world tree is not even a single 8 character, so don't think it's too beautiful. He turned to look at the Telk's mechanical inheritance on the talent panel. This ability will unlock new exclusive drawings at level 360. Although he now has a rich technical background, no mechanic will think that he has too many golden drawings. When Telk's mechanical inheritance was at level 320, the robe of the Emperor and the Emperor was unlocked, and the former still plays a huge role today. This time, 3 golden drawings were unlocked at level 360. Han Xiao opened the drawing introduction and took a look. Drawing Dark Energy Golden Furnace Beast. After the St. Telks saw the majestic nature of the mechanical god, he fanatically developed a series of special equipment dedicated to mechanical gods. Drawing Imperial Skyblade. After the St. Telks saw the majestic nature of the mechanical gods, he fanatically developed a series of special equipment dedicated to mechanical gods. Drawing space, constant debugger, unfinished. The ultimate technology of the Saint Telks has not been completely improved. Han Xiao twitched slightly. Among the 5 golden drawings brought by Telkes Mechanical Inheritance, 3 are equipment dedicated to mechanical gods. He saw how passionate this tribe is about mechanical gods. The Dark Energy Golden Furnace Beast is an external special body. It can share the power of the arrival of mechanical gods, have independent consciousness, and act as the mount of mechanical gods. The Emperor's Skyblade is a high-tech composite giant weapon with an appearance similar to a double-headed wide sword. The blade is straight and wide, with a large number of empty slots, which can be integrated into different carriers. Han Xiao summoned out a 3-dimensional model, briefly outlining the appearance of a mechanical divine body, and then loaded the Emperor's robe, the Dark Energy Golden Furnace Beast, and the Emperor's blade. Although the image was majestic, he always felt that it looked more and more familiar. I look more and more like Mr. Guanair, but the weapons are not very well matched. No, why do you look a bit like Thanos? Han Xiao murmured in a low voice, not knowing what to say. This group of Saint Turk scientists who are fanatical about pursuing mechanical gods study dress-ups all day long, thinking they're playing with mechanical Nuanuan. Moreover, the name of this drawing is that these Saint Telk scientists are somewhat of a good match. Han Xiao has jewelry and some of the sanctuary technical backgrounds, and there is no shortage of metal drawings exclusive to mechanical gods. Although these 2 drawings themselves are not very powerful, they're not very helpful. However, he found that the robe of the Emperor, the Dark Energy Gold Furnace Beast, and the Emperor's Blade of the Sky Blade actually have set effects, which is not very common. Activating 3 equipment at the same time can trigger a special suit effect called Telkes Fanatic, which will be blessed by a total affinity coefficient of 1.1x, as well as comprehensive bonuses such as attack, defense, and body performance. It is quite good. What cheered Han Xiao up was the last drawing. The Saint Telk tribe has a profound research on space. As the name suggests, this space constant debugger can adjust the spatial structure of an area and change the cosmic constants. The principle of this device involves miniature cosmic expansion and cosmic collapse, as well as dimensionality raising and dimensionality reduction technologies. According to theory, it should have special functions such as extending or shrinking space, overlapping areas, intercepting or grafting space, and the changes to the region are permanent, and there is no time limit, but are strategic-level mechanical devices. For example, the enemy is only 3 days away from one side. This device can expand or reduce the strategic depth of the 2 sides. According to the limit of its effectiveness, it can expand the 3-day journey to more than 10 days or even several months, or it can shrink into an inch and instantly connect. Unfortunately, these are all theoretical conjectures. Before the Saint Telkes tribe improved this device, they were destroyed by their opponents of exploration. If they improve this technology, perhaps the 3 major civilizations today would become 4 major civilizations, and even the only civilization would be possible, but there is no if in the world. Most of the technology left over from the Saint Turks tribe was inherited by the Glorious Federation. I wonder if they have this incomplete drawing. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered secretly. The Space Constant Debugger is more powerful than the World Tree's Rielbo Space Protection Belt. If the Guangwei Federation had this technology, it would have been used at that time, but it is not ruled out that it is also incomplete. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao shook his head and no longer worried about this matter. Regardless of whether the Glorious Federation has it or not, I have it anyway. If I hadn't obtained the talent of Telkes Mechanical Inheritance, I would have no chance to get involved, and I would not lose. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Han Xiao was studying new abilities, the communicator suddenly rang out and received a message, which was an invitation to meet with the leaders of the 3 major civilizations. Hey, we're finally here. Han Xiao glanced at it. No surprise. He has opened up a new level of individual power. The 3 major civilizations will definitely not be able to sit still. Sooner or later, They will talk to him, but they did not come to him as soon as possible after he advanced. It is probably because he learned from Ernos that he must be familiar with the power's words, so he did not dare to disturb him rashly after a day. After replying to a message, Han Xiao turned on the remote projection, and his vision changed. He had already arrived in the joint conference room of the 3 civilized heads and saw 3 hanging people sitting side by side. The 3 of them looked at Han Xiao carefully, with no expression on their faces, and they didn't know what they were thinking. "Well, Black Star, I heard that you have broken through the upper limit of the A level and entered a new level of power. Congratulations on setting a precedent." Mar Bruce pulled the corner of his mouth, showed a reluctant smile, and nodded. Han Xiao didn't care and said modestly, "It's just luck." "Yes, is that?" Mar Bruce suffocated, his expression a little stiff. "It seems that you are the least qualified to say this." Han Xiao suddenly smiled at the head of the Zuling sect and said, "By the way, I haven't thanked you for your help yet. Thanks to you who promised to lend me the Zuling national weapon. Otherwise, I would not be able to advance." The Zuling sect's first glance twitched. Provocation. This is definitely a provocation. When he thought of this, he regretted it. Han Xiao mentioned it in person, and, in his opinion, it was just ridiculing him for making a loss-making deal. The head of the Zuling sect looked at Han Xiao's smile and felt extremely hateful, and he wanted to pick up the cup on the table and press it on this guy's head. At this time, Mar Bruce and Lewis turned their heads to look at him with strange eyes, and they were very accountable for, "You boy betrayed the revolution." However, the 2 did not look angry as expected when they saw the head of Su Ling's sect. They saw the head of Su Ling's sect take a deep breath, suddenly calmed down, showed an unfathomable smile, and spoke with a righteous voice. "You're welcome. If you step into a higher level, it will be beneficial to the battle situation. We will naturally not be stingy." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved slightly. It seems that Ernos has indeed reported to the senior management of Su Ling, and he should be eager to learn his method to advance. The first performance of Su Ling's sect in this performance obviously means that Ernos can quickly reach the super god level, so he feels that it is not a loss and has confidence in his heart. "TSK, then don't blame me, you can't help it." Han Xiao curled his lips. As far as he was concerned, when he invited Ernos to help him advance, he really didn't intend to cheat him on purpose. At least the Su Ling national artifact and the 5-system reunification are real conditions for advancement. However, Han Xiao is not ready to tell others the secret of the super god's legacy for the time being. If Ernos is determined to advance, he can only sit back and watch. After all, Ernos seems to not plan to join the war, and whether he is dead or alive doesn't matter to him. Anyway, even if he dies, he can still exert his remaining energy in the form of super god herbs. Han Xiao didn't mind at all. However, after meeting 2 advanced conditions, he can at least increase the success rate of advancement by at least 2/3. As long as Ernos' luck is not as frustrated as himself, it is okay to advance. However, without super god herbs, he can only trigger regular advancement. When he excitedly completes his progress, he finds that his strength has not broken through the limit of the level, and he doesn't know what the expression will be. Han Xiao's thoughts fluctuated, calmed down, and asked casually, "You are looking for me to congratulate me? After all, this is a major event that has been recorded in history. We want to ask if you want to make it public to the interstellar community." Lewis nodded and asked, "If you are public, you will be exempted. You are still fighting. I am not sure whether the World Tree will steal information from the internet in the future. It is enough for the senior management to know." Han Xiao shook his head. Seeing that the 3 of them had no objection, he suddenly turned to look at Mar Bruce and said, "Speaking of all, I still need the help of the Empire." "What's the matter?" "I plan to send the alien god into the underworld in a while and make use of my remaining energy on the battlefield." This, Mar Bruce hesitated. The Empire sealed the strange god for so long, mainly because it wanted to wait until this guy's soul was wiped out and study his body. Mar Bruce didn't want to agree to this request, and he was unwilling to see the strong man in the underworld again. Seeing him hesitating, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. As a transaction, I can provide you with a very interesting information. What information? Gauda's whereabouts. Han Xiao curled his lips. Marbrus' pupils suddenly shrank. Although he vaguely guessed that Gauda's disappearance was done by He Xing, he couldn't help but feel shocked and angry when he heard him admit it in person. When he thought of being tricked by He Xing, he caused a huge storm. Marbrus' face was as deep as water, endured his anger, and gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's you." Han Xiao didn't care, so he waved his hand and said, "Don't be angry, I have a reason to do this. If you are willing to agree to this deal, I will tell you the reason and give you Gauda's whereabouts." Marbrus' fists were clenched, and his thoughts flew around. Black Star hasn't showed down until now, which is undoubtedly related to recent advancement. There is only one reason to do so. That is, the super god level power is beyond imagination, and there is no need to worry about the revenge of advanced civilizations, so Black Star can't care about revealing this secret as a bargaining chip. Nowadays, the super god level power is still a mystery. I only know that it is higher than the super A level, but except for the Black Star, no one knows how strong it is. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. With Black Star's confidence at this time, it is obvious that his super god-level power is extraordinary. Even if he chooses to show off at this time, he has always planned to establish his authority. Thinking of this, Marbles suddenly felt a strong fear. The current situation was not allowed to be internally strife. He had to suppress his anger and think about Black Star's proposal. After a while, he nodded expressionlessly and said coldly, "The strange god can give it to you, but we want to exchange it for Gauda. I just hope that your reason will satisfy us at that time." "Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied." Han Xiao didn't care. He chose to make a temporary decision at this time, mainly to strike while the iron is hot and his own strength has improved. If he does not show any performance and continues to maintain the original relationship, it may make the three civilizations feel that he has no confidence. It is time to take a step forward and squeeze more profits. At the same time, let the three civilizations see his unscrupulous attitude so that they are more afraid of the power after advancement and yearn for them. Of course, the confidence to do this is, first, the three major civilizations are now inseparable from the help of the association, and second, with their own strength, there is no need to be afraid of this and that of the three major civilizations. Some historical crime behaviors can be fully mentioned on the table, because the three major civilizations can no longer overturn the table. Besides, it is not a big deal to keep Gauda in mind. Things must be resolved. Tell the Empire that if Evans seizes the supernatural power to control energy in the future, he will be able to use it openly. Finally, he glanced at the three of them. Han Xiao didn't say anything and removed the remote projection and disappeared in the room. It was not until this time that the three of them had tense bodies relaxed, and they looked at each other with subtle expressions. This time, they mainly wanted to see if the attitude has changed after the Black Star advanced. When Super A was just born, it also had an impact on the universe. Although I don't know how big the power span of the new level is, it will definitely not be weak. Black Star is already recognized as Super A-level leader. After breaking through one step further, the three of them had to reconsider how to treat Black Star. Before the meeting, the three of them had reached a consensus, and it would be best to respond to changes in the same way. If the Black Star's attitude remains unchanged, then how did they treat Black Star before and the same way later? They simply treat it as an advancement and do not make any additional statements. But Black Star's attitude made their thoughts fail. Seeing that he was so fearless, the three of them felt more and more heavy, and they were afraid to penetrate deep into their bones. They knew that the balance of cooperation between the two sides was about to tilt towards the association again. However, foreign enemies cannot lack Black Stars at present. The three of them dare not do any small moves now. They are completely helpless and have nothing to do. 2 days later, the Super A-level association. The venue was full, and all members of the association were summoned to attend this temporary meeting. Everyone present looked at Han Xiao in the main position frequently, with a look of surprise, excitement, disbelief, and other expressions in his eyes. In the past few days, a rumor has spread among the association's senior management, claiming that Black Star has broken through the limits of Super A and opened up new levels. At first, few people believed it, but there was no wind and waves. As more and more members of the association knew about it, many people became skeptical. Han Xiao glanced at everyone's faces and said with a smile, "I'm summoning you all today to announce something. Judging from your appearance, I should have heard of it these days." Hearing this, many people's eyes narrowed. "Black Star, is that rumor true?" Manison frowned, unable to believe it. Han Xiao looked at him, then looked at everyone's eyes, nodded, and his tone was strong. "Yes, I have entered the field above the A level. I named it the Super God level. From now on, Super A level is no longer the limit of individual power. Everyone, there is still a way forward." As soon as the words came, everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at Han Xiao blankly, shocked, and couldn't speak for a moment, and suddenly a strange silence fell into the room. Looking at everyone's stunned look, Han Xiao knew that practice was the hard truth. He let go of his own level of life pressure, and a solid aura burst out, and the air in the room seemed to have turned into a viscous colloid, making it difficult to move. A feeling of oppression, like a collapsed sky, and Earth suddenly crashed into the hearts of many Super A levels. Everyone's faces changed, and they became nervous instinctively. The nerves became tense, and the cell furnace in their bodies rushed out energy, like wild cats facing the enemy. At this moment, the sense of oppression disappeared like a tide, and the Super God high-level pressure was reduced as soon as it was released. Everyone came to their senses and couldn't sit still. "Hey Xing, how did you do it?" Someone was shocked. Hurry up, tell us how to attack the Super God level." Someone couldn't wait. I didn't expect that a higher level really existed. I thought that Super Level A was the end of individual strength." Someone murmured to himself. Most of the Super A level students were in an uproar. This look was no different from the natural disaster level students who were eager to learn when fording advanced to Super A-level students. They were full of urgent desires. Faced with the surging questions, Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, "The advancement failure rate is very high, and I am also lucky." Upon hearing this, the secret master wisely chose to shut up and dared not refute. For everyone, the Black Star advancement was too sudden, and it was difficult to digest this fact for a while. Except for a very few insiders, most Super A levels were difficult to suppress the shock in their hearts. Generations of genius in history have not been able to break the boundaries of individual power. Many people even believe that Super A level is the limit of individual power. Unexpectedly, Black Star not only breaks it, but also is so young. Although we know that Black Star is the most accomplished Superman in history, whether to break this recognized boundary means completely different. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Han Xiao was a guide and pioneer with a glowing body, and his image became taller again. Manison stopped talking. The Black Star opened up a new level without showing any mountains or dew, which made him feel very complicated. Although Black Star is powerful, everyone is still in the same rank. Although Manison is much more Buddhist, he still has some unyielding mentality in his heart. If he has the chance, he still wants to catch up with the competition. But now, the heights of the two have been completely widened, and there is an essential gap. Manison watched how Black Star caught up with him step by step, and then threw himself away from him. Until now, he couldn't even see the other person's back. Even though he was firm in his heart, he couldn't help feeling disappointed at this time. At this time, Kant spoke. "Black Star, you don't have to be modest. If it weren't for you, this boundary would probably be an insurmountable obstacle in the eyes of the entire super-level group." His tone was envious, but more of it was excitement. Other Super A levels are similar. There must be envy and jealousy, and there are many lemons, but more ideas are still, "I have thighs to hold." If a strange and neutral Super A level has reached a new level, they will definitely be envious and wish they could replace it. But if this pioneer is a Black Star, Everyone will be able to accept it and be happy for it. On the one hand, Black Star's reputation in the Super A-level group has reached an unprecedented level. On the other hand, because of his identity as an association leader, he has obtained so many benefits for the Super A-level group and has long been his own person in the eyes of everyone. Due to the Black Star's means and the temptation of the sanctuary, Super A-level has now formed a close community of interests. As a collective, the more powerful the leaders, the more their Super A-level group will be in the universe. Moreover, Black Star is the source of the sanctuary's recovery. The stronger it is, the more secure it will be, which is naturally worth everyone's happiness. In addition, many Super A-level believe that Black Stars, as leaders of the association, will also teach some experience of breaking through the level. No matter how you think about it, it will be beneficial and harmless. Thinking about all the joints, most of the audience became more and more excited. The eyes of Han Xiao looked at Han Xiao, and there was a stronger look of admiration. The Black Star not only brought about the revival of the sanctuary, but also pointed out the direction of individual powers advancement. Everyone felt that his leadership position had never been as legitimate as it is now, and no one else could be left behind. Han Xiao glanced at the expressions of excitement, awe, admiration, and other emotions, smiled and said, "Just be clear about this matter. Don't spread it casually. By the way, the top leaders of the 3 major civilizations already know it, so don't care about them. As for the advancement methods that everyone cares about, I happen to succeed. I also need to be familiar with the power of the new level. When I have a stable upgrade idea, I will share it now." Bioni's eyes lit up. "Will you tell us all for free at that time?" "You guess." Han Xiao glanced at him, as if he was looking at a lifetime member of Taobao.com. "I guess it's not possible." Bioni smiled embarrassedly. "Then you are so smart." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, there was no objection to the many Super A-level present. The Super God-level advanced methods are so precious that they would not make it easy to make them public. Sui, who was standing by, felt that Ernos had mastered the advanced method, and it seemed useless to keep the secret from the association, but he would not jump out to object in person. With his trust in Han Xiao now, he only feels that Han Xiao's every move has a profound meaning. At this time, Baijel couldn't help but be curious and asked, "I don't know if we can see this Super God-level power." Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao interrupted and waved his hand and said, "The war is not over yet. You will see it sooner or later. I won't show it now." Hearing this, everyone had a nod. Han Xiao glanced around and saw that someone was about to speak and immediately said, "Everyone, today, I just want to announce this matter and let everyone know the situation. The regular meeting ends here. Everyone should go and have some things to arrange." Everyone was stunned. They were already full of doubts and wanted to ask, but Han Xiao looked like he didn't want to answer, so he had to swallow these questions back into his stomach. Many Super A-level tactful stood up and said goodbye and walked out of the conference room with the excitement that had not yet dissipated. Now both sides are no longer superpowers of the same level. They subconsciously obey Han Xiao's orders, and their mentality has changed vaguely. Han Xiao watched them leave one by one, but there were still some people who did not leave. Hela and other Legion cadres surrounded him, shocked and suspicious. They did not receive conclusive news in advance, and they also suddenly learned that they were as surprised as others. "Come on, let's go a few rounds and let me experience the power at a higher level." Hyla was straight to the point and was full of fighting spirit. "Go. I'm not interested in abuse of you today." Han Xiao pressed her face and pushed her aside. Fording ignored this and sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations." After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. He thought he had been promoted to a Super A-level and had slightly caught up with Black Star's footsteps, but when he was not careful, he was widened again. Han Xiao smiled and nodded, saying nothing, but just patted his shoulder. At this time, Emmers, who was beside him, greeted him and smiled softly. "What are your plans next?" "Plan? Let's continue preparing for the battle as before." Han Xiao replied, suddenly remembered something, and pinched his chin and said, "But in terms of private matters, I want to reproduce." Emmers raised his eyebrows. Who do you want to? Will you? Emmers hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Then I can only think of another way. Han Xiao spread his hands, a little regretful. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Emmys narrowed his beautiful eyes immediately. I'll see if I can use my cells to cultivate some IVF through gene debugging. Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora, who was a little confused, and thoughtfully said, Also, using my bones and blood to fuse her life energy, it should be possible to mass-produce offspring. Then it's up to you. Emmers then regained his calmness, shook his head, and laughed. Your thinking of reproduction of offspring is really like a mechanic. What does it mean to be like? Han Xiao didn't care. Industrialization is the king. War is imminent, and it must be too late for one person to live one by one. He needs a group of high-quality superpowers who inherited his own racial talent. It's meaningless to have too few. If you want to obtain a large enough inheritance group, the general way is to transform into breeding pigs and masturbate with the opposite sex of the native group. Basically, only males can do this. However, Han Xiao was not interested in this, so he simply mass-produced his offspring by using a mechanic. He did not need to catch alien females everywhere like the beast ancestor. He could reproduce asexually and be self-sufficient. Although the offspring cultivated in this way is relatively standardized, it is worth a try. After all, having such good racial talent but not expanding it, in his opinion, is a waste of resources. Anyway, there is no shortage of money or people now, and raising a group is no problem. Han Xiao stopped mentioning this matter, turned to look at Hela, and said, Don't go back to the end of your soul during this period. I have something to take you to do. What are you doing? Hela was curious. Dan Yishan. Han Xiaoyan was concise and to the point. Hela's eyes flashed, and she immediately understood what he meant. She narrowed her eyes and said, The alien god is a very powerful combat power. If he enters the underworld, he should immediately become the strongest among the heroes. And without the restrictions of a gene chain, he may be even more powerful than before he was alive. That's it, Han Xiao knew did. He has never underestimated the strange god. Even in the peak super level, the strange god with a complete body is an extremely powerful member. Han Xiao attaches the most importance to it, which is a superpower in the strange god's body, superpower silence. This is the nemesis of almost all psychics. It was with this character card that I had made the strange gods capsize in the gutter. Now that the world tree is in flames, this killer weapon should not be buried. He feels it is time to let this killer weapon see the light of day again. Fording blinked and asked in confusion. Strange, the Empire should not be happy to see the land of the underworld continue to grow. Will they actually agree to this request? Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands and said, That's because I gave him a reason that I can't refuse. Beep beep. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao paused, took out the communicator, and took a look, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Several people kept paying attention to his expression and couldn't help but turn their heads over to see the content. What happened? Are you so happy? Aurora was curious. Han Xiao put away the communicator and felt happy. He laughed. I've been lucky these days. I didn't expect that the Legion will have a new Deputy Legion Commander. Everyone was immediately excited. Hardaway, Jatina, or Riki? Fording guessed. None of them. Han Xiao smiled and shook his head. This guy is Evans. Let's go and meet. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Evans? Among the super A-level seeds that were added later, there seemed to be no such person. I don't know him. Could it be the guy secretly trained by the Legion commander? On the other side, the territory of the Black Star Legion, a desolate planet. A stream of light flashed by. Han Xiao, Fording, and others had already arrived in the outer space. At first glance, they discovered the source of energy fluctuations surging on the planet. It was a process of the natural disaster level undergoing the final transformation to the super A level. They have all experienced this stage and are naturally very familiar. Han Xiao adjusted his vision. His eyes penetrated the vortex energy and clearly saw Evans in the center, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. First, Fording became a Super A level, and Evans followed closely. In short, Evans became a super powerhouse, which means that he reached a Super A level in a shorter time and had more outstanding talent. The second-generation alien god training plan, set a few decades ago, is now half successful, with only the last step left. I originally thought about dealing with Gouda for a while. Since Evans has entered the Super A-level position, it is just right to solve the problem of the alien god. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Ancient Star Desert, Covenant Organization. What? Black Star has opened up a new level of power. The swearing man stood there in a daze. As an important partner, he is naturally not an outsider. With Han Xiao's approval, Baijel had already passed the news to the Covenant. When I learned about this, compared to the shock and excitement of many Covenants that were Super A level, the person who sweared in the eyes was actually dark. Full of a damn, now he has completely become someone else's younger brother, and he has no hope of turning over. Han Xiao and his group waited for a while before the energy storm in front of them gradually stopped. Evan's talent was too outstanding, and the progress process was smooth, and he was successfully promoted to Super A level. The energy in his body overflowed from his eyes, and his eyes were like two small suns, which slowly extinguished under his deliberate control. He let out a long breath, and the surge of force made the gas he exhaled like a shock wave, and a hurricane blew up the ground, and the ground, which had been eroded by energy, broke into large pieces of powder. After all, he was only promoted to the A level. When Evans advanced, he would not have exploded the planet. The only thing that he suffered was a surrounding area, and the ground seemed to be dug back and forth by a dog 17 or 18 times. Before he could get familiar with his own power, Evans noticed Han Xiao and others in the outer space and was slightly stunned. Before he could meet him, Han Xiao landed in front of him with Hela and others, with a gratified look on his face. I did a good job, and I knew you could easily reach this level, and the advancement time was earlier than I expected. It's thanks to your cultivation. I originally planned to notify you after advancement and give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to come in person, but there is nothing in the Legion that could be hidden from you. Evans nodded. His attitude still maintained humility, and his mentality was not affected by the sudden rise. Han Xiao pinched his shoulder to show his appreciation, then turned his head and saw Fording and others looking at Evans curiously. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Come on, let me introduce you. This is Evans. I have secretly cultivated potential stocks for decades. As for them, I don't need to introduce them. Evans, you should recognize them. They're all old qualifications in the Legion and my good friends. Hello, you." Evans nodded to everyone after hearing this, bowed slightly, and said in a very polite tone. Emmer smiled and nodded. Hela nodded coldly, while Ferdin and Aurora both responded politely. Don't underestimate this guy. Han Xiao pressed Evans's shoulder and smiled. Decades ago, he was just an ordinary person. The time he had advanced to the Super A level from scratch was almost my record. His talent should be second among the natural disaster level cadres of the Legion. So amazing. Aurora was surprised and curiously said, "Who's the first one?" "I won't tell you. You will know when he advances to the Super A level anyway." Han Xiao shaved Aurora's nose and smiled slightly. He was naturally referring to Carlot. If there were correct guidance from the beginning, Carlot's efficiency in advancing to Super A might be faster than Evans. But before accepting his own teachings, he wasted a long time in the Empire, so he didn't have the chance to break his record. Aurora curled her lips, obviously not satisfied with Han Xiao's confidentiality, but she had no choice but to do so. She turned her eyes slightly, looked at Evans, blinked, and said carelessly, "Brother, what kind of ability are you?" Hearing this, Hela and others also stared at Evans. They were all curious about what kind of ability they were worthy of being so valued by Black Star, and even secretly cultivated for decades without hiding them. Facing the gaze of a group of senior Legion leaders, Evans was not nervous at all and said slowly, "My ability is to absorb other people's abilities for himself." "Oh, it turns out to be absorbing." Aurora said a little subconsciously, and suddenly became stunned, with a look of shock and doubt in her eyes. Hela and others were shocked suddenly. Their faces were full of surprise. Their eyes suddenly became strange, and they looked up and down at Evans. After a few seconds of silence, Emmy spoke in an uncertain tone. Black Star? If I understand correctly, his ability is similar to that of a strange god? Not about the same. Han Xiao smiled, but exactly the same. Hearing this, the group's faces changed slightly, and they quietly moved a few steps away, not shy away from their own fear. And at the same time, they glanced at Evans and Black Star with a more strange gaze, and finally realized something in their hearts. This guy has the same abilities as the alien god. Could it be the illegitimate son of the alien god? Where did Black Star dig out this guy? No wonder it needs to be trained secretly. If others know that the Black Star Legion is cultivating a new spread god, it may cause a big rebound. The Legion commander's courage is still as great as ever. Everyone quickly made up for it. Seeing the expressions of Hela and others, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking and shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Evans is different from the alien god. He is a good guy and will not absorb supernatural powers casually." Ha! Aru pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed stiffly. Hela was not moved, still with a serious face. Evans was the nemesis of all psychics in a sense. Although the two sisters had great superpowers, they were still something that could be taken away by each other. The meaning of this guy's existence was greater than his own combat power, and it was a completely killer move. Evans didn't mind the fear of everyone. He had already accepted the fate brought by this supernatural power. He treated it as a warning that he could not see a few people. He turned to Han Xiao and gave a smile that he was not used to, and said, "Hello, He Xing. You have not yet congratulated you on entering a new level. This news stimulated me and helped me take the last step, so I completed the final transformation recently. Is that right? Then it seems that you owe me a favor." Han Xiao Ha. After he advanced to the super god level, he asked Philip to privately tell Carlot and Evans the two golden leaks. One is to stimulate them to work hard, and the other is that although the two are loyal enough, they have to continue to consolidate. It is naturally a good way to show their new power. Only these two people received such treatment. After all, they could not participate in the Super A regular meeting. If they did not specifically notify them, they would have no way to know. You are already Super A level. Do you have any plans? Han Xiao asked as usual. You don't need to ask me anymore. I made a statement at the beginning. Staying in the Legion to repay your kindness is my only choice. Evans did not hesitate. Hearing this, Han Xiao showed an unpredictable smile and nodded. That's right. Speaking of which, you have a coincidence in advancement. I happen to say that when you become a Super A level, I will give you a gift, and I will give it to you now. I'm looking forward to it. Evans's tone was calm. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a large number of mechanical warriors rushed out, placing a space-time amber on the field. Everyone looked at it and saw a mechanical, tight-closing device, like a coffin sealed in this space-time amber. I don't know who was locked inside. His eyes swept across everyone's curious faces, and Han Xiao's mouth curled slightly, unbuttoned the amber, and the mechanical closing device thumped on the ground with a bang, then quickly disintegrated, turning into small snake-like mechanical particles, swimming back to Han Xiao. The people and the detainees also showed their lineup and fell to the ground with a plop, still maintaining their serious injuries when they were sealed. After only one look, Hela, Emmy's, Fording, and Aurora's faces changed suddenly. Is this Gouda? Why is he in your hands? For a moment, the few people were a little confused. When Gouda's disappearance caused the Empire's anger, it caused a lot of controversy in the universe. He Xing was invited to solve the case and acted as a detective. Several people always thought that this matter had nothing to do with Han Xiao. Now it seems, could Black Star be the first to be a thief called to catch the thief? Everyone's thoughts were heard, and their eyes looked to Han Xiao became more and more surprised. How many things did this guy do behind the scenes? He is really a conspirator behind the scenes. Don't look at me like this. I have a reason to do this. There are so many secrets on this kid. Han Xiao skated, pointed to the dying Gouda, and said, "He is not a pure imperial direct line, but actually the main consciousness separated by the alien gods. He has always wanted to communicate with the world tree, so I killed him. Don't think that I was deliberately suppressing the potential direct line of the Empire." Keep editing. Aurora rolled his eyes, not believing in a word. Han Xiao glared at her, too lazy to pay attention to it, and released a ball of mechanical force in his palm, turning into a lightning chain to bind Gao to his hands and feet, and stood him in the air in a large shape. He smiled softly and joked, "A strange god, how does it feel to see the light of the sky again?" Oh, I don't know what you're talking about." Gao was gasping heavily, still in a state of exhaustion of oil and dryness. He was closed for decades. He tenaciously guarded his mind and forced himself to remember the conversation between Han Xiao and him before being sealed. Although he didn't know why he was released at this moment, he was always cautious and did not want to show his foot. And with a little sense, he found that everyone around him was super A-level. Only Evans was a stranger. And in addition, he had read the information of Hela, Emmys, and others, so he couldn't take the risk. Han Xiao didn't care and shook his head and said, "Haha, I know you are still counting on the Empire to save you, but decades have passed since you were captured, and the times have changed. Now the World Tree is invading a large-scale invasion, and the three major civilizations have reached cooperation with us to fight against foreign enemies together. Not to mention that you are a guy with ulterior motives. Even if you are a pure direct line, the Empire will not turn against us." Gaoda's pupils immediately shrank. In just a few decades, the World Tree has actually been hit. What happened to me in the years I was sealed? Gaoda's thoughts flew around and gritted his teeth. At present, only the Empire can save himself. He will not give up disguising just by saying a few words. Even if he is shocked, he has to force himself to pretend to know nothing about the World Tree. However, in light of this situation, Gaoda's inspiration flashed and suddenly had a wrong idea of unblocking his goal. Yes, Black Star knows that I have some information about the World Tree, and now that the war is out, maybe he wants to ask for my help? And now trying to force me to admit my identity as a spread god is to find a reason to convince the Empire for his original behavior? Unfortunately, I don't know if the original body has been released. Logically, the first person Black Star tried to unblock should be the original body of the strange god. Gaoda's eyes flashed. The effect of superpower rebirth is a complete split. Gaoda inherited the main consciousness. Now the body of the alien god is a new personality formed by the fusion of residual souls and memories. It is already two independent individuals, and the soul connection between the two parties has been cut off early, so Gaoda has no idea about the situation on the body of the alien gods. I still don't understand. What kind of world tree? I don't know what it is. Don't try to slander me. Gaoda felt that he guessed Han Xiao's intention, and felt that the safety of his world tree insider was at least guaranteed. He suddenly had some confidence, and did not intend to admit his identity in a few words, and was still ready to continue disguising himself. Han Xiao glanced at him and vaguely guessed that this guy would have misunderstood. He couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. "I think you misunderstood something. I don't need the world tree information you have mastered. This time you are unblocked, mainly because you don't want to waste your abilities." "Oh, do you want to recruit me?" Gaoda's heart moved. It seems that it is not impossible. The manipulation energy I finally synthesized is a super high-risk ability with unlimited potential wherever I put it. Black Star likes my abilities, and the chance is quite high. Gaoda couldn't help but get entangled. If Black Star really wants to recruit me, should I agree or refuse? While he was hesitating and thinking, Han Xiao signaled Evans to come forward and smiled. "Is the gift I give you." "So that's it, I understand." Evans breathed out and reached out to touch Gaoda's chest. Gaoda was stunned and looked at the person in front of him in confusion. He didn't know what Han Xiao Hulu was selling, and said in surprise, "What do you want to do?" "I offended." Before Gaoda could continue to ask, a strange suction force suddenly came from Evans's hand. He clearly felt that his superpower gene was being quickly stripped away. "What?" Gaoda's face suddenly changed drastically. He is too familiar with this situation. It is the situation when superpower replica is activated. The only difference is that he used to seize other people's superpowers, but now he is the target of being seized. Why do you have this ability? Gauda could no longer remain calm and was shocked. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled lightly and said tone, Alien God, you don't think that you're the only one in the universe with this ability. The world is very vast. In order not to let him repeat your mistakes, I have carefully cultivated him for decades, and now I have become a super A level, and I am qualified to take away the abilities you made with countless evil deeds. How about it? Are you surprised or not surprised? No, this is impossible. Gauda felt the superpower disappear quickly. His eyes were blood red, and his mentality exploded instantly. He can be sealed or killed, but he cannot accept that the dream power he had spent countless years to synthesize became something from others. Gauda didn't want to wait for death and struggled to the death. However, under Han Xiao's constraints, he could not move at all. Moreover, he was seriously injured and could not stop his superpowers from being sucked away by Evans of the same level. As the cells withered one after another, Gauda's struggle became less and less, and he even lost his strength to speak. He could only watch himself weaken step by step, gradually losing his perception of his superpowers, leaving only an extremely angry look, staring at Evans in front of him, as if he wanted to engrave his image in his heart. Evans was unmoved at all. He took a while and raised his hand suddenly, and finally turned the manipulation energy into his own, which also meant that Gauda had completely lost this ability. Gauda's body suddenly shook. His breath became weaker. He opened his mouth, looked at the two of them with weak energy. His eyes were empty and dull. His plans, his ambitions, everything was destroyed by Haixing. At this moment, Gauda was already desperate, as if he had become a walking corpse who had lost all his dreams. Han Xiao glanced at him lightly, untied his restraints, and let him fall to the ground on his back, saying casually, Don't blame me. This is your retribution. You have taken away so many people's abilities, and today you will also let you taste the taste of being taken away by others. Gauda lay on the ground without moving, looking at the sky without any movement, murmured, Haixing, kill me. That's too easy for you. You still have the use of it. The Empire still needs your chip to hand over. Han Xiao waved his hand, and the mechanical particles shot out, turning into imprisonment devices and shrouded over. Gauda completely lost his power of resistance and was imprisoned in an instant. After doing all this, he turned to Evans and saw that the guy closed his eyes slightly, familiarizing himself with new superpowers. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, How do you feel? Are you satisfied with this gift? After the words came, Evans slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fist suddenly. A ball of flame was generated out of thin air, constantly changing energy forms. Electric light, storm, nuclear energy, dark energy, etc. flashed by, and finally turned into a dazzling phantom energy group, which was beaten out by him. The dark blue beam penetrated deep into the ground, and the group felt the earth bulging rapidly. The ground cracked, and the lava light lit up from the cracks, becoming more and more dazzling. Boom! The secret energy penetrated deep into the core, suddenly burst out, and beams of light penetrated through the Earth's crust from the inside out, turning the entire planet into a sieve. The next moment, the planet expanded and suddenly exploded into pieces in the sky. Han Xiao and others hid in the universe long before the planet exploded, looking at the formation of a new meteorite belt. Evans withdrew his hand, turned around, looked grateful, and gave a big gift to Han Xiao. Hello, Black Star. This gift is too expensive. I will definitely not let you down. He knew the value of this gift better than anyone else. With this superpower, as long as he could grow up, it would be almost an invincible hand in the super A level. And this was a gift from Black Star and a high hope for him. Evans felt extremely moved and wanted to be fooled by Han Xiao on the spot. If you treat me with your country's talents, I will repay you with your country's talents. I don't need to say much about the potential of this superpower. With one ability, It can match hundreds of superpowers and develop it with great care. Han Xiao smiled at Evans. I understand. Evans nodded, feeling that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Hela and his group next to him secretly lamented that Evans was lucky. Not only was he talented, but he also received the cultivation and protection of the Black Star. He did not need to grow wildly like a strange god. He must have a place in the future Super A-level group, which is promising. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and glance at Gouda, who was imprisoned, with a look of pity flashing in their eyes. Regardless of whether this guy has anything to do with the strange god, this experience alone is miserable enough. Upgrading to the Super A level, I thought it was so high that the birds could fly, but I was targeted by the Black Star, deprived of my ability, and made wedding clothes for others. In the future, I could only watch others prosper in the universe with his superpowers and take away these achievements that should belong to him. Several people had no deep impression of Gouda, and now when they think of him, they almost use the word merit in capital letters to replace their five senses. What are you going to deal with him? Leave it to the Empire and ignore it. Hela suddenly frowned. I will hand him over to the Empire to explain his identity and origin, and the Empire will deal with the rest. Han Xiao didn't care. Hela shook her head. I think it is inappropriate. If the Empire executes Gouda, he might be able to regain his abilities through the sanctuary. Since he has already made enemies, it is better to eliminate future troubles. TSK, if you want to be ruthless or you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Using the mechanism of the sanctuary recovery, Gouda can mostly regain his abilities, but now I will decide the quota for the sanctuary recovery, and I will decide whether he can resurrect it. Even if the three major civilizations master the recovery method themselves in the future, there's no big problem. What is the situation in the future? If there is a situation, at most, you can send him to the underworld and have an extra thug. Fortunately, Gouda on the side has been locked up by the imprisonment device and cannot hear the movements of the outside world. Otherwise, he will be even more unloving. At this time, Han Xiao turned his head and smiled at everyone. Okay, everyone knows him. After a while, I will promote him to Deputy Commander of the Army and let him join the association to announce to the Interstellar. Isn't it a bit too early? Evans couldn't help but say, my abilities are easily feared. Do you want to continue to hide your identity? You are already Super A level, and it's time to make your name. Besides, you have to participate in the war, and it's also useful to practice and cooperate with others in advance. Han Xiao pinched his shoulder and said, besides, with me, you don't have to worry about the hidden arrows behind you. No one could do anything to you except the foreign enemies. Okay. Evans nodded. It is naturally very difficult to practice secretly for decades, and he just advanced to the level of A, and when he became famous for his great success in his ability, although he believed that continuing to hide his name was the best choice, but his original intention was still unwilling to continue to hide his head and tail. He was also happy to know that he could finally debut. The other people naturally had no objection, but they were muttering to themselves that if such a powerful man with powerful superpowers joins, the strongest deputy commander in the future may be him, and they all have to stand aside. Even Hela strongly suspected that when Evans grew up, he might not be able to beat others. No, if this continues, my status will be unsecured. Hela felt alert, and a motivated mentality burst out in her heart. It would be fine if she was placed under the Black Star in the Legion, but she didn't want to see others standing on her head. If He Xing hadn't asked her to do things, he would have wished he would have returned to the place where he finally went into seclusion for 10 or 8 years. Central Star Sea, the border of the Zuling sect. A huge official fleet dominated the border outpost to welcome a spacecraft with the Black Star Army logo slowly sailing in. The spacecraft was docked to the airport dock, and Han Xiao walked down with Hela and Evans. He saw Ernos waiting, followed by a senior official in the Void Spirit. I didn't expect that you came to pick me up. Is there any trouble for you to do this little thing? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. After all, the Scepter of Gods is a weapon equipped by the Void Spirit. Since I want to be unblocked, I will naturally be present. Ernos nodded slowly. Han Xiao glanced, smiled, and joked, "Stop it. I think Su Ling is obviously worried that I will make trouble, so calling you over to save the market is really sad. When I say that I will definitely return the scepter of gods to you. Are you so worried about my credit?" Ernos rolled his eyes secretly, too lazy to follow up. "A few days ago, you just disclosed Gauda's affairs. Can we rest assured? Besides, your credit is already erratic, whether it is high or low. Who doesn't know that your temperament is elusive, sometimes good or bad? Before things are implemented, who dares to believe you completely? You are so fucking—" Ernos whispered a few words in his heart, waved his hand, and asked the Zuling soldiers to carry a piece of time and space amber, which was the one sealing the scepter of the gods. "Hello, Haixing, please." The Zuling official coughed, raised his hand, and made an invitation move. Han Xiao glanced at him, said nothing, and took out the space-time amber body with his hand and poked it lightly. The next moment, the space-time amber that was studied by the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect for many years, but could not be broken, burst like a bubble, making a pop. The scepter of gods, fixed in the air, suddenly fell. Before it landed, Ernos grabbed it in his hand. He quickly checked it and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he nodded to the Zuling official beside him. Seeing this, the Zuling official's tense body relaxed. He let out a breath, and Zhang Yin smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Haixing. What do you thank me? It's just a transaction." Han Xiao didn't care, but instead joked, "Why don't you check it for a while? Don't forget that I am the only super god level now. Maybe I'll do something, and you won't be able to find it in a while." "Hee, you're really good at joking." The Zuling official's expression froze. He said this, but he was not sure in his heart, and secretly winked at Ernos. Ernos's eyes twitched, and he had to lower his head and examine it carefully. "Don't worry, check slowly. We have time. If we doubt it, we have to doubt it to the end." Han Xiao laughed from the side. "You are so serious." Su Ling official smiled awkwardly. After more than 10 seconds, Ernos raised his head again, glared at the Zuling official, and said in a deep voice, "No problem." "That's good. If it's okay, I'll leave." Han Xiao nodded, took the two of them onto the ship, took off and left, and rushed to the Red Empire. This trip was just a way to unseal the scepter of the gods. After watching the spaceship leave, the Zuling official breathed a sigh of relief. He took the scepter of the gods from Ernos and solemnly put it into a special container, allowing the soldiers to take the main ship to store it, waiting to be transported back to the mother planet. This thing is nominally Ernos' weapon, but it is actually something of Zuling. After nearly 100 years, the scepter of the gods has finally returned to our hands. The Zuling official sighed, but found that he was not as excited as he imagined. The scepter of gods is a single killer weapon for individual power. In the past, it was indeed terrifying, but now the times have completely changed. Super A-level possesses the benefits of the recovery of the sanctuary, and the role of this thing has been greatly weakened. In addition, Black Star has also opened up a new level of great power. The lethality of the scepter of the gods is probably not threatening this guy at all, not to mention that they have the defensive treasure of time and space amber. The situation is so serious that it is impossible to be happy at all. The Zuling official had a complicated expression, turned his head to look at Ernos, and sighed. "You must succeed in advance. In terms of individual power, Zuling will rely on you to compete with the Black Star in the future. Don't worry, I will not fail again this time." Ernos nodded lightly and answered casually, but his mind was not on this, but recalling Evans who had just followed Han Xiao. From the strange guy, he also felt a super A-level aura, and even vaguely felt that this guy was not simple. Strange, when did Black Star have this strange super A-level edition? It seems that he is still his subordinate. Red Empire, a secret military base. This is the prison where the Empire imprisoned the strange gods. At this time, a group of Imperial fleets were gathering here, but the commander led the team was Han Xiao's old acquaintance, Tenia Minros. There is no need to fight for harassment on the front line. It only requires bombing the World Tree Army. So most senior officers have lost their tasks and are all transferred back to study in a special military training class launched by the three major civilizations. The course I studied is a new tactical idea specially formulated based on the tactical habits demonstrated by the World Tree civilization in the past 2 years of war. This kind of thing is the experience that is constantly summarized as the understanding deepens, so as to continuously strengthen the tactical ability of senior officers to the World Tree. Today is the time to fulfill the transaction and let the Black Star come to deal with the alien gods. So Tinny, who had free time, was pulled over to command the defense fleet and prevent accidents. I really didn't expect that Black Star created a new level of power in a blink of an eye. In the command room of the main ship, Tinny browsed the intelligence information over the past few days, couldn't help but give out a low amaze. His thoughts drifted away, thinking about the first time he met Black Star. Back then, Black Star had just entered the super A-level position, and he was just a colonel of the Imperial military. He had a great time talking to others. He even asked others for skills. When he parted, Black Star also gave him mechanical weapons. He could not have thought that he was just a new super A-level position who joined the Empire, as usual. In less than 100 years, he became a big figure of this level. He was not only a major concern of the three major civilizations, but also a backer for their foreign wars. At first, the two of them occasionally sent messages to each other, but later their status became higher and higher, and everyone became very busy, so they gradually became less and less contact. Although I have now become an important military leader in the Empire and have been promoted countless times, I have almost climbed to the top level of the Empire system. My status is still very different compared to Black Star. Tinny shook his head and couldn't help but think. The power beyond the super A level. I don't know how many troops are needed to kill the super God level individual power. The tactical deduction of using the army to kill individual power has always been an important course for Imperial officers. Although large-scale fleets can surround and kill Super A level, efficiency and success rate are also paid attention to. After all, individual power is very flexible. Only by using reasonable targeted tactics can individual power be effectively killed at the lowest cost. Tinny has been studying these tactics over the years, taking each super level as an imaginary enemy, and formulated many targeted tactics based on different abilities, improving the Empire's tactical inventory, and deducing this tactics has almost become his instinct. Even the direct line of the Empire is his target of mock war. This is due to considerations of position and professional ability and does not involve personal grudges. So although the two are friends, in addition to admiring them, Tinny immediately considered how to kill He Xing, and business matters were all business. It's a pity that there is not enough intelligence, and there is no way to conduct a new deduction simulation. But this guy has advanced. He is only stronger than before, and the success rate is estimated to be 0. After thinking for a while, Tinny gave up the deduction helplessly. He regarded Black Star as an imaginary enemy more than once. Even before Han Xiao advanced, his thousands of simulations ended in failure. Black Star is a very small number of all super-level imaginary enemies with 0 kill success rate. You should know that even difficult guys like Manison and Sui have a kill success rate of just about 10,000 in tactical deductions regardless of casualties. I hope I can collect enough information this time. Tinny shook his head. In addition to preventing accidents, he is also responsible for collecting Black Star information. Since Black Star wants to kill the strange god, he must take the opportunity to observe what level of super god level power is. While thinking, information came from the reconnaissance post, and the fleet that went out to greet had already brought Han Xiao and his group in. He looked up and saw that at the edge of the military base, several Imperial warships were leading the way, followed by a Black Star Legion spacecraft, and the radar showed that there were 3 powerful individuals of high energy level. Soon, the spacecraft entered the main ship, and Han Xiao brought Hela and Evans to the command room. "Hello, Mr. Black Star, we're meeting again." Tinny took the initiative to step forward and reached out. "We are old acquaintances, so don't be so polite." Han Xiao did not show off his airs and shook hands with him, saying a smile. We have opened the prison of the alien god. You can unblock him at any time. Tenny nodded, glanced at the two people next to him in a vague mood, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Black Star's goal this time is to send the strange god into the underworld, and he specially took Shanghai to pull it. He can understand, but who is this strange super A-level? Seeing Tenny's eyes, Han Xiao asked Evans to lean over and introduced. This is Evans, the new deputy commander of the Black Star Legion, a promising super-level superpower, who has been in the Legion for many years. As soon as he finished speaking, Evans nodded politely. Tenny also gave a little gift, but was surprised. Why have I never seen this person's information before? And it seems to have popped up out of thin air. It should have left some records at the natural disaster level. Could it be that this guy has never been active in the outside world and has been secretly trained by the Legion to reach the Super A level? Tenny was secretly awe-inspiring, feeling that the hidden power of the Black Star Legion was deeper than he imagined. However, he did not forget the goal of this transaction and asked tentatively, "Hello, Haixing. It is said that you will exchange your virtue for the life of the alien god. I wonder if you are ready." "Don't worry, I'll bring him here." Han Xiao raised his finger, and several mechanical assistants walked into the room with an imprisonment device and placed it next to him. As soon as he moved his strength, the imprisonment device immediately turned into mechanical particles, and he put them away, and Gouda inside immediately fell to the ground. Haramang stepped forward expressionlessly, grabbed Gouda's back collar, lifted it up, revealing her empty and spiritless look. "Is Sir Gouda?" Tenny's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to observe. But Evans took the lead, reached out to stop him, and slowly said, "The transaction has not been completed, and I can't give it to you." When Tenny heard this, he had to stop. Looking at Gao, this extremely weak look, as if he had been abused a lot, he couldn't help but feel angry and said in a deep voice, "Black Star, don't forget that after the transaction is completed, the Empire is still waiting for your explanation." When the Empire was fooled, and even let Black Star be the leader of the task force to track down the real murderer, it was simply a farce. Black Star might be able to laugh at them behind her. When he thought of this, Tenny couldn't help but feel angry about being humiliated by his country, and his tone became rude. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled, ignored him, but instead came to Gouda, and the shadow covered the other person's entire person. "This is the Red Empire? What are you trying to bring me here?" Gouda's wooden gaze turned slightly, and suddenly he became a little more energetic. "Of course I've returned you to the Empire." Gouda was stunned when he heard this, subconsciously happy, but suddenly he reacted again, and his mood fell to the valley again. He would have been happy if he had put in the past, but now his abilities have been taken away. What can he do if he returns to the Empire? First he took away his hope, and now he gave him another meaningless hope. Gouda only felt that this was Black Star playing with him and killing people to kill him. "Do you think that giving me an inexplicable identity can fool the Empire? I am a pure Imperial direct descendant. What you do to me will always be a stain on you, and you'll pay the price sooner or later." Gouda cheered up and looked indignant, feeling very angry. When he wanted to come, Han Xiao sent him back to the Empire, just to force him to admit his identity as a strange god and whitewash his actions of attacking the Empire's direct line. He would never let the other party do what he wanted. Han Xiao didn't care. "I know you won't admit it. It doesn't matter. I don't need you to explain anything when I brought you here this time. I mainly want you to see how I killed your body." As soon as he finished speaking, an abnormal movement appeared outside the window, and a huge base prison was unfolding layer by layer, revealing the strange god locked in amber. Gouda looked at it subconsciously, and his heart suddenly became tight. Not only did he take away my superpowers, but he also wanted to ravage my original body in front of me. "I'm your uncle. Are you fucking the matter? Please kill me directly." He also said that I am an evil party. "You are obviously more like a villain than me." At this moment, the Red Empire Mother Star, the head of state office, in the room, remote monitoring projected the scene of the alien prison. Mar Bruce put his hands on his nose, staring straight at the Black Star in the picture, paying attention to the development in the field. Why did this guy take the risk of doing this back then? Bruce murmured to himself. When the incident happened, he listened to Beccarotti's opinion and vaguely suspected that Gouda's disappearance was the move by Black Star. But at that time, Han Xiao was the leader, so it was not convenient for him to intervene. Later, when he succeeded as the head of state, it was not suitable to thoroughly investigate the Black Star, so he kept pressing the matter. The only motivation that Bruce could think of was that Gouda tried to simulate the ability of evolution blocks, so Black Star attacked and killed. As for the idea of Black Star killing rookies, judging from a series of things in the World Tree, he thinks that Black Star is unlikely to do so. The problem of evolution blocks will not make him take risks. Black Star rarely does unnecessary things. He secretly captures Gouda, which should be because of other hidden secrets. Bruce thought to himself, ready to speak. He glanced at him and saw Gouda's depressed look as if he was abused. He was even more angry. A direct lineman was treated like this and the humiliation of their empire. If Black Star attacked with evolutionary blocks, he would not accept this statement. Just, if you don't accept what he said, what can you do? Bruce sighed his heart, quite depressed. The situation is now grim and Black Star is full of wings. The three major civilizations need the strength of the association to fight against foreign enemies. Even if Black Star can't give him an explanation that satisfies him, he has no choice but to find that he still has no way to deal with the other party and dare not make any counterattack. Judging from interests alone, the importance of an empire that has not yet grown up is naturally not as important as the partner of Black Star. Although the empire's face was damaged this time, Bruce was angry. Venting anger was not what people in his position should do. Even if the empire was just right, it depends on the timing and occasion. Bruce even complained that when Black Star exposed this secret, why did he tell him in front of Guanghui and Zuling? And wouldn't he just tell him privately? At most, he felt embarrassed and wouldn't let the other two companies watch jokes, and he would just come and deal with it with him in the closed door. How great is this? Before the World Tree problem was resolved, the Empire was always helpless with Black Star. Not only did it work as usual, but after Gouda was sent back, he had to help him get the overall situation first, endure the resentment, and not take revenge for the time being. The more Bruce thought about it, the more frustrated and bored he felt. I just hope to give me an explanation that is reasonable. Bruce let out a heavy breath and secretly lowered the standards. On the other side, the amber that imprisoned the strange god was already suspended in everyone's sight. Han Xiao glanced at him and saw Gouda holding back the turmoil in his heart. Still holding his expression and making a puzzled look, he couldn't help but smile. Before the personality split, the real strange god would not be like this. Superpower rebirth has turned the two into independent individuals, and their personality changes. High virtue is high virtue, and the essence is the essence. Speaking of which, the new strange god, who is being detained at this time, may have a more personality like the true strange god that was once. Tenny, I'm ready to start. Open the space stability anchor. Han Xiao nodded. When Tenny heard this, he turned his head and gave an order. The surrounding fleets quickly surrounded the area and opened the space stability anchors to fix the space, and the space-time stability rate tended to be constant. The alien god has rich abilities and is very slippery. He can teleport and escape without paying attention. Therefore, fixed space is an indispensable environmental transformation. At this time, Han Xiao left the cabin alone, slowly flew to the front of the strange god Amber, and untied the seal in front of everyone. Buzz! The strange god's eyes flashed instantly. He saw clearly the situation in the field at the first time, and hurriedly retreated and pulled a long distance. It has been decades since the last unblocking, and the soul of the alien god has become even more depressed, but the wormhole data of the Black Star fooling him at the time has been researched. In order to wait for the day of release, he endured the silence and struggled to maintain his thinking. Now that he has regained his freedom, he immediately reacted. However, the alien god was in a very sluggish state. The injury that did not heal in the last battle was aching slightly, but he still made a warning posture. His eyes glanced at the audience and quickly locked on Han Xiao with an inexplicable tone. "Hey Xing, I didn't expect you to really let me out again. It seems that I have bet right. Last time, in order to find out the origin of Gouda, Han Xiao released him once. The alien god resisted stubbornly and almost died. After hearing He Xing's deception, he decided to surrender and die without resisting. Now it seems that he won the bet." Han Xiao's tone was calm. "Meet again. Is the world tree coming?" The strange god narrowed his eyes, without the intention of greetings, and was straight to the point. "Here you come." Han Xiao nodded and said calmly, "This time I let you out is to fulfill your original promise, let you witness everything, and borrow your power by the way." Hearing this, the strange god seemed to feel relieved and smiled playfully. "I said that this day will come sooner or later, and you will need my help one day." At this moment, the strange god felt a sense of excitement to keep the clouds clear and the moon bright. "I have been imprisoned for many years, and now I finally got through it. I won't refute you in this regard. Although you are full of evil, you are a powerful combat power at least. It's a waste to keep it here." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "But the form of help is probably different from what you imagined." The strange god was a little puzzled. "I don't plan to let you play a role alive. I need to lend your life to you. A dead strange god is a good strange god." "What does it mean? Are you going to kill me?" Now, the strange god was quite shocked. "I have been sealed for so long, and now I have let me out and killed me. What are you trying to do?" This is completely different from the scene expected by the alien god. In his imagination, when the world tree arrived, the three major civilizations would probably be polite to ask him to come out for some of the information he had, and they would have room for improvement. But he didn't expect that although he got what he wanted, his life came to an end together. He didn't think that he could escape from the palm of Black Star with his current depressed state. The strange god had already clearly realized this when he fought last time. He didn't know the existence of the underworld and did not understand the substantial benefits that his death would have for Han Xiao. But this did not prevent him from understanding the other party's murderous intent and reacted immediately. The strange god retreated suddenly, pressing the cells at the extreme, pumping out a stream of force, and his whole body surged, which shocked a radar alarm, and he was ready to fight for his life. At the same time, a decisive mental fluctuation also spread from the alien god and spread to the brains of everyone present. "Black Star, I won't sit and wait for death. I want my life. Come and get it myself." At the same time, Tinny, who was watching the game, felt astern and secretly asked the crew to turn on the full-view video equipment. "It's time to fight. Be careful to record the whole process, and don't miss any ability displayed by the Black Star." And beside him, Gouda looked at the scene of the strange god posing, and his mood was complicated and difficult to understand. This is the first time he has seen the original body after his split. Nearly 100 years have passed. Looking at his body that he once used to conquer the universe, now being controlled by a new personality, this feeling is indescribable. After all, no matter what, he used to live with that body, familiar with every inch of himself, and spent a lot of effort to cultivate the powerful ability of his body. He had to leave it to the newcomer, both nostalgic and unwilling. "If I hadn't been caught, I wouldn't have given up my original body so quickly." Gouda gritted his teeth secretly. Now that the ability of this new body has been deprived of, the original body that was once left behind has become the only hope in his eyes. Looking at the scene of the Black Stars confronting the body outside the window, Gouda's thoughts were turning rapidly. "With my ability as a body, as long as I can persist for a while, I can break through the spatial stability effect of this area, use dimensional jumps to teleport and escape. There is still a chance. Although I have been imprisoned for decades and do not understand the progress of Black Star, Gouda is very clear about the power of the body. With the strength of Black Star when he defeated him, he felt that he would not be able to take over his body for a while. This is hope. Gouda was revived. However, just as he was concentrating on watching the battle, the accident that broke out in the field suddenly shocked him. A circle of golden thunder swept away from Han Xiao's body, and countless mechanical warriors rushed out. as if Han Xiao himself had become the gate of the secondary dimensional barracks, directly ignoring the role of the spatial stability anchor. Divine Body Fortress. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical forces, which were far larger than the fleet present, were laid on the field. The next moment, a large number of machinery gathered on Han Xiao and quickly formed a mechanical god with a magical appearance. The structure was extremely complex, like a dark gold precision armor, a crown, and facial features resemble Han Xiao. Complex silver blue matrix patterns spread all over the body, flashing like breathing. Compared with ordinary mechanical gods, the energy fluctuations emitted by this group of bodies are more amazing, with a unique temperament, and they look integrated no longer like something synthesized, but more like an independent existence being summoned. Mechanical God, supreme, heavenly, venerable. The strong high-level pressure suddenly swept out, and the living beings present were counting, and each felt a great sense of oppression, as if the true gods were coming. Tenny and others were not super A-level, so they felt normal, but the strange gods and Gauda's faces suddenly changed drastically. Are you all ready? The strange god was stunned and suddenly became extremely shocked. Why did he stay in the universe for so many years? Not to enter a higher field. But now, without any preparation, he saw something suspected to be his dream in Heixing, which made him not shy. Before the alien god could react from the shock, Han Xiao took action, and the shadow of the Emperor Skyblade was rapidly formed in the hands of the Supreme Heavenly Lord. The next moment, the phantom suddenly condensed and turned into a physical body, and suddenly slashed out. The suffocating and thick secret energy burst out, as if it dyed all the areas visible to the naked eye into dark blue, and the translucent energy covered all directions. The strange god suddenly came back to his senses and responded quickly. Layered layers of energy shields popped up, but they shattered under the attack of the Supreme Heavenly Lord and exploded into light shatters in the sky, like fragile pieces of glass. He wanted to dodge, but he felt that he was locked tightly and could not avoid it. Because of the interference of the space stability anchor, teleportation could not be used. The strange god gritted his teeth and simply condensed the remaining power, activated the aggressive superpower, and hit it head-on. A black and red beam of light ejected out, bombarding the blade of the Emperor's Skyblade, and was cut in half. The blade only stumbled for a moment, and then slashed down at a faster speed. The stream of Gaida's wavering fist wandered, compressed, and condensed on the blade, forming a huge light blade. Bang! The large ball of flesh and blood, mixed with strength, exploded and was wiped out halfway. The figure of the strange god rolled out, and half of his body was shattered with a knife. The strange god was just beaten by Han Xiao when he was sealed last time. His bloodline was already low, and the power of this sword instantly damaged him. If it weren't for the emergency activation of the recovery ability, the strange god would have been instantly. Before he could adjust, Han Xiao's fist clenched and hit the air hard, bursting out a circular blue shock wave, quickly catching up with the figure of the strange god and sweeping over. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions suddenly occurred on the body of the strange god, as if he had suffered tens of thousands of heavy blows at the same time, and dense depressions appeared on his body. His whole person was almost beaten into a piece of flesh in a human form, and could not move in place. The alien god had a breath left, and was frantically circulating his ability to recover. Granulation continued to grow one by one, wanting to recover. However, at this time, the thrust of the Supreme Heavenly Lord's back spewed out a strong tail flame, which increased the explosion. The blade turned and dragged out a dazzling slash mark that burned the retina. The huge body was incredibly flexible and passed by the strange god in a stern way. Call out. The light traces passed through the body of the strange god, and the recovery stopped instantly, and the vitality disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He struggled to control his head that had just grown, turned his head to look at the Supreme Heavenly Lord behind him, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes, with absurdity, envy, relief, and relief. You didn't disappoint me. Sure enough, I stepped into the level of my dream, at least before death. I can see higher power. I'm worth it. The intermittent mental fluctuations squeezed out the last strength. The next moment, the body of the alien god dispersed in full view of everyone, turning into star dots in the sky, annihilated. 3 times, the strange god was killed in the formation. Tenny's expression froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. Blackstar once had a record of killing Super A-level in seconds, but that was all tactical use. Most of the time, it was a way of playing together and going to the underworld. As it is now, it seems that this is the first time that the deeds of crushing the peak Super A-level in front of the A-level in the face. It's as easy as a Super A-level fight against a natural disaster. Is this the Super God level? In just a few 2 or 3 strokes, I couldn't collect much Blackstar's ability information, but the tip of the iceberg was shocked enough. Tenny couldn't help swallowing, deeply doubting whether the individual power at this level could be dealt with by the fleet's forces. What? On the other side, Gauda was also stunned. He thought Blackstar and the original body had a fight, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Blackstar easily killed his original body in 2 or 3 times, completely shattering his hope. What shocked him the most was the fact that Blackstar had already reached a higher level of power. A deep sense of powerlessness penetrated Gauda's whole body. I have wasted so many years, committed countless evil deeds, abandoned one precious thing after another, and even changed my body, and still did not achieve this dream. However, Haixing easily fulfilled his life's wish. I hate it so much. If it was normal, Gauda still had the mentality of chasing, but now his ability was deprived of, his body was beaten to death, and there was no chance. For a moment, he felt as if his spirit had been pulled away in this moment, leaving only a soulless shell. Gauda would rather be locked in space-time amber forever than experience this series of desperate blows. At this moment, he fell into autism. Just as everyone was thinking differently, the supreme heavenly venerable on the battlefield shrank, and the mechanical warriors surged back in waves, retracted Han Xiao's body, and his original figure was soon revealed. Han Xiao glanced at the location of the strange god's death. An ray of light flashed in his eyes. Just as I was clearing the blood volume of the alien god with one knife, a strong intuition suddenly appeared in my body, thinking that my attack might be able to transcend the dimension and act on the opponent's information state level. But this feeling was fleeting and could not be grasped. If the enemy's material entities and information state projections are projected together, it may be possible to fundamentally eliminate the enemy's existence. In this way, perhaps a series of means such as the sanctuary, the world tree, and the underworld cannot rebirth. Han Xiao said intimately. He suddenly had this idea, mainly because of information-only concept immortal life. If all the super gods have this ability, then the strong people at the same level should have countermeasures. If only the super gods can kill the super gods, then they should have lethal power at the information and concept levels. I had just stepped into the super god level not long ago. It seems that there are more power hidden at this level, and it has not been completely unlocked. Han Xiao calmed down and flew back to the main ship of the Empire. As soon as they returned to the command room, everyone turned their heads and looked over, with different expressions. Han Xiao ignored it, glanced at Gauda's expression, and said casually, "How is it? I'm very happy to see the original body after so long." Gauda remained silent, feeling extremely hated, but he did not dare to speak, for fear that he could not control his accumulated anger and would not respond. Moreover, the power of Black Star has already made him a little desperate. At this time, Tenny walked over, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and then he turned back to firmness, with a bad tone. "Old Haystar, you have killed the person, and the strange god will soon become your thug. You should fulfill the transaction." "What thug?" Gauda was slightly stunned and secretly confused. But no one answered his question at this moment. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Hela. Hela understood and showed the imprint of the underworld, indicating that the soul of the alien god had been sent to the underworld. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled casually and replied, "Of course, we will get what we need, and we will give you this person back." After that, he lifted Gauda's body and threw it in front of Tenny, looking like he was throwing garbage. Tenny didn't care about Han Xiao's attitude, so he asked someone to help Gauda up. After sensing it for a moment, he suddenly realized that Gauda's condition was not right and couldn't help asking, "Grandmaster Gauda, are you okay?" Gauda gritted his teeth. Before he could finish his words, Hela coldly responded, "His superpowers have been deprived of us, and now he is a useless person." "What?" Tenny was shocked and hurriedly checked carefully before confirming this. Moreover, judging from the injury, it was the recent thing. It was obviously Black Star who did this not long before the transaction, and he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Black Star, how dare you? Stop. Let Bruce come out and talk to me. He should be watching." Han Xiao ignored him. Tenny was suffocated, glared at Han Xiao fiercely, turned around, and gave a few instructions. More than 10 seconds later, a remote projection appeared in the scene. It was Bruce, staring at Han Xiao gloomily. "Hey Xing, this is not a deal we agreed on. Is it? But I remember, the transaction is just about handing over to someone. Now the person is in your hands." Han Xiao didn't care. "Don't quibble. You understand what I mean." Bruce was angry. They made a deal with Black Star, of course, to exchange for a potential direct line with super high risk abilities, rather than a useless person. The current situation makes him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Manipulating energy is a promising ability. As long as you cultivate it well, you will definitely be among the top combat power. But at this moment, a super A-level direct line with extremely potential has been destroyed. Bruce was so angry that he was almost smoking. Not only him, all the Imperial officers in the cabin had a bad face, staring at Han Xiao and his group tightly, feeling the same hatred for the encounter of Gauda, the direct empire. If they had not taken the overall situation into consideration, they would have wanted to shoot directly. "Okay, don't look like you're very bitter and revenge. We haven't finished speaking yet." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't you want an explanation?" Bruce pressed his anger and shouted in a deep voice, "Say it, you'd better satisfy us. You think Gauda is a pure Imperial direct lineage, but in fact his true identity is a strange god." When he was captured, Han Xiao was too lazy to respond to his scene and slowly explained the split personality caused by superpower rebirth. "So what you mean is that you attacked and killed Gauda and detained him for so many years because he's an unstable factor which may attract the world tree in advance. However, the strange god didn't know that there was this clone. Only Gauda knew his identity. Don't you think this statement is too outrageous?" Bruce frowned. Han Xiao looked calm. "I know you don't believe it. Anyway, people have given it to you. If you have some courage, you can dig out evidence from him. It is difficult to use Gauda's memory as evidence. The Empire will only think it is a forged thing. Gauda, as a suffering direct lineman, will not be treated by memory search because of the casual suspicion of outsiders. The three major civilizations will not easily use this method to the direct lineman, which will easily damage loyalty, and the direct lineman will also resist. But even if the Empire is willing to search for Gauda's memory, it will also suspect that he had done his tricks and deliberately implanted false evidence. There is no way to fully prove Gauda's true identity, and Han Xiao didn't care whether the Empire believed it or not. As expected, Bruce did not believe in this statement of death without evidence. He only thought it was an excuse for He Xing to make excuses and said in a deep voice, "I am very dissatisfied with this explanation. According to your statement, we still want to thank you. It is indeed worth thanking me." Han Xiao didn't care. He could explain it well, but there was no need for this. Taking advantage of this, he planned to change his previous image. Because he fought against foreign enemies together, he worked in depth with the three major civilizations and established a training base together, providing a lot of help, which led to his image in the eyes of the three major civilizations becoming too righteous. It is the most mysterious time for me to step into the super god level. I took this opportunity to open up some distance again and strengthen my unpredictable image in the eyes of the three civilizations, making people feel that the improvement of the strength level has brought about a new change in his temperament. This is very common. In this way, the three civilizations will handle the relationship between the two parties more carefully and recalibrate their attitude towards him. Don't be too sincere when interacting with these high-level civilizations. Both senior officials know that sooner or later they are in opposition. It is false to talk about making friends now. Marbury's breathing was a little short of a moment, and after a few seconds, he slowly calmed down and said coldly, "We will investigate this matter internally and find out the truth as soon as possible." He really wanted to turn against him, but he didn't dare. Even if the Empire did this, Guanghui and Zuling would not go crazy with them. It's up to you. Han Xiao waved his hand. Another thing is that if you abolish Gauda's superpowers, you should give me an explanation. Don't tell me the explanation of the uncertainty factor. That's it. If he continues to hold this power, he will probably participate in the war. With his special feelings for the World Tree, it may cause something we don't want to see. I know you don't have the courage to abolish a direct line, so I did it for you to solve this hidden danger. You still have to thank me. Black Star. Bruce laughed angrily. Can you want some face? To be honest, it's the truth. It's your question whether you accept it or not. Han Xiao's tone was calm. Bruce clenched his fists. His finger bones turned white. After a while, he pressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "No matter what reason you have, the unique super high-risk ability in history, which is the only super high-risk ability in history, is gone. It's too wasteful. If you cultivate it well, this ability will be a powerful means to deal with the World Tree." Black Star's strength, status, and power made him restrain him. He could only change his angle and accuse Han Xiao of wasting it. And he was indeed very sad that the disappearance of the super high-risk ability of manipulating energy. "I have a consensus with you in this regard." Han Xiao nodded. "But don't worry, I haven't completely destroyed this ability. It can still play a role in the battlefield." Bruce was stunned and subconsciously looked at Gauda, thinking that what Han Xiao said was that he had not completely destroyed Gauda. But at this time, Han Xiao patted Evans on the shoulder beside him and said, "I have transplanted this ability to Evans. Compared to Gauda, his potential is more worthy of cultivation." Hearing this, everyone looked over, with a look of confusion and surprise on his face. The supernatural power that controls energy has reached him. Tenny couldn't help speaking in amazement. How did this do it? What kind of ability is he himself? This was also Bruce's doubt, staring at Han Xiao. "Evans has been secretly trained under my hands for decades." Han Xiao glanced at everyone and said, "His abilities are exactly the same as those of the alien gods. They are all absorbing other people's superpowers for their own use. It is precisely using this method that they have seized the gene chain of Gauda's superpowers and possessed this super-risk ability." As he finished speaking, everyone was shocked and shocked. The strange god is a nightmare for many forces. Fortunately, he has been killed, but now there's another guy with the same abilities in the universe. Can this interstellar society still be better? Bruce's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at Han Xiao tightly, and his heart was shaking. Hurrah! Black Star was trying to cultivate a second generation of alien gods decades ago. Maybe another goal of attacking Gauda is to seize manipulating energy. Now Black Star has a strange god hero in his hands and a second-generation strange god who has been secretly cultivated. Even he can't help but shake his mind in this lineup. Han Xiao said to himself, as if he hadn't seen the expressions of everyone, "How about it? Evan's potential is better than that of Gauda. Don't worry, I will try my best to cultivate him so that he can play a role in the battlefield as soon as possible. So Bruce, you don't need to worry about this ability being wasted. I'm a very frugal person. I'll feel at ease in this way." Bruce squeezed out a chewing steel voice from the gap between his teeth. "It's great. It seems that our consensus has deepened. Since the matter is resolved, I'll leave." After Han Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left with the two of them, without any delay. Tenny looked at Han Xiao's back and couldn't help but whisper, "Hey Xing, you have changed." Han Xiao paused. If it remains unchanged, are you waiting for you to eat it? He didn't say anything, but continued to take steps and left. Soon, his car drove out of the main ship's airport and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching Han Xiao and his group leave, everyone in the command room was still silent and in a complicated mood. Bruce was in a gloomy mood. This incident made his stomach sore, and he felt nauseous. He wanted to despise Black Star, but when he thought about it, he was a little depressed. Only these people were not qualified to despise others. If it weren't for Black Star, the iron hose of the World Tree would have broken through the border. So how could the current situation be? Contradictions are contradictions. From his own standpoint, he is least qualified to judge the person of a Black Star. Take good care of Gouda and heal his injuries first. Leave a sentence. Bruce sighed and removed the remote projection. Gouda watched the whole process of Black Star's negotiations with the Empire. His expression changed, and his heart was even more miserable. He had a 1/10,000 hope, and he was looking forward to the Empire's rise to his unfair treatment, and seeking Black Star to vent his anger. However, the Empire's restrained hands and endurance in front of Black Star completely shattered his fantasy and his vengeance. Even one of the three major civilizations dares not provoke Black Stars now. In the past few decades, what position did this guy climb to? With my current state, touching the Black Star's moldy head is like hitting a stone with an egg. Gouda lamented in his heart, and his whole body seemed to have been pulled away from his bones. But he still had a doubt, turned his head to look at Tinny on the side, and whispered, "You just said that the Black Star turned the alien god into a thug. What's going on? Isn't that alien god dead?" Tinny glanced at him, his expression complicated. Hei-Shing said that Gouda was a strange god. Although he didn't believe it, he still couldn't help but feel a little wary. Tinny thought for a while before answering. "You have been imprisoned for decades, and you may not understand. Black Star conquered a pair of sisters. The superpowers of these sisters are exactly the same as the abilities of the two sisters in life and death in history. They also opened up the dimension of the underworld and can transform the undead into immortal heroes and act as the combat power under their command. Although the strange god was killed, his soul was thrown into the underworld and became the combat power under their hands. Now, there should be more than 10 super-level, A-level heroes." As soon as he finished speaking, Gouda suddenly widened his eyes. On the other side, the underworld dimension. The strange god slowly opened his eyes, and a boundless dark earth jumped into his eyes. "Am I dead?" The strange god lowered his head and saw that his body had become a translucent spirit body, and couldn't help but murmur. The scene before his death appeared again. The overwhelming, stunning sword light killed all his cells with one blow, causing him to tremble from the depths of his soul for a long time, and he couldn't help but reminisce. But not long after, he found that something was wrong. His soul was clearly left with only the candles in the wind, but there was no sign of disintegration, but instead became more and more solid. At this moment, several rays of light flashed, and Han Xiao and his group teleported to the surroundings with the Emperor and flew to the strange gods. "What did you do to me?" The strange god frowned. "Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Do you think I'm really willing to kill you?" Han Xiao smiled. "What are you going to do?" "Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. This is the underworld, which can stabilize the dead souls." Before Han Xiao finished speaking, the strange god widened his eyes and interrupted him with a surprised tone. "The legendary underworld. Oh, do you know?" Han Xiao paused and raised his eyebrows. "Of course I know." The alien god nodded. As a collector of super-risk superpowers, he had collected information on all super-level superpowers in history. The two sisters such as life and death are naturally the focus of attention, so I have seen all the records in the underworld. This is easy to deal with, and it saves me the effort of explanation. Han Xiao smiled. This generation of life and death superpowers have masters. They have repaired the underworld and restored the historical effects. You are now a dead soul. Are you willing to accept the transformation of the underworld and become an eternal hero? A look of hesitation flashed in the alien god's eyes. If he could live, He would not want to die. Just joining the underworld would mean losing his freedom, and he would probably never be able to be liberated. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, I know your concerns. In fact, this is not a bad thing. You should know your lifespan better than me. You can't live long. As long as you give up some freedom, you can live forever in the underworld. Moreover, your body shape has changed. You no longer have to care about the pressure of the gene chain. The combat power will only be stronger than before you were alive. Why not do it? The strange god's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, Black Star, we have known each other for many years. Although you have taken a lead in stepping into a higher level, my goal has not changed. If you join the underworld, I will not have a chance to go further. You have no chance at all. Even if I don't kill you, you will not be able to advance. Don't doubt my judgment. As a veteran, I know more than you what it takes to advance. Han Xiao shook his head. This is not a lie. The gene chain of the alien god is too loaded, and his life form will be more unstable when he advances. In addition, with his poor popularity, he may not be as willing to help him advance. So, it is difficult to meet 3 requirements. Seeing that the strange god was silent, Han Xiao thought for a while and said with a smile, But you don't have to be discouraged. Your dream can be completely left to your heir to realize it. Heir? The strange god was confused. Han Xiao waved and asked Evans to come over. This guy is Evans. He inherited your abilities and was able to seize the superpowers of others. Can't he inherit your will and help you see a higher scenery? The same ability as me? The alien god was surprised and looked at Evans carefully. Evans also showed his abilities in a timely manner, proving that what Han Xiao said was true. Seeing this scene, the strange god became more and more shocked. You can't be my illegitimate child. Evans's face turned dark, but he didn't say anything. Han Xiao spread his hands and smiled, and continued, How do I know? You let me think about it. The strange god frowned and fell into memories. When he was in trouble with the stars, he naturally found females from different species to vent their desires, but they all let them die after mating, and he didn't know if they had left behind any children. The deeper I recalled, the more the strange god felt that he seemed to have lost some of his memories and was secretly confused. At this time, Han Xiao said, Don't be so entangled. The probability of the same superpower is more rare than the relationship between children, let alone your extremely rare ability. With my cultivation, Evans has not taken your detour. Although he is now less capable, his talent is not worse than you. Why not train him and let him realize his wish on your behalf? The strange god was silent for a while, suddenly laughed, and said in a joking tone, To put it bluntly, you just want to fool me to help you cultivate combat power and work for you. Han Xiao said without hesitation, Evans has too little practical experience and doesn't know how to cooperate with and use his own abilities. This is your strength, so please give me some guidance. I haven't agreed to you yet. Do you have a choice? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This is what I admire most about you. The strange god laughed inexplicably, looked at Evans, nodded, and said slowly, Life experiences are really impermanent. This is the first time I'm a teacher for someone. Okay, I will teach you how to use this ability to fight. I only have one requirement. If one day you can reach a higher level and help me beat He Xing. Oh, it's so terrible, Han Xiao said. Evans looked at Han Xiao, then looked at the strange god. Seeing that both of them were staring at him, he finally nodded hesitantly. Seeing this, the strange god opened his arms and looked calm. Come on, turn me into a heroic spirit. Let this world see what I look like without any load. The heroic spirit transformation ceremony is underway, and on a black mountain in the distance, the 10 Vajras in the underworld are standing here, Han Xiao and his group looking up at the sky, with their eyes focused on the transforming alien gods. Black Star has turned another newcomer in. Old 9 Aegon Wanas hugged his arms coldly and snorted. Why doesn't this newcomer resist? Could it be that he came involuntarily, right? I thought he would be taught a lesson like Lao Jiao and Lao Shi before accepting his fate. Lao Si, who had no sense of existence, teased. The corners of Lao Shi Dilrin's eyes twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything with a cold face. He was eventually trained to accept his fate. Instead of suffering endless torture, he might as well come out to enjoy limited freedom. He can only hope that Black Star will keep his promise in the future, remove his heroic identity, and let him recover normally. Regardless of whether this newcomer was voluntary or not, I want to teach him the rules anyway. Aegon Wanitz snorted coldly. He was taught a lesson at the beginning, but finally compromised. He was unhappy to see the newcomer behind him feel so comfortable and join the underworld. Sorokin adjusted his vision and saw clearly the scene in the distance. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his expression was entertaining. I think you can't teach him a lesson. This time a great guy comes. How powerful is it? Can you be better than me? Dilrin interrupted lightly. You. Sorgen turned his head, glanced up and down, and sneered. I'm afraid it's not enough for someone to hit with one hand. Dilrin was immediately unhappy. It's all peak Super A level. Can he be more powerful than Black Star? If he had this ability, how could he enter the underworld? Sorgen smiled without saying a word. He is the same era as the Strange God, and the others are different. They don't know the Strange God. Only he can understand how powerful the mechanism of the underworld will be in conjunction with the combat power of the Strange God. But Sorgen changed his tone and said with a smile, no matter how powerful he is, his seniority is still behind us. He is the 11th old. On the other hand, Han Xiao also noticed the movements of the top 10 heroic spirit kings in the underworld, turned his head and glanced, and curled his lips. The top 10 kings of the underworld have evolved into 11 lightning people, and finally got enough of a football team. However, the Strange God is easy to talk to, because his fist is big, which does not mean that he has the same attitude towards others. He is not a guy who easily falls under others. It is not that easy to make him be the 11th. After a while, the transformation of the heroic spirit was finally completed. The Strange God opened his eyes again, felt the existence form of the heroic spirit, and nodded with appreciation. The fusion of life and the power of death constitutes a perfect and harmonious structure. This is the ultimate control of superpowers. Taking a different approach, the underworld can be called a wonder of the universe. The two sisters in history are indeed amazing. Even if I were asked to develop these two abilities, I might not be able to do better than them. Hela didn't like the tone of others using this guidance to him, but the other party was at least the god of superpowers and was an absolute master in the field of superpowers. So she didn't say anything, but just snorted and expressed slight dissatisfaction. At this time, when the 10 Vajras in the underworld saw that the ceremony ended, they all came over to meet the newcomers, so Sorgen took the lead in saying hello. Oh, look at who this is. I thought you would be locked in a dark prison forever. Why are you released now and become a member of the underworld? Sorgen, are you here too? The Strange God's eyes swept over. It seems that you have been imprisoned for too long and have no idea what has happened over the years. Sorgen shrugged and pointed to the heroic spirit around him. Let me introduce you to the Super A level of these 7 people who joined the underworld in the exploration history. These 2 people are Super A level in history. They were revived by Black Stars. They all have peaks and Super A level levels. We are all heroic spirit kings in the underworld. Resurrection. The Strange God's eyes flashed with interest, turned his head to look at Han Xiao, and smiled and said, It seems that you have done a lot of things in the past 100 years since I was in jail. Otherwise, do you think I have done nothing in the past few years? Han Xiao shook his head. In the past 100 years, the interstellar pattern has changed a lot. You can find Sorgen to know these things. You know them at least, and he will definitely be happy to introduce them to you. That's right. As long as you owe me a promise coin, don't show this puzzled expression. Come on, I'll introduce you to the currency of the underworld. Sorgen was very enthusiastic and couldn't wait to recommend the financial system he created. But before he could start, Dilrin interrupted him, squinted his eyes, and looked up and down at the Strange God, and said coldly, I haven't asked your name yet. What are your name? The Strange God turned his head to look at him. You don't need to know my name. Just call me the Strange God. What does it mean? The god of superpowers. Dilryn immediately smiled, with a sarcastic speech. No powerful abilities in history dare to call him like this. Lao 11, are you worthy of this name? Lao 11. The strange god raised his eyebrows, counted the people in front of him, and immediately understood that the ranking here was in order. You don't agree? Dilryn sneered. If we were all alive, you were gone now. Ishin said calmly. As a thug who scared the interstellar community, he was not a good-tempered person. Okay, let's fight. Sorokin said you are very powerful. I want to see how you killed me. Dilryn sneered. He was thinking about Sorokin's words, but he didn't believe in evil. Anyway, everyone is a heroic spirit that cannot be killed now. If you don't accept it, you will do it. Whoever is afraid of it. Han Xiao couldn't help but glance at him. Not surprising. Dilryn's mouth is so bad that he has the ability to mock the halo, so he likes to make trouble. And after accepting the identity of the hero, this guy lost his worries and seemed to have liberated his nature. His mouth became worse and mocked him as he pleased, and he was so sad that he could fly. They are all heroic spirits. Without Aurora's vitality, no one can do it. I'm afraid Dilryn just enjoys this look that people are unhappy with him and can't do anything about him. What do you say? The strange god turned his head and looked at Han Xiao. Since that's the case, Aurora, and I temporarily give you body. You re-rank. Strength is the most respectful. Hyla's eyes lit up. She was most willing to see others' bloody battles and immediately made a decision. I agree. Sorokin's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his opinion. Although he is not the strongest among the King of Heroes, he is definitely at the top. At least he doesn't have to continue to be the eighth brother. No, it's just my wish. Dilryn snorted coldly and pointed at the strange god. I hope you can make me enjoy it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll celebrate my new life with you. The strange god paused, turned to look at Evans, and said lightly, This time I will demonstrate the fighting style of this ability to you. You can watch and learn well. Evans immediately cheered up. Not long after, Aurora was called over by Hyla, shaping her body for many heroic spirit kings and almost extorting her. Han Xiao brought his group to the main universe and found a desolate universe built as the battlefield. 3 days later, the 11 people who returned to the form of heroic spirit returned to the underworld and did not mention the battle process, but silently re-ranked the seats. The alien god airborne, the big brother. Dilryn becomes the second. Sorokin becomes the third. Aegon Wanas is the fourth, and then sorts in sequence. Although the first and second are only one position away, there's a gap in combat power. As a melon-eating crowd who watched the battle throughout the whole process, Han Xiao had seen the level of a superb god. It was much stronger than before his death. Beating Dilryn was like playing, and only the destruction of the two can be described as a battle between them. In Han Xiao's opinion, perhaps only one can eat others in the whole universe, and the others can draw at most. No one is afraid of the unloaded strange god except himself. Erno's winning rate is even worse than Hyboron. Even if he has a higher energy level, he may not be the opponent of the alien god. After all, he is a superpower, and as long as he is touched by superpower silence, he will basically be half cold. On the other side, the three major civilizations' joint conference rooms. The three leaders had just finished a meeting and were sorting out documents. At this time, Lewis remembered something, looked at Bruce, and asked curiously, "What was your deal with Black Star? I heard that Gouda has returned." Bruce paused and nodded slowly. The head of the Zuling sect narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "So, Gouda was really captured by He Xing. How did your empire deal with it? It's still investigating the inside story, so you don't need to care about the specifics." Bruce shook his head. Seeing this, the two guessed that the empire was probably defeated by He Xing and couldn't help but smile secretly. The head of the Zuling sect coughed and said lightly, "The Black Star is full of wings. Don't worry about him for now. In any case, we have welcomed a Super A-level direct line with extraordinary potential. In the future, we will definitely become an important pillar of our individual power. First, congratulations on getting a new pillar of the country. Let's cultivate good deeds. Because there is a Ernos and his family who is preparing to advance to the super god level. The head of the Zuling sect is very open-minded at this time and does not care about the Empire's regaining high deeds. Moreover, from the standpoint of the three major civilizations, this is also a common good thing. Upon hearing this, Mar Bruce felt a thrust. Others thought that Gouda was still the owner of the extremely high-risk superpower with extremely potential. At this time, he congratulated him on obtaining potential stocks. It was simply ironic, and he felt uncomfortable. Mar Bruce didn't want the two to know that the Empire had done a loss-making business this time, so he exchanged the alien god for a useless man. So he had to force himself to endure the anger and ripped out a stiff smile, which was extremely painful. Shining the borders of the world. Giant engineering ships are parading in space. Planetary-level collection devices enclose planets and carry out destructive development, draining the star core, crushing the planets, breaking them into various substances, and flowing into the giant storage compartment, like a swarm of locusts sweeping across the starry sky, leaving only barrenness wherever they pass. The shining world frontier, several star clusters, were originally a zone with abundant resources. Now, under the destruction and development of the three major civilizations, they're gradually transforming towards the desolate universe belt and are transforming into a strategic depth zone that welcomes the future impact of the world tree. All valuable resources are packaged and taken away, and the walls are solid and clear, leaving no one in the slightest to the world tree. At this moment, on the edge of the development area, a small Imperial fleet is escorting an ordinary spacecraft with the Black Star Legion logo to leave. In the spaceship, Meatbow is sorting out the materials collected on this trip. The players around him are all prefixed with the ID of Meatbow Studio, and they're all employees of Meatbow. What a pity the Empire does not allow us to visit the development area in depth. This time we only collected some scraps of materials, which is not enough to make a video explaining the preparations for the three major civilizations. The meat bag side, not very satisfied with the harvest of this trip. You are content. The three major civilizations agree that we can take a look at the margins. It is an exception. The royal assistant Xiao curled his lips. Nowadays, most players are involved in harassment wars on the front line, but the meat bag has not been on the front line all the time because it is a war report and it is not convenient to make videos. He keenly felt that the changes in the rear were more valuable to explore, so he brought a group of studio employees back to the explored universe and collected news everywhere. Not long after, the meat bag focused on the two news points of the Black Star training base and the three major civilizations preparing for the war, but the training base did not allow outsiders to enter, so he had to observe the latter. Meat bags are quite good in some departments of the three major civilizations. First, the studio's accounts are all the main charm points, and they specialize in establishing good relations with various characters. Second, meat bags are constantly promoting themselves and have attracted many players to endorse them, so that the three major civilizations know that they have special influence in the Immortal group and become the exclusive media of the Immortal. Third, they have the special reporter status of the Black Star Legion, and the studio is affiliated with the Legion's intelligence department, which is an officially recognized branch and has a news license. Therefore, in the eyes of the three major civilizations, meat bags represent the special intelligence personnel of the Black Star Army's Immortal group. They have some face and can discuss business and cooperation with various forces as players. This is also the practice of some guilds. With the help of so many conveniences, the business of meat bag studios is booming. He submitted an application for visits to the three major civilizations. After some negotiations, Meat Bao and others finally got permission to come to the edge of this border development zone to take a look, but the harvest was not as good as expected, and they are now back. What should I do? Although there is no shortage of materials now, it is all cliches. I need sensational news. The meat bag pulled his hair, his face full of distress. At this moment, a chat prompt popped up on the forum, and an employee sent a private chat, very excited. Boss, I have a major discovery. This time the material will definitely scare you to premature ejaculation. The meatbag looked at his ID and remembered that this was the little supervisor in charge of the news material of the Empire region, and he was immediately excited. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what did you find? This is the news that a young man under my command found out from an Imperial logistics officer. It is said that not long ago, Black Star specially went to kill the strange god, demonstrated the power beyond the A level, and handed over Gouda. The young manager talked eruditely, not knowing the transaction between Black Star and the behind him, only talking about the superficial behavior at that time. But this was enough to shock the meatbag. Is this news true? The meatbag felt tightening of the bladder. Then I don't know. My employee had a good relationship with the Imperial non-commissioned officer. Anyway, it was found out from others. It is said that this non-commissioned officer is on the scene. I did a pretty job, and the funds for the activities over the years have not been wasted. The meatbag slapped the table excitedly. His studio is now quite large. He has arranged regional branches in some major forces, allowing employees to specially make friends with various departments of these major forces and have a good sense of charm to establish interpersonal relationships. He has been investing funds to form intelligence networks and occasionally can learn inside information from these people. Of course, with his personal assets, he cannot open such a big stall, and there are sponsors in the future. The biggest sponsor is Black Star himself. He thought Han Xiao had a high opinion of him, so he received funding and was always complacent. The inside story this time is the biggest news he has ever obtained. Although he doesn't know the reason, just the two things that Black Star breaks through Super A level, Gouda's disappearance and Black Star, are enough for him to release a highlighted video. Even if it's just a storm, the gimmick is eye-catching enough. The meat bun made a quick decision and slapped the table vigorously. Send the material quickly. The video must be online within 3 days. You have to give me your liver, so I'm going to be popular again. The underworld re-ranked the seats. Evans temporarily stayed to receive the teachings of the alien gods, and Han Xiao returned to the training base to retreat, using the power of the new layer to update the various models of his machinery, and by the way, to study some advanced drawings. The Empire was put on a trick, but there was no action. He endured a breath and became silent. Gouda's whereabouts were also blocked. Han Xiao didn't know how the Empire would arrange Gouda in the future. Maybe he was trying to find a way to restore his abilities. Anyway, it would be impossible for this guy to appear in the outside world in the short term. The storm caused by his advancement to the super god level slowly faded. After the initial shock, the three major civilizations also accepted reality, returned to normal, and remained in peace. A few days later, the Black Star Army's private machinery factory. Han Xiao stood in front of an experimental table and stared at a suspended hourglass device. The dense mechanical force emanated from him, connecting the device like a chain, and there was a faint oscillation at the space at both ends of the device. So this is the principle of the ghost wave. Wow, this technology has a very powerful lethality. It is indeed a black technology. If it is matched with a cosmic treasure level launcher, it is simply a super large strategic murder weapon. This time I found the treasure. An excitement flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. After these days of research, he finally figured out the phantom wave technology. In his eyes, this thing is an absolute group war artifact. First of all, it will absorb external energy and automatically increase the attack range, giving some time or even enough to cover the interstellar battlefield. But it is more controllable and will not spread endlessly. Secondly, it is as difficult to resist and clean as the original Phantom. Even because the bursting form of the Phantom Wave is shock wave, rather than the solid energy ball that expands by the original Phantom. The diffusion speed is much faster and more difficult to stop, and it can largely ignore matter, and its penetration is amazing. Third, different forms of energy can be eliminated in a directional direction. When any energy can activate the transmitter, the input energy form is the energy type targeted by the phantom wave, which can be mixed in multiple numbers. When dark energy is input, the ghost wave will feed on dark energy and destroy the shields, physical devices, and energy cores composed or maintained by dark energy, without affecting other forms of energy. When the ghost wave destroyed all the electrical appliances of the Arthur civilization, it was because the experimenters inputted electricity. In addition, no matter what energy the phantom wave targets, is strongly lethal to life. Not strong enough is swept by the phantom wave and directly destroyed, and the entire Arthur civilization is extinct. The fleet of advanced civilizations basically uses dark energy and secret energy as power. If the two energy is attacked, no matter how large the fleet is, it will be paralyzed. The number of troops will lose its meaning in the face of this technology, which is enough to serve as the main combat weapon. Han Xiao's eyes shining. The power of the phantom wave technology is too powerful, just like an enhanced version of a universal EMP. He does not intend to hand it over to others for use. Otherwise, it will only threaten himself in turn. Mechanics have many powerful weapons, but most of them are technology owned by advanced civilizations. So most mechanics seem to lack particularly representative means of killing, while phantom wave technology can serve as this trump card. If this thing is installed on the Imperial Skyblade, Han Xiao believes that even if he does not summon the mechanical army, he can fight against the hostile fleet in the billion-level frontal interstellar battlefield. With one knife, millions of warships were paralyzed. How terrible. Han Xiao couldn't help but imagine this unparalleled scene and immediately felt very happy. Tertius is really a great man. He not only provides super godly power to help himself advance, but also indirectly gives him such a powerful black technology weapon. What kind of generous dedication is this? It's simply touching the sea of stars. After a while of happiness, Han Xiao waved his hand, and the phantom wave transmitter floating in front of him suddenly disappeared. This is not a physical object created, but a temporary product transformed by virtual creation, pseudo. During this period, he discovered a new use of this trick for research. Originally, Han Xiao had only one broken version of the phantom wave transmitter prototype dug out from the Arthur civilization, and it was difficult to reversely deduce the technical principles. However, after he removed the prototype, figure out the general structure and the materials used, he used virtual creation, pseudo, to create temporary products, and then reverse deduce the technology on the intact temporary products. In this way, the efficiency is thousands of times higher than that of the research prototype. It is through this move that we can deduce and improve the principles step by step, and we can understand all the tricks in a very short time and introduce complete technology. Although this technology is powerful, it still needs to be debugged. It is not suitable for application in actual combat at present. Han Xiao passed the information in his mind and nodded secretly. Although the mechanism of the phantom wave is black technology, it still depends on the power and strength. It is difficult to stop. It does not mean that there is no solution. After all, it is not an unreasonable universe wonder, but can still be resolved and restrained. For example, even if the dark energy controlled by Claudia is targeted, it will at most be weakened in the control power and strength, and will not be directly disintegrated by the phantom wave, and the same is true in other situations. So in Han Xiao's view, there is room for improvement in various parameters of this technology. He is preparing to strengthen it to the extreme and only uses this killer weapon when the time is ripe. Han Xiao exhaled, moved his fingers, and the laboratory bench floated away on its own and returned to its original position. He raised his hand and opened a refrigerator in the corner. A bottle of iced drink flew into his hand. He took a big sip, his nerves relaxed slightly, and opened the forum to prepare to post and adjust his mood. Now the front line is fierce, and 80% of the forum are war reports. Han Xiao quickly passed one post after another and suddenly noticed that a popular post was quickly artificially placed, and it was because of the meat bag, and another new video was posted. He went in and took a look and saw that the post was refreshing at a frequency of hundreds of floors per second. Han Xiao clicked on the video and found that the duration of this episode was a bit short, and a lot of barrage quickly floated by. First, brother is here. That's it. It's too short. Can I use this video to release it? I just pinched the shit off and the video was finished. Garbage meat bag, water video, why don't you come out to apologize? That's all. The bags and women's clothing are really good, which makes me feel like love of the evening. Brother, I have already vomited out, and my stomach feels much more comfortable. Han Xiao took a look at the barrage and felt much happier, so he cheered up and watched the content of the video. I saw the meat bag cut in a dazzled manner, and used skillful video language to tell two news. One is that the Black Star suspected to have broken through the limit of Super A and secretly entered a higher level. The second is that the Black Star suspected to have kidnapped the Imperial lineage and had an unknown plan. These two news are very sensational, and a meat bag does not waste materials. It is accompanied by a lot of rumors of catching wind and shadow. It makes it look like attack on science. There's even a short video of the interview with the Imperial non-commissioned officer in the video, and it also carries a mosaic on the other party in a thoughtful way, making it look very good. The video was not long, and it was finished soon. Han Xiao flipped down and replied, and found that many players were surprised by this, mainly focusing on his progress and strength. Has the Legion commander broken the limit of Super A? Why is there no news outside the world? Is it kept confidential? Is there any warrior who went to Black Star to confirm the rumors? We will pay homage to you in the first 7th. I feel like it's true. The Legion commander has only been in 20 or 30 years to become Super A. Now he has stayed at this level for 7 or 80 years. It's normal to break through another level. On the upper floor, you can see that you haven't studied the evolution history of the Super A. The Super A and Super A are not the same concept. This is the first example. If it is true, it's history. Speaking of all, the name of this version is called Black Star Age, which actually refers to this. I will never guess it wrong this time. Although the player group was shocked, the Black Star has created too many miracles after all, and the player group has already had a high resistance to it. The reaction is not, he is so awesome, and he has long become, he is still so awesome. Han Xiao didn't care much about the players' reactions, but was surprised that the meat bag could actually get this news. The Empire blocked the news, and many large intelligence organizations knew nothing about it. They could only say that they were worthy of being omnipresent players. Fortunately, this news is only circulating among players, and there is no absolute evidence. It is all speculations that make the shadows, and the impact is limited. Han Xiao shook his head. He didn't want too many people to know the fact that he advanced, but he didn't plan to block or disguise. Players should know it if they know it. After browsing the forum for a while, looking at the rainbow farts of the Legion players, Han Xiao smiled and turned off the panel and prepared to continue researching the technology. At this time, Philip suddenly appeared. Master, Risto wants to see you. Han Xiao remembered that there was this person under his command. Oh, let him come over. After a while, a human-shaped light appeared in the room, and Resta bowed his head and greeted Han Xiao. Hello, Haixing. I haven't seen each other for a while. You know, I'm quite busy recently. Is the compatriots I rescued last time okay? Han Xiao asked about his well-being. Thank you for your care. My compatriots have reproduced many new tribesmen, and the AI civilization has been rebuilt and have been recuperating for decades. That's good. What's wrong with you when you come to me this time? His Excellency Black Star, although our civilization is rebuilt, most of the compatriots are still controlled by the armed kingdom and are in dire straits. You are now respectful in your status, so I want to ask for your help again. Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, remembering this task that has been accumulated for many years, and demanding that it be the liberation of the AI civilization members under Madison, which has not been completed yet. This matter, okay, it's time to solve it. Han Xiao thought about it and agreed. He asked Resta to wait for so many years, and he was a little sad. Resta's compatriots were transformed into immortal weapons, and they were the trump card of old Maitu and could not be easily traded. I used to be unable to deal with this problem, but now I have advanced to the super god level, so there is a way to solve it. In front of Resta, Han Xiao took out the communicator and directly dialed it to Madison. After a while, the communication was connected and Madison appeared on the virtual screen. Is there something wrong? Good guy, this slutty man is too lazy to even ask him. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. I want to make a deal with you. Say, why is this cold spirit back? Are you super god level, or am I super god level? Han Xiao secretly complained, too lazy to care, and said slowly, I want to exchange for the intelligent life civilization you captured. Do you want me to release immortal weapons? Manison narrowed his eyes. If someone else made this request, he wouldn't bother to make it, but Han Xiao was different. Manison thought for a while, but did not refuse immediately, nodded. Then let's exchange it for the advanced super god level. You haven't woken up? It's okay to try it, Manison calmly said. Then what are you going to exchange for? This is my hard work. Don't expect a complete advancement method, but I can tell you one of the conditions for advancement. In addition, I will give you another group of intelligent lives to transform you into an immortal armored country. Okay, the deal, and I will recreate the money from immortal armored country. You have to pay for me. Manison nodded. Are you very poor recently? Han Xiao curled his lips. Anyway, I'm not as rich as you. I'm just an ordinary peak super A-level mechanic. How can my family compare to the first super god-level mechanic in history? A subtle curve was pulled out of the corner of Manison's mouth. Han Xiao. He died young, and Lao Maitu also learned to be sarcastic. My youth. Oh, it's over long ago. After finalizing the detailed agreement, Han Xiao put away the communicator, looked at Resta, nodded and said, he has agreed. When I go to the mechanical clan, I will bring your compatriots back. Our entire clan will always remember your kindness. Resta was very grateful and sighed that his investment was too correct. He just looked at you more in the crowd and accurately hugged the thickest thigh in the interstellar society today. The problem that had troubled him for many years was solved in just a few words. Resta only felt that waiting for the Black Star to grow up over the years was indeed the right decision, and it was not in vain. 1 hour later, the armed tribe territory. Han Xiao left a throne at the nearby sub-base, and soon teleported over and flew to the territory of the mechanic tribe. The master clone of the old Maitu was already waiting on the landing platform. I'm here. Where are your immortal soldiers? Han Xiao glanced left and right, but didn't see the target. Manison shook his head. Give me what I want first. He still remembered that during the last fight, Black Star virtually purified it, directly awakening a large number of intelligent lives, causing him to capsize in the gutter. So he did not dare to call out the armed soldiers at this time, for fear that Black Star would directly come to him, take away the target by force, and make the transaction invalid. He is now unable to cause trouble for others and can only suffer losses. Han Xiao thought about it and realized Manison's concerns. He couldn't help laughing. Why are you so careful about me? With our relationship, can I cheat you? Manison almost said that you cheated me less, but after thinking about it for a while, he didn't dare to speak. Fisk, okay, then I'll give you the things first. Han Xiao didn't mind. Anyway, Manison didn't dare to pay the debt now. Let me see the intelligent life you prepared for me to replace the immortal weapon soldiers. Manison was still worried. Han Xiao rolled his eyes secretly. Okay, you summoned some mechanical lives. What are you doing? Hey, do you think I will kidnap an intelligent civilization and give it to you? Of course, you provide the raw materials and I will transform them for you. This time, let you see the super god-level methods and treat them as a benefit for you. Manison's eyes moved slightly. He opened the secondary dimension barracks and pulled out a lot of mechanical lives, all of which are the clan members of the mechanical civilization he created. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand. His mechanical force flashed, and lightning instantly swept across the mechanical life in the audience. The next moment, all the mechanical life bodies change at the same time, gradually becoming transparent and illusory. Manison's face changed, and he clearly felt that mechanical life was undergoing a wonderful change, and he gradually transformed from a mechanical body to an intelligent life at the level of existence. What ability are you? Manison was shocked. Although he can do something similar, it is to extract the intelligence of mechanical life and perform a series of complex operations, which is the practice of a conventional mechanic. But the Black Star directly changed the mechanical life in the physical state, and the mechanical body directly turned into intelligent layer data. Only the mechanic knew how incredible this was, which was almost a miracle in his eyes. Don't look surprised. I can directly change the living body into virtual intelligent life. They're the bargaining chips I use to exchange. Han Xiao. Is this a super god-level method? Madison murmured to himself, his heart full of heat. His desire for super god level became more and more intense, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Tell me, what are one of the conditions for advancement?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. Then remember, one of the conditions for advancing to the super god level is to use the Void Spirit national weapon. A flash of lightning flashed in Madison's eyes. At this moment, 17 or 18 plans for the Zuling sect flashed through his mind, almost wanting to return to his old career and be the shit cooker behind the scenes.